We're very happy to have with us this evening Jack Bivans as a special guest. Jack, welcome to Radio Classics here on WBBM.
Thanks, Chuck. Really enjoying being here and listening to some of this old-time stuff.
This is kind of like a reunion for you with WBBM, because you worked at this station for a few years.
Right down the hall here in the sales department, maybe 50 feet away. I was a general sales manager, and I worked here for 8 years.
And you sold out the station almost every one of those 8 years?
Yeah, just like they do now. Right?
That's right. Well,
and then my boss, Ernie Shomo, left here and went across town to run Channel 32, WFLD. Yeah. And shortly after that, I joined him and went over there and was there for 6 years. And I didn't leave the business as I originally knew it, which of course was acting.
Yeah.
It left me.
Well, so, you're celebrating now 50 years in this kind of show business.
That's right. Started at 63, and this is the fastest 50 years I've ever spent in my life.
I can imagine. Now, you started out as a child actor, obviously, at the age of 13.
Right.
What was your first radio job?
Well, the first one was as a boy in the dramatized Ovaltine commercial on Little Orphan Annie. And that was my first big disillusionment, I'll tell you that.
It was? I mean, you couldn't get the Ovaltine to dissolve either, right?
No. The day I walked into the studio, here I am. I've been listening to Little Orphan Annie all these years. I'm 13 years old. I walk into the studio. I'm looking around. Where's this kid? I want to see Little Orphan Annie, right? And Joe Corntassel and Daddy Warbucks. And I want to see all these people. And the people that were hired for the commercial, guys like myself, would come in about, say 45 minutes after the cast had already been rehearsing. So now they're going to do a run-through, and they're going to run the show, and they're going to do the commercial, and this old woman, she steps up to the microphone, and out of her mouth is Little Orphan Annie. Now, I say old woman. She was probably, Shirley Bell.
Right.
She was probably 20 at the time, but to me, that was an old lady, And then the guy that I thought, well, he had to be Daddy Warbucks, he stepped up to the microphone and went, "Woof." He was the dog, Sandy.
Arf says Sandy.
Yeah, right. Arf says Sandy.
Well, how did you get that job? How did you get the job of even as an actor on an Ovaltine commercial?
I guess I was in about 6th or 7th grade. And I got into a play in grammar school, which was Haight Grammar School up on the north side of the city of Chicago on Granville Avenue. And I got into the drama club, and Miss Strandberg put me in this play. And then she said to my folks who came to see this assembly, he seems to have talent. You might want to consider fostering it. So my folks said, you want to do that? And yeah, I'd like to try that. Well, my dad knew somebody whose daughter was going to a place called Jack and Joe Players. And he looked into it, my mother looked into it, and I went down there and auditioned for Marie Agnes Foley, who owned the Jack and Joe Players. And this lady had, I guess, a stable of 100 kids, boys and girls from, say, 5 years old up to about 16, 17. And she supplied probably 90% of all the kids to the radio directors and producers of soap operas and kids shows and commercials and stuff like that. Well, I went down there and started taking lessons, and after she felt, fairly comfortable with me, reasonably assured that I wouldn't, that I wouldn't make a huge mistake, she sent me out on a few auditions, and little by little I snagged one, and that's how I happened to get this dramatized commercial on the Little Orphan Annie show, and that's how I got started in the business.
How much money did you get for that Ovaltine spot?
I'm trying to remember now. No, probably in the neighborhood of $18, something like that. It was a lot of money in those days, The funny, these commercials, these dramatized commercials, were only changed by the season. I had a huskier, healthier, happier sounding voice, and so I always drank the stuff. I was the one that was always depicted as drinking Ovaltine. See, there was another guy in town named Cornelius J. Peoples. Corny Peoples was my best friend, and he in off the air as well as on the air, and he had a very shrill, high-pitched voice, and he was built like a jockey. And he had a very weak-sounding voice, and he was obviously the 97-pound weakling that never drank Ovaltine. Now, in the summertime, Pierre Andre, who was the announcer, he would say, "Now here's a scene that you boys and girls will recreate for yourselves this summer." And you'd hear the water lapping gently close on Mike, and you'd hear birds in the trees. And then boy one, that was me, would say, "Beat you to the raft." And boy two would say, "Oh, no, you won't." And boy one would say, "Ready, set, go!" And we'd dive in the water, and the soundman would churn this water. When the boys would be close on Mike, panting, swimming, churning the water. Boy scrambling on the raft. The soundman makes a lot of noise scrambling on the raft. Boy one says, "See, told you so." Boy two, "Aw, you always win." Pierre, "Yes, and you can be a winner too if you drink Ovaltine."
Rich, chocolatey flavored Ovaltine. Huh?
Yeah, in the winter, skate across the pond faster than you can.
Boy, oh boy, those were the days, though. Those were the days. And all of us kids at home listening to Orphan Annie and later Captain Midnight, because Ovaltine continued with Captain Midnight. Just had to get that Ovaltine to be like the guy who was first to cross the pond and down to the river. Right?
That's right. Yeah, those were wonderful days.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun. My mother, God rest her soul, I was an only child, so she could devote a lot of time to this, and she'd take me around to the. As I would get more and more parts and more commercials and things like that, she'd take me up to, say, the 19th floor of the Merchandise Mart where NBC was, and we'd wait in the lobby after school until one of the directors of the soap opera, say Ma Perkins, would come through. She'd say, "Mr. Fogel, you remember Jackie here, don't you?" "Oh, yeah, hello, Jackie. Do you have anything coming up, Mr. Fogel?" I was taught to say. He said, "No, Jackie, not now, but I'll let you know if I have anything." And then we'd wait for the next guy to come through. And
well, Fogel was George Fogel. He was the director of
Ma Perkins, right?
Yeah.
But it was the same thing with all of them, you know.
There must have been a whole row of kids standing there with their mothers, I suppose.
Well, not many kids. A whole row of adults, I'll tell you, men and women, working these shows and trying to, elbow their way over to meet somebody and hang on to their coat a minute, ask them if they had anything coming up.
Can you recall your first dramatic program that was not doing a commercial?
Yeah, it was called The Adventures of Lou Loyal. The Chicago Tribune, now going into 1940, okay? So America was not in the war, but Europe was at war. And the Chicago Tribune put on a program called The Adventures of Lou Loyal, and they had a citywide audition of boys and girls to play the part of, get this, Lou Loyal and Betsy True. That's the boy and girl in this story. It was a half hour once a week on Friday nights on the full Mutual network that WGN in those days fed to the Mutual network. It was an audience show. It had 600 kids would come to that audience studio that was then on Michigan Avenue over there next to the Tribune building near Pioneer Court. And The Adventures of Lou Loyal was on every Friday night from 7 to 7:30. Brett Morrison, who was the Shadow, played Uncle Mac in this. And we had a half-hour show. Harold Stokes was the leader of the band, and there was a 22 or 26-piece orchestra there playing the transitions and the theme. Claude Kirshner, who later went on to be one of the stars of Super Circus on television, was the announcer. And
what was this, a kids adventure show?
Oh yeah, it was kind of a takeoff on an FBI, CIA kind of a thing, and lasted 26 weeks. They didn't find a sponsor, and that was the end of Lou Loyal and Betsy True.
Just a short shot there, but no, I've never come across a Lou Loyal program.
No,
I've never found one of those. You don't have one?
No, I wish I did.
Hall closet someplace.
I sure wish I did. I've got the script.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, good. We'll have to get a hold of the script.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do a recreation sometime, and you can star in that same show again. Maybe 30, 40 years after the fact.
Isn't that funny?
That would be. Now, what kind of a voice did Lou Loyal have? Was he your the healthy Ovaltine boy?
Oh
voice?
yeah. He was the happy, healthy, drank the stuff.
All American.
All American type boy, right? That's how he was. Later on, I got on to other things, like, for example, Captain Midnight and other kid shows and so on. When that folded, when Lou Loyal went down the tubes.
Did you ever work on Jack Armstrong?
Mm-hmm. Ovaltine sponsored Captain Midnight, and as I said earlier, of course, the Little Orphan Annie. They felt in those days that their marketing strategy was to primarily as a cool or cold weather drink. Mm-hmm. Today they sell this stuff all year long. I'm sure they sold it all year long then too, but they weren't pushing it as much in the summertime. So in the summer we would take a hiatus. The shows that they sponsored, such as Captain Midnight, went off the air for 13 weeks during the hot summer months, and that's when we would all hightail it across town and go over and seek parts on Jack Armstrong. And I was on that many times, but never in one of the leading or title roles.
Do you have any of the secret decoders, and, whistling rings and badges and things?
You know, we members of the cast even had to send in 10 cents and the thin, round aluminum seal from under the lid of a can of Ovaltine.
Just like everybody else.
Yeah. I had a ring that I could look in and see the guy behind me, and a decoder badge, and all that good stuff.
But you just had they were really desperate to sell the product. They even had the actors buying it, huh?
Do you have time for me to tell you an interesting little thing about?
That's why you're here, Jack.
Okay.
We have time.
Well, I don't know how you're doing on the clock here.
We're watching it, but we're doing okay.
Okay. For those folks, those fans of yours that are listening in and aren't quite in tune with how that used to work, the kids listening in would send in for a decoder badge. And they would get this decoder badge by sending in the thin, round aluminum seal from under the lid of a can of Ovaltine and 10 cents. And then at the end of the show, usually on a Friday night, Pierre Andre would give some kind of a clue, and you would turn your decoder badge little button there and figure out what the clue was. We would, for example, and there were always a cliffhanger on Friday nights, as you know, Chuck. The boy in Captain Midnight was called Chuck Ramsey.
And I love that, too, that he was Chuck and I was Chuck.
Yeah. And he and Joyce Ryan and Captain Midnight and Ichabod Mudd, all the good guys, would generally run into some kind of a cave on a Friday night chasing Ivan Shark. You knew he was bad.
Dangerous
Ivan Shark,
German
he had to be, right? Now, Ivan Shark would run in the cave. We'd all go running in after him. He would somehow, through some secret passageway, find his way up to the top of a mountain on top of this cave, and he would plunge the dynamite thing. The cave would go closed. We'd all be in there choking and spewing all this sound effects and everything. And the kids at home would be biting their nails wondering, are they going to survive the weekend? And only the kids who had sent in the thin, round aluminum seal and got their decoder badge knew from Pierre's decoded message that they are saved.
They're saved. Boy, oh boy. And if they hadn't, the whole thing would have ended on that Friday. Right? Oh boy. You got some great memories, Jack. We can talk some more about that. We're talking with our special guest, Jack Bivans, who was there in those good old days of radio, and we're going to talk some more about that. In a little while, we're going to tune into a complete half-hour adventure of Captain Midnight, a complete story from 1950. So you stick around, too. You might want to get your decoder message, your decoder badge out to find out if we're going to be here next week. We will. We hope. First, let me tell you about that great getaway place in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. It's the end-of-the-line Caboose Motel. A trackload of Milwaukee Road and Chicago and Northwestern cabooses have been restored on the outside and remodeled on the inside. And one of those cabooses is the perfect place for you to get some rest and relaxation in the beautiful, scenic setting of Lake Geneva. Each caboose is climate-controlled for year-round comfort. Each has a double bed and a sofa bed. Each unit is an entire caboose separated from each other by the original platforms. Each caboose is fully carpeted and has a color TV, a telephone, and a bathroom with a shower. Each unit sits on its original truck assembly and all rest on the main line between Lake Geneva and Chicago. The end-of-the-line Caboose Motel is a great place for a family weekend in the country. Now, rates until Memorial Day are just $60 midweek, $70 for Friday or Saturday, and that's not the per-person rate. That's for your own private caboose. And that includes continental breakfast served each morning in the roundhouse lobby, a huge structure surrounded by 3 Milwaukee Road freight cars. Now, the end-of-the-line vacation station is just off Route 50 in Lake Geneva, and of course, you'll want to take a scenic drive around the lake and visit the scores of shops and restaurants and other attractions in the heart of town. Why don't you plan now for a couple of days of fun that start with the end-of-the-line Caboose Motel in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin? For a free brochure, for more information, or to make your reservation, call the End of the Line Caboose Motel in Lake Geneva at 414-248-RAIL. That's 414-248-RAIL. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio. This is Nostalgia Night from Chicago on WBBM News Radio 78. Our special guest is Jack Bivans, a man who was involved in so many of the great radio shows. And Jack, as I said earlier, I'm really happy that you're with us this evening. We've known each other for a little while.
That's right.
And haven't really had a chance to just do it together here. And this is a fine occasion, your 50th anniversary in broadcasting.
Yes, thanks very much. I enjoy being here.
You can give us a view from a person who was there as to exactly how some of these kids shows were put together. When you were on Captain Midnight, and you were a regular on Captain Midnight, you were
contract player.
Yeah, and you were Chuck, right?
Yes.
You were Chuck Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of job was it? What did you have to do? How did you go about doing that every day?
We would get to the studio. Well, first of all, I'd go to school.
Yes. Chuck Bivans Chuck Ramsey went to school. Oh, doggone it.
During those days, it was not uncommon for myself and many of the other actors and actresses to work as many as 4 or 5 shows in one day. So what happened was I would do a Road of Life and a Helpmate probably between. I mean, we were on the air between 9 and 9:30. They were back to back.
Now you were doing soap operas then, right?
Right. And we would start rehearsing at 8, go on the air at 9 with one of the 2 shows, go on at 9:15 with the other 2 shows, split the rehearsal between the 2 studios. Then, when we was through with that at 9:30, then I'd go to school. I was going at that time downtown to what was called Mundelein Cathedral High School. Today it's Holy Name. And the reason I was going there was the purpose was that the Chicago public schools, where I probably could have been going because I lived in Chicago, they wouldn't put up with that nonsense of being gone for shows, you know. And the sisters over there at Holy Name now, they used to have kids from the cast of Lute Song and all these Broadway shows coming through town. They'd spend 6 months here. They'd go to school there.
Oh, I see.
And they were very cooperative, right? Okay. And so I'd go over there, and then I'd go to school for 2 or 3 or 4 hours, depending. Anyway, at 3 o'clock, I'd have to be in rehearsal for Captain Midnight. And at 4:30, we went on the air with the first of what were 2 shows. We were paid for a show and a repeat broadcast. Ovaltine bought 5:30 to 5:45, and then later 5:30 to 6 p.m. time across the country. They figured that was the time when the kids were through playing outside. Their fathers and mothers were, the dinner was just about prepared, and the little monsters could be in there now. Their hands were all washed, and they could listen to one of these shows and bite their nails in front of the radio on the floor, just before dinner, and so. Pierre Andre, who was the announcer for Ovaltine, and the Wander Company was, and I believe still is, located around Chicago. If he blew the commercial, if he would step on a line, because the 4:30 show went to the East Coast, okay?
Yeah, it was not
heard in
Chicago. You did it live at 4:30.
Correct.
But it wasn't heard here. It was broadcast on the East Coast.
Right.
Which was 5:30 Eastern time.
Correct. Okay. Which is what Ovaltine bought. Yeah. And they recorded it at that time then, while we were on the air to the East Coast, to play back in Chicago at 5:30. Now, if the show was really bad, we'd have to stay and do what they called a live repeat. If the show was all right, well, and that was most of the time, well, they just play this 16-inch glass disc, which was the recording that had been made of the East Coast show.
Was that recording made here in Chicago?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then that was played at 5:30 Chicago time. If, however, the commercial had been booted around by Pierre, particularly the commercial, and the Wander Company executives were going to be listening to that 5:30 show, we knew we were in for a live repeat. Oh, boy.
So if at 4:30 Pierre flubbed the line, you knew you were going to still be in the studio at 5:30.
That's right. Yeah, isn't that funny?
Well, you'd get the script for the first time at
3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock. And you'd what?
Have a table reading.
Sit around the table and read the script.
Right. Director would probably do a preliminary timing with a stopwatch. talk about interpretation on a few things, and then the next thing you do is get up from the table and you go over to the microphones. Now you do a run through with the sound effects department, and they're going to run the sound cues and so on. Finally, about I'd say 3:45, or maybe even as late as 4 o'clock, you'd do a dress rehearsal. This was in the days of the 15-minute versions of these programs. And so from about 4 to 4:15, you did a final thing, and then the director would come out of the control room and brush up anything, make some cuts if it had run too long, and so on.
And then you would do it live at 4:30?
Correct, yeah.
And start all over again the next day, huh?
That's
or
right.
were there any other shows that you were doing
then sometimes, I'd say half the time, where you'd go and do a nighttime show. You would leave there and you'd go and have dinner and show up again, maybe over at the Wrigley Building, where CBS was in those days. A lot of times we did evening programs over there, half-hour and hour programs, suspense, comedy, different things, or perhaps over at the Merchandise Mart, where
NBC was at the Mart.
Right.
Mutual was in the Tribune Tower.
Correct.
And WBBM and CBS was at the Wrigley Building.
That's right.
Did you ever get caught with the bridge up?
No. Those are famous old stories, though, aren't they? I love it.
Everybody in Chicago radio at one time got stuck with the bridge being up. Although there are those who say, well, you really could have gotten from one of those buildings to the other without crossing the bridge. But then
yes, you could have.
You couldn't have blamed the bridge on your tardiness, right?
That's right. That's right.
So the bridge is up all the time.
I love it.
The bridge is up. Well, you were doing a great many of these programs at one time, as a matter of fact. You were doing a couple of morning shows.
Yes.
You were doing some going to school. You were doing the after-school programs. And you were doing some
sometimes
nighttime
at night, right?
Now, this is not a question that I would have asked at the time, but I guess now I have to ask, when did you study for school?
Well, I was not a very good student. I really wasn't.
What?
I mean, my grades suffered, okay? But not my thinking, just my grades.
Well, you went on to do an awful lot of different things in radio. I mean, more than Jack, that Captain Midnight and some of these other things. You were on Ma Perkins and the Romance of Helen Trent.
Guiding Light, which is that still a TV show?
Gee, I don't know. I guess it.
Many people
it may still be
have seen that for so many years.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still a TV show. I probably is.
We listen to radio. We don't know much for TV.
But it started here.
Yeah. Sure. Right.
In radio.
You were telling me before, while we were listening to Dragnet, you mentioned that there were 20 or 25 different soap operas coming out of Chicago at one time in the Chicago heyday?
See, in 1943, I enlisted in the Air Force. And in those days, you could, as an air cadet, and in those days, you could pick any month up to 6 months past your 18th birthday to be called. So I picked the 6th month because I was doing all these shows and making this money. And
well, why did you enlist at all then?
Because if I didn't, when I turned 18, I'd be drafted.
Okay,
right?
All right, okay.
So I enlisted in the Air Force and said, I want to be called in February of 44.
Oh, 44, yeah. Well,
correct.
Now we're in the war.
So in August of 43, I enlisted. When I went into the service into the Air Force in February of 44, there were approximately, give or take one or two, 23 to 26 soap operas a day originating each day from Chicago on the 4 radio networks, plus probably 80-90% of all the half-hour and 15-minute kid shows.
Yeah.
When I came out of the service in 1944, in April of 46 rather, why the kid shows were still here, but most of the soap operas had either gone off the air or had moved to the either coast, most of them to the East Coast for their origination.
And so there was a lot less work for you to do then.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So then I went out to Northwestern University, the School of Speech, and I would go there up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, get in the car, come downtown and do, because I've got my old part back on Captain Midnight.
Now, did Chuck Ramsey go into the service while you did, or did somebody else take over?
No, that's right. Well, they never let any of these kids grow up or do anything other than, Ma Perkins, when I was junior fitz on Ma Perkins, they never let that kid go beyond about sounding like he was 12. Mm-hmm. And so, as soon as your voice changed, well, you were out of a job, and they hired another kid that sounded like he was 12. Well, so Chuck didn't go into the service, no. The part on Captain Midnight was then turned over to Johnny Coons.
Oh, yeah.
Good friend of mine.
Uncle Johnny Coons.
Oh,
yeah, right.
What a fine young fella, and a great guy. He played it. He for medical reasons was 4F, and he didn't have to go into the service, and so he played the part. And one day he saw me on the street, and I was within about 2 weeks of being discharged. And he said, "You home now?" And I said, "Yeah, just a few more weeks." He says, "Okay." And with that, he walked in and resigned his job, and I got mine back.
Oh,
it was a class act.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there were rules that you would have to be given your job if you could still handle it, but nevertheless, he was a classy guy.
Well, you served with distinction in the Air Force during the war. In fact, I understand that you were part of the atom bomb attack, right?
Yeah. I ended up as a gunner. They took 40,000 air cadets and put them in the infantry. That's how many pilots we had, officer flyers. And they sent those of us who had enlisted in the Air Force, guys like myself, they sent us to gunnery school. First to B-24, or rather B-17 gunnery school, later B-24, and finally I ended up on a B-29 combat bomber crew. And we were part of the atomic bomb group. We were the 393rd Bomb Squadron, the 509th Composite Group. My group commander was Paul Tibbets, who named his plane after his mother, the Enola Gay. So on the morning of August the 6th of 1945, they had actually 6 B-29s ready to go. They had Tibbets with the bomb, 2 wing B-29s that were going to fly along with them, filled with scientists, observers, and photographers. They were going to take pictures. This was going to be a visual drop. Prior to his taking off, they sent off 3 other B-29s, 30 minutes ahead of him. They sent our B-29, which was the straight flush, over to Hiroshima. They sent another B-29 over Nagasaki. The third B-29 that had taken off 30 minutes ahead of Tibbets' plane was sent over Kokura. Nagasaki was the secondary target that morning, and Kokura the tertiary, or third target. And it was, as I said, to be a visual drop. They really wanted to observe what was going to happen, the ultimate destruction. Was it going to work, and so on. If we had radioed, over Nagasaki, now we're 6 miles from Nagasaki, Hiroshima rather, we're at 30,000 feet. If we had radioed back and said in code, Hiroshima's full of clouds, so you can't see the ground, and the guy, say, over Nagasaki said, "It's okay here," why, Tibbets would have diverted and gone over there, and that would have been the first atomic bomb, or Kokura could have been. As it turned out, we got over Hiroshima, and my golly, it looked like downtown Chicago. I mean, you could see rivers and canals, and it was beautiful, sunlit morning. So we say, "It's swell here," and our orders were then, "Get out of here." And of course we did. We were 150 miles away by the time Tibbets dropped the bomb, because we passed him on the way out as he was coming in.
Did you know that he had the atomic bomb?
I did not personally. Our officers did, but I was flying as a corporal, and I did not personally know. I'm sure the people, on his crew knew, his enlisted men knew, but I didn't.
That's an exciting story, and that could have been... that would have lasted about 11 years on Captain Midnight, huh?
Isn't that the truth? Yeah, Ivan Shark would have had fun with that.
Really good. We're talking with Jack Bivans. He's our guest today. He was on all those great radio shows. including Sky King, which was a late 40s show.
That's right. It was. I went on a Sky King when Captain Midnight folded. Captain Midnight folded in 1950 approximately in favor of a television version. At that point, Sky King had been on the air for several years with Johnny Coons playing Clipper King. Johnny decided he was going to go over and work on television and have the Uncle Johnny Coons television show. So he did. And they gave me his part. It was kind of like a return of the favor. You know, when I went into the service, he got my part on Captain Midnight. Now I went back and I went on the Sky King show for 5 years as Clipper King, Sky King's nephew.
Now, there was a girl in there, Penny.
Penny King, right. Penny. She was the niece. That was played by Burl Vaughn.
I see. And she was also on Curtain Time and other programs around town. And Sky King was Earl Nightingale.
Yes, that's right.
We lost him just within the last month or so, I guess.
You know who announced Sky King? Mike Wallace.
Mike Wallace.
Yeah. He was a real devil in those days, I'll tell you. It's not the Mike Wallace that we see today on 60 Minutes.
Jack, I looked all over in our collection to find a Sky King broadcast with you on it as Clipper, and I couldn't find one. I found one with Johnny Coons as Clipper, but I did find a Captain Midnight show, and you are on that as Chuck Ramsey. Now, on that Captain Midnight show, Paul Barnes was Captain Midnight.
Yes.
For the longest part of the run of Captain Midnight, it was Ed Prentice.
Yes, he was the original.
The original Captain Midnight.
In the title role, right? And then Ed went over and started announcing Jack Armstrong. Can you imagine all these heavy-duty guys running around?
Crossover stuff like that.
Yeah, and then Paul Barnes, as you said, took over the role of Captain Midnight.
Okay. We're going to listen into a Captain Midnight show in just a little bit.
Okay,
so you
great.
Stick around and stay tuned. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio from WBBM News Radio 78 Chicago.
Hi, this is Patrick O'Neill. Isn't it a big pain when a little pain interferes with something you enjoy? I enjoy being on a boat. A while back, I just started out on a trip, was pulling a line, and a back pain kicked in. After planning the whole trip, I wasn't about to let that pain spoil things. So I rubbed in some therapeutic mineralized pain-relieving gel. It gives penetrating deep cold pain relief. It feels cool, not hot. You can feel the deep cold pain relief start. It really works. And therapeutic mineralized doesn't have an embarrassing odor. You probably don't like smelling like a hospital any more than I do. And I'll bet you're just as determined not to let that pain get to you. So when you get a minor ache or pain in your muscles or joints, pick up a jar. Just remember, there's one original therapeutic mineralized, the one with the deep cold trademark. Use only as directed. Therapeutic mineral ice. Let its deep cold put your pain on hold.
Okay, well, Jack, we've got this half-hour Captain Midnight show. Captain Midnight was on for so many, many years. Ovaltine sponsored Orphan Annie through the 30s, and then Captain Midnight through the 40s.
That's right.
Ovaltine figured they needed a more dynamic lead character for the exciting times of the 40s, the wartime
maybe
40s.
So.
You know,
I
Orphan
guess so.
Annie with that red dress and the dog, Arf, right?
Right.
Now we
Who's that little chatterbox?
Oh, you know the song. Good. Go ahead. You sing? Can you sing?
Oh, yeah, I can sing the whole thing.
Do it.
Who's that little chatterbox? The one with pretty auburn locks. Who could it be? It's little Orphan Annie. She and Sandy make a pair. They never seem to have a care. Cute little she. It's little Orphan Annie. Prize high, cheeks a rosy glow. There's a sort of healthiness handy. Pint-sized, always on the go. And if you want to know, ruff, says Sandy, always wears a sunny smile. Now, couldn't it be worth a while if you could be like little Orphan Annie?
Oh, boy, the number of the call. Murray Hill 8, right? Oh, boy,
Get the hook.
You were there. No, that's wonderful. Now, Captain Midnight didn't have a song. They didn't sing about Captain Midnight.
No song for him. The Songbird, that was Sky King is playing, though, wasn't it?
The Songbird, that's right. This is what we're going to hear is the first 30-minute show of Captain Midnight. Now, they felt that they needed the little stronger adventure. And this was the end of the run now by 1950.
Yeah, and what they found out too, Chuck, was that kids were their attentions. They couldn't be in all the time of following these things from day to day. They wanted each episode to be a complete story unto itself. Finish the thing that day.
So this was on Tuesdays and Thursdays,
right,
at 5:30 to 6, and I think they alternated with the so-called grown-up version of Jack Armstrong. Now,
Armstrong of the SBI.
The Scientific Bureau of Investigation, right? Jack Armstrong of the SBI. So he was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I guess, for Wheaties.
Yes.
And now here you guys are on, and I guess they're still on for Ovaltine. This was on the Mutual Broadcasting System. This recording, the sound is a little harsh on this. But gee whiz, it's it's almost 40 years old, and we're all a little harsher over the years, right?
Oh, I've mellowed.
Okay, let's listen in to Captain Midnight.
Captain Midnight! Yes, Captain Midnight. Brought to you at 5:30 every Tuesday and Thursday by the makers of Ovaltine, the world's largest-selling supplementary food drink. Ovaltine offers better nutrition for better health, keener vitality, and sound, restful sleep. Now on with a new half-hour action-packed adventure.
USA Today calls 48 hours groundbreaking.
Maria, trauma 1 to do CPR.
The Atlanta Journal says it's gut-wrenching.
All I want to do is see my kids.
And the New York Times calls it powerful stuff.
My mother's an alcoholic. My father's an alcoholic.
Each week, Dan Rather and CB.
Our guest is Jack Bivans. He was Chuck Ramsey on the Captain Midnight show that you're listening to. And Jack, you remember the excitement of doing these shows so well? You did a lot of good work in those days.
Well, I was just thinking, though, at that time, that was really important. And today I listen to it and I say, oh, I don't know, it's a little corny,
Well, but you have to realize the audience that was listening to that show. Now, I was a kid listening to these programs.
Yeah.
They meant a lot to me. They were very exciting.
Well, you weren't teethed on television, nor were,
That's right.
Most of us in this room, at least right now, this minute, were product of radio.
Well, we've used our imagination. And you were one of the people who provided part of that to make us use our imagination.
Yeah.
The actors and the sound effects people and the musicians. They did all of that. But we who listened, we had to costume the performers, we had to costume the actors, decorate the sets.
Sure.
And when the plane flew off, and we decided what it looked like.
That's
it was great stuff.
And the intensity, of the way the actors, not only myself, but all the rest of them in these kid shows, especially the intensity with which you would read the lines. Everything was exciting.
Well, it was exciting, and we got into it. We listened to it as a radio show that was entertaining and exciting. But sometimes we would, we'd be after school, we'd be playing in the backyards, and we'd play Captain Midnight or Jack Armstrong or something like that. And it was always a fight, who's going to be Captain Midnight? In the cast on this particular show, Paul Barnes is Captain Midnight. Jack Bivans, that's you. You're Chuck Ramsey.
Right.
Angela Orr is Joyce Ryan. And Art Hern is Ichabod Mudd.
Yeah.
Icky Mudd. Now, that's a great name.
In those days, they always had a comic relief character. In Captain Midnight, it was Ichabod Mudd. In Sky King, it was Jim Bell. But nevertheless, that was the guy that would, the kids were so intense. The hero in Captain Midnight or Sky King or Jack Arm, they were always very intense. The comic relief character, Ichabod Mudd, was the kind of a guy that just as you were about to, you were sneaking up on the villain, just as you're about to capture him, he would step on a twig and give the whole thing away. The villain would escape and he'd say, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, shucks. Gee whiz, Icky. But he also was not real smart, and he would always say, well, gee, Captain, why are we doing this? And,
Right.
But he was really asking on behalf of all of us at home
correct.
who wanted to know about what was going on. I think Captain Midnight patiently would explain why we're going to do that.
That's right.
Okay, let's get back now to the adventures of Captain Midnight.
And now, back to Captain Midnight and the Flying Ruby. When we left the members of the secret squadron, Icky was saying,
Yes, sir. I got a funny feeling that the next time we bump into those mugs, they're not gonna be so friendly.
Boy, oh boy, those good old days. And Pierre Andre was the announcer on that Captain Midnight show. Jack Bivans is here with us yet this evening. And we're pleased that you spend so much time with us
Thanks,
tonight,
Chuck. It was brought back some great memories.
You obviously worked over many years on Captain Midnight, and you came in contact regularly with Pierre Andre.
Yeah, what a super guy.
A legendary Chicago announcer, right?
But one of the really nice, yes, a legendary network announcer.
Yes,
yeah,
right.
He was known all over the country. Even today, there are, anybody that's in their 50s or 60s certainly would know of Pierre Andre because of the many years that he worked on these kids shows, and especially for Ovaltine. But you just never could find a nicer guy. He's just a super guy.
Did he come in, do his job, and leave, or did he mix with the cast a little bit?
Oh, we would have parties together and go out afterward, and sometimes go over to his house for an evening for dinner. Just a wonderful man. He had a son who also was in broadcasting. Dave. I've lost track of Dave.
At the Museum of Broadcast Communications, there is a Pierre Andre Memorial Studio there. And about 2 weeks ago, Dave Andre came in to the museum. It was the first chance he had to see this.
Is that right?
Tribute to his
What's
father.
Dave doing?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I know he spoke about it, but I just can't remember now. But he's been he was involved in government work for a while.
Yes, that's right.
Doing some things like that.
I think he was working for the state of Illinois.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But Pierre and his wife Gert used to live up on the North Sheridan Road, and they were just wonderful hosts.
Now you bring up something there. You say that you went to their house and you had dinner parties and you socialized. What kind of a social life did a young radio actor have in those days of the pre-war and the post-war 40s?
Oh, we used to date and go out. And
Did you do much with the other radio performers? Were there many contemporaries of yours, many kids, 13, 14, 15, doing radio work?
There were plenty, but I didn't associate with them mostly because I didn't know them. I don't know. I mean, I had one or two close friends, as I mentioned earlier. Corny Peoples was certainly a dear friend, but for the most part, I associated all my life with adults. I mean, older adults. Even when I was a kid, I wasn't. Mostly, my friends were all the people who worked on these shows.
So they didn't, as a child actor, so to speak, they really didn't treat you as a child. They treated you as an actor.
Oh yeah, you were one of them. You got the same amount of money, and you better do your job right, or you got replaced.
If you did a second role on a show, in a slightly different voice, did you get extra pay for that?
No, but it made you much more attractive. When I would go and work on, and then in later years, when no longer could do the 15-year-old, but I could do an 80-year-old person and then an 18-year-old and a 35-year-old person. You do 2 or 3 parts for the price of one.
Now, didn't the union come in and put a little bit of a stopper on that AFTRA? First it was AFRA.
Yeah, when I joined 50 years ago, in March of 1939, it was AFRA, of course.
AFRA,
there was
the
no
American
television.
Federation of Radio Artists, right?
Isn't that funny?
That's right.
Yeah.
No TV.
That's right. And now, of course, for many years, it's been AFTRA. But what were we just talking about?
Well, they said, I think when, at some point in there, the union said, you could double, maybe you could do one other character.
Right.
But after that, then if you were doing multiple characters, you received additional pay for that.
That was to keep a good source of work going for
Right.
Yeah, and an understandable one. So today, you can do a part and a double, but it shouldn't be but a few lines, that kind of a thing. I'm sure it's well defined, but you can't play multiple parts.
Well, otherwise they'd hire one actor and they'd have him do 19 different parts
voice
in the show.
Right.
You worked a little bit with Franklin McCormick too, he was another.
Well, he was the announcer on Jack Armstrong.
Yeah.
Long before Frank ever became known for his poetry reading.
He had a quarter-hour program of poetry reading right here on WBBM for many years, too.
Is that right?
Oh, sure he did, yeah.
I remember him at another station. I don't remember him here.
Well, he did a lot of work at different stations over the years with his quarter hours and poetry. And, of course, all night he was on the Meisterbrow Showcase for many years.
That's right.
With the lush music and the poetry. And
he was a private pilot. And I remember after I was just about ready to be discharged from World War II, sort of long about April or so of 1946. We bumped into each other in a parking lot across the street from Ricardo's, and he said, "Hey, you're just getting out of the service." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You didn't happen to bring home a parachute, did you?" I said, "Yeah, I have one at home." I said, "Why?" He said, "I'll buy it from you." I said, "You want to buy my parachute?" I said, "I'll give it to you." He says, No, I want to buy it." I said, "Well, this is one of those quick release harnesses. You give the thing a half snap, hit your belly, and the whole chute falls off of you, because we were flying over water, and you wanted to get rid of it so you get all tangled up if you had to go into the ocean." No, that'd be fine. That's just what he was looking for. So a few weeks later, I brought it downtown and gave it to him with my blessing, and he said, "I'm going to go get it repacked." I saw him about a month after that. I said, "You get the chute repacked? Are you using it?" He says, "Hey, that's a hot chute." He said, "They wouldn't repack that. They said that was a government issue and shouldn't have been released to any civilians at this time."
Well, there were so many things that came home from the war, from the trenches, though. There were bayonets and, I guess, Japanese flags and German Lugers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Liberated, right? By the GIs. He was a pretty nice guy, wasn't he?
But a very nice man. A very thoughtful person. Well liked by all of the people in our business. I mean, not just his fans and public at large, but his contemporaries.
Jack, you worked on some of the major network broadcasts, too, that originated in Chicago. You worked on The Shadow, didn't you?
I worked with Brett Morrison, who was, of course, The Shadow, and I did work on The Shadow. It started in New York, that show, and then moved here. I'm telling you, you wrote the book.
Well, The Shadow came out of Chicago for many years.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I worked on it. Yeah.
And there was a Saturday morning. It was like a family show. It really kind of aimed at a younger audience.
Meet the Meeks.
Meet the Meeks.
Yeah.
And you did something on that, right?
Yes, I played the young boy on that, who was the boyfriend of, I don't even know his name of the character, but Burl Vaughn, Ken Nordine's wife, was one of the leading, was the leading ingenue on the show. And
Fran Allison was the Mrs. Meek.
Right, and Forey Lewis was Mr. Meek. It was a kind of a Saturday morning network comedy show. We had to do a repeat on that, too, and a repeat broadcast. And when you'd hang around for the repeat, why, a poker game would ensue in the studio. Sometimes you didn't make any money on the repeat.
You lost everything on in the poker game.
Les Weinrot, who was the producer, writer, director, was a very good poker player.
Oh, so in other words, if you were a fish, you might be hired for that show, right?
Yeah, you got it.
You wouldn't have to pay anymore. Jack, you did so much work in broadcasting over the years, on the air and behind the scenes for many years. You were here at WBBM and as a general sales manager, I guess, for about 8 years, from about 1959 maybe to 67.
Right, the last 4 is the general sales manager. Before that, national sales manager, and earlier, my first experience here as a salesperson.
And you were selling, at that time, this was there was a Talk of Chicago format here.
Yeah, all music.
And
we're like 24 hours of Arthur Godfrey time almost.
It was live music.
Live
Mel
music.
Belair's and the music.
We had 2 orchestras, 9 singers, several hosts, including Mal, Joe Foss, Ollie Romand. Those were some super days. You would double sell the time. You'd go out and you'd sell 5 minutes of, say, the music wagon for the airtime, but then you'd charge an equal amount of money for the talent that was on the show, the music, the singers, and so on.
Oh, so if you didn't...
It was a heavy revenue producer.
That's right. If the client wouldn't buy the live music show, he wouldn't have to pay for the talent. He would maybe be buying a record show. Andres
well, that's true. Or spot announcements or something like that, yes. But the emphasis was to go out to the sales types like myself, go out and sell those music shows. if you came in with an order for 5 minutes a day in one of those music shows, or 10 minutes, or God forbid, a half an hour, why, you were a hero for life, or at least until next month.
As good as your last picture. Well, you've been, since those days, you have been in and around the radio world, selling time and in management positions and all that sort of thing. Right now, you're with an advertising agency.
Yeah,
right?
I'm with Brooks Advertising. Lyle Brooks is the founder and owner of Brooks Advertising in Palos Heights, and I'm what's known as an account executive and media director, and calling what I do enjoy most, though, about the job is that I get a chance to write commercials and programs and produce them. And so, I'm not in front of the microphone much anymore, but I still have an opportunity to be in and around the periphery of the business, if you will.
Well, it's lucky for the business that you are.
Thank you.
And you still get a chance to do a little radio work, don't you?
Yeah. There's, you're referring to Unshackled.
Unshackled, right?
Yeah. For your listeners who may not be familiar with it, Unshackled is probably, I bet you it is, the last dramatic radio program in America that's heard each week and is done new each week. These are not reruns or old-time radio like we're doing here tonight. These programs are sponsored by the Pacific Garden Mission, which is a rescue mission down on South State Street here in Chicago. And it's a half-hour dramatic radio program dealing with the true life stories of all kinds of unfortunate people who have found Christ through this mission. And these programs are dramatized. We're on a stage there at the mission. They have an organist who's playing the transitions and the background music. There's a sound effects man, just like the old days, who's doing the gunshots and the door slams and the car chases and so on. There's an audience that comes to the show. We have sometimes as many as 100, 150 people. Some come in bus loads from their church or school groups, and others just happen to have heard the program through the years, and they come down there to see it when they're passing through town. The show's been on the air almost 39 years.
My goodness.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to see a live, dramatic radio show in action, the last one probably in this country, where they can show up at the Pacific Garden Mission, which is at 646 South State Street in Chicago, any Saturday afternoon around 4 o'clock, and they'll see one of these shows being put on. The show is heard on over 700 stations worldwide.
Wow. Yeah, I know it's a long-running show, and it has been on, and it's written locally and performed by local people.
Yeah,
you're one of them.
That's right.
How often do you get down there?
Well, I'm there about half the time.
About half the time. Maybe
it doesn't run that way. I mean, in other words, I'm not there every other time. I'm there maybe 2 or 3 times in a row, and then I'm not there for 2 or 3 more times.
I see.
But it depends on what the casting needs are of that particular program. But they're all AFTRA members that are in the cast, and it's produced, written, and directed by Jack Odell, a longtime person associated here on the broadcast scene from Chicago, and for many years now in this role with Unshackled.
And anyone who wants to go can just appear there, right? They don't need a reservation
or
that's correct. Advance or anything, and they do this every Saturday at about 4 o'clock?
Yeah. I would suggest that someone might want to call the mission. I know that there are 1 or 2 times during the year when the show is not being pre-taped because everybody's on vacation. The number there is Wabash 2, whatever that is. I'm still using the prefix.
I love it. Yeah. I love
Wabash 2 1462.
WA2 1462. And just to call and say, are you going to be taping this Saturday?
Yes.
And then I'm coming down, right?
Yeah, and they'd love to see you. They're nice people down there, and it's just a lot of fun.
I'd be happy to see people go over there. That would be good. It's not too far from the Museum of Broadcast Communications, so they could make a double header. They could come down to the museum for a while and see some of the things there, and then go on over to the Pacific Garden Mission.
Now, we members of the cast get over there about 2:30, I think, rehearsal starts. And we do a couple of run-throughs. But the actual taping, with some stops and starts, begins at around 4 o'clock or 4:30, in that range.
So who, if someone goes there, who might we see besides Jack
you'd
Bivans?
see myself, perhaps other actors and actresses, you mean? Mary Skoll, Russ Reed, sometimes Harry Alders.
Harry was with the Curtain Time for many years.
Yes,
in Chicago.
that's right.
He was one of the busiest commercial announcers in town. And he's headquartered, I believe, in Colorado, but he comes in and out of Chicago to do work.
Isn't that
there.
something?
And when he does come in, he was a guest on another show we did one time. And when he comes in, he always tries to do the Unshackled program.
Yeah.
It's like it's at once a little bit of nostalgia, I suppose, to do that, but it's also staying close to your roots, isn't it?
Well, it's a great ego trip. It really is. I mean, it pays money too.
Oh, wow.
Because it has to. It's a union job. But beyond that, I mean, it's a nice massage for all of the performers.
You know, you've made a great contribution to radio.
Thank you.
The work that you've done over the past 50 years, and I want to thank you for it. It's a nice opportunity to say that on the occasion of your 50th anniversary.
Well, it sure has been fun being here tonight with you, Chuck.
You have any memorable moments from the radio days, an outstanding moment that you can recall that meant more to you than any other moment, or maybe some disastrous flub that happened?
I'll tell you one of the things that I've never forgotten. I think I was in mid 1946, and I was standing on the 19th floor of the Merchandise Mart waiting for the elevator to go down, and I had just lost an audition of some kind. And as we said here earlier tonight, I had been away on the service and had put myself on the line like millions of Americans did at that time. And I was feeling sorry for myself. And a guy that used to be on Captain Midnight came walking up to the elevator, and his name is Boris Aplot. He always played the villain in the story, Ivan Shark. And he said, what's with you? What are you doing these days? I said, I don't know. I just lost another part. And these guys, they don't seem to have any reason to think about you. He says, wait a minute. He says, you're just feeling sorry for yourself. He says, you got to remember one thing. He says, nobody cares about what you did yesterday. He says, you just keep your eye on the front of you and worry about what you're doing now and get out of here and don't think that you're going to get a free ride because you were a hero in the war or anything else. And boy, he was right, and it always stuck with me.
In other words, learn from yesterday, but look forward to tomorrow. Right?
Amen.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. That's our guest, Jack Bivans, who was on Captain Midnight and so many other great radio shows. And that's about it for now. The old clock on the wall says we have to go. Now, we'll be off tomorrow. There's a hockey game, but we'll be here on Tuesday with the great Gildersleeve and Hopalong Cassidy. Hope you can join us then. Until then, this is Chuck Schaden. Thanks for listening. And that's Crime on the Waterfront with Mike Wallace starring as Police Detective Lieutenant Lou Cagle of the New York Police Department. And this is a broadcast from February 24th of 1949. And joining us at our studio here in the Museum of Broadcast Communications is our very special guest this afternoon, Mr. Mike Wallace.
Thank you, Chuck.
You have a lot of fans in the Chicago area, Mike.
Oh, well, listen, this is where I grew up professionally, so that I have a special feeling about this town. I went to college in Ann Arbor and got a job. Luckily, I couldn't get a couple of jobs for which I had auditioned, and I got a job at WOOD in Grand Rapids back in 1939. and then came to Detroit to WXYZ, and finally here to Chicago in 1941.
Was your first job here in Chicago as a staff announcer on some station?
No, I was freelance. Mm-hmm. I announced a soap opera called Road of Life, the story of Dr. Jim Brent.
And Dr. Brent Calls Surgery, right?
That's exactly the one. And shortly after that, got a job doing the air edition of the Chicago Sun-Times before it was the Sun. Mm-hmm. Those were the days when you could, as you know, Chuck, you could do news and commercials and narration and acting and everything. And no one thought the worse of before. It was all honest work. And the extraordinary thing for somebody breaking into the business back then was that it gave you an opportunity to do a variety of chores, and you began to learn what it was that you could do and what you couldn't do. And that Lou Cagle, how long did that stay on the air?
Not too long.
My son Chris earlier heard a little bit of the Lou Cagle, and he said, "I understand why you went into news."
You started on radio in Detroit, actually.
Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids. And you moved to Detroit.
Right.
And did some work with the Lone Ranger and the Green Hornet?
Well, I filled in as the narrator on the Lone Ranger occasionally, but announced narrated the Green Hornet, Ned Jordan's Secret Agent, Challenge of the Yukon, and along with Douglas Edwards, I was one of the Cunningham News Aces. Cunningham Drugstore sponsored it, and there was a P-38, the Cunningham News Aces on the air, and I was one of the 2 Cunningham News Aces back then.
You do sound effects too?
Whatever paid the bills.
Was it a good time for you?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, come on, you were breaking into the way you wanted to make your living and learning. And I remember, you mentioned the Lone Ranger. We were talking about it earlier. There was a stock company of actors in Detroit, of all places. Stock company of actors who were in all of those radio shows. And if you got a Ranger, you really were getting rich, because this was before the days of tape or wire recording or even wax recording. So we would have to do 3 live shows. We played the Ranger at 6:30 to the East Coast, 7:30 here in the Middle West, and 10:30 on the West Coast. And you did each of the 3 things live. And I think that AFRA, the American Federation of Radio Artists, by that time had gotten our fee up to $38 for those 3 shows. That was bonanza.
No, it was the Lone Ranger, bonanza.
I set you up.
I'm sorry about that. How did you get from Detroit to Chicago?
A friend of mine who had been a sound man and then a director at WXYZ Radio, Ted Robertson, came here to direct soap operas. And he said, Erna Phillips, who was the woman who did Guiding Light and Road of Life and so forth, needed an announcer for one of her soap operas, Road of Life. And P&G was the sponsor for Chipso, C-H-I-P-S-O. The Chipso Elephant and the Chipso Lamb or something, to show how tough and how easy Chipso was as a soap. In any case, she had veto power over the announcer on the soap opera, and what she wanted was somebody who could narrate her soap opera, the heck with the commercials. And so she chose me, and they, P&G hired me.
Can I ask what you were paid?
$155 a week, because we were so funny. I remember all this so well. Well, of course, you know, I'm money oriented. It was, I think, 112 if it were only one show. But we played at 10 o'clock in the morning from 10 to 10:15 on NBC, just before Vic and Sade. And then we came over to WBBM, to CBS for the repeat. And so for the 2, you got $155 a week.
Were you recording one in between there any place? Sometimes they recorded a show to play where there were no network broadcasts.
No, not at that time. No, that's all I was doing. That's all I was doing. I really used a lot of shoe leather in this town, because that show was canceled after the first year. And I was out of a job, and I mean really out of a job. And I had a son on the way, and I didn't have $5 coming in. So I remember so pounding from advertising agency to advertising agency, auditioning, you know, trying to find a job. And eventually, as Everyone does. You catch on. And so by the time I left for the Navy in late 43, early 44, I was doing reasonably well. At that time, I was also doing the air edition of the Chicago Sun-Times actually on a radio station called WJWC, which was, the call letters were that for a man by the name of John W. Clark, who was a friend of Marshall Field, who owned the Chicago Sun, and you could hear the station as far north as South Chicago occasionally. The transmitter was in Hammond or Gary. And then after the war came back to WMAQ. By that time it was the Sun-Times, and I got my job back on the late news on Q.
When you were doing that air edition of the Chicago Sun, was that a rewrite of the news stories of the day?
Yeah. Clifton Utley was the editor, Garrick Utley's dad, and he was also the head of the Council on Foreign Relations here. And we had a fellow by the name of Joe Fromm, who was his assistant, who wound up as managing editor of U.S. News and World Report. Bill Costello, who later became a CBS News correspondent. We had a first-rate staff at the Chicago Sun, and we used to broadcast from the top floor of the Daily News building right down close by here.
That, I think, was the original home of WMAQ.
Was it?
Or MAQ was in the Drake Hotel. That's right.
I didn't know. MAQ was in the Merchandise Mart.
By the time you got there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You know, they're leaving the Merchandise Mart now.
I hear.
NBC Chicago is moving to brand new building.
I know. Chris pointed it out today. I had no idea it was such a beautiful new building.
But there's an awful lot of history in that fantastic Merchandise Mart.
Oh, I should say so.
And I think you made a lot of history over there, didn't you?
Well, we all had, I don't know about making a lot of history. We all had a lot of fun because this was the center, really, of soap operas in America back then. And there was a tremendous amount of work to be had. Then, in addition, there were things like First Nighter and Curtain Time and Don McNeil's Breakfast Club and a variety of radio shows, the Knickerbocker Playhouse, things of that nature. And again, it was. Then came Dave Garroway and Studs Terkel, and then Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. All of that came out of the Merchandise Mart.
Well, you were tossing the ball out today at Wrigley Field, and I guess that was a pretty exciting experience.
A real kick.
Isn't that wonderful to be out there?
I should say so.
What were the Cubs doing when you left?
When we left to come here, they were at 2-2, and I understand. What is the score now? Anybody know? Still 2-2?
Still 2-2.
Good.
So we haven't missed anything. Anyway, while you were at Wrigley Field earlier, we were playing a Curtain Time broadcast where you were doing commercials for Mars Incorporated.
Right.
And that was a show that, as a youngster, I'm sorry to say this, but as a youngster, I would go to see once in a while.
I announced it as a youngster.
That's right. That's right. But I remember that you and all of the other people who appeared on that show were dressed for the occasion. You had dinner jackets or tuxedos, and the women had gowns and the whole thing.
Radio or not. That's right.
There was a catering to the studio audience as well as the listening audience.
Well, the studio audience for the Breakfast Club was fascinating. I mean, early in the morning, and they never failed to jam it with people. But radio, I mean, there was more, there was more glamour, I guess, is the proper word for radio back then, because television had barely begun to poke its nose over the horizon. I noticed, by the way, that Bill Eddy, Commander Eddy, who was the originator of WBKB here in town, just died
within the last week or so, yes. Right. At the Merchandise Mart, when you were with WMAQ, were you on staff then?
Never on staff.
Never on staff.
No, I freelanced exclusively here in Chicago I was here for a decade with 2.5 years out, Navy. And I worked GN and Q and BBM, mostly those three. And it just kept you so busy because there was so much activity here in town then.
Did you ever get caught by the bridge being up?
Only on one or two occasions, but I did.
But you did.
And actually what happened was I didn't make the repeat at CBS. I was coming across and didn't make the repeat of Road of Life. And I thought I was going to lose my job as a result of it, but they understood.
That was a standard problem or excuse, I think.
A little of each. Correct.
You stopped in the museum earlier this morning, and we talked very briefly about the Announcer's Lounge at WMAQ,
right,
which was a very interesting place.
The Announcer's Lounge was a room, I would say, it's just a big, comfortable room with a lot of leather chairs around it. And when I used to come in for the late news on WMAQ, the air edition of the Chicago Sun-Times, Dave Garroway and Hugh Downs, who were on staff there, each of them, both announcers, and then Garroway would do his late-night disc jockey show that really made David's reputation. Anyway, and Downs would sit there waiting to do station breaks each night, and they had one of those huge Webster's dictionaries that's on wheels, and they would play a game at $1 a throw. One would give the other a word that he thought that the other guy could not define. And the fact of the matter is that Downs knew more than Garroway did. But that's what they used to do night after night after night. And everybody was persuaded. They knew that Dave Garroway had a fine future. But Downs, never make it. Never make it. And as you can see, he never made it.
Didn't do it, right?
So somebody said, was it you who said this morning that he's done more television hours, Hugh? Can I talk television a little bit here, too?
Of course.
Than anybody else in America. And I think that probably is true between the Tonight Show and the Home Show and the Today Show and all of the things that he has done through the years.
When you were freelancing in Chicago, were you ever tempted to become a staff man someplace?
No. And that really is a question. I go back to my money orientation. When I was out of a job and with a son over the horizon, I really did get very insecure about it. And so I said to myself, listen, never depend upon one job again. I had Road of Life, and then I had a little hitchhike announcement for some shampoo, another P&G shampoo, that paid $10 a day, $10 a spot. So I was making something like $195 a week, $205 a week. And I came down to the mailbox. We used to live on North State Parkway one day, and there were cancellation notices on both of those. And I suddenly realized from making a big fat $10,000 or $11,000 a year, I was broke and had about $200 left. And that really gave me a chill. So I said, okay, never again. And that's one of the reasons why I branched out into so many things, trying to find if something didn't work, that I'll go someplace else in radio. I mean, I wanted to stay in radio, but, and that's why I never took a staff job. And I stayed freelance. I went to CBS in New York in '51 and stayed there for 3-4 years, and then freelanced for a while. And freelanced for a long time until I realized that all of us were creatures of 13-week contracts. Every 13 weeks you could be out of a job. So that's when I said to CBS, hey, I would love to sign a contract for a steady job and a steady check at a reduced sum, just because you want the assurance of being able to pick up a check at the end of the week.
There's not a great deal of security in this business for most people.
No.
And even for the well-established people.
That's right.
Tomorrow something can happen and it's over.
If you freelance, really, you're at the whim of the advertising agency, the ratings, whoever the new boss is over your show. And it's so it's a good idea to head for, I mean, if that's important to you, and it is to most of us, to head for the safe haven of a contract that goes on, or a good relationship with a company in broadcasting.
I'm Chuck Schaden. Our guest is Mike Wallace. We're talking about his career this afternoon, and we've been listening to lots of his broadcasts from the good old days of radio. Those were the days from 97 FM. This is WNIB Chicago, WNIZ in Zion. Mike, while you weren't here before, we've been playing all kinds of your dirty laundry on the air today.
Oh, my.
We played an excerpt from a program that you and Buff Cobb conducted at the Chez Paris. It was called the Shea Show.
Right.
Now, how did that come about for you?
WMAQ. It was on from 11:30 until 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to think how it came about. Probably somebody offered me a job. That is how it came about. But Buff and I were married at that time, and she had never done any radio. She had never done any television. Didn't virtually exist at that time, but she'd never done any radio. And they talked about the possibility. There was Tex and Jinx in New York, and Peter Lind Hayes and Mary Healy, his wife, and Dorothy and Dick, Dorothy Kilgallen. And so they thought, why not develop a husband and wife team here in Chicago? And so WMAQ asked us if we wanted to do it. I said, well, look, if you don't mind hiring an apprentice, because Buff was. And she was a little bit nervous about it. So we used to drive around Chicago, and I'd say, okay, I am Betty Grable, ask me 10 questions. Or I mean it, seriously, I did. And she would say, da, da, da. And I'd hit her once or twice. And and that's really, we trained, and what happened was that, you develop a kind of style. And our style was to argue on the air. We bickered. You remember the Bickersons?
Yes.
Who was it? It was Don Amici and
Francis
Langford on radio. And so we began to bicker on the air, Mike and Buff did. And it was sort of entertaining from 11:30 until 1 o'clock in the morning. And we bickered a lot, and then eventually CBS in New York heard our bickering and found it interesting, so they brought us into New York to do it, and we bickered ourselves right out of a marriage.
It was
True.
disintegrating right on the air.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, that was the forerunner of a lot of in Chicago, it was the forerunner of many broadcasts that came from the Shea Prairie. Later on,
Jack Eigen
made a career out of it over there.
We did just 1 year. But that was really, again, that was wonderful training, because it was out of the Shea Prairie, out of the little bar, I think they called it the Sapphire Room, to the side of the big room. But all kinds of people, politicians would come in, and sports figures and arts figures, and you really began to learn about doing research and ad-libbing entertaining questions, and trying to stir a little heat, if you could.
To make it interesting.
Exactly.
Sure.
And it was a very good background for learning your craft.
Was this an early experience for you as far as on-the-air interviewing was concerned?
When I got back out of the Navy in '46, the first interview show that I'd ever done was Famous Names, which originated out of the Bernice room of the Blackstone Hotel. It was on WGN. That was really the first one. It was for a half hour every afternoon, Monday through Friday. And the same thing was true there. Mainly, I think, we interviewed entertainment figures there, very few politicians. But that helped you to understand the give and take. Also helped me to understand that in order to do an interesting interview, the interviewer really has to know a great deal about the interviewee so that you can get that person talking. And I made no bones about it. I was quite content to write out a lot of my questions ahead of time, and then if you can always fall back on the written question and the kind of information that you develop in that way, and the questions that you develop in that way. Then you can discard them if the interview becomes sufficiently interesting, but you always have that to fall back on. And that truly, to this day, is the way that I try to prepare. Get as much information for a 60 Minutes interview, and write out maybe 50 questions ahead of time. And then, working from that, let the conversation go where it will, but you have that piece of paper there. And what I do is, let's say that you're interviewing a politician, and then I'll do 5 questions. I'll put a heading at the top of this legal pad. Power. 5 questions, corruption. 5, ambition. That kind of thing, and maybe get 6 or 7 or 8 categories, and use that as a kind of scorecard to keep the thing going.
If every interviewer would listen to what you've just said we'd have a lot better interviews along the line in every phase, whether you're doing a so-called lightweight interview or a penetrating interview.
Yeah.
So many interviewers don't listen to what the person they're interviewing is saying, and so many of them don't come prepared with any background or any information. It's terrible.
The business about not coming prepared is inexcusable. The business about occasionally not listening as much as you might, I understand perfectly, because what do you think? You're thinking about the engineer, you're thinking about the clock, you're thinking about the time for the commercial. And you've really got to plant your feet and look your interviewee in the eye and say, okay, it's you and me, and there's nobody else here.
Right. Right.
It was fun, really. Back in New York, I used to do a program called Night Beat, television program, and it was one of the first of the almost occasionally self-consciously abrasive, warts and all, close-ups and so forth. And in a dark studio with just stabbing Klieg lights in the face of the interviewee, and you knew that you were making it when you understood that the person you were interviewing forgot the cameras, forgot the lights, forgot everything, and the chemistry had been achieved between the two of us. And it's a wonderful feeling.
You've done and you don't need me to tell you this, but you've certainly done a marvelous job with your career. And we here on our broadcast, and the people who listen to this show, remember the early days, the Chicago days especially. And when they see you on 60 Minutes or in some other venue where you're performing or doing your thing, they remember the roots that you have in the Chicago area. And we thank you for that. You've done you've done the profession very proud. And, you're to be congratulated on the event tonight, the salute by this museum for your career and work.
Well, this is the first time that I have been in this museum. I went over this morning with Bruce Dumont and took a look at some of the computers and what you can call up in the way of your 45,000 radio. Is that true?
48. Sorry. 1,000
radio shows and all the television shows. And it's we have a museum in New York. I understand they're putting one together down in Atlanta, and it's about time that we all got together and began to save and savor and use what has taken place in radio and in television. You use it for entertainment. You use it to understand where you came from. There's so much research that can be done, and so much entertainment can be had.
And it would be a shame to lose any of it.
Correct.
With these radio shows, as an example, if they were good back in 1947, they may still be good today. So why shouldn't someone be able to hear them if they'd like to hear them? That's why this museum is here.
Of course, the fun of radio, for me, is exactly what's going on now. I mean, you really can forget about the lights and the makeup and all of that, a lot of people around. I was astonished when I first started to do television, because radio, come on, this is it. There's an engineer, there's a director, there's a fellow or two or three people in front of a microphone, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you walk into a television studio and there are 30 people there. And it's very, it was difficult at the beginning to concentrate on the matter at hand, which in the final analysis is what you're saying into the microphone.
I thank you for what you've said in the microphone for all these years.
Chuck,
we
thanks.
won't forget your radio career. We'll certainly savor your television career and hope that it continues for, well, George Burns is going along for a while. I mean, you're a long way from George Burns.
Not so long. My daughter is smiling over there.
Your son, Chris, is here. I wonder, Chris, would you step over to our Those Were the Days microphone for just a second? He's accompanied you here.
Well, he was born here and started in Channel 2 here. That is, he started out, he was a print reporter at the Globe after college in Boston, and then came here to Channel 2. He used to work for CBS before he went wrong.
And you've gone to the network of the Chimes now.
Well, no, actually, I went to the network of the Chimes, and in January I switched to ABC.
The other Chimes.
The other Chimes.
Backward Chimes, right? That's right. Well, what do you think about this event for your dad? You're pretty proud of him, I think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's very exciting because, we're always thinking in our business about what's next. What's the latest piece you did, the most recent interview, and to suddenly look back over the body of a career, and it's quite a career, 40 years in broadcasting and radio, and to look back at from the radio broadcast through all the years of the quiz shows, to the interviews, and now 60 Minutes for 21 years. It's extraordinary.
You're pretty proud of your son too, aren't you?
I should say so.
So. Yeah.
I should say so. Well, listen, you're bound to be proud because your son wants to do the same thing that you did, and he's done it all on his own. I mentioned before that he used to work for CBS, and he could still work for CBS, but he decided he wanted to do it absolutely for himself. And
well, you have to have some talent to do that, and I know you do, Chris.
Well, thank you.
And we're glad that you came along, and we're proud of both of you. And Mike, it's great to have you with us. We appreciate it. I know you've been so busy since you came in last night, but we're glad you stopped by with us today. We'll see you tonight at the Hilton.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Chris and Mike Wallace.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
A Mars bar.
I just gave Mike Wallace a Mars bar in honor of the old curtain time days. Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days from 97 FM. Are you ready now for Sky King? Let's go back to July 23rd of 1947 for... You're listening to Old Time Radio Classics here on WBBM News Radio 78 Chicago. I'm Chuck Schaden, and we're delighted to have with us on the line from Borrego Springs, California, Mr. Gale Gordon. Hello, Gale.
Hello, how are you?
I'm delighted to have you with us this evening.
Well, I'm delighted to be here, especially after our last date when we were out of telephones up in this neck of the woods. I'm sorry for that, but we couldn't help it.
Well, I guess you had an area-wide problem, didn't you, with the phones?
Not that wide. We live in a very rural area. The wind had been blowing for a week, and it blew a line down that happened to be the one that services our phone, and so it took 2 or 3 days before we had contact with the outside world. But anyway, that happens frequently out here in the country, but we try to grin and bear it.
Well, you enjoy your seclusion out there, too, don't you?
Very much, yes.
You are really one of the most durable supporting actors from radio and television for, must be over 60 years. Is that correct?
Well, I've been in this business for 67 years, yes. 1923 I started.
My goodness. Now, what did you do in 1923? What were you doing?
I was in a play in New York on Broadway with Richard Bennett, who was the father of Joan, Constance, and Barbara Bennett. And that was the start of my career. I was 17 years old, and I've been working in the theater or television or radio ever since.
You haven't really paused to stop at all, have you?
I've been lucky enough to work for 67 years.
Incredible. Now, you've been out of the country for a while, haven't you?
Well, every year I go to Canada to do dinner theater. The last 13 years I've been going up there every year. We're going again in September to open another theater for the Stage West people, and I love it. I love the theater, of course, and it keeps me active and out of mischief, and I love that.
Well, we love all the work you've been doing over the years. Now, we, of course, on this program like to concentrate on the good old days of radio.
Yes.
And how did you get into radio, and when did you get into radio?
Well, that was in the early 1930s. And radio was a sort of a novelty in those days. It was, particularly out here in California, we were very behind the times as far as initiating radio programs and so forth are concerned. And I was out of a job, and somebody said, well, call up a radio station, and, you might do that. It's easy work. You read from a piece of paper. You don't have to memorize lines or anything and put on makeup or get dressed up in costumes and so forth. And I called KFWB here in Hollywood. A young lady answered, and on the phone said, well, come in tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'll talk to you. And I went down the next day at 10 o'clock to this little tiny office. There was a lady walking around. She was answering the phones, and she was doing all kinds of things. There was nobody else in the place at all. And I sat there for about half an hour, and finally she came over and said, well, may I ask what you're doing here? And I said, well, I'm waiting for an interview with Miss Kay Van Riper. She said, well, I'm Kay Van Riper. And I talked to you on the phone yesterday, and you said to come in at 10 o'clock. And she looked at me. I was then 26 or 27. She said, oh, from your voice, I thought you were a middle-aged Englishman. And so she said, yes, I have a part for you. And I did a radio show with her as an English character in some sort of playlet that she had written. And I was with her for several years doing all kinds of things. But that was my start in radio, for which I got $2.50. And the station took out 25 cents for employing me. So that was not very lucrative, but that was the going rate in California in those days.
The station acted as your agent, in effect, is that right?
All the agents, all the stations in California acted as agents when they called anyone to act. They took 10% out of the $2.50 that they paid you anyway.
Did that all change when the union came about, AFRA?
Well, it changed, yes, a good deal, but then it was against the law, actually, for an employer to hire you and then take percent as your agent, take 10%, because that isn't kosher, no matter how you look at it. And the studios did it for years and years and years, and finally, of course, it was outlawed, and we got more than $2.50 finally out here. We got $5. I wasn't allowed to work at one station because I asked for $3 for a show, and they thought I was too stuck up and much too expensive, and they wouldn't hire me.
Did you generally play more mature characters, older than your own age?
Usually. Usually, yes. I played everything, juveniles and heavies in particular, and we all, of course, in radio had to do dialect, or we couldn't work because in those days, if you were employed to do a part on a show, it was assumed that you would be able to double and do two parts, so that the employer could have a show with 10 people in it and get 5 actors, and the 5 actors would do the 10 parts.
They didn't take double commission on those 10 parts,
no,
did they?
No.
What kind of other dialects did you do then?
Well, I did French, German, Irish, English, of course, having gone to school in England. I did that a great deal, played a great many Englishmen. And everybody in radio had to do at least 2 or 3 dialects. Italian, there was a dialect we called the international dialect, which is a little mishmash of everything, and we used that if there had to be some obscure country. You didn't know quite what it was, but it satisfied the listeners, so that was all that was necessary.
Now, you portrayed Flash Gordon in the 1930s, didn't you?
Yes, briefly. I was in New York and auditioned along with everybody else. In those days, you didn't do any part at all without auditioning with 10 or 20 or 30 people. And I got the part merely on the voice. The fact that my name was Gordon didn't mean a thing. I just was cast as the part. I did it for 8 or 10 episodes, I think. Then I came back to California. But I was the original Flash Gordon on radio.
Now, I understand that when in radio, one's appearance didn't have anything to do with it at all. It was strictly the voice and the ability that you had to work with your voice.
That's right.
So you must have been rather versatile to have stayed employed all of those years, and you made, and I'm going to jump around just a little bit, you made a wonderful transition to television from radio, didn't you?
Well, yes, but then I'd been in the theater, so it's very easy. A lot of the people I worked with in radio who were just superb radio actors never did make it into television because they couldn't walk and talk at the same time. They were so used to standing in front of a microphone and fading in and out for a few steps that they didn't know how to use their bodies when it came to doing television. Well, I did because I'd been on stage.
You worked on TV for a great many years with Lucille Ball.
Yes.
And everybody, I think, remembers the characterization of Mr. Mooney, the president of the bank, with Lucy for so many years.
Yeah.
And then actually there was a slight switch in that series from the Lucy show to Here's Lucy, and you took on a different name, really, but pretty much the same kind of character, right?
That's right.
You were...
Harrison Otis Carter, Mr. Mooney, and Uncle Harry in the third series. So that they made me a part of the family because it was much easier for the writers to include someone who was part of the family, like going on a vacation.
Yeah.
They couldn't do that if I was just a banker.
I see.
Not an...
Oh, yeah, you had to go along with, right?
Yes.
Well, you started working with Lucille Ball in the radio days, actually.
Yes, before the I Love Lucy started, I did a radio show with her called My Favorite Husband.
Now, go ahead, I'm sorry. I was going to say, you played her husband's boss then, right?
Yes.
And that was also a bank president.
Right.
So they got you close to the money, don't they? Didn't they?
Yes, well, the idea in those days was that anyone who was a boss of a bank had to be a blowhard.
A character, actually, that you've portrayed to perfection over the years on so many shows. And I might also add that, unlike yourself in real life, I have a clip from a My Favorite Husband broadcast from 1949, and that was Richard Denning and Lucille Ball as George and Liz Cooper.
Yes.
And you were Rudolph Atterbury, the president of the bank where George Cooper worked.
Yes.
And your wife on that show
was Bea Benaderet.
Bea Benaderet. That was Iris. Yes. Iris. In this clip that we have, you'll also hear from one of the great supporting actors on radio, Mr. Frank Nelson.
Ah, yes.
He was a waiter in this little scene. This is at a restaurant, and Lucy wants her husband, George, in this scene. Liz wants George to ask you, Mr. Atterbury, for a raise. Now, if you hang on for just a few minutes, we're going to listen together to this clip from My Favorite Husband.
Right.
Maybe someday we can afford those extra luxuries, but right now we've got to cut corners.
Well, it's not my spending that's the trouble. It's your salary. I think
Hold
it's
it.
the least...
I know just what you're going to say. George, I think you should ask for a raise.
I certainly do. What's the matter with Mr. Atterbury, anyway? You've been with the bank 10 years, and you haven't got a thing to show for it.
I have, too. Don't forget my 10-year pin.
Well, pretty soon you'll have to use it to hold your 10 years' trousers together. You're afraid to ask him for a raise.
I am not.
You are, too. Georgie is a sissy. Georgie is a sissy.
All right. Now, look, if it'll make you feel any better, I gave Mr. Atterbury a very strong hint yesterday.
Really? Did you really, George?
I certainly did. We were having lunch, and Mr. Atterbury said, George, it's getting hard for a man to make both ends meet these days.
Oh, what an opening. And what did you say?
I said, it sure is.
That's all?
Yes.
He didn't get upset by your strong language, did he?
Well,
George, you've got to speak plainer. Come right out and ask him for a raise.
Well, things like that just aren't done down at the bank.
Then do it away from the bank. Ask him tonight at dinner. We're eating out with the Atterburys, you know.
I won't talk business at dinner.
All right, if you won't, I will.
Oh, no, you don't.
Don't worry, George. I'll bring it up subtly.
Yeah, I know you're subtly. Good evening, Mr. Atterbury. Sorry we're late, and why don't you give George a raise?
All right, George. I won't say anything if you'll promise me one thing.
What?
For heaven's sake, don't pay the check. No wonder he thinks you don't need more money. You always pick up the check when the four of us go out to dinner.
I do not.
You do, too? Although I'll admit it isn't your fault. Mr. Atterbury can out-fumble anyone.
Oh, now that isn't fair. He pays as often as I do.
Oh, sure. You pick up the check for dinner and dancing at the Biltmore, and then when we're at the ball game having peanuts, he says, it's my turn, boys.
You're exaggerating.
Use your eyes, George. Every time the check comes, he's looking down, studying his fingers. You'd think he just discovered a uranium under his nails.
Now that you mention it, he has done that a couple of times.
Sure. You don't have a chance between his fingernails and that trick fork of his.
Trick fork?
You've seen it. The minute the waiter brings the bill, Mr. Atterbury's fork jumps under the table, and he drops out of sight to look for it.
Hey, that happened just the other night, didn't it?
You know it did. The zipper got stuck in your wallet, and Mr. Atterbury had to stay under the table 45 minutes.
Golly, Liz, I think you've hit on something there. Why, that big tightwad.
Then you'll make him pay the bill tonight.
You're darn right I will. And as long as we're sticking Atterbury with it, let's stick him good.
You mean order everything expensive?
Everything we order is going to be either a la carte, imported, or out of season.
Oh, good. I think I'll have caviar smothered in caviar.
I could just see Atterbury's face when he gets the bill.
Yeah, make the waiter crawl under the table and hand it to him.
Yeah.
And remember, George, now don't weaken.
I won't, even if we have to sit and drink water until he gets the idea.
Yeah, and if I know him, when we walk out of there, we'll squish.
Wonder what's keeping Liz and George. What time is it, Irish girl?
Oh, it's just 7, Rudolph. We're early.
Oh. You know, George has been acting funny lately. I think he'd like to ask me for a raise, but he hasn't got the nerve.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't asked you. You'd think the bank was making $1 million the way you throw your money away.
Me? Throw money away? What are you talking about, Lotus Bud?
Well, for one thing, every time we go to dinner with Liz and George, you pick up the check.
Oh, I wouldn't say every time.
I would. Although I'll admit it isn't your fault. George Cooper can out-fumble anyone.
Oh, now, that isn't fair, Iris. He pays as often as I do.
Sure. You buy box seats to the symphony, and he pays the tax on free passes to the circus.
Well, that doesn't happen all the time.
To say nothing of his 2 wallets. One, he has the zipper welded together. And the other one is made out of a magic carpet. As soon as the check appears, it shifts to another suit at home.
Well, now that you mention it, that does happen pretty often. And if those don't work, he goes to make a phone call. Well, tonight I think I'll just teach that young scamp a lesson.
Are you going to outweigh him?
You bet I am. George pays the bill for this meal. And as long as we're going to stick him, let's stick him good.
You mean order everything expensive?
Yeah.
Ooh, what fun!
Here they come. Remember, the sky's the limit.
Yoo-hoo, George boy, Liz girl, here we are.
Iris, Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, Liz girl, George boy.
Hi, everybody.
Well, sit down, sit down.
Oh, my, I'm starved. I feel like eating something extra special tonight.
Yes, me too. Get the waiter, Rudolph. Let's not waste any time.
Yeah. Waiter. Yes, sir. We'd like to order, please. Very well.
Why don't we start off with some champagne?
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, okay by me.
That's a fine idea. Then you want a bottle of champagne?
Yes, bring a bottle for each of us.
Now, which would you like, domestic or imported?
Imported.
Are you sure you haven't had enough to drink already? No, we're sober as judges. What else would you have, Liz?
I think I'll have a porterhouse steak.
One porterhouse steak.
As an appetizer.
As an appetizer?
I'd like a double lobster thermidor.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that sounds good. I think I'll have that, too.
Instead of the steak?
No, just pour it over the steak.
I'll have beef stroganoff. I'd like a filet mignon with wild rice and an anchovy salad.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and some artichokes and drawn butter.
And some water chestnuts and bamboo shoots.
And bring a side order of peasant under glass. Ooh, what a bunch of spenders.
Oh, and for dessert, crepe Suzette and cherries Jubilee and a baked Alaska. Waiter. Waiter, what's the matter? What are you dreaming about?
Oh, if I was only working on commission, I could retire. Hey, now, let's see. Who ordered the Pitt shampoo?
What?
Oh, that's French champagne. I'm so excited I can't read my own writing.
And that's a little clip from a 1949 broadcast of My Favorite Husband with Lucille Ball and Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper and Bea Benaderet and Gale Gordon as Mr. and Mrs. Rudolph Atterbury. Gale, you remember those days with fondness, working with Lucy on radio?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Always a joy working with her in no matter what media.
Did you work with her at all in the original I Love Lucy TV shows?
Yes. Yes, I did 2 or 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Not as any established character. I played the owner of the nightclub where Ricky worked on one occasion, and I don't know, I did another appearance on one of them, but by that time I was doing Miss Brooks, so it was rather difficult. Only once in a while I could do her show.
It was Miss Brooks that virtually the entire cast of the radio version of Our Miss Brooks moved to television, didn't it?
That's right. The entire cast, with the exception of Jeff Chandler, who became a movie star during the radio run of Our Miss Brooks. And when we moved over into television, Universal wouldn't let him appear in the television show because he was signed to star at Universal Pictures. And that was when they got
Robert Rockwell, I think.
Bob Rockwell,
Yeah.
a dear sweet man, yes.
That was a marvelous series, and gosh, you did so much to enhance that and to make it entertaining for all of us over the years with... Actually, my whole life, radio and television, you've been there, and I think I speak for so many people, too, that you've entertained so royally.
Well, that's very nice to hear.
I wonder if you can hold on another minute or two. We've got a little bit of business to do, and then we'll talk some more about your career.
All righty, I'll be here.
Terrific. You stick around. I'm Chuck Schaden. Gale Gordon is on the line with us from his home in Borrego Springs, California. You're listening to Old Time Radio Classics. This is Nostalgia Night here on WBBM News Radio 78. This is Chuck Schaden. We're on the line with Gale Gordon, one of the favorites of radio and television for 67 years, you said, Gale. You started in 1923. You did not have a big anniversary celebration this year?
No.
Well, I suppose after 67 years, every year it just goes along.
That's right. I take it as it comes along and enjoy it. I love the radio, I love television, I love the stage, and I'm very lucky to be working all that time. I'm very grateful for that. I enjoy it.
How's your health?
Very good. Very good. I'm 84, and I'm going to do a play that only has 2 people in it. I've been doing it for the last year, and I'm going to do it again in September in Victoria, Canada in September.
And the title of the play?
Mass Appeal.
Mass Appeal.
Yes.
A 2-person play. That must be awfully grueling for you.
Well, it's 2 hours of 2 people talking, so it keeps me alert, let's say.
I would say.
I don't dare go to sleep in the middle of an act.
And I would wager that your audience doesn't go to sleep either.
Well, I hope not.
Any chance of you doing this in the United States someplace?
Well, I don't know. If anyone calls me, asks me to, I'd be happy to do it. But these people in Canada, the Stage West people, have been so wonderful to me. I've been very, very successful and lucky up there, and I've opened 4 or 5 new theaters for them. And as a matter of fact, the engagement in Victoria will be the opening of another theater there, which they're hoping to get going for the first time in Victoria. So it's an honor for me to be opening it for them, and it's a delight to work there. The Canadian audiences are very, very receptive and very, very kind.
Well, I'm sure you'd find that here too. And you made an offer that some theater owner shouldn't refuse. To invite you to come to out here, and there's a couple of nice ones in Chicago too. At any rate, we look forward to being able to see you there sometime.
I hope so.
Your list of radio credits is like an encyclopedia of radio. You were on the Great Gildersleeve program.
Yeah.
As a more or less a regular on there. You were Gildy's neighbor on that show.
Yeah.
That was Bullard, wasn't it, Mr. Bullard?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
You probably can't even recall half of the shows that you were on over all those years. Huh?
Well, no. I was Irene Rich's leading man for 9 years for Welch's Grape Juice. I was also, most people don't know, I was Mary Pickford's leading man for a year in a series that she had on radio. And with Joey Brown and Phil Harris, I was on their show, and of course I was with Burns and Allen for 2 or 3 seasons. And I was very, very lucky to work with some wonderful, wonderful people.
Tell us about Burns and Allen. You played an interesting character on that show. You played a Texan, didn't you?
Yes. Tex Judson, his name was. His characteristic was every time he stubbed his toe, up came another downed oil well, and he was just rolling in money. And what he adored about Gracie was her sense of humor, and she'd open her mouth and he'd fall over and just scream with laughter. And it was a delightful character to do, and I had a lot of fun doing it. And I still see George every once in a while. We have the same barber. We've been going to the same barber for 35 years, I guess. So I see George there every once in a while now, and we say hello and talk over old times. They were delightful people to work with, just wonderful.
Well, the magic of radio finds us with another little clip. This is just about a 2.5-minute clip of you with George and Gracie in a broadcast from 1947, actually. In this particular case, Gracie, who is always conniving to promote George, she wants Bing Crosby to retire so that George can take his place. And so we have George and Gracie and Bing, and yourself as Mr. Judson. So let's listen together for a few seconds.
Okay.
You know, Luella might differ with me, but I don't think this kid is quite ready for pictures.
Oh, look. Here comes our friend, Mr. Judson. We'll ask his opinion about you retiring.
Who's Judson?
Oh, a big oil millionaire from Texas. Come in.
Howdy, little lady. Howdy, Burns.
Hello, Mr.
Hello,
Judson.
Mr. Judson.
Oh, I'd like you to meet our friend, Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby? Say, I'm proud to shake your hand. I admire your singing. I admire your acting. You're a mighty celebrated man.
Thank you, sir.
What part of Texas you from?
I'm not a Texan.
Oh, now you must be kidding. A famous man like you just can't be a foreigner.
However, I hail from the happy little hamlet of Spokane, Washington.
Where at is that?
That's about 1,000 miles due north.
Oh, doggone, that's hard luck. Just over the Texas border.
Mr. Judson, we'd like your opinion on something. Do you think Bing Crosby should retire?
Well, would you like to, Bing?
Well, it wouldn't be bad to settle down to a little serious golf.
No, that sounds right good. Doctor out here advised me to take up that game for my health, so I went and bought myself 3 golf clubs.
Only 3? Which clubs did you buy?
Lakeside, Hillcrest, and the Hollywood Country Club.
You have.
Well, that's a good beginning. Yeah. Now, say, if you do retire, Bing, I'd admire to have you visit me on my ranch. Of course, it ain't much as ranches go in Texas.
How big a patch of ground you got?
Well, I don't rightly know. I sent some fellas out to survey it 10 years ago, and they ain't done yet.
Sounds a bit cramped, don't it?
Yeah, but I got some real fine horses on it. Say, seems to me like I read you used to own some horses yourself.
Well, it's always been a moot question. I can only say they went by that name. They had 4 legs, some of them, that is.
Yeah. Well, now, I guarantee you'd like these cow ponies of mine.
Cow ponies?
Yep.
Well, what a wonderful combination. You can ride them and milk them, too.
And that's our guest tonight, Gale Gordon, on the Burns and Allen Show. Actually, that clip was from a broadcast from December the 4th of 1947. Gale, you just love that sense of humor, right?
Yeah, that's very interesting. I haven't heard that for many, many years.
You really provided us with so many wonderful hours on both radio and television. Besides Lucy on TV, and besides Mr. Conklin's role on the radio and TV versions of Our Miss Brooks, you also stepped in a role on the Dennis the Menace program, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, Joe Kearns, who was a very old friend of mine, worked in radio with me in many, many, many shows, passed away very suddenly, and they called me, and I went in and played his brother and sort of took his place and kept the show going for an extra couple of seasons, yes.
So you were also a Mr. Wilson then on that program?
Yes, I played his brother, Mr. Wilson, and moved into his house when he passed away very suddenly,
Now, you and Bob Sweeney had a show on television, too, didn't you?
Yes, the brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Yes, that was a lot of fun to do, and Sweeney is a great, great director and a very imaginative fellow. It was a little ahead of its time, I think, but we had much fun doing it, yes.
Now, I was watching a rerun of an old Make Room for Daddy, Danny Thomas show not too long ago, and there you turn up as the building superintendent.
Yeah. I was Mr. Heckendorn was the name of the character. I was on it for quite a number of shows, yes. That was fun, too.
Of all of the things that you've done, can you pick out anything specific that you like the best?
No, nothing really special, except working with Lucy was a joy, but also working with Eve Arden was. I've been very, very lucky, and the people that I've worked with have all been very inspiring people, very, very capable and talented, and very nice people. And I consider that one of the greatest glories of this profession, is having known so many people who were real people, really good people, as well as being talented and delightful.
Now, you worked for many years with Jim and Marion Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly.
Yes.
And you were you were Mayor Latrivia on that show, and also for a time you were Foggy Williams, the weatherman.
Yes, for a couple of episodes. Yes.
Was that because the Latrivia character was kind of a takeoff on Mayor LaGuardia, and then when LaGuardia died, they didn't want to use that character?
No. I appeared on the show with Jim and Marion as a one-shot. I played her ex-boyfriend who was coming to town, and I'd become very successful, and Jim and Marion got Gildersleeve to act as a butler. They were trying to put on the dog to impress me because I was a rich man and had been very successful. And I did that as a one-shot, and they liked me, and I got along very, very well with them. And Don Quinn came up with the idea of Foggy Williams, the weatherman, as a rather quick second show, or third, that I did with them. And then they decided they'd like to have me in as a regular, and Don said, well, Wistful Vista has never had a mayor, so he created the part of Latrivia for me. It's the only part that was ever written for me right from scratch, and that's how I became Mayor Latrivia.
Interesting story. Now, Gale Gordon, I know that a lot of our listeners would like to say hello to you for a couple of minutes and chat with you, so if you can stick around a little bit of time.
You bet, I'd love to.
Okay, you hang on now, and I'm in... Pardon me?
I'm here at your service.
Thank you very much.
Right.
And if our listeners out there would like to talk to Gale Gordon, just call us here at WBBM News Radio 78, area 312-591-7878. That's 591-7878. We can put you on the line with Mr. Mooney, with Mayor Latrivia, with Mr. Judson, with Mr. Conklin, with Flash Gordon. We can put you on the line with Gregory Hood from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. We can put you on with Mr. Bullard, the neighbor of the great Gildersleeve, or with Irene Rich's leading man. We can put you on the line with the father of Judy Graves, the junior miss on radio, the next-door neighbor of Dennis the Menace, and all of those other folks, all in the person of Gale Gordon. 591-7878. Give us a call. He'll be glad to talk with you. In the meantime, we've got a little business. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio Classics here on WBBM News Radio 78. I'm Chuck Schaden. Gale Gordon is here. Are you there, Gale?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to talk to Jerry from Des Plaines, who's on the line. Say hello to Gale Gordon, Jerry.
Hello, Mr. Gordon.
Hello.
Mr. Gordon, I've listened to you for all my life, and you did such a wonderful job. I think one of the best things that I liked that when you did was when you worked with Mr. McGee, and you would start to talk to him, and you guys would get things all turned around, and then finally you'd pause and you'd say, McGee. I love that.
Well, thank you, sir. That's delightful to hear. Thank you.
Thanks so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Okay, and Gale, we're going out to Naperville, Illinois, for another person named Jerry. Hi, Jerry.
Hi there, Chuck. How are you?
Okay, you talked to Gale Gordon.
Yes, Mr. Gordon. Just I'll echo the other caller and say I enjoyed you so much on the old-time radio with Fibber McGee and Miss Brooks. You were a pleasure.
Well, thank you so much. It's always nice to hear, and it just warms the cockles of my heart to know that my efforts have met with such approval. Thank you.
Well, they have, and we enjoy Chuck's show to bring back those memories to us.
Well, how very nice.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Okay.
Thank you.
Got a lot of fans of yours out here, Gale.
Well, how nice.
Another suburb of Chicago is Wheaton, and we're going to talk to Harry. Hi, Harry.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, say hello to Gale Gordon.
Oh, hello, Gale.
Hello, how are you, Harry?
Okay, my name is Harry McKinney. On May the 24th, I'll be 80 years old. Now, on the Lucy show, you had at one time where you made a forward, complete somersault, and I saw you several times. And at what age did you learn to do it?
At what age did I learn to do it? About 6.
About 6 years old?
Yes.
You must have been double-jointed.
No,
now, the other thing I'd like to ask you, did you ever find the stamp with upside-down airplanes worth $1,000? I remember, I think it was Lucy or something, she misplaced the stamp, and you were all over the whole place, and I think the series at that time was all about the lost stamp. I was just out of curiosity. Did you ever find it?
No, I never.
Anyways, like I say, you're in the 80s. I'll be in the 80s on May the 24th. God bless you. And I said, maybe you have many more years to come because, like I say, with this Gaydon show that I listen all the time to, every night, he's fantastic on all the different things that he brings up. And I can't believe his memory is absolutely out of this world. And the same way with you, at all the different shows, you remember all this stuff.
Well,
thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Gale.
Thank you, Harry.
All right.
Thank you, Harry.
Bye-bye.
Nice.
It's got to be amazing to you to people remember so vividly some of the episodes of the TV show or from the radio things.
Yeah. Well, they remember more than I do about it because when we did them and then forgot them right away. So because we were doing one the next week or whatever it was, and some of the people I talked to remember scenes and lines that I had long forgotten, and I think it's just wonderful. It's just amazing to me and very gratifying.
Well, so many of these, the TV episodes especially, and even in the radio things, they've been repeated some number of times, and so people get the chance to see those things.
Yes.
Well, they like you. And here's another caller from Des Plaines. We're going to say hello to Steve.
Well, hello, Chuck.
Hello, Steve. Say hi to Gale Gordon.
Well, first, Chuck, I want to say I enjoy all your shows.
Thank you.
And, Gale Gordon.
Yes, sir.
I like that one show where you played the banker, Mr. Mooney, and the floor opened and Lucy fell in.
Ah, yes.
That was so funny.
Yes. That was almost a tragedy, too, because that trap door, when we were filming, the cable broke, and we weren't just let down through the floor. We actually fell about 10 feet. And almost shook our teeth loose. We landed on the ground with a terrible jolt, and Lucy's main concern was that there was a man, the special effects man, underneath the stage who was controlling the cable, and her first thought was that maybe we'd crushed his leg or his foot, and that she was very concerned about him. She didn't care about herself, and she knew I was all right. We were both standing there. But while the audience was applauding and laughing at that going through the floor, we were trying to make sure that the man underneath, the special effects man, hadn't been very badly injured, and nobody knew it. The show ended, and the audience left, and we were pulled up, and so was the man, the special effects man, not hurt at all, thank God. But it was a very near thing, and those are things that happen that the audience never realizes.
Well, it was really interesting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Gale, let me ask you, did you have, did you do most of your own stunts on those shows?
All of them.
You did them all?
So did Lucy. So did Lucy. She never had a double do anything for her. Never. Never. We couldn't. Well, there was an audience within 25, 30 feet of the set. You
that's
know,
right.
we played we filmed it in front of an audience. You couldn't have a double walk on because everyone would have seen it. No, and Lucy, of course, no matter what she had to do, she learned how to do it, and she did it beautifully. If she had to walk on stilts, she learned how to do it and did it. And if she had to roller skate, she roller skated, and it was better than most people after years and years of constantly doing it. She was a perfectionist in every way. She worked harder than anybody in the show, and she expected other people to work hard, and that's one of the things I admired about her and loved her for, because she was not satisfied with second best at all. It had to be perfect or don't do it.
And that's why those shows lasted all those years, too, through these years. Gale, we have a young man from Plainfield on the line. Hello, Jerry. Jerry, are you there? Guess Jerry's not there. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll go to Wheeling and say hello to Jane. Hi, Jane.
Hello?
Hello, Jane. You're on the air with Gale Gordon.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon.
Hello, Jane.
Well, my name is Jan, but you're close.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jean?
Jan.
Jen.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Gordon, I'm 45 years old, and I can remember as a little girl, 4, 5, and 6 years old, tuning in every Sunday night to Our Miss Brooks. And you have no idea, over the years, I've listened to you on a lot of the radio programs that you were on, and I enjoyed you so much on Lucy. I even sat through Dennis the Menace to watch you. I just want you to know how much enjoyment you have given me over the years. I just love it. Every time I see something with you on or hear something with you on, I always turn it up to make sure that I hear it. And you've just given me so much joy over the years, and I really wanted you to know that.
Thank you. That's the nicest compliment you could ever pay me, and I'm very grateful to you, and bless you.
And I'm just very glad to hear that you're still working.
Well, thank you. I am too, but bless your heart.
Well, thank you, and good night.
Good night, Jane. Thank you very much. We're on the air with Gale Gordon here on our Old Time Radio Classics program from WBBM News Radio 78. We're going to take a break for a couple of commercial messages, and then we'll put you back in touch with our special guest, Gale Gordon. Hold on and don't touch that dial. This is Chuck Schaden on Old Time Radio Classics on WBBM News Radio 78. Our Nostalgia Night tonight is a meeting of the Gale Gordon Fan Club, I think. And lots of people want to say hello to you, Gale. And we're going to Thelma in Chicago. Hi, Thelma.
Hi.
You're on. Thanks for waiting. I know you waited a little bit here. You're on the air with Gale Gordon.
That's what I didn't mind waiting because I've been trying to get in for 2 years, and I almost forgot what I was going to say. I was so shocked.
Go ahead.
But I wanted to congratulate Mr. Gordon. I think one thing you didn't mention was his outstanding role in Gaslight. I don't know if he actually did the film, but I know he certainly did the job on Lux Radio Theater.
Oh, my gosh, Gale, do you remember that?
I couldn't quite hear the question. The connection's not too good.
I'm sorry. On the Lux Radio Theater broadcast many years ago of Gaslight, you played a dramatic role.
The policeman.
I don't recall that at all. Gaslight, the name escapes me, but then I did so many shows, several a day at times. That was the only way we could exist and make a living. So you must forgive me, but I don't remember that
It was also known as Angel Street, wasn't it, Chuck?
Yeah, it was. Well, the play was Angel Street, and when Lux Radio Theater did Gaslight, you were on that show.
Oh, yes,
yeah.
Lux Radio Theater, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, you must have done a lot of those, I would assume.
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did. Quite a few of them. Very many of them, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was a nice young policeman who saved the lady.
Okay.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Thelma.
Bye-bye.
We're going to Jim in Arlington Heights. Hello, Jim. Jim, you're on the air with Gale Gordon. Jim didn't want to wait. Okay, we'll go to Jim in Oak Brook Terrace. Hi, Jim.
Hi. I'd just like to say hello to Mr. Gordon. And
hello, Jim.
I think maybe a lot of your listeners, Chuck, I'm in my early 30s, so I grew up seeing Mr. Gordon on the Lucy Show and stuff, and then was more or less educated to his radio career through your broadcast. And it's interesting to me to listen to someone who's had such a long career and done so many things describing it. And I was wondering, as I was listening to it, you have a very distinctive voice. I mean, we're all used to what you look like on TV, Mr. Gordon, but I wonder if through your career you'd ever had an opportunity to do any voices for, like, animated cartoons.
No, I auditioned for Disney years ago, and for, I don't know what it was now, but I didn't get the part. That's probably why I didn't remember it. But I was born with a cleft palate, and it's only by the grace of God and a very wonderful operation performed when I was 18 months old in England that I could talk at all, because from the time that I was born until I was nearly 2 years old, I could only make very strange sounds because the roof of my mouth was split open at birth, and so I never had any therapy to speak of, except that my grandmother, bless her heart, was very insistent that as a young man, 5, 6 years of age, that I speak very clearly and distinctly, which she would have insisted on anyway. And that's the only real training that I had. So my voice is just by the grace of God, as I say, and some very wonderful care. Otherwise, I never took any singing lessons or anything like that. It just happens that my voice is, I guess, a little distinctive, and I'm very grateful for it.
Well, it's great that so many people found a use for it. It was great to get to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Gale, that must have been rather unusual to have that kind of an operation way back then. I wouldn't imagine too many operations like that were being performed at that
well, they
period
weren't.
of time.
It was rather an unusual thing. And my mother was English, and she happened to know of a doctor in England, Dr. May, his name was. I don't know his first name. But my father and mother took me over to England when I was 18 months old, and they performed the operation there. And my sister was born over there when a year or so later. And but I was very, very lucky indeed.
Well, we're glad that happened. Glad you had the operation. Gale, I'd like you to talk to Ron from Elburn. Hi, Ron.
Hi.
Ron, how old are you?
I'm 12.
You're 12 years old? Say hello to Gale Gordon.
Hi.
Hello, Ron.
I wanted to ask you if you remembered the show you were the Mayor Latrivia, and you were talking about your wife. She rents upper berths because they're lower. I wanted to know if you were the guy who played that.
Well, if it was Mayor Latrivia, obviously I did say it.
Okay, I just wanted to tell you that it was really funny because it was the day after spring. If you didn't remember this, well, anyway, it was the day after spring, and you said something about the trees. Because McGee, he was practicing a rope trick and he was all tight. No, that was a different one. He was in a dress because his Mrs. McGee's dress for him was all chopped up because he used his acting in Barneville or something like that for knife throwing. Well, anyway, you said something about that tree. If the tree can move around, the leaf moves and something like that. And you said, "So long, McGee," and I just thought it was really funny. I've got a whole bunch of tapes like that. It's really funny.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, dear, very much.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate you calling. Gale, the years go by, but a new audience comes around, and you get youngsters like Ron, who is just 12 years old.
Well, that's nice.
It must be very pleasurable for you to know that the work you've done over all these years has continued to entertain people.
It's a great delight. It makes it all worthwhile.
You know, the Fibber McGee and Molly program has been honored here in Chicago at the Museum of Broadcast Communications with a brand new exhibit. And the family of Jim and Marion Jordan have donated the entire run of Fibber McGee and Molly scripts to the museum here. And we hope sometime that you'll be able to come to Chicago and see this exhibit. And
I would love to.
Take a look at it.
Certainly love to.
You could open up the hall closet one more time, and have all the junk come crashing out at you.
Yes, indeed.
Gale, say hello to Stephanie from Chicago. Stephanie,
hello?
You're on the line with Gale Gordon.
Hi. I wondered if in the scenes you did with Lucy, did you do a lot of ad-libbing and changing the scenes, or do them mostly as they were written?
We never did any ad-libbing at all. Everything was rehearsed. We knew exactly what lines were going to be, because with the system of filming that she and Desi invented, which is 3 cameras, there were 3 cameras turning at all times when we were doing a scene. And they moved according to the dialogue that was spoken. A camera would have to move to get a shot of me, B camera would have to move to get a shot of her, and C camera would have to move to get a shot of both of us together, or 3 or 4 other people. So there was never any ad-libbing. No, we knew exactly where we were going and what we were doing. We rehearsed for 2 of the 4 days of rehearsal with the cameras making the moves with us.
So during rehearsal you didn't change the scenes there and joke around, change the scenes either?
Pardon?
During the rehearsals then, would you ever change the scenes or make any jokes that weren't expected, or during the rehearsals?
Well, in rehearsals we used to ad-lib. And make jokes to break each other up, to relieve tension. But when it came down to the filming, we stuck exactly to the script as rehearsed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. When you were doing those shows, that's really all in one. It's with the exception of perhaps a break in the middle of the show. That was like doing a 1-act play live in front of an audience, wasn't it?
Well, it was like doing a 3-act play, because we did them scene by scene and in sequence, and there was very little pause between, unless it meant a big change in costume or makeup for Lucy, for instance, or for any one of us. If we fell in a vat of chocolate or something, then you have to get cleaned up and dressed up for the next scene. But the whole play was done from beginning to end in front of an audience, and they waited in the gaps between setups, and somebody would entertain them. Gary Morton, Lucy's husband, would go and entertain the people to keep them happy while the changes were being made or makeup was being changed. But they saw the audience there saw the whole show as the people at home saw it finally when it was all put together.
And they saw it in order then, in the exact sequence of order. Okay. We're on the line with Pam from Chicago. Hi, Pam. Are you there, Pam? Pam is not there. Let's go out to LaGrange Park and say hello to Ray.
Hi, Mr. Gordon.
How are you, Ray?
I'm fine. I remember hearing you on Armis Brooks on radio on Sunday nights, and then I moved over to when you went on TV, and just an awful lot of laughs, and I really appreciate it.
Well, how nice.
Do you think that the type of characters you played were determined almost entirely by the sound, the tone of your voice? I mean, the pompous characters were determined just by the tone of voice you had?
Well, I think, to be quite honest, the parts I did were because I was louder than anybody else in radio. I could scream louder than most people, and it doesn't take a lot of talent to be noisy and loud, but I had a good lung capacity, and I could be very loud, and that's what the producers would cast me for. We want someone loud and blow hard, and they said, well, get Gale Gordon. He's louder than anybody else, and so that gave me a great deal of work, which isn't artistic, but at least it's truthful, and it kept the wolf from the door.
Did you ever wish to play any other type of character?
No, because I did that in radio. I played leading men, heavies, character people, juveniles, old men, foreigners, everything else. I didn't miss it at all. When I got cast as a blowhard, I got more money for doing it than I did for the usual other characters. And so I was very happy to keep doing it and being cast as a blowhard. It didn't hurt me at all.
You know, one other question. When I just close my eyes, I can almost see Frank Morgan as the wizard. You have a voice very similar to his.
Oh, yeah, dear Frank. I worked on his show. He did a radio show, Dr. Tweedy, and I was on that show with him. I was the head of the college, and he was a dear, dear, sweet man, a wonderful man. I loved him very much.
Well, thanks for the memories. I really appreciate them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. We're on the line with Gale Gordon. He's in Borrego Springs, California. Where exactly is Borrego Springs, Gale?
Well, do you know where the Salton Sea is? Do you know where San Diego is?
San Diego, yeah.
Yes, well, we're north and east of San Diego. We're between the ocean and the Salton Sea, which is below sea level, and we're low desert. We're near San Bernardino, and we're fairly near Ramona, which a name that most people know because of the story of Ramona.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in San Diego County, and inland from the coast about 80 miles, and that's about it. And there's nothing. Julian is the nearest town, and another town called Brawley, so which nobody has heard of. And nobody has heard of, very few people have heard of Borrego Springs. That's why we like it, because it isn't overcrowded. We haven't grown very much in the last 35 years that we've been here. That suits us fine. We're just very quiet and away from the rat race.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was going to ask how long you've been out there, but 35 years. That's a pretty good, that's a nice length of time to be out there. And
yes.
Gosh knows, you must have done a lot of commuting up to Hollywood.
Yes, well, we have a house in town, so that when I'm working up there, I have a place to stay. And we're very, very comfortable. We have our dogs down here. My wife, who and I have been married for 52 years, and so we're very content to be here with our dogs and take things easy.
Sounds great. I know you've been with us for a while. Can you hang on a little bit more and talk to some more folks? You know, the telephone company today announced that Mother's Day is one of the busiest days of the year for telephone usage, and we're adding to the usage tonight with all the people waiting in line to talk to you tonight. So if you'll hold on, and if they'll hold on, we'll get back to you in just a second.
I will.
Thank you very much. I'm Chuck Schaden. Gale Gordon is our guest tonight on Old Time Radio Classics from Chicago here on WBBM News Radio 78. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio Classics here on WBBM News Radio 78. Our guest from California is Gale Gordon. And, Gale, more people waiting to say hello to you tonight.
Well, fine.
Here is Bob from Elgin. Hello, Bob.
Hi.
You're on the air with Gale Gordon.
Hi, Mr. Gordon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the years you did, and believe me, it's very difficult to believe, listening to your voice and your memory, that you're 84 years old.
Well, thank you.
You know, I'm only 65, and I haven't got your memory.
Oh, you're just a kid.
Yeah, that's all. What I was calling about was you talked about doing a two-man play called Mass Appeal.
Yes.
Could you tell me who wrote it and basically what it was about?
It's a story written by Bill C. Davis.
Bill C. Davis?
Yes, it was played in New York. Off Broadway, and then finally went to Broadway. It's been around for quite a while. It's a story about two priests. The elderly priest, myself, who is very fond of his wine and his comfort, and he has a young seminarian who comes to him who is really inspired, and it's a little complicated to explain in a few minutes, but the young man makes the older man realize that he, the older man, has not been a very good priest to his parish because he's always kowtowing to them and getting his wine from them, all kinds of sparkling Burgundy, which he loves. And spiritually, he is not really as much a priest as this young boy who wants to be one. And this is the story of his training him, the boy, and realizing that this young man is what he was, the older man, when he was the young, and he realizes that he has not lived up to all the dreams and the sincerity and the Christ-like qualities that he dreamed about. And it's the whole thing is an exercise in trying to get this young boy into the priesthood, and the conflict with the church authorities who set certain rules and regulations and so forth. And it's a play that, although they're Catholics, it is not sectarian in any way. It doesn't preach Catholicism. It just preaches the relationship of two men who are very sincere in what they do, and the priests and the cardinals and other people who've come to see the show just love it, and the nuns love it because they see some of their teachers in this character that I play, and they all see themselves as the young boy who is so really Christ-like in his approach to things, and makes the older man realize where he is let down. It's a very telling play, and it has a lot of humor, but it has a lot of wonderful sentiment and warmth. And I love doing it because it isn't outright slapstick comedy by any means, although there are a lot of wonderful laughs in it, and I enjoy doing it very much.
Well, 3 fast questions. Number 1, which part did you play?
I play the older priest, of course.
You played the older priest.
Yes.
Okay,
At 84, I wouldn't play the young one.
Were you sitting at a table in this thing, or?
Not for the whole scene. No, I have a desk that I use, but I walk around. I even do a little dance when I'm a little bit under the influence of wine. But no. Why did you get that idea?
Well, I didn't know. I'm trying to find out. It seems to me it sounds like a very, very wonderful little play to put on.
It's a beautifully written play. It's been very successful. It's been around, and many, many people have done it.
Oh, I've never heard of it. You said, who wrote it now again? Would you tell me once more?
Bill C. Davis, D-A-V-I-S.
Davis is a playwright.
Yes.
Did he write anything else? I'm going to...
I don't know.
It sounds terrific, sir.
Yes, it is. It's a wonderful play.
Thank you, Bob.
I hope you have another 20 years on the radio and television.
Thank you.
Still can't believe you're 84 years old.
Well,
you have a good night out there in lovely California.
Thank you,
for talking to
Thanks,
me.
Bob. We appreciate it. Bob from Elgin. And Gale Gordon, if you go 20 years, you'll be 104. That'll be all right, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think... No, I want to rest before then.
Let's talk to Ron from Glenview. Ron, I know you've been waiting a little while. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Yes, hi, good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'd wait a long time to talk to Mr. Gordon. I enjoyed you particularly in Our Miss Brooks. I remember you as the principal of Mr. Conklin.
Yes.
And I'm 40 years old, and I remember some of the programs, and I enjoyed your performances very, very much. I think you're a great actor, and I'm very excited to talk to you.
Well, how very nice of you. Thank you.
I would hope that you mentioned the play Mass Appeal, which was a great play, and I would hope that, if at all possible, I'd love to see you perform maybe in the Chicago area in another live stage play. Do you think that's possible?
Well, if somebody asks me, offers me the chance to do it, I will be there.
Well, I think anyone who wouldn't has to be crazy. I mean, you're obviously very popular, and people would come to see you here.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. I'd love to believe you.
Do you think you might make some, if you don't do a live show, do you think you might do film or video or a recording of some sort?
Well, if a part in TV came along that I liked, and with a show that I liked, I'd be very happy to do it. but I do spend 6 or 7 months a year in Canada doing the dinner theater, which I enjoy very much. I love the contact with the audience, and but I'm still available for television. A lot of people here think that I've long since disappeared into limbo, I guess, because it's been so many years since I've done a TV show. I've had several offers of things, but they didn't seem very nice or right for me, and so thank God I can pick and choose. So I've just stuck to the thing that is most entertaining to me, which is the dinner theater, and I don't certainly get rich on it, but it's the theater, and that is my first love, and so I love working, enjoy it. That's why I've done it for so long.
Do you what do you prefer to play? Do you like the comedies or the serious dramatic roles?
I like comedies because I'm a great believer in the therapeutic value of laughter. There's so much sadness in this world today, so much horror, so much of the mean and the cruel, that I think we need, as a nation, we need good, healthy, honest laughter. And when I hear an audience laugh, I get a great physical sigh of relief in my whole soul, because it's something that I think is so important, and I love to hear it. And when I can get an honest laugh, I think that I'm doing my job, at least in my small way. And I think that comedy is the jam and the little bit of sauce that is put on the viands of life that gives it a little bit of aftertaste and a lovely memory.
Well, I think it's obvious that you love performing so much, and you're such a great performer, and you give so much to the audiences that I hope you have that opportunity for as long as you want.
Thank you.
And it's been a real honor speaking to you. You're one of the greatest.
Thank you very much indeed.
Take good care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Ron.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Right. He says, break a leg, Gale.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
How lovely. Thank you.
Well, we have time for a couple of more phone calls. I really appreciate your spending so much time with us, Gale.
It's a pleasure.
About an hour and a half here to put you in touch with all your Chicago fans. And Jeremy is on the line. He's from Franklin Park. Hi, Jeremy. Jeremy's not there. I'm sorry. Let's talk to Jim in Arlington Heights.
Hello.
Jim, go ahead. You're on the air with Gale Gordon.
Gale.
Yes, Jim.
Several points. One, my 10-year-old son is listening, and I've tried to tell him so many times what you and your genre did to create and stimulate imagination, which isn't kind of in television these days, and not in most radio either. And I wanted you to talk to him maybe and us about how much input you had into character development and what it was like for you to project this kind of thing through the radio medium. Because it took great talent, obviously.
Well, I don't quite get what you mean. As a performer, I was cast by somebody who'd written a radio show. Let me start out by saying that I am not a terribly funny person, but I have had the opportunity to read some very, very funny lines written by some very, very clever comedy writers, and to do things that were created by people with creative ability who wrote the things for me to do. A lot of people get the idea that an actor goes up in front of a camera and that he makes up everything as he goes along, and those who do that are geniuses in their own way, and the stand-up comics very often do. But I'm a character actor, and I translate as best I can the meaning of lines that are given to me to read. I cannot take credit for being terribly funny. I must, in all honesty, say that I am funny if the material that is written for me to read is funny.
But you're a great deliverer of that work.
Well, I thank you. That's the least I can do to show my appreciation for getting something funny to do, is to give an interpretation that helps the thought or the line itself, and that's what I try to do.
Well, if you could comment on how you feel about modern comedy. I quote the last 10 years. So much is in the gutter, and it seems like it takes people getting in the gutter to get people to laugh. Is that a comment on where we're at as a society?
Well, I frankly am shocked by it. When I do plays, which I have been doing for the last 13 years in Canada, if there are 4-letter words in the play, I will not say them. I don't think the theater is the place for 4-letter words. I don't think television is the place for it, and I don't think radio is the place for it. Of course, there never were any in radio because the strictures were so very, very severe about what you could say. Lucy, for years, couldn't mention the word pregnant when she was out like a balloon with her first child on TV, but she couldn't say I was pregnant.
Right.
So now there are all kinds of words being used that I find are, if you happen to an adjective in your mind to describe something, don't use a dirty one. Just forget it.
Exactly. What's amazing is I'm 48 years old, and I can distinctly remember some of the greatest moments as a child were waiting to hear your shows on the radio. I mean, it's as recollections go, it just stood out because, I can almost conjure what it was like going into my bedroom, which is where I listened to the show, and it just allowed me so much room in my mind to function, and it was as if I was there with you.
Well, that of course is the great benefit of radio as opposed to all the other forms of show business. Radio stimulated the imagination. When you had a mystery show on radio and that creaking door opened, the people listening, their hair literally stood on end, and you looked over your shoulder, you really shivered a little bit because each person listening imagined the most horrible thing that they could think of that would show up when the door opened. On television, you open the door and there's some idiot standing there, or there's somebody with a wild makeup on and fangs hanging out and all sorts of wild-looking eyes. And half the time you want to laugh because they're so damn ridiculous, if you pardon the word damn.
Right.
I'm sorry, I hate to break in here, but we're virtually out of time. Jim, thanks very much for calling. I know you had a good chance to chat with Gale. And Gale, I want to thank you very much for spending all this time with us.
It's been a great pleasure.
The fan club in Chicago is going strong, and I want to tell you thanks for everybody
thank you.
For enriching our lives with your work on radio and television all these years.
Well, bless you, Chuck. Thank you.
We're in California. We're at the pool beside the Sportsman's Lodge, where we're having a chance to chat with Art Hern, who spent some time in Chicago, I would say, doing some good radio work. And all of you out there in Radioland who remember running home after school to listen to Captain Midnight will remember Art Hern as Ichabod Mudd saying,
"Hey, Captain, I'm getting hungry. I want a hamburger."
I really sprung that on you, Art. Gave you no warning at all about that. Welcome. I'm so happy to have you with us on our broadcast today.
Well, thank you very much, but I must say, of course, I was the last one to do Icky.
Well, but you still were Ichabod Mudd.
Oh, yes. So the last 2 years of it.
That's right. You worked with Paul Barnes then, I think.
Paul and I.
Captain Midnight.
Yes, when the change came, we went to half hour.
Yeah, that's right.
But Paul and I then took the roles.
When did you start your radio career?
Well, actually, I think I started back in 1925 in Milwaukee, over WTMJ and WISN. I used to do things. And I came to Chicago in November of 1937. And I also helped organize AFRA, not AFRA. AF, yes. And I'm a pioneer.
Yes. Well, had you always wanted to be a radio actor?
Well, not necessarily radio, no, because I started out in the theater. My uncle was stage manager of the Schubert Theater in Milwaukee, and I did all the children's, the kid parts at the at the Schubert Theater in Milwaukee, and at a number of the other houses. So I kind of got into it that way, and I enjoyed it very much. And when radio came along, it looked like that this was going to be a kind of a nice thing to do. And since I enjoyed acting, I thought I just went into it. That's all.
It was basically, it was just, I shouldn't say just, but it was another acting.
Oh yes, of course,
another.
Another acting.
It was easier than being on the stage, I suppose, to a degree.
Oh well, it's an entirely different technique, of course. And like Jonathan, whose background is the theater, also, so is mine. It was easier, I believe, for us to come into radio because in radio, of course, everything is in your imagination. It's all image, you see. And it helped you, I believe, in your timing, which was the most important thing in radio, is your timing.
Sure.
So those of us who had the stage background, I think, it was easier for us to go into radio and move into it and work and earn a living.
Well, in the early days before AFRA, actors on radio programs, I believe, were often called upon to double and triple parts, right? 3, 4, sometimes more.
For nothing.
In other words,
and for almost nothing.
Whatever they were paying you, they get 5 different parts, maybe.
Unbelievable what were paid in our early days of radio. Oh,
what did you get? Can I ask you what?
Sure, $5 and $6. Once in a while, you were lucky if you got $10 to do a program. It was very, very rugged, and of course those were rough times, depression times. At least, of course, we would go over, people would get an egg sandwich and a cup of coffee for 15 cents, which
it helped a little bit.
Kind of helped a little bit. Yeah. Oftentimes we'd go out to the Wrigley Building, run across the river, and there was a little cafeteria. We'd go there and time it just right to get there at about 11:15, because they stopped that at 11 o'clock. So it took care of us for a day.
You ever get caught by the bridge being up?
Oh, so many times. As John told you, that's why when George Fogel, who was the director of Ma Perkins for so many years, when he came out here, well, they formed that club. He and Lou Gloria formed the Bridge Was Up Club, because that was always our excuse. You see, when you were on, when you did work on Ma Perkins, they did a repeat at NBC. So you went from the Wrigley Building, which was CBS.
Yes.
You had to cross the bridge again to go over to Wacker Drive to go get over to the Merchandise Mart. Well, now you're crossing 2 bridges, you see.
So there's a good chance one of them was going to be up.
So many times, because there were a couple hours spread there in between, why you'd might forget it, or you might have an extra drink, as happened occasionally, and you wouldn't make it. So that was the pet excuse, and George would always say, never mind, don't say, I know what you're going to say. Yeah. Bridge Was Up. So that's how we formed the Bridge Was Up Club here.
But you know, of all the stories that I've heard about the bridge being up and narrow misses and all that, most of the time you never missed a show.
No,
never
very
missed the shows, right?
rare. No, this was a very rare occasion.
Yeah, you might have missed a last run-through before the show or something like that. But you know, everybody was a pro, weren't they? They knew
very much so.
They could step in, even if they hadn't seen the script before, they could really do it.
Well, I tell you, I had to do that in Chicago because our time was very tight. We didn't have all of the times that some of the New York casts had. Chicago was very cost conscious, and believe me, we had as little rehearsal time as possible. So you had to know your business, and it was a marvelous training for an actor because you had to do so many things and do them well, you know. Well, so it was great training.
You did many things. You appeared on soap operas, a couple of soap operas for Erna Phillips that she wrote, didn't you?
Yes,
I understand you're on The Road of Life and
Today's
Children.
Today's Children was my best. I did the role of Joseph, who was the imposter. Bob Perkins' son had passed away, and I was his buddy, and I always wanted a family. So I took his place, so to speak. And
on the Ma Perkins.
No, not Ma Perkins.
Well, you said Ma Perkins' son passed.
Well, she did the lead on isn't that awful? I can't.
On Today's Children?
On Today's Children, yeah. That was her other show.
Oh, Virginia Payne's.
Virginia Payne.
Oh,
okay, thank you,
I see.
my dear friend.
Yeah.
Yes, and so I had a long run on that for about a year and a half, a lead with that. It was a good series.
Did you get?
I enjoyed that very much.
You get a lot of letters from the listening audience?
Lots of them. We had a lot of publicity. It was fun working in Chicago. We were like one big family. You didn't have this rapport when you came out here to Hollywood. Entirely different. We had a wonderful group of people, and I made some very dear friends whom I still have today. It was a really great thing.
Well, you did a lot of nice work in Chicago.
Well, I did a lot. My pet, of course, was Captain Midnight. I was on that for 13 years, and it was fun working.
You said you were icky the last couple of years, but you did all kinds of other.
Yeah, I did. I was Ivan Sharp's right-hand man.
Oh, you was Nazis then, right?
No, he wasn't a Nazi. He was. No? I did a lot of those too. On Jack, I did a lot of Nazis on Jack Armstrong, and all the kids. Yeah, well, I did all the kids shows. Yeah. We did the four of them were done right within a radius. Some of them right across the hall from each other at first WGN,
yes,
and at NBC, and very often I'd run from one studio to the other. At one time I was doing 22 radio shows a week. I hired a car to take me from NBC over to CBS, and I'd run across the street to WGN and back. It was.
Yeah, let me think now.
It was a lot of fun.
Got the calculator out here. 20 radio shows a week at $5 a show. You were making $100 a week.
Well, no, I was bad. I was doing a little better than that. When they were paying $5, I wasn't getting much work. I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's right. I know.
That $5 we used to get the barn dance, WLS, the barns that would do locals, also there, and that's where we got the $5 for doing these local commercials.
Oh, you would do commercials on the barn dance, I see.
Yeah, where they'd cut away like Murphy's cut cost concentrate and all this.
Oh, sure, because it was on the Clear Channel WLS, and they were doing all the rural audiences.
Right. Yeah, we'd go backstage at one of the theaters in Chicago. I can't think right now.
8th Street Theater was where the barn dance
8th,
came from.
correct. You're right.
Did you?
She knows more than I do.
No, you've forgotten more than I'll ever know. I'll tell you that.
Well, I worked practically every radio show that ever came out of Chicago.
I bet you did. Yeah.
I've been on it. We've worked it.
WGN had some big productions there that the Colonel McCormick was involved with. The Theater of the Air.
Theater of the Air, we did.
Some of those.
Oh, I was on that pretty regularly. Yeah.
They had
Theater of the Air.
They had a dramatic cast and a musical cast.
And a musical cast. And, we did some marvelous productions.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. Really great. And the Colonel was quite a character. He was quite a guy.
Did the cast ever come in contact, much contact with Colonel McCormick?
Well, he always, yes, because you see, he gave us, he talked on every show.
Yes.
So he was there. He'd walk in at a time.
Did he have much contact
with you? No, as such, no.
He didn't say,
no,
Archie,
say, Art, how about coming over and having coffee with me? No, he never invited me. But I admired him. He was a brilliant man, and he's a great character.
I have a note that says you were on one of the last of the kids' adventure shows that come out of Chicago or anywhere, a Silver Eagle. The Silver Eagle, the Mountie, produced by Jim Jewell.
Jim Jewell, yeah. Jim was a wonderful guy, and I loved him much, but he and I didn't get along very well. Jim was very hard to work with some people, and I was one of them, I guess. He'd blow up too many times, and I couldn't stand that. So I walked away a few times.
But you were on
Jim,
the show.
Yes, well, I did other work for Jim, too. Yeah, he came from Detroit, really, Jim. Very brilliant guy. Had a lot of pain because he had back problems for years. And I think that kind of helped to irritate.
Your voice, though well known to Chicago and network radio listeners, never gave you the opportunity to have someone come up to you and say, oh, on the street, for example, or in a restaurant, and say, oh, I know who you are because I can see you. They would recognize the voice, but they wouldn't see you until you went into television.
Until I went into TV. That's correct. Well, you're right about that.
Yeah, right.
Because I did a whole series of shows at WGN for GN themselves too, that I did for the Tribune, and when they inaugurated their new what was it? I think it was an entertainment section that they put out a separate section. They did a great big show that we did for them that I worked. We just did a lot. I also at WGN had a show called Mystery House that ran for 4 years. That was a big. We had an audience every Saturday night at the Wrigley Village, in the big studio. At this, this was radio, where we did original mystery stories. It was called Mystery House.
And that was probably over the Mutual Network then, right?
Yes.
You did a GN in the big studio where the operators.
In our big studio, it was a very popular show and one we enjoyed doing. It was a great show.
Now you were best known to TV viewers as you had a youngster kids program.
I had a show called The Pied Piper television, and it was a good show. It was the early days of TV, and again I'm going to say that when we did a TV show in Chicago, and we had 15 minutes rehearsal time, New York people were getting an hour's rehearsal time. See, so again, you had to really be on your toes. It was a really tough situation. That's about all we'd had. And when I started out in the Pied Piper, prior to that, I had did a show for National Food Stores, which at that time was National Tea, and I was Natko the Clown for them.
Yes, Natko the Clown.
You could have that was a great Kids Carnival Quiz. Was a popular show, but in that show, when I first took it over, we were doing 10 commercials at a half hour. Finally got down to 5, which was better. But now, you imagine when you're allowed 15 minutes maybe, for camera time, rehearsal time to do these commercials. It was frantic, really. And I did it 5 days a week.
Incredible.
Oh.
When were you working?
I was doing
cards?
that. I was doing that. Not too often. Yes, it was. That helped us a lot. But a lot of it, you see, you had to ad-lib a lot.
Sure.
Sure, you had to memorize the bulk of the commercial, the important parts of it. But it was rough. I remember one time I was doing a cracker commercial, and you see, I should have known better. Of course, you never take a cracker and bite into it, and then try to speak right after. Believe you me. Boy, I went through murder for that right.
Those are wonderful days, though, of live television.
Oh, they were just
radio.
great, wonderful things. Wonderful. I remember that getting the busiest time of my career. I got laryngitis, and I had just gotten a new part on a recorded show, and they had to rewrite the script to stay that I got an attack of laryngitis. I could hardly talk. Now, this went on for 6 weeks.
Oh, my.
6 weeks, 5 days a week, and here I am doing all these 20 shows or something. I could hardly talk, including my TV show, which started. It was murder. That's when I quit smoking.
And never a laryngitis attack since then, is that right?
No, I never did. It came, my voice came back a week later, and it was great. Whether it was the smoking, or not, I don't know. But
it might have had it.
Have something to do with it.
Well,
anyway.
I'm glad you're still stopped smoking, right?
Oh, yes, and that's 30-some years ago.
Okay. Well, you did it before it became fashionable.
Oh, well, they were just starting to, they were just starting that.
Yeah.
But I remember we were talking with Cup about that. How's Cup?
He's
you
fine.
can see him?
He's fine.
Give him my very best. He's a very, very dear friend of mine. We used to have studios together, side by side, when he started out in TV with he and Essie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they're wonderful people.
Well, you're a nice guy, too.
Well, how very nice of you. Thank you so much.
We're glad that you stopped a couple of minutes
I'm
on
glad.
a
I
sunny
hope,
afternoon to say hello.
I hope you tell her back there at the museum to take good care of my Pied Piper prints that I turned over to
we're
him.
so I must say, we're delighted to have that as part of the museum collection, because you are now a museum piece along with...
Well, my son was very happy to get rid of him because he was storing them for me in his cocktail lounge. Well,
thank you very much, Art Hern. We really appreciate the chance.
Pleasure. Thanks a lot.
We're here in sunny California, and we're talking to the sage of Winston County, Alabama. It's Pat Buttram. Hi, and welcome to Those Were the Days.
Well, thank you very much. I'll do a little saging for you here if you want me to. I don't know.
Well, all of your friends from Chicago want to be remembered to you. Remember
Well,
you
thank
on the National Barn Dance and so many shows.
I started a show on CBS there a few years back. Well, quite a while back. In the afternoon called Just Entertainment for Wrigley, and I put together a group in a band, and I got the Jack Halperin Quartet that was singing around town there, and I brought them out here and moved the show out to Hollywood and did it from here, and for years. So if anyone back there is wondering where the Jack Halperin Quartet went, they are out here now.
Well, they'll be glad to know that. They're looking. They've been looking for him since 1956 when that started, right?
That's it.
About that time. Well, you must have known Les Atlas and all the folks at WBBM.
Yeah. I was back there visiting a while back, a few years back when Les was still running WBBM and all, and I had a date with an old girlfriend, and I was to meet her that night, and Les said, well, this morning we'll go out on the boat for a while on Lake Michigan. So we went out on the boat, and he kept me out there for 2 days. He wouldn't let me come back. I couldn't use ship to shore to call this girl. He got me back just in time to catch a plane back to LA. And so if, Georgine, if you're listening back there.
We're at the Museum of Broadcast Communications in Chicago, and we're privileged to have a man who is really a legend in the radio broadcast era. He is a man who has been involved in broadcasting for, I would say, possibly conservatively, 60 years. He's Himan Brown, and we're glad to have you with us today.
I'm glad to be here, Chuck, because Chicago was almost my first stamping ground when I started in radio. Of course, I'm a New Yorker, and I had to broadcast from New York, which was my home. But I used Chicago, which was then in the late 20s, actually, and the early 30s, one of the most important centers for radio drama, radio, whatever radio was in those days. Chicago was as important as New York. There was no Los Angeles.
That's right.
There was no West Coast. And then to see the decline that came with the advent of television was very disappointing to me. So anytime someone says, come to Chicago and talk, I'm more than happy to, Chuck.
Where did it all start for you? Was radio your first entry into show business, or did you do something before radio?
I am a lawyer. I finished my college at Brooklyn College, City College in New York City, where all of my education.
The Pierre Andre Memorial Studio at the Museum of Broadcast Communications is where we do our Those Were the Days program every Saturday afternoon. And we are delighted this Saturday afternoon to have a very special guest. She's Bernice Martin Wallace, a Chicago area resident who, lo and behold, starred in a lot of radio dramas during the good old days. Bernice, we're glad to have you here.
Well, hi, Chuck. It's a pleasure to be here.
So delightful to see you down here at our studio to talk about the radio days.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Need a little more volume on Bernice's mic. You come in a little closer there.
Okay.
Better?
It's okay with me.
Okay. bring that up. Okay. Now, you started working in radio. Well, I guess it's a delicate subject. I don't want to bring it
It's
up
okay.
too.
It's okay. Everybody that knows me knows how old I am. It's all right.
Well, you started back in 1941, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So you did freelance work in Chicago on a variety of soap operas and other shows, right?
Yes. And I did commercials, too.
Mm-hmm.
The sad part was that the commercials didn't give us residuals in those days.
That's right.
You know, and we did it, and that was it. No matter how many times it went on, it made no difference as far as money was concerned.
Well, what was your first radio job?
My first radio job was with the Romance of Trent.
It was?
That was the first audition I went on, and fortunately, I got the audition. And I have to tell you, Chuck, they asked me whether I was a member of AFRA. And, of course, I didn't even know what AFRA was, never, you know. And I told them I was not, and they said, well, you better join because you'll go on the air tomorrow. And I asked how much it would cost, and they said $50, and I sort of gulped because in 41 it wasn't that easy to get, you know, $50.
And you weren't being paid $50 for that job either.
No, but we were paid $45 for a broadcast, which included 1 hour of rehearsal. We usually, you know, we started in the studio at 10:30, got the script, marked it, and went over the script twice probably, and then we went on the air at 11:30 at the Wrigley Building at CBS.
Oh yeah,
it was great.
WBBM.
At WBBM, that's right. Yeah, so, that was great.
But now you say you auditioned for and got a role on The Romance of Helen Trent. Had you done any other acting or radio work before that? Tell us about that.
No, I didn't do radio work. Somebody suggested to me that I go and sign up for some auditions and go to some of the advertising agencies, and they called me for this particular audition, and I was just fortunate enough to get it. I guess I maybe did something that was a little different than the other girls. I gave it somewhat of a Brooklyn accent, and it had a little comedy relief to the part.
What was the role that you got?
I played the part of Ginger Leroy, Helen Trent's secretary. And it was a fun part. It was, you know, comedy and cute, and I enjoyed it very much. The people were wonderful. Gil Whitney was the romantic male, and of course that was played in those days by Marvin Miller, who went on to be the millionaire.
Oh yes,
remember that?
On television.
On
sure,
television.
Yeah. Well, he was the man who handed out the checks for the millionaire.
Well,
right.
all right. Anybody that would hand me $1 million check would be the millionaire.
That's right.
I guess. But he was around, and Mike Wallace was around, famous for 60 Minutes, you know. And there were a lot of people, a lot of wonderful people in that particular era. Virginia Clark played the part of The Romance of Helen Trent. And then, of course, there were other shows that I did. However, I then went on to do, I was Betty Crocker on NBC.
Well, you were?
Yeah.
Ah.
And
did you get all of the...
recipes?
The recipes,
no.
And did you get all?
I gave some of mine. So that's what I did, and I did other commercials. I did a lot of Wholesome Bread commercials, and they're still writing them and doing them. And the W.E. Long Company, I guess, is still in existence here. And 13 days after my first daughter was born, which was in 1948, I went down to the studio and I did the first Dial soap commercial.
What was that? To give Dial a trial today?
Give Dial a trial or something. But it was wonderful. I sat down in a chair and I did it, and it was great.
Well, you have been in and out of the broadcast world over the years. Then you ever do anything now? You still dabble a little bit?
I tell you what I have been doing through the years. I worked in different charitable organizations, and we put on shows, and I directed them and I acted in them. And then there was a period there, the Chicago Board of Rabbis and the Catholic Diocese and the Protestant Church. They had a program on Saturday nights on WBBM starting at 9 o'clock at night. And I would always do the shows for the Board of Jewish Rabbis. And do you recall the name Father Banahan?
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure.
Well, Father John Banahan, right?
John Banahan, who he still must be around because I read about him
in
Cup's
He
column
was
a lot.
here at the museum a year or two ago when the museum did a memorial service for Fran Allison.
Oh, really?
Yes, and in fact we broadcast it, and Father Banahan was here as part of that.
Yeah, he was a wonderful man.
Sure.
Well, he handled the the part for the Catholic Archdiocese, and he one night he called me frantically. It was a Thursday, and he said, "I have nobody to play the part of Sister Bernadette. Would you please play the part for me?" And I said, "Father, it would be a pleasure if you'll bring me the script." And he came over, but it was wonderful doing the show, but at the end of the show, they did give credits. And at that time, I was married to my first husband, who last name was Handelman, and he said the part of Sister Bernadette was played by Bernice O. Handelman. It was just adorable. He had a great sense of humor. But,
well, you sound like you had a good time with the radio days, didn't you?
I did. I wasn't sorry it was over, because everything, then I went into another era, started raising my family, and did things. But it's always, I've always had pleasure out of some of the things I did and some of the things I'm doing now.
You worked probably at the Merchandise Mart for
at NBC.
NBC, WMAQ, and WENR, I suppose, and maybe at the Tribune for WGN.
At the Tribune, sure.
Did you ever get caught with the bridge up? You know that? You know that story?
Once, and I got out and walked. It was really not funny. Not funny. But I always tried to be very, very early, and I could just see the CBS studio, though. It was just like a little square room, and then directly in front was an enclosed box where you could have visitors. And invariably, if I'd be on, I would lift up my eyes from the sheet of paper, and there was my mother, maybe with a girlfriend or somebody to see the show.
Come down to see you do it.
Really, it was nice.
Now, these shows were not necessarily open to the public,
they
had you were glad.
It was a 15, it wasn't.
Many of the shows had to be done a second time to accommodate the changes in the time zones. Did you ever have that problem with Helen Trent?
No. Only
your
one.
time was such that it could be heard across the country.
And I know I have family in Buffalo, New York, who always were thrilled, because if they'd be listening to the program to hear me. And so it was the same time,
Did the character that you played, Ginger Leroy, was that a regular character from that time on now for a while?
They called it a running part, and yes, it wasn't regular because I was not on every day. I was lucky if I was on sometimes twice a week, and maybe once a week sometimes, depending what the script was, and of course if Helen Trent was in her office, But it was. But it was a fun thing to do.
Did that program really prove that romance need not be over, even though a woman is 35 years of age?
Well, I'll vouch to that anytime.
What kind of reaction that you might have become aware of did the show receive from the audience? The listening audience.
Oh, well, I talk to people even now who remember their mothers or grandparents or somebody. Oh, my goodness, we always had it on in our house, People were glued to the radio in those days. It was a great way to, you use your imagination. And, of course, I get a kick out of listening to some of the tapes now. It's a different kind of acting nowadays. Everything is more natural, and there was a lot of overacting, and the announcing was very dramatic.
Yes, well, the announcers
in comparison,
were right.
You
always
they were pushing, punching.
Yeah, right. Well, there's more naturalness, as you say today. But in those days, the epitome of radio was the announcer. I mean, you always, visualized a Tony Martin or somebody tall and very, very much in control. In fact, indeed, the sponsor was kind of in control. The announcer was kind of in control as he read that sponsor's product. Now, did you, as one of the actors on the show, ever get to take home some of the sponsor's product? Did they ever give you a package of goodies? They never did, huh?
Come to think of it, no.
They just paid you off, and that was all you needed.
That was it. Yeah. I have a nice... a letter that the director had sent me. He went into the Navy, and a very fine person named Blair Wallace, and he wrote me a beautiful letter because he knew this was the beginning for me and thanked me for the work and wished me well. And it was very nice. You know, there was nice camaraderie between people.
Over the years, I have heard from so many people who worked in Chicago about Blair Wallace.
Really?
Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
They have said that he was really a nice person to work with, easy to get along with, not outwardly demanding, yet if what he wanted, he could convey that message to his actors very easily and get what he wanted.
I often think about, think of certain different people and wonder where they are, what happened to them, but you do lose touch. You can't help it. AFRA, in those days it was AFRA. There was
American
no
Federation of Radio
Artists, and now it's AFTRA for television and radio artists. But they had, in those days, they'd have a beauty contest or something once a year and some kind of an affair. Well, I wasn't chosen queen. A girl by the name of Angel Casey was queen. I don't know what happened to her. She was a beautiful blonde girl. And then I was one of the runner-ups.
Oh.
So that was my...
And I can understand that, too.
Oh, thank you thanks very much. But Kay Westfall and I were the runner-ups. So they had the blonde queen and the two brunettes. But anyway, it was fun.
I have seen some copies of a publication or a booklet called, that was distributed at AFTRA's annual show called the Antics, AFRA Antics.
Oh, really?
And in there they would have photographs of all of the AFTRA people, AFRA people over the years. So I'm going to have to go back and see if I can find your photograph.
I don't know, it was in the early 40s. There's a picture. Well, you won't know it's me, but it's there.
Well, you're so nice to spend a little time coming down on a Saturday afternoon to talk about this stuff.
I'm delighted. I've listened to you so many times. I'm delighted I had the pleasure of meeting you.
Well, thank you. I always like to meet the listeners, too. And it's always double special when a listener is someone who contributed to the radio days. Unfortunately, the episode of The Romance of Helen Trent that we have is not... does not have this Helen's secretary in it. And there are so few episodes of Helen Trent around. I keep looking for one for you if I can find one with Ginger Leroy. You worked 5 years on this show?
Well, from 41 till about, 46. Most of the things were taken out of Chicago at that time and started emanating from New York. So that was it.
Well,
that was it.
We're going to take our listeners back with us now. You said Chicago must have been about 11:30 in the morning when this was on.
Yes. And those were the days.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I want to thank you, Bernice Martin, for being with us today.
Thank you,
It's very nice to have you here.
It was very nice being here.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
This is a long-running... Thank you very much. It was a long-running soap opera, ran from 1933 to 1960. Frank and Ann Hummert once again. In this particular episode, we have Julie Stevens as Helen Trent, David Gothard as Gil Whitney, and Mary Jane Higby as Cynthia. That familiar theme song, Juanita, the guitar and the humming, something different than the usual organ music. You have a guitar strumming and then hum the tunes of Juanita. Nita, Juanita, ba ba bum 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 bum. Bernice, did that take you back?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Well, let's take you all back now for The Romance of Helen Trent. Chuck Schaden here on Those Were the Days from 97 FM, WNIB in Chicago. Won't you welcome, please, our very special guest, Mr. Art Hellyer. Art, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Nice to be here with you.
We're delighted that you came down this afternoon. You're putting in a long day. You've been on the air this morning since 9 o'clock out at WJOL in Joliet. And here you are, and none the worse for wear.
None the worse, thanks to you sending Larry out to pick me up.
Larry was delighted to come out that way. He's charging us 43 cents a mile, he said, per diem also.
Well, I will say this. We drove in at 90 to 100 miles an hour the entire way, and I do question that a bit, though. But he had his belt on.
He had his belt on,
right.
And he usually has a belt before he takes off there. There's a few chicken feathers sticking out of your sport coat there.
Yeah, but he did sell the eggs across the street at the hospital.
Ah, that's right. Art, I'm so delighted that you've come down to be with us this afternoon on our program. It's a very special treat.
I have admired your work ever since I can remember. I always listened to you when you were on the radio in Chicago, and I listen to you whenever I can when you're out in Joliet, and wherever you've been, I've certainly enjoyed that. I was telling my wife this morning, I said, I can't believe, I hear Art Hellyer is going to be a guest of mine on my radio show, and how much back we got married. My wife and I got married in 1956, and we used to listen to you every morning on WCFL.
Right, which is the loop now, yeah.
It's AM 1000, right?
Right.
Yeah, and the fun we had, the creativity that you brought to radio was wonderful.
Well, I had an amazing record turner. If you'll recall, July 12th of 1988, you had us on WBBM, the 2 hours that Sunday night. And Lenny Kaye I'm referring to, and of course he's gone now. But he anticipated anything I would do. Lenny was ready to fire voice tracks. I mean, now today, Chuck, as you well know, better than anyone, all the voice tracks are done by computer. Back then, Lenny had 5 or 6 stacks of records, 78s, 45s, and 33s. And he'd wear white gloves so he could get right to them and handle them quickly. And I would say something like, my goodness, Mayor Daley just walked in here. And the next thing I know, I'd see him whipping through records. He would cue right to a line, and I would say, and what has the good mayor to say today? And then would come a voice saying, you know what? You tell me, Chuck.
Well, he'd say anything.
There's no light in the men's room.
There's no light in the men's room.
Right.
Yeah.
Things like that. Or get a nickel back
on every bottle. Get a nickel back on every bottle, Jim. Yeah.
I think that's always been your favorite.
I love those. Yeah.
Lenny had he was the most talented, most unusual individual I've ever known, and he was responsible, really, for the job we did, becoming #1 in Chicago all those years.
Now, you were really not a disc jockey.
No.
In the purest sense of the word. You occasionally played some music, some
well,
records
I always
on
used
the
to
show.
say I would play music as a fill between commercials.
Well, that was one of the great things, actually. The success that you brought to radio was because of the listeners that you brought the sponsors, and the sponsors were there, and you had some very long-running sponsors.
Yes.
I mean, I'm trying to remember, like Downtown Nash, but you put them out. They went out of business.
They went out of business before I did. I'm still at it. They're long gone. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I mean, you had many long-running sponsors, and they stayed with you, and you would kid the sponsors, you would make fun of the sponsors, and program directors from one station after another had lost their hair and their wits and their sense of humor.
Well, what did they know about radio?
Well, that's true. Program directors, right?
And managers. What do they know about radio, Chuck?
I have a clip. Ted Schulte, one of your fans.
Well, Ted Schulte, I cannot tell you how many commercials I did for him. Kellogg's, Royal Crown Cola, Buster Brown Shoes, when he was with Leo Burnett.
Well, Ted made a tape of an appearance of yours at the Chicagoland Fair.
Really?
Back in 1957.
I'm not even aware of that.
You were doing you remember this, a remote from Navy Pier?
Oh my! Oh. Do we have to go into that?
A remote from Navy. Can you remember that scene there?
Well, let me put it this way. I remember the week very well. And the date of my demise at WCFL was July 12th, 1957, which was also the worst rainstorm, the date of the worst rainstorm in Chicago history. But July 12th of 1957, I hope he doesn't have that date. Is that the one you have, Mr. Schulte?
No,
We've been friends an awful long time. I don't want it to end here tonight.
This is just circa 1957. Don't have a specific date. Ted works, volunteers, a lot of volunteer work here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications in the area, especially of oral histories.
Right.
And he knows now today the value of dates on things, see. But when he recorded this thing off the air, I guess it was in 1957, maybe it was 1957 or so, but it probably...
Well, Friday, July 12, 1957 was my famous day at WCFL. This was the strange thing about that week. My show was on from 6 until 9:30 in the morning. The trade show opened at 10. Why was I doing my show out there every morning? Nobody was there.
No, you mean at Navy Pier?
Yeah.
No, you were doing, this was a Saturday night.
Okay, one Saturday night
Saturday
we
night
did.
special, yeah.
Yeah, and Hogan brought in, Marty Hogan was the general manager, and he stopped in. Do you have him on there? Because he had a few.
Obviously, talking about he had a few people in his office to discuss the programming concept.
To discuss selling of the program, that sort of thing. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is we're going to play just a few minutes of this, but
really?
You're going to hear that you have never failed to credit Lenny Kaye with doing such a good job for you. And this really almost takes a big spotlight and puts it right on Lenny Kaye, because this is typical Art Hellyer stuff from that period of time.
May I tell you how he was dressed also?
Lenny?
Yeah, I called him Dr. K, TT, transcription technician. So as Dr. K, we got for him from my doctor out in Skokie. His name was Dr. Kokatek. Yeah, still out there, Dr. Kokatek. And we got one of his gowns and a stethoscope and the cap, and that's what he was wearing that night when he was operating the turntables on that Saturday night. Dr. K was. Really?
Well, you
have a picture in the Nostalgia Digest.
In the April-May issue of the Digest.
Where he's wearing that outfit.
That's right. He does have that
same outfit. And
that
was our
gown, so to speak.
finest broadcast studio, by the way, that
that's
you
right.
have pictured.
It's one of the great, all-time great studios, right?
They were getting ready to build a toll road, and that was a condemned farm, and we found that building on the condemned farm.
I want to get into this tape now. We're going to listen to Dr. K and Dr. H, Art Hellyer, broadcasting from Navy Pier during the Chicagoland Fair. And this also gives you a great idea of Art and his great regard and respect for all his clients, the sponsors who have come to support what you've done over the years, right?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Let's listen to Art Hellyer.
Hi, this is Art Hellyer, and we're doing something a little different out here. We're working out here at the Chicagoland Fair tonight. What's the matter, the mic dead? Oh, is this one all right? And right now, I'm seated out here in Dr. K's dinghy, right off Navy Pier here at the Chicagoland Fair. There's a bunch of monkeys down outside of the Look at all this. Joe Simeon, Ed Simeon, Sally Simeon, Pete Simeon, they're all out here. But we're out here at the Chicagoland Fair, and we don't have studio facilities, as the boys have been telling you that, but that is a misnomer. Actually, we have a boat just off the end of the pier, and we're working from that right now. When we came in here tonight, got a big kick out of the program. Don McCarty, have you seen the program they sell you when you come in for 35 cents? Good, huh? They gave it away at the Tribune 2 weeks ago. Did you see it? Did you see that program out there? They knock you over the head and take 35 cents from your pocket for a Chicagoland Fair program, and 2 weeks ago it came free with the Sunday Tribune. How'd that chicken get out here in the lake? Hey, the first, we're supposed to be working. Is this one of your accounts, Jim Collins? Really? I never thought you'd be associated with one like this. I thought you had the high-class accounts on the station. A little surprised at you. We're working for People's Pontiac. They're good friends of mine, actually. Al Rosenstein and Bill Stone and Phil Berman, all the boys out there, Mr. Schneider out the west side. They're all real nice people. People's Pontiac did a lot of television for them, and now they're just about going broke, so they're buying radio. It's 6 minutes past 8. And, we don't have the temperature out here, do we? The sort of thing we do in the morning. The White Sox won one this afternoon. The Sox won that ball game 5-1. Come to think of it. Dr. K, for you folks standing outside the studio here, this is Dr. K over here. Did you get a good look at him? That's Dr. K. Doctor, you have something for us?
Fans, here's the latest platter from the ever-popular Kanter Pop Hern's
Couldn't hear it. John Kudelek, we have the station's worst engineer assigned to us, too, by the way, tonight. Really, I don't know how that happened. Ordinarily, they're very nice to us. We have fellows like Ernie Notcher and Ted Swanson. But tonight we got John Kudelek for some strange reason. And we almost had Mike Cozy on the turntables, the station's worst turntable operator. But Dr. K is here with us. Doctor, do you have some nice music prepared for us tonight? You can speak, you know. You tell me what it is. We don't have a music sheet, or we haven't planned anything at all. We're supposed to speak about People's Pontiac, and Collins will have a fit over there, I suppose, if I don't. People's Pontiac, the largest Pontiac sales center in Chicagoland, and whether Marv Gray is listening or not, I'm not going to read 8 or 10 commercials that long. Look at the length of these things. Look outside the window. That'd be a crime to have to listen to that much, wouldn't it? Would you people want to hear commercials that long? Throw them all away. There'll be no commercials at all for People's Pontiac tonight. Music! And here at the pier, at Navy Pier, at the Chicagoland Fair, friends, we have the WCFL Dancing Girls dancing for you now, back and forth on the stage in their lovely costumes. 89 girls, 88 costumes. Hi there, Adele.
Hi, boy. If you think your show is happy, you'll make us feel red, and you'll make us very happy just by clapping your hands. Say good evening, folks. We're up and glad that you came. You're a happy little frolic, sleepy little frolic, happy little frolic,
Girls, the lovely WCFL Dancing Girls appearing here at Navy Pier. We're going to have Mr. Rosenstein drive in an automobile in just a moment. The gentleman who owns People's Pontiac. Don McCarty's on the telephone. I'm going to have to caution you, Don, that I'm doing the talking here, and you just wait till 9 o'clock when you're back on. You're on in what? Till 10:30 from out here at the pier, huh? How much did it cost to get in here? 90 cents. 90 cents. Cost us a lot of headaches to get in here tonight. Park the car. I would like to call Mr. David X. Myers. And Mr. Myers, would you please call the parking lot on Urin Street and tell them that I do have a monthly ticket, and I am allowed to park in there. Had a big battle with them tonight. Dr. K got picked up by the police coming in. Always. That was a terrible time with them. But we want to talk to you right now about People's Pontiac, tell you that a sales riot's going on over there because... actually, they've turned People's Pontiac into just a tremendous What's the phone ringing about? Where's that? Is that from Johnny again, Kudelek? He just likes to hear his name heard on the air. We'll mention Mrs. Collins, too. See, she smiled now. Oh, she's a pretty girl.
Maybe that was fine.
I can't hear it. Johnny, give me some more volume, will you? We're rehearsing, actually, for Wednesday night, and we'll be on.
Thank you, Mamie. That was fine. Fine.
Mamie? This is the Mamie Hellyer Show, friends, and we're here tonight. We're here ordinarily on weekday mornings, 6:45 till 9:30 on WCFL. We want to tell you about the wonderful cars they have at People's Pontiac. 56 Pontiacs, as little as $1,495, full price right now. Any of you people out there drive a Pontiac? Do you? I don't know why anybody would want to, really. But if you are looking for a good deal on a Pontiac, then what you want... I have to change the copy. Don McCarty, this is our assistant program director, Don McCarty, here, and he's changing the copy. We have a message from Mr. Rosenstein right now.
This is Indiana's first broad-chasing station.
WCFL Chicago, 1000 on your dial. But these 56 Pontiacs are yours for, believe it or not, $1,495. Don't change any prices on me, Don. I'm already quoting them. And, friends, if you'll watch back here at the back of the booth now, Mr. Rosenstein... What's the matter here with the mic cord? Mr. Rosenstein, if you'll bring that car right in. This is a beautiful Pontiac he's bringing in. Mr. Rosenstein, bring that car right in. Drive it right in here. That's it. Carefully, right through the studio. Watch it. Careful with the... Anybody out there like to buy a junky Pontiac? Give me the copy again. We'll find out what that is for 14. Mr. Rosenstein, I'm going to ask you, please, sir. He's doing it to the same car. Please don't do that to the 1956 Pontiac. This one was priced at $1,495. Anybody out there like to buy it? $35. People's Pontiac. As little as $1,495, full price at People's Pontiac right now. and a payment of $59.90 a month with no money down. That'll include Hydromatic, radio and heater, white wall tires, two-tone styling. $59.90 a month, all interest and carrying charges included, too. Peoples, where more people pick Pontiac as their car. 2 locations north. Yeah, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled Pontiacs. People's Pontiac, where more people pick Pontiac as their car. You see that on television. Stand there with a straight face and lie for these people. Say, more people pick Pontiacs at Peoples than any other place in the world. 3150 Ogden, corner Ogden and Kedzie, and then also 5940 Northwestern Avenue, right at the corner of Peterson. Open tomorrow, Sunday, all day. Open on Sunday, and I don't like that because I think car dealers should be closed all day on Sunday. I really do. The governor vetoed the bill, and somebody ought to veto the governor. The time is 8:13. What's going on over here? Wally Matei, our custodian, is carrying his purse.
And be sure to listen next week when the topic of the sermon will be Cast Thy Broad Upon the Waters.
Yes, that's the topic of the sermon here on WCFL tomorrow. Would you like to repeat that for them? For a minute, I thought we were going to hear that horrible Jack Carey announcement for Arlington Park again. Carey produced that thing in his basement. Have you heard it? He wrote it. He sings on it. You've all heard Jack Carey, haven't you? Here's a program note.
And be sure to listen next week when the topic of the sermon will be Cast Thy Broad Upon the Waters. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WCFL Chicago 1000 on your dial. The time, 8:14. Does anybody know what the temperature is? It's doggone hot. It must be around 90.
We take you now to BBC in England.
Good evening, friends. We're speaking to you from BBC in London, England. This is Vic Bonds, WCFL's newscaster for London, England, bringing you this broadcast. And here she is, the Queen. We have no respect for anyone.
I'll tell you, it's a shame you were so laid back, Art.
I've led a very quiet monastic life. I really have.
You know, the joy of listening to that, even a few years after the fact, was part of the joy of hearing it was the fun that you were obviously having doing it.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I mean, you were having a good time with it, and you were just running roughshod over everybody. But there was, you know, the thing about it, there was absolutely no malice in there.
No.
You were not angry at anybody. You were just having a good time, and you used all the resources that you had.
It was just malice in Wonderland. That's about what it was.
And, you know, describing Dr. K doing, finding all the records and doing the right thing.
Well, you got to hear it there.
Yeah.
I had no idea Ted Schulte had found something like that. And Ted, thank you very much. I got a big kick out of it. I had no idea anything like that was still around.
It's amazing. You have had a terrific career in radio. You've had to fight for what you wanted to do, and what you wanted to do was what you thought was the right thing to entertain the audiences. And I know it's been over all the years. When was your first radio broadcast, Art?
January 1st, 1947.
1947.
Charleston, West Virginia, and it started out by the man who was the custodian the night before, a brand new radio station. I was doing the first broadcast, 5 in the morning, 15-minute newscast. Waverly Graverly was the name of the custodian. And the night before, he had turned off the news machines. So I came in to start my shift, first time ever on the air. With a 15-minute newscast, there's no news. I had to run down the restaurant and buy the local paper. But later on in that day, Bob Gelder, the manager, called him at home. This is New Year's Day. And asked Waverly Graverly why those news machines were off. And he said, well, somebody went home last night and left them running, so I turned them off. And no one ever turns off a news machine.
He was trying to do his good deed, right? And it was New Year's Eve. He figured that partying at the station, everybody decided to go home early or whatever and leave it on.
Right.
We're talking with our guest, Art Hellyer, who has honored us by coming downtown today to be with us in our Hall of Fame radio studio here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications. We have lots more with Art Hellyer and lots of sounds, and we're going to get lots of good stories, I think, and we're going to talk about a very fascinating man and his career as we continue in just a bit. Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days from 97 FM. This is WNIB in Chicago. Our guest is Art Hellyer this afternoon on our Those Were the Days program, and
we're on a roll, so we're going to continue chatting with Art here. We have a few other things to do, but you know, I have a feeling that this World War II program, This Is Our Enemy, I think we're going to put that on the shelf today. Now, don't worry, we'll reschedule it, and we will play it as part of our radio in World War II. But I'm going to take advantage of the fact that Art Hellyer is here this afternoon, and we're going to spend the rest of our show chatting with this guy and playing some of the sounds of the great broadcast that he provided. Art, when
you have more of these?
I have more things in.
Where did you get
this?
This
is called the blackmail. You worked with an awful lot of people in Chicago over the years. You're talking about Jack Carey before. Now he was staff announcer at WCFL.
Yes, and he followed me each morning after my show. He was then on up until noon. Jack Carey, even today, is one of the big officers in AFTRA.
That's right. Yes,
sure. He's a past president too. Yeah, sure.
So. And of course, you worked with
and one of the stuffiest guys I ever. No, that was 1957, wasn't it? That's
57.
Right.
Well, now, what you were saying before that you got bounced from WCFL in 1957.
July 12th.
Why?
I had gone to do my show that morning at Navy Pier, the very show that Ted had from the preceding Saturday night. And we were doing the morning show, and as I said, I was off at 9:30. And the show didn't open till 10. I to this day, haven't figured out why I was doing my show there each morning. Well, Monday morning, I got in fine. They had called over and said I'd be there to do my show, told the guards. And then, or Monday, I didn't get in. I went back to the studio, walked back from Navy Pier to the old Furniture Mart where the studios were then. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the guards were alerted to the fact we were indeed to be there to do our radio program. Well, Friday, they had the Monday staff on again. And they wouldn't let us in.
You mean on Monday morning when you showed up, they said, we have no authorization for you to be here, we're not going to let you in?
Exactly. No.
Okay.
No way. So Monday I walked back to the studios, did the show from the studio. Well, Friday I thought, well, surely the Monday crew knows about it by now. So there was a bit of a discussion at the door. I didn't say altercation. Bit of a discussion. I did get in. Some glass was broken. A couple of garbage cans were hurled. And just your usual morning show group coming to work, you know. And I don't drink either, by the way. And I did get in, but the guard was standing there with a 1927 Thompson submachine gun. And he held that gun on my left shoulder. And he was from the First National Bank. They had $1 million display. And I walked the distance to our studio, glassed-in area studio, with that Tommy gun on my left shoulder, and he stood there holding that gun on my shoulder as Ernie Notcher, the engineer, opened my mic, and Lenny got ready to start throwing the voices and noises and everything at me. And I made a few remarks about how he's standing there with his 1927 Thompson, and that Bob Elson would be going over to the bank later in the day, and when he took his money out, it would fold. Just a few little things like that, you know. I mean, nothing serious. And, well, I got fired. No, here's what happened later in the day. I was doing commercials for Standard Oil that afternoon for the old Darcy agency. I was doing Standard Oil commercials and at Universal, and I got a call from Marty Hogan, the manager at WCFL. He said, "You get over here right now." And I said, "I can't. I'm doing commercials for Standard. Get over here. Get over here." And I said, "I can't come over now." I did go over there about 5 o'clock, and he was there. It was just starting to rain, by the way. And I got over there, and as I came into his office, he said, "You're going to record this announcement, a full apology for what happened this morning. It will run a number of times over the weekend before you come in here and do your show again Monday morning." And I said, "Well, I have to call my dad, who's my attorney." He put his hand on the phone. I've never forgotten it. He said, "You make this announcement or you don't work here anymore." And I said, "I don't work here anymore." The following Monday, Dr. K and I were on WAIT. He followed right along. He could have stayed at CFL. Lenny came along with me. Yeah. He was really loyal. He was a great guy.
They didn't want to hear your side of the story or anything else?
No.
It really didn't have anything to do with the fact that the guard was
No.
holding his Tommy gun on you. It was
No.
what you had said.
No.
Well, who was upset?
Oh,
the bank? Did
no,
the bank say they
no,
went?
the bank was not upset. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
my dad was a friend. My dad was an attorney in Chicago for years, very well known. And Dad talked to a man named Brown, forget his first name now. He was president of the First National Bank, and he thought it was very funny. It was the ad agency that raised Holy Net about it. And they weren't even on the station.
The ad agency for the bank?
Yeah, for First National Bank. And they weren't even on the station.
And it was actually, in a way, it was a plug.
Do you want to know who the ad agency was, too? Do I mention those? It was Foot, Cone, and Belding, by the way. They were just a small outfit, you know.
Well, they never make
right,
it,
Ted
you know.
Schulte? just a little
that kind of
teensy.
an attitude.
Yeah. It was not Homer
So
Hecker,
now, the next Monday,
yeah,
over the weekend, you're on WAIT.
Yeah,
now, how did that?
Well, I have to
how
tell
did
you
you
funny.
line that up so fast?
Well, that night when I went home, I had my little 1952 MG, my red one. Ted Schulte remembers it.
Not a Pontiac.
You know, no. I've never owned a Pontiac. Come think of it. But I was driving that home. We didn't have expressways in those days. I was coming out Peterson. We lived in Skokie, Sokie as I called it, because our basement always got it. October 10th, 1954, July 12th, 1957, and July 3rd, 1962. We had rainstorms that were unbelievable here in Chicagoland, and each time I'd get on the air, I'd refer to it as Sokie, Illinois, of course. And we got out of there the following week to the house we live in now, well away from there. But I was driving home, and it was raining badly. Mm-hmm. And that night, we had over $10,000 damage in a completely finished-off basement and everything.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, it was a terrible, terrible rainstorm. And the next morning, Elaine and I and it took us until the following November to get the place cleaned up. And here we are trying to get the thing cleaned up the next morning, and a police reporter shows up from the Chicago American. He's standing on our front porch. The police reporter, a little ferret, and and he really and he wants the complete story of what happened. And the American did run it. And
You mean what happened with the Navy Pier thing, right?
Right, the Navy Pier. And in the meantime, a fellow named Bob Miller, I used to call him Old BM on his station, and Bob Miller called me over the weekend and asked me if we'd like to go to work for him. So the following Monday morning, Lenny and I were working on WAIT, doing the same show over there that we had done on WCFL.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And it was the same hours?
Exactly.
Basically the same hours?
Exactly. Yeah. We enjoyed clobbering CFL. That was a great sport.
You never went back then to CFL anymore after that?
No.
And that was at the end of the Marty Hogan era for you, right?
Yeah. Marty died in March of '59. Yeah.
Now you always used to kid Marty Hogan on the air about he was the general manager, right, or the program.
The day he hired me, he said, "Art, you have carte blanche. You are to do as you please." And I took him at his word, and I was in trouble with him all the time.
Well, you have had
oh boy, was I in trouble with him.
Over the years, you have always kind of locked in with program directors and general managers of radio stations, because I think you have always had a feeling that these people did not respect your ability and have a great regard for your talent as an entertainer, and they were always part of the establishment, and they wanted to have they were very stuffy and bottom line oriented and all of that sort of thing, and had no sense of humor, right?
Well, you said it all. I can't add a thing.
Yeah, I mean, basically that's the way you felt. And I know if you would make some statement on the air, have made some statements on the air, and you could take a map of all the radio stations in Chicago and throw a dart at it, and it would land in the call letters of any radio station, and you probably repeated this scenario at these stations. You would say something on the air, and everything that you said on the air, none of it was in poor taste.
I never said one dirty word. I never used one cuss word.
No, never anything like that. But you were just, usually
I would denigrate management.
That's right. That's right.
I always felt that I had been placed on this earth to puncture pomposity. I think that
Very good.
I think that would explain it. Mm-hmm.
Well, they would tell you off the air.
And naturally, I would say no, I won't.
Oh, that's
and
right.
You haven't even said anything yet. Or
That's
they might have said, and I'd say no way.
Well, I know, but sometimes they would say, Art, we don't want you to do this anymore because
So
it's
I do
station
it.
policy. But sometimes you would say, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. Okay.
Right.
And you won't do it. Then they come up with a memo underscoring what they said to you in person, verbally.
Right.
And then, of
And
course, the next
I would
day,
read it to
you'd
a
read the
music-
memo. Yeah.
And Lenny, Dr. K would give me a musical background for it. Always.
And so then you would tell your listening audience, I am no longer able to say this or to talk about this. And of course, the audience then would be infuriated. And that the first guy through the door, like a flash, would be Marty Hogan or some other station manager again, right?
Well, I've always said, now you say Marty Hogan.
Mhm.
I started saying this is my 46th year in radio. I started saying this a good 40 years ago, that every station I've worked at, the people are the same people, they just have different names. Yeah. So when you say Marty Hogan, you might as well be saying any of the other ones, too.
Well, I don't mean to pick on Marty Hogan, but I know that...
Why
you
not?
have
He's
some-
gone.
Well, how long were you at WAIT then?
We were there 57, 58, 59, and then I said over the air one day that I said, Elaine, pack the kids up, we're going on a trip. I had a Volkswagen bus. Long before Iacoku thinks he invented those things in 82, even thought of them. I had a Volkswagen bus of 56. I said, pack up everything. We're going to take a trip coast to coast with the kids and really let them see everything. And I announced that on my morning show. So I got home and we packed up and we just left. That was it. And
Well, had the station been given any notice on this that you were going to do that?
I said it. I said it on the air, didn't I? Didn't I say it on the air? What better notice is there? What better notice than saying it right on the air,
Well,
Chuck?
wasn't the program director listening to your every word?
Yes, and he was quite disturbed.
Oh, so this was his notice, and he felt it wasn't satisfactory, right?
No, right.
So then you left.
Sure.
In a Huff or a Volkswagen?
Not a Huff, although I have owned a couple Huffs. They are very nice. No.
Once you left in a Snit, yeah.
Yes, and a 1932 Snit, a beautiful automobile. Right, Right, had white walls.
So now you were on the road with Elaine and the family for how long?
62 days.
62 days.
And Elaine doesn't drive. I drive it all in a car that won't go over 55. Coast to coast.
So you saw the USA then?
Yes, not in our Chevrolet.
Okay. Then what? When you came back?
Oh, you won't believe this one. I worked one day in Buffalo, New York. You never heard this one, did you? No.
One day in Buffalo?
One day in Buffalo, New York. An agent in New York who had heard me over the years contacted me, and he said, I've got a job for you at WBNY in Buffalo, New York.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Charlie so-and-so has heard your work, and he wants you. So I said, well, I was a dead duck in Chicago at that time. You know how it is.
Yeah, sure.
You're hot or you're cold, one or the other. You're never in between. So I remember, wait till I tell you how I got to Buffalo. I had pneumonia. And so I was just getting over pneumonia. This is March 19th, 1959. I drive my car over to O'Hare. I leave it at O'Hare. Howie Roberts, bless him, picked the car up and drove it back to the house for me. I then took Chicago Helicopter Airways to Midway, where I got aboard an American Airlines Convair. That then took off, and we got halfway to Detroit, and we're bouncing all over the sky. And here's the one stewardess on the thing. You don't call them, what do you call them now? Flight attendants.
Flight attendant.
I don't want to step on any toes.
Oh,
Now,
for heaven forfend that you would step on anybody's toes.
The stew was stretched out in the front seat, and she was being quite ill from the storm we were in. We get over Detroit, we're told we can't land. They go to Cleveland, we're told we can't land there. Then we're told we're low on fuel, we're going to have to land in Cleveland. So we landed in this blizzard at Cleveland, and the first thing I see, the only thing I can see, is the yellow and red shell truck outside the window. They're refueling it. The pilot and co-pilot get back on. with a new hostess, and they explained we're now going to fly to Detroit. It's open, so they fly to Detroit. I got off at Detroit. I wasn't going to go through any more of this. I then had to take a Greyhound bus 19 miles to downtown Detroit, where I then walked to the railroad station. I caught the Wolverine, took it overnight, got in at 3 o'clock in the morning to Buffalo. Then my bags were out at the airport. I'd left them on American Airlines. I had to take a cab. The snow's this high in Buffalo. I had to take a cab. Then I had a reservation at the Hilton. I got back into the Hilton at 4:30, went up to my room. I was on the air at 6, took a nap for a half hour or so. Then I got on the air, and I saw the music was all rock. Well, I hadn't been told this. I apologize to your engineer and to the young people here. I hadn't been told that it was rock, and I don't play rock music. I don't play that. So I threw all the music out the window into the main street of downtown Buffalo. Chuck, you're getting a story out of me I've never told before. I threw all the records out into the street, and I had brought along a big case of my own records. And I put my own stuff on, and I had voice tracks that Lenny had queued up for me, that had dubbed off for me. We didn't have tape then. They were on disc, the 12-inch discs. So I'm using these voice tracks, and the manager, of course, saying the same lines that Mayor Daley would say and so on. So he calls in, and he's hollering and screaming at me and everything. I just kept hanging up on him. I kept on doing my show. My show was to go 6 till 9. At 9 o'clock, I got out of there. I ran back to the Hilton a couple blocks, and I told the fellow at the desk, I will not take any phone calls till 4:30. No phone calls. I knew I was going to get fired. No phone calls till 4:30. Exactly at 4:30, I'm wakened by the phone. Get over here as fast as you can. I was paid off, and I was on the New York Central coming home that night. One show in Buffalo. And I'll never forget what the manager told me. He said, you got away with far more than Jack Parr did, and I fired him, too. I'll never forget that.
He certainly had an ear for talent, didn't he? Well, now,
Chuck,
why...
you do have a way of interviewing, don't you?
Why did you...
What?
What possessed you to... I mean, okay, you don't play rock.
The devil did it.
And you take your own music and you play that, or your own cuts and stuff.
I
but
didn't like
why
the
would you
music.
throw the stuff out on the street?
Why not get rid of it?
Well, I mean,
I didn't want it there, contaminating my studio.
Somebody else is going to go on at 9 o'clock.
Well, that
what did that guy do?
Who knows? I was in bed back at the Hilton.
Art Hellyer is our wonderful guest this afternoon.
This is true confession time.
Those were the days.
I never
We're getting
told
the
that
stuff
before.
out.
You are
That's a great
marvelous
story.
interviewer.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. You're certainly you're an idol of mine, I have to say. We have all right. We're gonna do some more some clips here from you. We have something from we're back at WCFL now. Apparently, this was the only station you stayed long enough for them to record anything.
Well, can I say something real quickly here?
Sure.
Larry Peters just handed this to me, a note from a listener named Jim Dickinson, I believe it is. He says, tell them about WBBM and the hog belly prices. Well, I used to do a live show. You played it. You have a couple, the live half-hour shows I did with
with the Music Wagon or
Supper Club.
Supper Club.
Yeah, with the live orchestra and all. And this one night, they were 2 minutes short. So the producer runs into the studio to me, and he says, we're 2 minutes short. I said, I'll take care of it. So I ran down the hall to the newsroom, and I ripped off the first thing I could find on the news machine. And I went back, and for 2 minutes, I read hog belly prices until filled the time. I had forgotten that one. Thank you, Larry. I interrupted you, though. That was very rude of me.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I apologize.
I figured I haven't got it. I haven't made it in this business until you've interrupted me. And I thank you too, Art, for all the plugs that you give this program and our store, Metro Golden Memories, on your WJOL radio show. You're very kind to talk about us.
It's a great program.
Store.
I listen to this one. I listen to the one on WBBM every night. Mostly I fall asleep during it. But I
have a way with listeners.
No, it's not you. It's the hour they switched you to, which was very unfair in my opinion. They should not have done that, but That's the way radio stations operate. And to BBM,
oh, no. Hey, this is WBBM's 25th anniversary as an all-news station.
I don't care about that either.
70th
I'm glad you mentioned that.
No,
look.
Wait a minute.
Bowie.
I'm not throwing anything out the window here.
All these kids know at BBM is, this is our 25th anniversary. Bowie. It's the 70th anniversary since the Atlas brothers came up from Lincoln, Illinois, and founded that wonderful
Well,
station.
it is the 70th anniversary.
It is, and they don't mention the great people, the Mal Belairs people, the Jim Conways, the Paul Gibsons, the Lee Phillips, the John Harringtons, all these people that made WBBM. Not this baloney. Anybody can sit there and read news. Anyone. I've done it. Anyone can sit there and read news. Big deal.
Well, listen.
Big deal.
Well, I must say, I have to say, I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Okay.
But I have to say that I do a weekend show on BBM.
I know, 8 until 10,
and
Saturday night
tonight,
and Sunday night. I thoroughly enjoy that.
We're doing a program at 8 o'clock following the 25th anniversary celebration. But at 8 o'clock, we're going to do a program with 5 of the WBBM veterans, including Jim Conway and Mel Belairs and Tommy Bartlett and Billy Leach.
Tommy Bartlett is 79 years old this year.
That's right, yeah.
Because when we got together for the 65th, he said on the air he was 74.
Yeah,
remember that?
That's right, he is.
He's 79 this year.
Anyway, so we're marking the 70th
Good.
anniversary. Okay.
Yeah. Good.
And this may be the
They're
last
the
program.
People.
Absolutely. Art Hellyer broadcast now from 1955. Another thing from WCFL. This is, you had a lot of sponsors on this. You were, according to this, at this time, this is November the 14th of 1955. A bunch of sponsors, including Robert Hall and Crosstown Motors. You had a lot of automobile sponsors over the years, didn't you?
Yeah.
You were not really considered a spokesman for any one of them.
No.
But you always were irreverent to everyone.
Well, you see, I could not ethically take on more than one particular client. Ted Schulte can tell you. When I was doing Kellogg's, I wouldn't do Post or other cereals. I did Kellogg's for years for Leo Burnett, as you know. But with those, that's why with the car dealers, for example, I would kid the daylights out of them because I really wasn't representing any of them. They had just bought time on my show.
And they were glad to be represented, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. Oh, one of them did take offense, so I won't tell you that story.
Oh, good.
My dad even bought an Oldsmobile from him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why can't you tell us?
Well, his name was Hollingsworth, and I called him Hogshead, and I didn't know he weighed 400 pounds. I hadn't met him. I did apologize to him.
Well, you're so laid back, Art. It's hard to get anything out of you here. We're struggling through this conversation.
It is a trial.
Would you like to do a station break for this?
Not particularly.
For this station. Why don't you give us an official station break here?
Okay. You're listening to Chuck Schaden. Those were the days. WNIB 97 FM Chicago and WNIZ Zion 97 FM.
That's very good.
Is that enough?
That's very good. And you put me to shame.
You know what my fee is for that, by the way?
Yeah, that fee.
That was a freebie.
Well, that I'm going to
thank you. I'm honored that you asked me.
Oh, thank you. When we talked earlier on the phone, a little after 1 o'clock, you mentioned one of your sponsors, and I didn't charge you for
got out
mentioning
on your station.
That was on this station. I didn't.
Wow.
I wasn't going to put a charge.
Who
in
was
for that.
the lucky devil?
Can't remember now.
Oh.
You did a whole spot after we went off the air. Someone called and said after.
I'll bet it was Bailey's Carpeting.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Bailey's Carpeting.
Got another plug for it.
What? Bailey's Carpeting. Where is Bailey's Carpeting?
In Joliet.
Do they do cleaning or do they just
do... they sell carpeting and they supply dealers who build new homes within a 75-mile radius.
Mm-hmm. Is it cheap carpeting or is it good stuff?
It is excellent.
Oh.
Top quality. They are the carpet dealer. Yeah, they are.
When you do...
boy, they're going to get a bill from you now.
That's right. We get 5 more seconds out of this. It's $200. All right. I want you out there on Radio Land to listen some more to Art Hellyer here. This is, again, from WCFL, November the 14th of 1955. You're on the air at this time from 6:45 to 8:45 every morning.
Aren't those strange hours
Strange
for a morning
hours, yeah.
show?
You know, you think today most of the morning shows on radio are starting at 5 or 5:30,
Right.
and
Yeah.
they're running till
Till
usually 10 o'clock.
Right.
See? And but back in 1955, I don't think too many people got such an early start,
No.
or at least they weren't listening to the radio, or the radio people didn't think there was anybody out there
Right.
at that hour to be listening.
Well, Marty
to the
Hogan
radio.
used to tell me, when you come on now at 6:45, he said, I want you to think of those people as being strictly blue-collar and have your commercials and your humor and your music slanted toward them. Then he said around 8 o'clock we get the carriage trade. And he said, look at it differently from 8 until...
And of course you did, right?
Naturally.
Okay, here's more of Art Hellyer.
The time is 7:15 here in Chicago. The temperature 39 degrees. Clearing and colder today. Partly cloudy and colder tonight. Tuesday cloudy with occasional rain. High today near 40. Low tonight 30.
Yes.
High
That was spectacular.
I thought so.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You can perform that act for us every week, Billy.
Well, wait a minute. Everything was going fine until you said Billy. I honestly thought you were congratulating me and that you had enjoyed what we were doing till you called me Billy.
That was spectacular.
Oh, thanks a lot. I thought it was a little better than average, actually.
Congratulations.
Billy? Billy?
You can perform that act for us every week.
Wait a minute. Billy? The time is 7:15. The temperature 39 degrees. This is the Billy Hellyer Show. We're here every weekday morning from 6:45 till 8:45. I can hear somebody listening to this tape in London say, I thought you said your brother's name was Art. 7:15. Why did he say his name is Billy? I have a sister in Ceylon.
I love you, yes, I do. I need you, yes, I do. I know you know it's true from the way I looked at you. You love me, yes, you do. You need me, I need you. That's why I'm never blue since I first laid eyes on you. A loaf of bread, a glass of wine, and thou. I guess you knew it from the start, from the way you broke my heart. You're the one, boy, I'll always admire. Darling, you're my guiding star. I must be wherever you are. You set my world on fire. I need you, yes, I do. Must hug you, kiss you too. I'm yours my whole life through. Ooh, I love you, yes, I do.
18 and a half minutes past 7, temperature 39 degrees. High today near 40, low tonight 30, and the high Tuesday in the low 40s.
Why do you say that to your sister?
I didn't say anything to my sister other than the fact that she's leaving for London, England tonight, that she's going to live in England with her husband Philip and her 2 little boys, Philip and Gigi, and all I said was bon voyage.
Mes sisters, masseuse.
Really?
Really? Oh?
Oh, yes, indeedy. You know what might be a nice thing? To have a loaf of bread and a jug of wine and thou this morning. I think that'd be awfully nice.
Oh, have some more port.
Love to, thank you. The time, Southampton. 7:19 is the time. The temperature, 39 degrees. High today, 40. Low tonight, 30. High Tuesday, in the low 40s. Did I tell you earlier my sister is a masseuse? Really? Yes, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou, Marty Hogan.
A loaf of bread, a glass of wine, and thou.
Scoot out the door. Get in the car. Save on clothes, go out to Robert Hall. Go inside. You'll be amazed at all the style and quality in clothing for your family. Because of the low overhead you save at Robert Hall.
Coats, yes, and even more coats. Robert Hall features ladies' coats galore. Coats for every taste, coats for every size, coats all priced to save you more, and they range from $19.95 to $39.95.
Phooey!
Right now, at the height of the season, you'll find a Robert Hall tremendous collection of the very coat styles you've admired in all the fashion magazines. The new silhouettes, boxy and fitted, and the year-round zip coats in such luxury all-wool fabrics as chinchilla and fleece, cashmere wool blends, and...
So you wouldn't talk to me, eh, Hogan?
Why do you say that to your sister?
I didn't say it to my sister. I said it to Marty.
Only Robert Hall could bring you such a fabulous collection at such low prices.
I don't know.
From $19.95 to $39.95. 22 giant Robert Hall clothing sales rooms in Greater Chicago. For the location of the one nearest you, see your phone book. Robert Hall, open 9 to 9.
Monday through Saturday.
Monday through Saturday.
I said that, Hogue. The time is 7:21. The temperature 39. A moment ago, we heard from Helen Greco with I Love You, Yes I Do. And as we said, the temperature now is 39. Humidity 77. Oh, I feel those sneezes coming on again.
We were so broke we had to wear each other's clothing. It wasn't funny. I had 10 sisters.
I know, Marty. But as long as the dresses came from Robert Hall. Oh, I stifled that sneeze. Gesundheit to me. 21 and a half minutes past 7. The temperature 39 degrees. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here is a group I know you're going to enjoy listening to. In honor of my sister going to England, this is the London Philharmonic. And, of course, the London Philharmonic is world-renowned. It's directed by Sir Thomas Beecham, the world-renowned composer, conductor, and pill manufacturer. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Thomas Beecham conducts the London Philharmonic.
My father was never home. He's always away with the boys. Drinking. I didn't know what to get him for Father's Day. I didn't know how to wrap up a saloon.
Pony boy, won't you be my Tony boy? Don't say no, here we go, off across the plains. Marry me, carry me right away with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, whoa, my pony boy. Shine, hop on my pony. There's room here for two, dear, but after both ride back home, dear, as one on my pony from old Shine. I'm picking. San Antonio, She hopped up on her pony and ran away with Tony. If you see her, just let me know, and I'll meet you in San Antonio.
Pardon me.
Ride up the prairie, Mary, my own. Jump up beside me, right to my home. My heart's been lying, so no more will roam. Ride up the prairie, Mary.
And that was Art Hellyer. Who was that on your Hellyer show from 1955?
That was Homer and Jethro.
Homer and Jethro.
Yeah, we used to have them on live doing things, too. They were great. One of them lived in Evanston, Jethro, and Homer lived in Hammond. Remember?
I didn't remember where they lived.
Yeah, they met halfway in between and performed.
Now that was the ever popular Marty Hogan was doing some of the commercials on that.
Oh,
on that
Marty
show,
Hogan
right?
did not only the commercials on his own radio station where he was manager, he represented Robert Hall nationally.
Oh, he did.
He was their announcer nationally, yeah. And he also worked the Cubs and White Sox ball games in those days for Geritol.
For Geritol?
Yeah, for
Sponsored
Geritol.
Cubs and
Right, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Marty did a lot of work. He was a very well-known broadcaster.
Oh, he was not doing play-by-play or
No.
anything like that. He was just doing the
Strictly
commercials.
commercials.
I see,
Right,
I
yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Well, now you were over at WAIT, and you left and you went to this one-day stand that you had where you
Right.
threw the records out the window.
Mhm.
And then what?
Some of them sailed nicely.
The 45s with the big hole in the middle.
The
right?
45 with the
took
big
off?
hole in the middle, you could get those to go up.
That was-
Those would rise, yeah. Whereas the 33s and the 78s would go straight down, you know. But the 45s were great fun to hurl.
The 78s
And
would
you-
actually
you-
break, too,
You
right?
do them with a sort of a frisbee catch.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was great sport. After that, I went to work for Channel 7, and I stayed there for many years. Yeah, I stayed at Channel 7. I did everything you can think
You
of.
did more or less straight stuff there, though, right?
Well, I had no choice.
Yeah.
You know, when they put copy in front of you saying, it's time for Monday Night Baseball, brought to you by, and you have to do it in 7 seconds and that sort of thing, as Ted Schulte very well remembers, you read it that way. Breaks would run anywhere from 3 to 7 to 9 to 12 to 13 seconds. And the intros, I did intros on Maverick, My Three Sons, The Real McCoys, 77 Sunset Strip, the Monday Night Football, Monday Night Baseball. I did those until they went to computer on that November 2nd of 79. I did those for 20 years.
Well, now, you say you introduced 77 Sunset Strip. Now, that came off the network, right?
Yeah.
But what would you do to introduce it?
Oh, this is the interesting thing. Every program on ABC came out of Chicago in the late 50s and the early 60s. Did you know that?
This was a
Every
central
program
point?
on ABC TV. And do you know why? If you were used to seeing My Three Sons at 7:30 on Thursday night in Chicago, you also saw it in Los Angeles and Seattle at 7:30. Local time, you saw it in Denver, 7:30, Miami, New York at 7:30. We had 4 or 5 feeds going of every show. We fed everything to the ABC network on tape in those days. And we were paid very handsome fees. And New York suddenly realized that after about 4 years and decided they were going to put an end to it. Because they didn't want to spend the money they were spending, because they had to pay us for introducing all of these shows. But in so doing, it was an unusual approach way back then to allowing you, if you're used to watching TV shows at a certain time in your market, no matter where you go, you're going to see them at the same time. NBC just this past 6 months has been talking about doing that very same thing. Did you read that?
I didn't read that.
Yeah,
no.
having all the shows start at the same time, local time.
Coast to coast.
Right, but we were feeding them all out of Chicago. And we had booths. We had H down the hall and next door to it, the 2 network booths. Then we had the local C booth back halfway down the building at 190 North State, where they still are, by the way. I would often do a network system cue to the West Coast in 3 seconds at, say, 8:27:42. Then at 8:27:47, I'd have to be next door in N to do another one, and then 10 seconds later, I had to be all the way down the hall to do the local.
Well, what would you say?
Whatever the copy was that I was to read.
Yeah, now here's some 77 Sunset
right,
Strip?
Brought to you by. And then that's where they had to pay us, brought to you by, when we mentioned the client. If we're just introducing a sustaining show, no. In fact, I used to have fun on Rocky and Bullwinkle. I would do the announcements in Rocky and Bullwinkle. When my kids would have birthdays, I'd throw them in coast to coast. My daughter Victoria, I remember that very well. Little girl, I remember saying, "Happy birthday, Vicky," and went right on in the spot. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's no holding you down, is there? There's no holding you back.
And when things would break down on the network, we'd get a call to go down and cover. I remember one night, Bewitched broke down. Remember that one?
Sure.
Bewitched broke down. So Richie Victor called me, the director, great guy, and he says, "Hey, Art, get down the hall." He said, "Bewitched is broken down." So I get down there. The mic is open when I run in. The light's on. So I just sat down at the mic and I said, "Relax. It's not your $750 TV set. Samantha did it." Yeah. I got a letter from ABC New York, a complimentary one.
Oh, yeah?
From ABC New York.
Wow.
Yes, I did.
That's good.
A complimentary one. I remember the man who wrote it, I forget his name, said it was a beautiful retrieve, was the way he put it. I'd never had anyone call to say I'd made a beautiful retrieve before or since, by the way.
Well, how many compliments have you gotten from station management over
None.
the years? Brickbats, but no bouquets,
Right.
huh? Is that it?
Right.
That's the truth, isn't it? It's real hard. You know that they seldom want to give you a pat on the back because they're afraid that what's the comeback going to be?
That's right.
I want more money, right?
Exactly.
But they're wrong.
Yeah. All I
They're
want to
wrong.
do, all I want to do is be left alone and do my show.
That's right.
Exactly.
We're having a lot of fun this afternoon with Art Hellyer, our very special guest here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications on our Those Were the Days program. If you would like to call in with a question for Art, we might have a few minutes for a few phone calls. You can give us a buzz at 312-629-6030. Give us a call, and maybe we can put a couple of phone calls on the air, and you can ask a question of our special guest, Art Hellyer, 629-6030. That's 312-629-6030. Chuck Schaden with Art Hellyer here on our Those Were the Days program from 97 FM. WNIB in Chicago. Art, we have a few folks on the phone. Would you like to say hello to somebody?
No.
No, okay. Hi, is this Pip? Are you on the air? Is this Pip? Oh, I'm sorry, this is Al.
Hi, Chuck.
Al, I'm sorry. Al who?
Al Parker, Chuck, your old friend.
Al Parker.
Who?
Ask Hellyer, Chuck. Art,
You're
if he
talking to Art right
remembers,
now.
Chuck,
Hey.
ask him if he remembers the...
Dr. Zablonsky.
No, never mind, Dr. Sabon.
Come on, do Dr. Zablonsky.
Only if I get paid, Art.
Yeah, I know you.
Art, tell Chuck and the vast folks in Radioland
The vast
about
folks.
having a dinner with Tom Racine at Berghoff's, and tell him what happened when you didn't get your baked potato. Because if you don't, I'll tell the story.
Well, you better tell it, because I really don't remember that one, Mr. Parker.
Oh, Art, you with the memory that doesn't forget when it rained on March 15th, 1812? You know the weather when Lincoln was assassinated? You know what happened when Queen Elizabeth was given her crown? What was the weather like in London that day, Art?
Foggy.
Okay, I know the story, and I'll tell it, but I have to clean it up. Tom
Please do.
Racine, who was a very successful Chicago announcer, always reminded me of Dave Garroway, to some degree.
Very
Right,
much,
Art?
very much so, yeah.
You guys were having dinner at Berghoff's, and as we all know, Berghoff's has the first liquor license in Chicago and the first waiters in Chicago.
Yeah.
Many of them, thanks to taxidermy, are still there. Anyhow, this tough guy comes over to the table. It's very crowded, very busy, and he says, yeah. He says, what are you going to have? And Racine ordered his dinner, and Art ordered his dinner, and part of his dinner was a baked potato. And a few minutes later, the waiter came back, and of course, there's a ton of people there. And the waiter says, "We ain't got no more baked potatoes." Well, Art, who has somewhat of a short temper, do you, Art?
No.
Said, "What do you mean you don't have a baked potato?" "I want a baked potato, you blank blank, beep beep." And the waiter did not take kindly to this, and a few minutes later, the manager came over and said, Gentlemen, this is what seems to be the problem. Now, while this is going on, there's a little lady, probably from Oak Park or Lake Forest, with her Montgomery Ward black straw hat, eating a celery steak, minding her own business. And as soon as Art started getting uncomfortable about this, she put her hand up to her eyes to shield her eyes and said, "Oh, my," every time Art uttered a colorful word. The manager came over and said, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem?" And Art said, "This blankety blank won't give me my baked potato." And the manager said, "Well, sir, I'm sure there's a misunderstanding, and why don't I get back to the kitchen and see what's going on?" We switched to the little old lady saying, why my, very upset. 10 minutes, 15 minutes go by. The manager comes back and says, "I can't believe this, gentlemen." He says, "We have had bigger crowds than this in the past. I've seen this happen many times where we've had perhaps 50, 100 more people. We've always had baked potatoes." And Art said, "You mean?" And he says, "Yes." He says, "We really are out of baked potatoes." Shift to the old lady, and she's saying, "Oh, my." And I think by that time, half the restaurant had turned around. It loses a little bit of its flavor because I can't use the appropriate word.
Al, do you remember the night we went to Binions for dinner?
Well, I was hoping you'd tell that one.
Remember that?
Yes.
We went there one
Wait a minute.
night.
Now you guys are telling dinner stories?
Well, wait a second. By
the way, what program
Well,
is
hold
this?
it just a moment.
Those were the dinners.
To put this into the proper context, we're both staff announcers at Channel 7 ABC.
Okay. Right.
And we would go out to dinner together. And one night it would be Binions, another night it would be Berghaus. And we went to Binions, and here's the crowd all the way down into Plymouth Court. Right, Al?
Right.
So we go upstairs as though we belong there. And it turns out that it's a national group, a big electronics firm. So I introduced myself as the president of the electronics firm.
And everybody went for it, and you looked every inch the president.
And they did go for it, and you were Izzy Austin, the vice president.
I was Izzy.
You remember?
Somehow ethnicity worked. its
We
way
had
into that. I
beautiful
don't know why, but I was Izzy.
We had beautiful steaks. I made a speech, and we got out of there and went back to work.
And for as far as we know, this is the first time they have found out the truth. 30 years later.
I know. 30 years later, they found out the truth.
I don't want to monopolize your program.
Yeah,
Forgive
listen,
me. I just want to say, if I may, Chuck, that, and I'm sure your audience would agree, that Art Hellyer, and as a professional broadcaster who's been at this about as long as Art Hellyer has, I would like to say that I have never known a more talented or more charming man than Art Hellyer. He is the consummate broadcaster. Always has been, always will be.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Al Parker.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Al. Bye-bye. What a
Al,
nice
Al Parker is, as he said, and as we know, is a very fine broadcaster in the. He didn't say he was a fine broadcaster, but he is a broadcaster in the Chicago area, and he's with Columbia College now. He's in charge of the radio department.
He
I
is
think.
dean of the radio department. He has taught at Columbia College since 1949. Did you know that?
A long time.
And is the dean of the radio department.
And you worked at Columbia for a while.
For many years, and you did too.
I had a chance to do a few little things now and then. Yeah, that was great.
I enjoyed working with him.
Great. Art Hellyer is our guest this afternoon. We do have another caller on the line, and let's go to this line and say hello to Pip. Is this Pip now?
Hello, Chuck?
Yeah, Pip. What is Pip?
Okay. How you doing?
Pip, what is Pip? Is that your first name or your last name?
My first name.
And what's your last name, Pip?
Pip Coper.
Pip Coper?
Right.
Okay, got a question for Art Hellyer?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering when he went off the air in the Chicago area, because I really enjoyed his spiel there so far. It's very entertaining. He's a very entertaining person, and I see some of the people that I looked upon here in the Chicago area, like Larry Lujak, who were kind of irreverent in the same way, and I wonder maybe they must have taken lessons from him. Certainly a lot of people could today.
Thank you.
Pip, I would say that a lot of people who are on the air now or who have been on the air in Chicago took lessons from Art Hellyer, but they didn't learn everything he had to teach. I would say that. Would you say that, Art?
Thank
you.
Maybe? Thank you. To answer the man's question, on September 17th, a Sunday night, 1983, I was on WJJD in those days on Saturday and Sunday night, 6 till midnight. At about 5 minutes to 9, I took a vow never to come into the city of Chicago again, and that was it. And I have come in twice, June 12th, 1988, to be on WBBM with Chuck, and today to be on WNIB with Chuck.
And I'm honored and grateful that you do that.
Well, I just think that it's very rare to find that kind of exuberance or whatever. I don't know what what you would term it, but I really enjoyed very much, so far what's been going on, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of the show this afternoon because I'm going to hang up and listen in.
We're not going to let you.
Well, I've got work to do. And Chuck, I don't know if you remember or not, but I've been doing a lot of stuff. I've told you before that I did my roof listening to this afternoon program, and I'm in the middle of drywalling right now, and it really, I'm telling you, it makes my work enjoyable to listen to you. There is no other compliment. I mean, I look forward to Saturday afternoon because it's the one time I can put the radio on and get up on the ladder. No matter what happens, I'm going to enjoy what I'm doing.
Don't you wish radio was like this all the time?
Well,
I do.
I listen to radio probably 16 hours a day. I listen to shortwave when I work at work, my regular job, and I listen to a panoply of BBC, Radio Australia, you name it, and I really enjoy it. It's a very important part of my life, and we don't have a TV, so I really.
That's interesting.
I guess I must be an auditory person.
What type radio do you use?
Well, I have, you would ask, I have 3 or 4 different kinds of radios. And I've got a Panasonic and a Sony. I've got you guys on the Sony right now, which is kind of beaten up. But I'm getting a new one.
What do you use for DX?
Well, I don't really have a base station. What I use is I have a Sony, an old one. It's about 8 years old. It's an ICF 7600.
Yeah.
And it's very small, very portable.
Right.
It's a PLL. You dial up the frequency, and it stays there pretty good. And it's pretty sensitive. I have a Panasonic. I don't remember the model on it, but it's a bigger model, and it's like in the kitchen. It's a kitchen table.
You know what I DX on? A Hallicrafters.
Well, yeah. I wish I could get a Hallicrafters.
How do you like that? Well, my dad was their attorney. And
I guess you'd get a good set.
I've got a 42 and a 62.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I envy you. I'm looking for a Grundig International 650 as a base station right now.
Great radio.
And I wish I had something better because I listen to Radio Finland in the morning, and it's very difficult to get the transmission. And it's just part of, for me, it's part of my day is to listen, to the radio and put it on and stuff. And the only problem with the Hallicrafters is it has a tendency to drift.
They do.
And when you're on the ladder and you're full of muck and you can't get down and change the thing, it's a problem.
Well, don't drift when you're on the ladder.
No.
Huh? No. But that's why I'm really, the PLL, the technology for the phase lock tuning has really been a big thing for me.
Listen, Pip, thanks very much for your call, and I appreciate your kind words, too. That's your words about our show makes our job pleasant.
Well, Chuck, I'm one of these guys, I work at night, so I listen to your program at night, Monday through Wednesday. And the hardest problem I have is staying up between the hours of 8 and 10 on the weekend to catch it.
Oh. That's a switch. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Chuck Schaden and Art Hellyer here on our Those Were the Days program this afternoon on 97 FM, WNIB in Chicago, WNIZ in Zion. Let's go to the phones. And hello, Mary. You're on the air.
Oh, hello, Chuck. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Where are you calling from, Mary?
I'm calling from Villa Park.
Villa Park, and you want to give?
I'm a long-term subscriber to your Nostalgia Digest. I love your program.
Thank you.
And I love you for bringing Art Hellyer back to us.
Well, thank you.
That was just wonderful.
You have a question for Art?
Yes. Well, I have a request.
Okay.
There's
Leave.
one word that would make me supremely happy if he would say it.
What word is that?
Dynaflop.
Oh, yes, the Dynaflop. Buick with a Dynaflop and 2 doors cleverly hinged to each side.
I just never forgot that word. I was quite a little bit younger when you used that term.
that was 1950.
Was it that long ago?
That was 1950, dear. Yeah.
Oh, for goodness.
I grew up in Elmhurst, not far from you.
Oh, well, I've lived in Villa Park and Lombard, and I get to Elmhurst quite frequently.
Yeah.
Well, you always gave a lot of like strange things to the automobiles. Buick with the Dynaflop, and you used to say a car with, and I love this too, a car with a radio, Gabriel heater, and asthmatic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I did.
There were just tons of them. We could write a dictionary just for Hellyerisms.
Thank you, Mary. What I used to do, too, was take one of these tall metal waste baskets, pour all the junk out on the floor, and then drop the microphone down into the bottom of that empty metal waste basket and say, I'm speaking to you from the glove box of...
How wonderful.
And, it give it a great sound, yeah.
You must love your work. You must just love this work.
I've always loved the challenge of it. We'll put it that way, yeah.
And I was surprised to hear you mention Paul Gibson. It's been so long since I thought of Paul Gibson.
Wasn't he a great talent?
Oh, he was terrific.
Nobody like him. Did you know that he only went through sophomore year in high school?
Really?
And I remember when I worked at BBM, I introduced him one day. And he'd be on from 105 to 150, if you'll recall, each day. And I introduced him one day, and he had his 2 little file cards. That's all he ever had. 2 file cards, and he would ad-lib the whole program from 2 little file cards.
He must have read intensively.
Oh, he did. And I introduced him, and I said, here's Paul Gibson. You know, he'd been married a few times. And I said, now here's Paul Gibson. I said, Paul, I saw you at the Chez Paris last night. Now, were you at table number 5 with wife number 4, or was that table number 4 with wife number 5? You know what Paul did? He tore up those 2 cards, and he devoted the entire show to what I had said.
Oh, for goodness sake.
The most
The only
brilliant...
wife's name that I remember is Glenna.
Yeah, Glenna was one of them.
Was she?
She was one
the
of them.
last one, or?
I'll tell you the type of people I've worked for over the years. I was doing Paul's show the Saturday in November that he died in 1965. And in those days, there was no switchboard operator at BBM on Saturday afternoon. We would get the phone calls in the studio. I answered the phone, and it was Northwestern Hospital calling, and a nurse said, is this somebody in the office there? I said, well, there is nobody. He said, well, I have to inform you that Paul Gibson just passed away.
Oh.
Well, I called the program director, and he says, good, now I don't have to fire him.
Oh,
gee whiz.
Oh, they loved him there, huh?
I will not give the program director's name.
No, I would never mention his name.
He's known by the people who are on radio here in this room.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is just marvelous. I didn't know until I caught word of this in the Nostalgia Digest that you were even in the area.
Yeah, I do a little thing every Saturday morning out at JOL in Joliet from 9 until 2.
Yes,
13:40 a.m., right?
Right, and they let me do my thing and leave me alone, and that's the way I want it.
Well, I have to see if I can pick you up here.
You can. I hear from people in Elmhurst and Villa Park.
Really?
Paul
Okay,
Albert.
I've only got 5 radios in my 4 rooms.
Paul Albert's a regular listener of mine. Okay.
Mary, thanks very much for
Thank
checking
you.
in with us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
A lot of fans out there, Art. A lot of people who love you and love the things that you've done over the years. And so many things that you did that you've said on the radio made a great impression on so many people over the years.
And Gene Johnson's listening today. I see him on Channel 11 a lot. He wanted me to tell about the day I left JJD. Well, I told that a little while ago. Then there's a Marilyn. She remembers my Memory Lane show over at WOPA.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck, those were the years I was on OPA from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, 6 days a week, and also worked a 45-hour week at Channel 7.
Oh, my gosh. How could you do that? I mean, how could you physically do that?
John Russell Greist has that written up in his book, Valley
right.
Voices.
Right.
You have Valley Voices
of
at the
course,
store.
yeah.
Yeah, that's an excellent book. Yeah, I did 8 until 4, 6 days a week at WOPA. And then I did a 45-hour week also at ABC at Channel 7. And I still went to Minneapolis, too, on Monday night to do the commercials for National Tea.
You went Monday night to Minneapolis? Minneapolis? Did you take the Empire Builder up there? Or?
Yes, I did, frankly. I took the train, and then the next day I'd fly back because I was back at Channel 7 to work. Yeah.
Got a few more calls here.
Okay, fine.
We're going to get to them in just a moment. I want to mention this is 97 FM, WNIB in Chicago. And we have Art Hellyer with us this afternoon. And Art, you spent a number of years with the Satellite Music Network, and you were heard all over the country then on that station, weren't you?
You know,
kind of
that's
a super station.
You know, Don Lucky taught that at Columbia College when you and I were teaching there. And I had not yet gone to work. for satellite at that time, and I was always amazed at what he was teaching them. And then when I got out there and saw the way satellite operates, it's the most unbelievable operation I've ever seen.
Well, isn't it a coincidence that Don Lucky is on the line with
You're
us
kidding.
now? He was here just a couple of weeks ago when we did our WLTD reunion, and he is here now.
He's a good
Hi,
guy.
Don.
Hello.
Hey, Don.
Good to talk to you again.
Hey, Donald.
Yes, sir.
Will you send me a copy of your blues?
St. James Infirmary.
Greatest job I ever heard. I'd like to play
Thank you. Virginia was telling me she wanted that.
Right.
But I just wanted to call up because, as I said, as I told Chuck before, last time I was there, I said, the guy that really motivated me, I mean, when I heard Art Hellyer, he was the wackiest, most creative, genius kind of guy I've ever heard in my life. And I was a young guy. And as I heard, you were in business 46 years?
Yeah, right.
And I've got like my 36, so it was about 10 years behind you. But you just flipped me out. I think that was the thing. I know that was the thing that motivated me to get into radio in the first place. So I don't know whether to kiss you or hit you.
Well, knowing radio, I'll agree with you when you make that statement, Don.
But and so many things. As you said, the first time I met you, I went down. I called up and I was just flipped out by your program, and I came down to see you and Dr. K at WAIT, and that was the first time I met you. And then the next time was a long time after. It was Columbia College.
Right. Yeah.
And then we were teaching together, and I was just absolutely thrilled to meet you because
Thank you.
I think there's no doubt you were the best, period, the most creative guy in this business.
Thank you, Don.
Now you really are something. Although, as I said, I've been in management a long time, and you were just an absolute headache to anybody. It's impossible to deal with you. And the guy that came after you was also kind of a wacko, unbelievably creative guy. Was Dan Sorkin.
Yeah, I know.
A little different kind of a thing, but I mean, yours was, and you have a communication thing with an audience that very few people in the whole world have got. Arthur Godfrey was one, and I think you probably had the other. And also Howard Miller had that kind of a communication thing. That's just you grab an audience and they just they'll go to revolt with you. It's many times they have.
Yes, I do have a revolting audience.
Yes, and it's funny thing too is that Al Parker called up, and he was the guy that was my instructor at Columbia College when I was going there.
That's right, he was.
Back in I didn't get out of there in '60, but I guess we're both kind of outskirts personalities now because you're out in Joliet and I'm in Harvey. So.
And you're playing jazz every day now.
That's right.
Yeah. Don is on WBEM
right.
out there.
1570.
The Marty Fay spot, actually.
That's right. I'm the regenerated Marty Fay.
You're the new improved Marty Fay for the 90s?
I don't know if it's improved. But he was a colorful character too. But as I said, I don't think there's anybody that I've ever heard. I haven't been every place in the country, but I don't think that anybody could really top Art Hellyer for creativity and wackiness, and I certainly appreciate knowing him and also giving a chance to listen to him all the time as I did.
Don, how nice of you to call and say that.
Pleasure.
Thanks very much.
I'll get off. Let you guys get out. But,
Thanks.
Hey, and stay in touch and get me a copy of that. I want to play it.
I will.
Okay.
Thanks, Art.
Okay.
See you.
Thanks, Don. Don Lucky checking. Art, it's a tribute to you that broadcasters are calling in this afternoon to say how much they respect your work and what you've done and admire you in all of that sort of thing. I think it's wonderful that happens. I mean, it's one thing to have the audience call in. We know the audience loves Art Hellyer. I mean, you talk on WJOL in Joliet, and people move, and they are responsive, and they do things. And you have a magic about you, as Don was saying. And it's because of the work that you do that you love so much. You say, I don't want to be encumbered by the mechanics of the administration of radio. I want to do this thing, and I'm here to do my job between me and the listener out there, right?
And I know what I'm doing. Leave me alone.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. That's right. 97 FM, WNIB in Chicago. Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days. Art Hellyer is our guest. And on the line now we have Larry. Hello, Larry. Hello, Larry. You there? I lost it. Hello, Larry. There you are. I'm sorry.
This is Larry Farr from Newgulster. And I just wanted to say that the best show I ever heard Art Hellyer do was called Breakfast with the Hellyers, and it was on WEAW. And if I recall, it's possible that the milkman that stopped by the house is rumored to have been Bob Conrad, but I don't know if that's true. And if my dad hasn't figured out yet, this is his son.
I'm well aware of that. Hi, Larry. How you doing?
Fine. How are you?
You've got fans in the family, too,
Yeah.
right?
Hey, the only other thing I wanted to say, and I'll get off and you can talk to more important people, is that you kind of sounded a little bit negative about WBBM earlier, and I happen to know that my dad is a faithful listener of WBBM.
You happen to, that is true. I listen to WBBM all the time.
Right. So I just wanted to set that record straight, and I'll see you tomorrow for Mother's Day.
You surely will.
You're going to see your father for Mother's Day tomorrow.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, thanks, Larry.
Sure,
Thank you, Larry. And
Wasn't
by
that
the
nice?
way, on that show that he's talking about, Elaine, my wife,
Mhm.
did the show with me, and it's pictured in
There's
your
another
Nostalgia
photo of
Digest.
that in the digest,
Right.
April, May issue.
Right, yeah.
A lot of friends of Art Hellyer out there in Radio Land, including Marilyn. Hi, Marilyn.
Hi, Art.
Where are you calling from, Marilyn?
I'm calling from Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
and this goes back to the days when you were on WOPA and Memory Lane,
Mm-hmm.
and I have to tell you, you were a part of our life. I mean, and the greatest thing was that you were on 8 hours every day,
Yes, I was.
and you just leave us with so many wonderful memories. By the way, Art,
Yes, ma'am.
how many did Dunn do?
That was
You never did answer that one.
That was the Irene Dunn movie thing, wasn't it?
That was that.
How many did Dunn do? Yeah.
And you'd have a whole little routine. Did Dunn do?
What a memory you have, Marilyn. Thank you very
And
much.
when she did them, was she done with them?
we never did find that out.
No.
Now, here's one thing, and I'm not going to tell you the answer to this. You're going to think about this for a week.
Okay.
Do you remember anything to do with the song "Please Release Me"? Engelbert Humperdinck.
No.
Okay.
No. I
Someday I'll give you the answer to that one.
Okay.
Take care.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See, now wait a minute. You were on WOPA for 8 hours a day. What were you doing for 8 hours a day before you went down to ABC at night, right?
Here's the way it was done. I was on 8 until 4, Monday through Saturday. Let's say Monday morning I was on 8 till noon, but we taped it also. Then I jumped in the car and shot downtown because I had to be at WLS-TV at 12:30 for my 9-hour shift there. The afternoon for that Monday was last Friday's 4-hour live show that had been taped. Then the Monday morning that I had taped, when I came in Tuesday, now Tuesday I was on, or Wednesday I was on overnight at Channel 7. So I couldn't do 8 till noon. I would do noon till 4. 8 to noon would be the preceding Tuesday, 4 hour from the afternoon.
So then you were
I
really...
did 4 hours live each day. Now, Saturday, Thursday was no problem because that was my day off at Channel 7. But I did have the late night news every night in those years, too, on camera, Channel 7. I anchored that. Yeah.
Did you...
And in those days, we didn't have a weather person or we didn't have a sports person. I did it
on the
all.
news, on the TV news.
I did it all.
But on OPA, did you were being kind of generic then, right? You were not giving time and temperature and stuff like that. If
Believe
you
it
were
or not,
taping.
I must have been a satellite type operation because I would say 10 after the hour or 20 after the hour, as you do on a satellite operation. Because in satellites, you're in 6 time zones, you can't give the time.
Yeah.
But I would say 10 after or 20 after. Weather? No. No, I would not give the weather. That would come up on the newscast. So.
Someone that you worked with on the Satellite Music Network, and of course a colleague of yours over the years.
You
here
sound
in
like
Chicago.
Ralph Edwards.
Well, yes, sir. This is your life, Art Hellyer. It's me, Art. I'm right in the back. I'm talking about Eddie Hubbard.
Yeah.
And Eddie's doing a satellite music
Dallas.
network out of Dallas.
Yeah,
Eddie's
they moved to Dallas.
He's coming to, and the Satellite Music Network is now being heard on WAIT in Crystal Lake.
Exactly.
And Eddie is coming to Chicago next week, and he's going to be broadcasting his show live from the Museum of Broadcast Communications, right, this very studio.
Really?
Monday through Friday of next week. I think it's from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 8 from here. Is that his shift? Is it a 6-hour or 2 to...
I believe he's 4 to 8.
All right, maybe 4 to 8.
Because...
be Chicago 4 to 8.
Let's see. The shifts go 6 to 9, 9 till noon, noon till 4, 4 to 8, 8 till midnight, and then midnight till 6. Yeah, so I believe it would be 4 to 8 at night. Yeah.
Well, anyway,
That's interesting.
He'll be here live doing a show from here,
That's
and then
fine.
he does the Browsers thing on Saturday mornings, and he's
They'll
going to
do it
do a
here?
Browser show next Saturday.
Very good.
With the Browsers from 11 to 12.
Right.
And of course, they'll leave the studio in a shambles.
This will be
we'll
the
have
first
to get everything
time.
together again.
If you'll pardon me for interrupting, this will be the first time the Browsers will have enough room in a studio.
Oh, that's right.
This
yeah.
is a beautiful big studio. When we did it when they did it at JJD, they all smoked cigars. It would just kill. It would just kill me to follow them there. And then they would follow me at Satellite, and they'd all crowd into the studio as I was ending my show, and there was no way I could get by them in their cigars. They're going to enjoy
there's
the studio.
No smoking in here, so they won't be able to do that.
Plus the size of it, they'll love this. Yeah.
All right, we have another. I want to play another clip from this broadcast on WCFL from November the 14th of 1955. Here's Art Hellyer on the air back in those great morning days of radio.
Actually, for our British listeners here, there are a number of people who will be listening to this tape over in England. We're supposed to play 3 commercials in the Robert Hall portion of the program, but we don't have time this morning, so we just chuck out the third one and forget all about it. And sure, we hear about it. We don't much care. The time is 24.5 minutes past 7, and the temperature is 39 degrees. High today near 40, low tonight 30. High Tuesday in the low 40s. Just going to be cloudy and colder today and tonight. That does it for Robert Hall on the Art Hellyer Show, that being me. Remember our big contest, 50 words or less. We'd like you to write a commercial on any one of the sponsors here in our program, and just write any sort of a commercial at all, whether it be humorous or serious, whatever it might be. We're going to read a lot of them in conjunction with the clients next week, and then next Monday morning, we'll announce the winner of the Webcore 3-speed phonograph, the Model 1612 Pixie. And all you have to do is send that to the Art Hellyer Show, WCFL Chicago 11. Decision of the judges final. All commercials become the property of the Art Hellyer Show, and the contest closes noon on Friday.
I've got nothing to do and nowhere to go.
Pardon me. Oh, no. This is WCFL in Chicago.
Hi, this is Don McCarty, requesting that you stay tuned to WCFL in Chicago. I'll be bringing you recorded music at 12:15 and again at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Interspersed between the commercials, you'll hear a little music on the Don McCarty Show. Hey, have you sent for your sample of White House cleaner yet? Well, all you have to do is write your name and address on a postcard and mail to White House Cleaner, West Court Place, Chicago 6, Illinois. And the White House cleaner is the finest cleaner you'll find on the market today, anywhere in the country. I'll guarantee that. Oh, brother. I'm going to scrub my throat today with White House cleaner. See if I can get rid of this. Now, you can prove in your own home that White House cleaner takes all work out of washing painted walls and woodwork, upholstery, carpets, silks, woolens, cashmere sweaters, no matter what it might be. Just write your name and address on a postcard and send it to White House Cleaner, West Court Place, Chicago 6, Illinois. We'll send you a big...
What's the name of it?
White House Cleaner. We'll send you a big, generous sample of it for your very own home.
He did it again.
Yeah, I did it again, the White House Cleaner spot. I saw Mr. Charles Edward Newton yesterday through my binoculars over there at the football game at Wrigley Field, which the Mighty Monsters won, of course. I'll tell you all about that in the sports review here in just a moment. But I sort of talked myself out at that game yesterday. Wow. 7:27 the time, the temperature 40 degrees. And now the sports review.
They're done, Chicago Bears. Make every play clear the way to victory. They're done, Chicago Bears. Put up a fight with the might so fearlessly. We'll never forget the way you thrilled the nation. With your determination, they're done, Chicago Bears. And let them know why you're wearing the crown. You're the pride and joy of Illinois. Chicago Bears, bear down.
Yes, bear down, Chicago Bears. Boy, they sure did yesterday. This is the sports review here on the Art Hellyer Show for Crosstown Motors Ford Center at 3945 Archer Avenue between California and Western. Hey, they did it. Boy, if you were out there yesterday, you saw a tremendous game. The Bears in the first half were really something and just held off on the second half there with some beautiful defensive ball playing. And the Bears won their fifth straight game after losing their first three. We all know that. And they have now tied for the lead of the National Football League's Western Division. The Bears beat the Rams 24-3 to tie the Rams for first place. And boy, it was really a one-sided battle. Los Angeles never got inside the Bears' 22-yard line, and the field goal that the Bears did score came in the last 60 seconds of play in the ball game. As we said, that was the fifth straight victory for the Bears, who had lost their first three games. Now, the Bears next week will go up against the Detroit Lions, and Bears owner and manager George Halas says he expects his team to lose some of the four remaining games on their schedule. It's a real thrill to see Mr. Halas carried off yesterday in the shoulders of the Bear players at the end of the game, too. I'm just sorry they dropped him. The always pessimistic Halas says, I still think this is too tough a league for anybody to think about going 4 games without losing. I think we'll lose 2, and we could lose 3 or 4. George, let's not talk that way. Howie, could I have the Sun-Times, please? Keep Cup's column. You read that. I just want to see what they say about the Bears here. Chicago's Bears, this is Bruce Morrison's column, scored a 24-3 victory over Los Angeles before 50,187 at Wrigley Field Sunday.
Oh, boy, they dropped George Halas back then.
At least they didn't drop kick him.
Art Hellyer in 1955 on WCFL in Chicago. In 1993, Art Hellyer is on WNIB with us this afternoon on our Those Were the Days program, fresh from his broadcast this morning on WJOL 1340 in Joliet. We'll continue with our conversation with Art Hellyer in just another minute. Art Hellyer is with us this afternoon. Art, we have a few minutes left before the old clock up on the studio wall.
I'm watching it with you.
Okay, you have. There was a time when you were literally racing from radio station to radio station in Chicago to do all kinds of programs. I mean, you do a quarter hour here or half an hour there, an hour here.
Right.
Tell us about that.
Well, back in the early 50s, I worked for a client. Well, I worked for Walgreens for one, but that was 8 to 8:30 in the morning, so no problem there. But the other major client I had was downtown Nash.
Mm-hmm.
Every Friday afternoon between 1 and 2, they would buy everything left on the weekend in Chicago.
Everything left on the weekend?
All the salespeople at the radio stations knew to call them between 1 and 2 on Friday afternoon, and they would buy everything left on the weekend at the stations. Often it would be as many as 200 quarter hours.
Oh, my
I
gosh.
would get the list by 3 o'clock. I'd be over at Globe Transcription in the Carbide and Carbon building on the 5th floor there, Don Lavery, and I would spend the whole afternoon and evening turning out these discs in those days. And then I would run to the different stations and deliver the discs with the times they were to run. And I'd be on 7 stations at a time. I'd do 1 live, and the other 6 would be on disc. And then I would I would get off, for example, I'd be on WIND in the morning, 7:05 until 8, and then 8:05 until 9, WGN. Well, that wasn't anything. That was no problem at all. I just run across the street from the Wrigley building then to Tribune Tower in those days. Then from 9, then I go back to IND from 9:15 to 9:30. Then 10:05 to 11, I was on WMAQ. And Hugh Downs was my announcer in those days, by the way. And I remember in March of 1954, he told me he was going to New York to try out on a thing called the Home Show with Arlene Francis, and he'd be back the following weekend. Well, all he did was come back to move to New York. But then 11:05 till noon, I'd be on WAIT, 12:05 till 1 o'clock, the old WAAF, and on through the day like that. Well, I would be opposite myself on those discs. All those discs I would deliver the night before to the stations, but I would also bring a list of the times I would need the elevator operators to have an elevator at the floor of the Merchandise Mart for NBC, at the floor of Tribune Tower for GN and that sort of thing, so that they would have a list of when I would be arriving. I also hired Flash Cab, and I'd give them the list on Friday night of where they would have to be to pick me up, because I would get off one show, and often I would get off on the hour straight up and be starting the next one on the same hour. So they'd play a theme song, and my theme song was "Hi Ho, it's off to work we go," you know, from Walt Disney, the Seven Dwarfs, and they'd play that, and I'd come running in while that was playing, and then I'd end up at night with TV shows, And during the week, I had TV shows in Chicago. I'd have 3 or 4 a night. And during those movies in the 50s, each of our commercials would run 15 minutes on camera in those days, you know. And I would spend one night a week in Rockford and another night each week also in Milwaukee doing TV shows. And I'll never forget the station in Rockford. It was way out in the country, had an outhouse. And this is Rockford. And the salesperson who would sell the account would also be the cameraman and director on it. Yeah.
And what kind of clients were these doing 15 minutes?
Freezers, TV sets, vacuum cleaners, pots and pans.
That's when they would run the movie and maybe 2 or 3 breaks in the movie,
Right.
and each break would be a long break.
15-minute break. Yeah.
Well, now, when you were doing all of this running around from station to station, recording these things, delivering transcriptions, doing all of this stuff, were you doing this for love or money?
We weren't paid much money. Bill O'Connor and Bill was doing that too at the same time. We'd often see each other, and Marty Fay was another, and Howard Miller. We'd often pass each other. We weren't doing it for much money. The money was very small. It really was. We were really doing it for the fact that it was love. It was love, and it was our job, and we were making a living.
It was what you did, right? It's what you wanted to do.
Sure. And even when TV came along, we just looked at it as we did with the radio, but then had a camera.
Yeah.
That was the only
Had
difference.
you always, as a youngster, wanted to be on radio?
I either wanted that or to be a baseball player. My dad even bought me a PA system when I was 10 years old at Allied Radio, which is still the greatest radio store ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he bought me a PA system when I was just 10 years old. And I used to put the speakers up on the roof of the house in Hinsdale and broadcast to the whole neighborhood, and the police car would pull up, of course.
You started early with fighting with authority, right?
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, I was only 10, Chuck. Yeah. But then when I was in the service, I played on the National Championship Air Force team in 1945 at Albuquerque, and I did have to make a decision. Did I want broadcast to go into broadcasting, or did I want to play baseball? And I was 22 years old. I got out of the Army and decided that's a little too old to be starting baseball. So I went to Radio Institute of Chicago, and Bob Cunningham was one of my teachers.
Oh, yes.
He was the program or the chief announcer at CBS. He liked my work, asked me if I'd go to work for a new radio station a friend of his was putting on the air, Jack Gelder in Charleston, West Virginia, and the rest is history.
You had have had and are still having a wonderful career. You're happy with the stint you're doing now out in Joliet?
Yeah, very much so. Because, as I say, I'm doing my show my way.
And it's not running around from station to station, and it's a little lighter schedule. I know you have a tough back problem. You suffered an injury on a New Year's Eve some time ago.
A guy thought it'd be fun to slug me on a national audience, coast to coast on ABC TV.
I know for a great many. When was that?
New Year's Eve, 1967.
Yeah, from all those years since then, you've really spent a lot of those years in pain.
Right.
But it hasn't dampened your enthusiasm and your talent and your imagination and your love of the business. And I want to thank you for being with us today. I really thank you for our friendship. I never dreamed that when I used to turn on the radio in the mornings on WCFL that I would be able to say, I always used to say, that's a guy I really like to listen to. But now I can say that's a guy I know and is a friend of mine. And I appreciate that.
And we truly are good friends. Chuck and I talk very frequently.
Our guest is one of the illustrious graduates of Hollywood High School. He's Marty Halperin, who is very much involved with the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters out here in sunny California. And he is a man who has a background with Armed Forces Radio. Hi, Marty. Welcome to our show.
Well, it's the first time people talk to engineers on the air. It's sort of nice.
Well, you've been doing a lot of work for the PPB over the years. You're the director of acquisitions for this organization.
I'm a charter member too.
Yeah,
I joined at the beginning, and actually, what I at one of the early board meetings, I sent something to the board, and I said, you want to ask our members to save things.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, it's a wonderful idea, and it's yours, so you do it. And they said, we'll give you a nice title.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. But I've been doing that for years.
Well, you've been gathering a lot of things, and I know for sure that you are a very well-respected member of this organization. Everybody who is involved with this that we've had the opportunity to speak with has mentioned you in great favorable terms. And so you've also been so very kind to help us with a couple of roundtable conversations that we've recorded here in the PPB Clubhouse on Sunset and Vine. And we thought we'd like to turn the tables on you this time and ask a little bit about your involvement with the radio days, which really, I guess, you were in the military in the Army.
Right.
When you were involved, were you drafted or did you join?
No, I was drafted. Back up a little bit here.
Okay.
When I was maybe 5 years old, I'm not going to go through it from that day on, but my mother said I used to sit and stare at the radio all the time. And I guess from that day on, that's all I ever wanted to do. And I associate songs that I hear now with radio programs.
Mm-hmm.
Like Poor Butterfly is always Mert and Marge. But anyway, now we jump years ahead. My parents bought me little sound effects kits because that's what I really wanted to do, is be a sound effects band. And in Chicago, when I lived there, they bought me a carbon mic and hooked it up to the radio, and I trapped them in the living room, and I'd go in the bedroom and do all sorts of things. And when I came out here to California in 1944, my parents wanted to come out because they knew I was going to be drafted and going in the service, and they wanted to leave Michigan, which is where we were. So I went to work for NBC as a page while I was still at Hollywood High. And that's where I met the people from Armed Forces Radio. And in a sense, that's sort of like hog heaven when you're working at NBC and you've been a fan of radio all your life, and there you are. Mm-hmm. Suddenly you're talking to all these people. Shirley Mitchell used to listen to me, ask her about my girlfriend problems. Here I am, a 17-year-old kid, But when I was at NBC, AFRS did a lot of their shows here. And, of course, we're in that same spot.
Yes.
This is the same building the same area where we worked, not the same building. And everybody there at AFRS said, look, go take your basic training, and when you're done, give us a call. And I said, great. So I went in the service when I was drafted and came back to L.A., what they called a delay en route. They were shipping me up to Fort Ord to be in an amphibious tank outfit. Why, I'll never know, because that was the thing I never wanted to do.
That's the Army's logic.
That's true.
That's right, yeah.
Well, actually, they put me in Signal first, in the Signal Corps, and then I realized that this isn't what I wanted. And everybody there says, it's the worst commanding officer you've ever seen, and get out if you can. So he knew I could type, but I did it very badly. And after about a day, he said, I don't want you in my outfit anymore. And then they put me in this amphibious tank outfit. But when I was home, before I reported to Ord, I went over to Armed Forces Radio, and I said, you told me to come in, and here I am. They said, what do you do? And I've been majoring in radio at LA City College. I said, well, I write and I direct and I act. And they said, wonderful. We've got Howard Duff, we've got Jack Crucian, all these people. And they said, really, we don't need you to do that. They said, you know what? Yeah. And they said, do you know anything about recording? And I said, oh, sure. Well, I had a little home recorder, and that was about it. And they told me years later they knew that, but I had the interest. So they said, okay. And I went back up to Ord, and then I got a telegram up there saying that I was to be transferred. And the commanding officer took exception to it, and he said, there's no way, you're essential. And I was a buck private. I was sitting in for a master sergeant in message center, and I really had no future there at all. But he said, no, he didn't like AFRS. So I called down to Armed Forces Radio. I said, I guess I'm not coming. They got the telegram, and they're saying that I'm essential. And they said, don't worry. And 2 weeks later, another wire came in and said, Private so-and-so will be transferred on such and such a date, signed so-and-so, Secretary of Defense. And that's when I realized the pull that AFRS had. And I went on down. It was the greatest thing in my life. greatest thing that ever happened to me.
Well, tell us about the scene of Arm. Now, this is post-war, but tell us about the scene.
Well, the war wasn't officially over, but okay, post-war as far as fighting, yes. Yeah, I got there in 46.
Okay, well, the war was over.
Well, yeah, technically it wasn't, but actually it was. You know,
why technically wasn't
well,
it
because they still had this massive occupation army. And
okay. Well, but it was military occupation.
Oh, yes.
But the war, the fighting had
That's
stopped, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, but there was a fine line there because they always kept telling us, you know, the fighting may be over, but technically we're still at war. And anyway, I came in to Armed Forces Radio, which was at that time on Santa Monica Boulevard. It was they were on two sides of the street. One was a brick building, which was the headquarters, and we were in a two-story plasterboard building, and we were located between, on one side of the street was the mortuary, and the other side of the street was Hollywood Cemetery, and that was behind us. But it was an interesting place to be at that time because while they had done a lot of big things, they had never recorded anything at their own headquarters. They didn't have any equipment. And when they brought me in, they said, well, you and Sergeant so-and-so and Civilian so-and-so are going to start the first recording room. And they brought in two Presto 9Ns, if any engineers out there remember that, disc cutters that came down from the Voice of America. And they set it up in the building. And mainly we recorded the things that were going on there, like sports broadcasts, and we had our own sports people there that did that. We did some DJ shows there, and we recorded. And that's what I was doing. And they taught me the whole business. It was just incredible.
Now, this was original programming for the military audience, right?
Correct.
And you were ultimately cutting the masters for these 16-inch transcription discs.
Right. I also did Words with Music, Words Without Music, Jill and Jill's Jukebox. That was an interesting show because there was no script. Mort Werner, who later became, you know, one of the heads of CBS, would come in. His wife was Marty Werner, and she was G.I. Jill. And he'd come in with a stack of records, and we'd do a whole week at a time. Set them on the console, and he would say, from the top. And I said, okay, you know, what's the cue? He said, I don't know, I haven't written it yet. And literally, while I'm playing one record, he's in the studio with his wife typing her copy for the next record. And we did 5 15-minute shows, 1 half-hour show in one night. We did that every week.
That's a week's worth of material.
Right. And it was an interesting thing because you're used to a script and now you've got none. And you're just, you know, looking at it, hoping they've got the clock going.
If they were doing that today, there wouldn't be a script. They'd be just ad-libbing.
Probably
right?
so.
Yeah.
And again, we had no tape. You
That's
know,
right,
if we made a mistake, as it happened several times, they'd get these records on acetate, 12-inch acetates from the record companies. And they'd allow them to play it first on AFRS, and sometimes at the record companies, they'd put on the wrong label. And we had no idea, you know, just looked at it, I queued it up, and Jill would, you know, point at me and give me the cue, and I'd start it, and we'd all stare at each other, realizing this isn't anything that she's talked about. And then you couldn't stop and pick it up. We just had to stop and start over again.
From the top.
From the top. And we always used to sweat the last 3 minutes of any show we did because you would hope nobody would make a mistake. And if they did, you just, you know, here we go again.
Were most of these, you said sports, what kind of sports were you recording?
Well, we would do football games, and we would record it live off the air. And we would get a script from the ad agency. Let's say there were 2 fights a week. There was the Pabst Blue Ribbon fight and the Gillette-sponsored fight. And they let us know after which round they would come in with a spot. And usually our cue is, there's the bell or at the bell. Then I'd flip the key over to the announcer who's listening on his headset to the commercial and recapping what has just happened. This is, again, before we got TV.
So your disc recording would continue recording. While you were recording off the line, and
Right.
the announcer would do his recap.
Because we played the shows maybe 3 times a night. You know, we were beamed to different areas of the world.
Well, then they transmitted from Santa Monica Boulevard too. Is that it?
We transmitted. Actually, we went by telephone line to Delano, California, which is where the Voice of America had their transmitters, and we would share that. And they would actually had huge curtain antennas, which they could move, and we knew what time they were moving them to beam where. Alaska, Aleutians, Japan. We didn't do anything that went out from the East Coast. That came out of New York. They beamed to Germany, but we beamed the other way. And we did, as I say, baseball games, football games. I'm not a great baseball fan, and the head of sports knew that and always requested me as his engineer for every baseball game he did. And it was just sheer torture, especially when we did recreated games, when he'd sit there with a bat and a mallet and a glove, and I'd have to play crowd noise, cheers, boos, and we'd get the copy off the wire, and he'd give me the carbon, and I was supposed to go ahead and mark where something had happened, but occasionally, being bored at that time, I forgot.
Well, why did he ask for you? Because he thought you'd pay more attention to what was going on?
No.
Just because out of vengeance, huh?
Sadistic humor. We were very good friends, though. We had a good time. And but he just did this. This was one man. We had several sports people at different times. This man's name was Hal Berger, who really was the father of recreated baseball games.
Well, whatever happened to those discs?
Well, the things that we did through shortwave, we really rarely kept, and a lot of them were on glass, and because we couldn't get metal during the war, and of course a lot of them were broken. When I left Armed Forces Radio, I stayed there for 10 years in the military first, and then when I was going to be discharged, I went around to the building and said goodbye to everybody, and went up to see the commanding officer, and he said, "What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going back to school." He said, "Days or nights?" I said, "Oh, days." He said, "You want to come back in here at night and work?" So I was discharged on a Friday and showed up on a Monday as a civilian. And that's a strange feeling, you know, out of uniform, don't have to salute anybody. Although we didn't salute many people.
Yeah, it was pretty much informal at that point.
Yes, in fact, I remember one Saturday when they got all the enlisted men together and the first sergeant said, "Would you please salute the officers outside when you pass them in the street?" And one of the guys said, "Why?" And he said, "Well, you know, it's military courtesy." And we said, "Well, if they really want it." But what we do, we would carry these armloads of discs, and we'd always carry them in our right arm. Well, you can't salute. So we just go by and we nod. And, you know, it was very informal. And when you got increase in rate, I mean, I went from a private to a staff sergeant by the time I was out of there. But it was only done as a reward for doing good work. No way could you use your rank. The minute you used it, they broke you. They said, "This is not why you're here to pull rank." And we all got along very well. We learned, and as you know, the people that you've interviewed before said, it was a family. We were all very friendly. Engineers are a little different because, you know, we're not out. We were more secure than the actors because we were there all the time. And it worked out very well. And then I stayed there for 10 years. But to answer your question about the discs, one of the commanding officers after I left came through, and I won't give you what he said, you know, to the letter, but he said, "Get rid of all this junk. I need the shelf space." And we said, "Wait a minute, you know, don't do that. These are one-of-a-kind discs." And he said, no. If it's metal, you scratch it or bend it, and if it's glass, you break it." And I don't know how many thousands of records were thrown out, although I will say some of them, because a few of us were there, did survive, you know, out the back door. But there were original Glenn Miller, I Sustain the Wings programs were there.
We don't want to hear this now. Go ahead.
Yeah, and one
I hate
thing,
to hear this. Yeah.
Yes, well, we did too. But one thing that was interesting, Armed Forces Radio recorded all the rehearsals of the music shows. Like Alan Jones had a show sponsored by Old Gold, and the
Mhm.
house band was Woody Herman. Mildred Bailey had her own show. Red Norvo, who she was married to, was had the house band. But they would do that so they could lift the music for their basic music library without having to worry about applause. And we
Oh.
had many shows like this. So there are the music that came out of there was, while you may have heard the song before, maybe have heard an arrangement, you never heard that arrangement before. And it was just a disaster to see all that go.
Well, were you involved in the recording of the commercial broadcasts from commercial radio in the States to put on discs and to send around the world too?
My job was to decommercialize the discs. And this was all before tape, which is a little difficult to do, but it wasn't just us. Radio recorders, NBC, CBS, all did this too. And radio recorders had designed a turntable, 16-inch turntable, that was up to speed in an eighth of a turn, so that they could cue and past a commercial. In other words, you had 2 discs of every show, and they were all overlapped, so that you may have the first 10 minutes, maybe that was the only first 10 minutes there was, but the last 4 minutes on the disc was also the first 4 minutes of disc 2, because the further you got into a disc, the tubbier it got. So we had producers that would listen to these shows, type a cue sheet and on a clock, and that we would go through and know where we had to cut out, and we had discs lined up of applause and laughter, music cues, so that we could cover things. And in 1948, they called all the engineering staff in and said, look, here's a tape machine. It's professional. It was a vertical Stancil Hoffman that ran 30 and 60 IPS. I mean, it didn't go any slower, because the faster you went, they thought the better the fidelity. And we all stood and we looked at it, and they put it on, and we said, it doesn't sound any better than a disc. What we didn't realize that you could cut it and edit. And when that finally dawned on us, the whole era changed.
Yes.
And then we said, we can make mistakes. And as Les said and others said too, it took the spontaneity out. People knew they could make a mistake, and they weren't as sharp as they were when they were doing it live.
What were the reasons for the editing of those stateside shows?
Well, the government cannot endorse a product. That was the line they used. So we had to take all product mentions out. And when we got into tape, as we would take it live off the air, a show, whether it be a football or baseball game or whatever, we had the huge Ampexes, Ampex 200, which we have one in the other room here. It's a big monster, worked beautifully, and we would drop little pieces of paper wherever they said something, because they would say here they're fighting over our Pabst mic, over our Gillette mic, and that had to come out later. So we had to go back through after the show was over, take these all out for the second and third replay. And so you learned editing. There were no such things as splicing blocks. We just put it between our fingers, lined it up, cut lined up the tape, and put it on, and we were very adept at that.
When you would take out material from a show, whatever the show was, I suppose a sporting event wouldn't make a great deal of difference, but if you took a half-hour network show, which typically would run 29 minutes and 30 seconds, thereabouts, now you eliminate the commercials. You've got a show that's slightly
Well, we were down
less.
then to, our time was in 24:30.
Okay.
And we would make it, normally, we'd do 2 things. Either, if it was a music show or something, we'd throw in a fill using the same orchestra or the same band, whoever was on there. And if it wasn't that, we would then make it a 25-minute show, and we had our own series of 5-minute programs that we sent out. And these were things that we did there. On Let's Pretend, the shows that went out all ended up to be 25-minute shows. But one of the fellows there came up with a show called Uncle Russ, and he would tell little stories, but using people to do the voices. Dawes Butler was one, and that's how I met Dawes.
Would this be tacked onto the same disc that would go out with Let's Pretend?
No, it'd be a separate
Separate
disc.
stuff.
Yeah, and it'd be a
see.
separate 16-inch disc.
Well, where would you get when you say you did a music show and you'd fill with something by the same orchestra? Where would that music come from?
Either from a regular 78, or we'd go back to a show that we'd used maybe a year ago and lift a song or two out of there. Nobody ever knew the difference. They didn't care. And all seasonal shows like Christmas, New Year's, Easter were delayed 1 year. Because
A whole year?
A whole year. Because it took about 6 weeks from the time the show was aired in this country to be edited, pressed, and sent overseas. So therefore, you're not going to send a Christmas show that's going to be heard in May or June, because they were bicycled. They went from station to station over there. So we held those back a year. And Command Performance, of course, they went out right away. And we would do a Command Performance Christmas show somewhere around August or September, and get that mailed out in time for Christmas.
And then they were told to hold it until Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or whatever.
Right, right. And wherever possible, the stations overseas would try and play the shows when they originally were heard in the States. Benny was heard on Sundays, and Fibber McGee on Tuesdays. And it was fascinating because we get letters from all over the world, and even from that time, occupied China. I remember once there was a priest, he was an American priest there, and they never gave his name. And we would never have said his name on the air because of what was happening. But he just wanted to ask a baseball question. And we just said, to Father, to the priest in China, period, who wants to know who hit how many in what year, we would get the answer then. But this was on a regular sports show. They had like sports roundup or things like that.
Did you do any of the recording on the Command Performances or programs of the live shows like that?
Well, I did some live shows. I did Jubilee a lot. I'd go out to the hospitals where we did that. But the prestige show of Command Performance had, and Pat Walsh was the mixer's name, and Pat worked for CBS. And it was done up the street at the same theater where they did Lux Radio Theater. And in fact, I remember once Red Skelton was doing a show, and he liked to do an after show. And when it was over, and he wanted to stay, and the stagehand shut the lights out. So he took all the scripts and piled them on the stage and threw a match in there and started to do the show. It's the after show when the fire department roared in there, put it out. They put the lights back on and said, okay, you can finish it, but don't ever do this again. Well, there were a lot of funny things that happened over there.
Well, you were with Armed Forces, then Armed Forces Radio Service. It ultimately, the time you were there, then if you were there for 10 years, it became the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
They were just getting into TV about a year or two before I left, and it was very rudimentary. What they were doing in TV were like the World Series, and we would get shows from the networks, Kinney's, and we would go in there and actually cut out the commercials and put in an information education spot that the forces would do. And again, Armed Forces Radio was a mixed branch: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, and we were all there, and we still see each other. And even those that were in AFRS that have been long out, we still meet. It's a group called the Armed Forces Broadcasters Association.
Oh, wonderful.
So, and
centered out here on the West Coast?
Well, it was originally. We have a branch out here. There's probably a branch in New York. There's one in Las Vegas. Depends where the people are. And they get together every so often. Of course, now the people that are in there, I never knew. Everything is different. Even when I go to AFRTS here in town, it's not like it was. And we used, it's so automated now. And they're working off a satellite, which we never
That's right.
did.
They're not sending the discs around or tape anymore.
No.
And did they send tape? Was it tape that they were sending finally? You're talking about the editing becoming easier on tape. Did they send tape around?
No, we would make a disc out of that.
Okay.
They may have sent tape later. They didn't do it while I was there, but they were going to be getting into tape, though.
They would have had to equip all the AFRS outlets with tape players.
What they did eventually is go from a 16-inch to a 12-inch microgroove disc, an LP, and they cut down the size then.
Well, now the 16-inch discs that were recorded, they were playing at 33 1/3
Right.
RPS, right?
Right.
IPS.
Oh, no.
RPM, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little hard.
33 1/3 RPM, right.
Right.
Revolutions per minute.
Correct.
But that was not microgroove.
No. That was a regular standard groove.
Right.
The groove was something like a 78. It was about the same thing. And you only got 15 minutes aside.
Which is why you had to have that 16-inch disc, and you needed an extended arm.
Right. It
on
was
your
a 16-inch arm
turntable.
and a different stylus. It was usually a 3-mil stylus instead of the LP stylus. And you ran it at anywhere from 5 to 12 grams, which is pretty heavy.
When I first heard that it was recorded at 33 1/3, I was surprised to realize that 33 1/3 was being used as far back as the 1940s, the World War II 40s.
Even earlier.
Yeah.
A lot of the syndicated shows, like even Jack Armstrong was syndicated, Chandu, things like that, all came out on and it would look like shellac 16-inch discs. You've probably seen the very heavy ones.
Yes, sure.
And they would break too. But anyway, yes, that was all done at 33 1/3.
And then, as you said, they moved down to a 12-inch disc with the microgroove.
Right.
Which, again, was just like now the LPs that were being released to the public, right?
And it makes it easier on the station. They don't have to stock two different styli.
Oh, yes.
And they can get along with the 12-inch arm now. They don't need the other one.
Did you work with Howard Duff and Elliot Lewis?
Yes, it was interesting. They used to come in and do spots. I mean, I never worked with them. By this time, they're out of the service. Elliot Lewis used to come in all the time. In fact, I've got a picture when I was a skinny kid with lots of black hair, working with him, Jimmy Wallington, and Del Sharbett. And I still see Del. He's living near Palm Springs. And they'd come in to do the spots. And, of course, Elliot had been there at that time. He had been in Armed Forces Radio, but he was out. And all the big stars were gone by that time, except they came in to do spots for us.
It was a good time for you, wasn't it?
I loved it. I've been very fortunate. This is the only thing I've ever wanted to do in my life, and I've done it.
That's nice to be able to say.
Yeah, it's not that easy to come by. And now I'm working with Peggy Weber. I have been for several years with her group CART, California Artists Radio Theater, and we're doing live shows now, not recreating old ones. In fact, we're doing Alice in Wonderland with a cast of 17, including Roddy McDowell, Stan Freeberg, Les, and many other people. And I talked to Norman Corwin the other day, and we're doing 2 of his shows in July, one that's never been done in the past. One of them will be My Client Curly. That's a funny story.
Well, you've always then worked behind the scenes in radio, haven't you?
Right.
Not television, but radio.
Radio.
Now, when you left the Armed Forces Radio Service, what did you do?
I went to what was then North American Aviation and did all their sound for films and TV, and they later became Rockwell International. I did that for 35 years. I taught at LA City College, taught broadcasting for 37 years in the evening.
That makes you 103 years old
That's
now.
Right. Concurrently.
Okay.
And so I've been very fortunate. I finally decided I don't want to teach anymore. After 37 years, it's not the same. The kids think that radio is a DJ sitting at a mic and screaming. They know nothing about any of the techniques of body fades or sound effects, and they don't care. So then I retired in 91 from Rockwell, but I've been busier now than I've ever been before in my life, and it's just wonderful.
You've been recording a lot of the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters meetings. They meet 4 or 5 times a year, and you record all of that. And
we now videotape them, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's wonderful, and we're so happy to have a chance to talk with you about a fascinating career. It's not often we get to talk to radio engineers, and though you really weren't involved in commercial radio, you certainly had an interesting career with military radio. And
well, I've done a lot of commercial work, but not working for a station.
Right.
Though. And I've been as I say, I've been very fortunate, and it's nice to have somebody talk to an engineer. We always sit back there. One quick thing, and you can probably go through and splice some of the other stuff out. We were working with a well-known radio personality once who was giving us a lot of trouble. And he turned to me and he said something to me about, you're going to do as I tell you to do, and so on and so on. and I took all the bottom end out of his voice and played it back, and he just looked at me and says, "Okay, I understand." And then we got along famously. What we're saying is, hey, without us, you're not going on the air.
Well, it's everybody is important to the final product.
Exactly. And the sound man is just incredible.
That's
Anybody.
Right. Yeah.
They're just there's no one-man job in this business.
Well, you've been very kind to help us record some of the roundtables that we've conducted at the Pioneers Broadcast Center in Hollywood. And I really want to be able to say on the air to you in person, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that help. And
well, thank you, Chuck. I've enjoyed doing this and working with you.
Our listeners enjoy hearing these things, and as you just got through saying, the engineer is as important as anybody with this, and that certainly would be the case, because I could sit around a table and chat about radio with the pioneers, and if no one recorded it, it would be fun for me, but the fun for me is sharing all of this stuff, and I'm glad that you shared some time of your career with us.
Thank you very much,
Thank
John.
you very much. We're at the Cincinnati Old Time Radio Convention, where we have the great opportunity to talk to one of the most important people in a radio studio throughout the Golden Age, the sound effects man, and we're glad to welcome Barney Beck to our program.
Very nice speaking to you.
Barney, you've been doing lots of reenactments here at the convention this weekend, and you've been working in sound effects for, well, how long?
Well, I started in 1943, and I just I finished working on programs about 89.
Wow! So
and now I still do it at conventions and and demonstrations.
Well, how does one become a sound effects man?
Well, to be very honest with you, I did sound effects and painted scenery and sets for off-Broadway shows. And my father and uncle were in vaudeville years back, and what they would ask me to do, can we do this, can we do that? And since it was the father and uncle, I didn't have a choice. I had to do it, and I did it. But I learned a tremendous amount from them. And I think you know that I got a call from a friend of mine who was doing drafting work, showing statistical setups at CBS. And he said, "Barney, I just had lunch with the sound effects man, and he told me in order to do sound effects, you don't have to know anything." And I thought of you immediately. So I decided with that type of information, I should apply for the job at CBS because I wasn't working at the time. And I went to CBS. And since I didn't have the technical knowledge that they wanted, they said, "Well, we'll get in touch with you." And I had nothing to lose, so I said, "Well, if that's the case, I'll have to go over to NBC." And he was astounded by my effrontery. And he said, "Well, maybe you ought to stay here and we can talk this over." And I was put on the job of October 1943.
So but you had not ever done sound effects?
No.
Per se?
Per se. I never done radio sound effects, that's definitely.
So then what was the first step there?
Well, they make you an apprentice. They said, you'll work with this man and that man. And I said, that was great, and I learned from some of the best. As a matter of fact, one of the better sound effects men that I worked with was a man called Byron Winget that came from Cincinnati, Ohio. So, and he taught me a lot. And we had 78 RPM records that had between 88 and 94 grooves to the inch. And he showed me how to spot them and cue them. And he really showed me a lot on the business. And then there was another man, McCluskey. In other words, as far as I was concerned, CBS was the best place to learn, because after I went to WOR, from what I had learned from these guys after 2.5 years there, I looked like I was pretty good.
So 2.5 years at CBS and then WOR.
That's right.
Well, what was your first solo flight as a sound effects man?
As a matter of fact, I probably had to do Murder at Midnight, which was a half-hour mystery show. And that was a freelance job, as a matter of fact. And he also felt I needed all the help in the world, and he helped me.
CBS permitted freelancing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, yes. It permitted freelancing. Unfortunately, one or two of the men would call in sick to do a freelance job, and that would be no good. They would be fired or reprimanded. And I was called into the service, and what occurred then was they told me when I went that would be goodbye and good luck, because when the war ended, they'd have to take their men back. But what happened, and as I said to you before, what is a break, sometimes you can't believe. A poor guy from Chicago was a sound man, and he'd been separated from his wife, and he decided he couldn't stay in New York anymore. And on the day I came back, he had gone out on a binge, and I got his job.
Oh, so then you lost and you got a job all in the same time. Then,
That's right.
And then you were at Mutual for WR Mutual for
That's
how
right.
long?
From 46 right through till 89.
Wow, wow. Well, you worked on some of the biggest radio programs of all time. You were the sound man on The Adventures of Superman.
Absolutely.
So you kept that flight going, the wind behind Superman.
As a matter of fact, we used that record, the same record that was used in the Sergeant Preston of the Blizzard.
The reenactment.
Reenactment, yeah. And
you mean that was the Yukon, the wind blowing out of the cabin in the Yukon?
Because
it's the same wind that propelled Superman, right?
That's correct. And the thing that was funny, they had to have Superman land, and what they did was they took the Ricochet record that you may have heard on the commercial, and they played it backwards.
The shotgun from the
like that.
Yeah.
So instead they went like that. It sounded like Superman landing. So I thought that was kind of clever.
Well, I could always see Superman swooping down and then boom, coming to a halt on his feet.
Right.
On his feet all the time.
That's true. That was one of the bits that we did.
And now I know you worked on for a little while at least on Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes,
so and you're banging on the door. Another case for Nick Carter.
Right,
is that?
right. They had several openings, but that was the one that I did with Lon, and
Lon Clark, who was the
Lon
actor.
Clark, right? And of course, there are certain actors that are wonderful to work with, and they really help you. There was a man called Santos Ortega who was the fat man. He was Ellery Queen's father, and he and I think he played Charlie Chan too. But the whole thing that was interesting, and he also was Perry Mason, so he worked all the time. He was a fantastic actor, and he saw me coming in there, and Perry Mason was going into a haunted house, and I was green. I was really green behind the ears there, and he said to me, "What are you worried about?" And I said, "I don't know whether I'll be able to get all those cues." And he looked at me and he said, "Don't worry about a thing, just watch me." And he visually did the effects for me. He opened the door and he did the knocking and
he showed you what
he was
wanted.
doing, and I didn't have to follow the script. It was great to see that someone would help a total stranger and would really walk me through that thing. And I had the pleasure of when I started, of Frank Lovejoy, who became a big star for a while. He did the same thing. There were a lot of very nice actors and people who were very helpful. Another man was Brett Morrison, who played the Shadow. And he also would work with you. And unlike certain actors, he would definitely accept the error that was made in the show. He'd say, "I blew it," and he would point to to himself when we were on a recording or on a session, and the director said, "Let it go. We can handle it," But it's they're people who are very, very helpful, and you get to work with them.
Sure. Now you mentioned the Shadow. That was very often done before a live audience.
Exactly.
And so you were really on the spot to, and this was live broadcasting.
Live broadcasting, and what I didn't mention to you now is the fact that when we were doing these shows, when you had to do a gunshot, you had to have 2 pistols in your hand because one might jam, and you had to have 3 shots. You had to make sure there were 3 shots. And what would occur is you had to make sure that everything synchronized. Like if there was one of the Ellery Queen shows I did was a guy, Ellery is asking him if he killed this person, and the man says, in his shooting gallery in the basement, he says, no, I didn't kill him, but if so-and-so hadn't, I would have, and it was supposed to go bang, ding, bang, ding, bang, ding. Well, that was great. The sound man who was senior to me said to me, don't you dare look at me. And the reason he said that, if you see a guy start to pull the trigger, you might instinctively hit the bell. And what he wanted was only the bell to ring when he shot the gun, which I understood. But what happened was on the West Coast show, and I don't know if you realize in the old days, there was no such thing as recording it and then playing it back. So on the live show, on the repeat, I had to turn my back, and the guy said, no, Ellery, I didn't kill him, but if so-and-so hadn't, I would have. And it went bang, ding, bang, ding, bang, ding, bang, ding, like that. And I was furious, and when we got off, I said, what are you doing to me? You're trying to make me look like an idiot? I don't need help from you, you know. So he said, no, you don't understand. The director was so impressed at that fast timing that he cued for the 4th shot. And he felt if the director says 4th shot, you had to give 4th shot. Meanwhile, I had put the bell down because it was only supposed to be 3 bells.
So it took you a millisecond to get over there.
That's right, you know. So those are the things that were always very
I always felt that the sound man was really another actor in the studio doing the show, right?
You had to be, because it's just if you're working with the actor, they have to feel what you're doing, and even when you're doing a fight scene, if I go bang like that, and there's no reaction from the guy being hit or the guy hitting, it just sounds like nothing. And I would always say to the actor, you've got to make me look good. I need the job. But they would work with me because they understood why I was crying.
Well, a punch in a fight scene, you punch your hand, your open hand with your fist, correct?
Right, like that. And then the actor has to go, why you no good so-and-so, take that. You have to hear the effort in the that. And then the one who's hit has to go,
See, that's almost impossible to do if you've got that punch on tape someplace.
Oh,
correct?
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Right. It all has to be timed out and felt. But
well, when you were performing all of these various sound effects, did you ever come up with against a challenge that you couldn't meet for a sound effect?
Every
that was
day. Well, you know, so I've been asked many times, what's your hardest effect to do? And I always laugh because simple thing like a door open, you look kind of stupid when the doorknob comes off in your hand. and it's happened. And sometimes we used to kid at CBS. There was professional jealousy and so on. So what would occur is they might, and Bob Mott, who's written a book on radio sound effects, he would say that some of the guys would come in and turn off the AC for the turntables. and it's kind of distressing when you're doing a show like I did a show called The Sea Hound, and I'm sure you've heard that one. It was one of the kiddie shows. But what would occur is the Sea Hound had an opening of like a destroyer thing, whoop, 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 like that. And what occurred was the turntable decided not to go. And that's the opening thing of the show. And I go to throw the switch, and nothing's happening. So I was only kidding. Anyhow, what occurred was I had to do it by hand. And any tone like that is going to sound silly. Woo,
yes, right.
You know. But there's no such thing as hard sound if someone is willing to work with you, because you can compromise and get the things set.
Well, if there is an error like that, either beyond your control or
Right.
something that you did wrong, I'm sure that over the years you've learned how to cover that.
Well,
that
you
error,
try
right?
to. And some people will not accept what you're trying to do, and you're stuck.
Sometimes you need the actor then to help. Right?
Exactly,
Uh-huh.
exactly. And as I said, there were some actors that were just fabulous.
Now, when you break down a door, when someone is breaking down a door, say, I've got to get into this room, nobody's answering, I've got to get in there and save her because she's turned the gas on.
Right.
Now, what device would you do for? What would you use for that?
Well, you would use a peach basket, and it would the wooden peach. I guess you'd call them wooden, and you hit against the body of the door, and as you'd hit it, you'd crack the peach basket a little, then you hit it again for the second, and the actor would work with you. He'd say, "We got to break this in 1," and you'd hear the 2, and on the third one you'd turn the door over practically. Actually, we did have the other sound man holding the door, so you would go flying across the studio.
Now, you're talking about the little fruit baskets that when you get strawberries
Right,
or
and peaches,
blueberries
yeah,
and peaches in the store. Well, now, in a recent trip to the supermarket, I don't see these wooden baskets anywhere. They're little plastic, see?
And that
What
becomes-
happened?
Well, that's why we close up radio. No, seriously though, what occurred was we were down to 2 shows in on Mutual, and they kept thinking the.
Go ahead.
All right. What we would do is we would do 2 shows we were doing. We were doing the show called The FBI in Peace and War and Gangbusters.
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, what occurred was with Gangbusters, we always had to break down a door or a closet and so on. What occurred was that we didn't have any more peach baskets left. And I would say, we need to buy peach baskets. And they would say, well, the show's going off soon. And I'd say, well, as long as it's not going off, I have to go to 10th Avenue where New York
produce
was. And what we would do is they'd say, well, Joe, buy a few for the next show. So I ended up, and I said, I can't do it if I'm doing commercials or anything. And what finally occurred was they ordered 500 for me. And I waited, and I waited. And on the day I did the last show, the 500 baskets were in the purchasing office. So I ended up taking 500 baskets home with me.
Now, are you still working on that supply?
That's exactly right. I know it sounds silly, but it's true.
Well, that's wonderful. So, well, okay. Well, what are some of the most difficult effects to create? I know many things are on record. You know,
Right,
you had
right.
to cue it up precisely. But the effects that you need to create yourself, what's some of the most difficult?
Well, you tried to create. We had to create rocket ships when we started going into space, and you try to do whatever they're asking for. And always remember, somebody's concept of what speed is may be a high oscillation tone, or it could be a swish sound, and you try to explain this is what we got, and you have to help it with voice or music, and you blend into a thing that may picture the thing.
Is the power of suggestion from the written word and as it's being delivered very important to the element of sound?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The response of the actor is always important to the sound. Like I said to you before, I could do picking up a box, and if the actor says, "Here, let me help you with this," all you need is a slight pat to get the thing working. But if you're doing a thing with an actor not helping you, it becomes difficult to try and transfer the situation.
If the actor's walking into a darkened room and he wants to turn on the light switch and there's no dialogue, that click that you would make is almost lost or meaningless. But he said, I'm going to walk into this room, there's no light on in here, I'll turn on the switch, right?
Exactly. and they do things that are very effective. And the director even said to me, the most exciting sound you can ever come up with in any show is silence. For example, there was one of the shadow shows, anytime somebody got killed in this particular program, they always heard a Chinese gong. So there's a scream, and we run up the stairs, and Brett Morrison, the shadow, bangs on the door and says, hello, are you in there? And there was silence. Then you heard the Chinese gong, and you knew that person had died. You know? So you can pre-establish those things. That's very good.
Now, when someone takes a gun and shoots another person in a scene,
right,
and you hear the gunshot, and you may hear the actor say, oh,
right, exactly.
And then you hear the body falling. Now, I think in real life, you might not hear that body fall.
That's
A
true.
man
go out
would
completely, right.
fall down, maybe, gosh, it might be on carpeting or whatever, you wouldn't hear it. But we always heard the body fall on the radio.
Right.
How was that sound achieved?
Well, we had a prop table, and what we would have to do, and this was comical in respect, you couldn't have silverware on the thing, you couldn't have any bells, because if you heard the body fall, and we did it with elbow, hand,
on the table.
On the table, on the prop table, right? And the guy's voice, it was great. But as he did that, and you'd hear the glass clatter or the bell ring, you'd say, oh my gosh, you know.
Well, that's another thing, right? You talk about the glass clattering. Now, when someone says, pour me a cup of coffee, or would you like a cup of coffee, or
Right.
have a drink or
Right.
something?
You always had it, if you had a drink, you'd have the bottle, and you'd tip the glass before you poured. You always had
You heard the clinking of
right.
the glass.
Or
right?
if it's 10 cups, you always try to preset the picture so they can hear it. And we did that with the actor and the director all knowing it. The have to do your footsteps like a person would normally walk into a door, into a room. You walk, take your steps, and then you have to stop, because then you open the door, take 2 or 3 steps in, close the door, and then you continue your walk. You just don't walk through which I've done in demos, where you just keep walking, and it's kind of funny, but it's not realistic.
What happened when the door doesn't open? Sometimes
you cry
for
a
you.
lot. It did happen to me when I was doing one show when the doorknob had got off the hinge, I guess you'd call it, and just came out of my hand. And I said, oh, or even better than that, I was doing one of the soap operas at CBS, and this is how you learn from experience. They were discussing that so-and-so had been seen with another woman, and she, in the soap opera, was, oh my gosh, and drop her cup and break. They were having their tea. And what occurred in this particular case, I dropped it, and it was a very good cup, apparently, and it bounced right across the studio without breaking. And the line I always say, if it can happen, it's happened to me. That type of thing.
Well, how did they recover from that then?
Well, they just went on.
Just went
but I died, I think. That's one of my many deaths.
Well, very often the listener does not catch it.
Oh, there's no doubt
just
of that.
Because if you keep moving and don't stop.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
But what I did after that, if I ever had to do a break of a sort, I'd carry 2 pieces of the pottery there. So even if the big part didn't break, you'd hear the clatter.
You have the backup.
Right. So things like that you do as for security.
And a window breaking or a mirror breaking or something. Now, what did you use for that?
We had a pane of glass, and you had a glass crash, and we would try. We also had, believe it or not, a car door that was on wheels that we bring into studios and open it. And truthfully, an icebox door had even better sound for a car door. It sounded like more expensive because it was compact and heavy. But if certain directors didn't see it visually, they wouldn't like it. So we had a problem there. We also did same thing with the jail door. Now, jail door had to have the bars and the metal around, and the metal bass, so you could hear a roller go over it.
Uh-huh.
And it sounded great, and it looked great. When I had to do a remote, I couldn't possibly bring a big jail door over, but what I would do is get the old roller skate and roll it across the metal base, and it would sound just as good.
It
But
would rattle a little bit like
yeah,
that.
rattle, and you'd put it on a, on a metal plate, and you'd hear, and then you'd hit the end. It sounded like the jail door was closing, but you had to sell it. That's all.
Must have been a lot of fun to do all of that stuff.
I enjoyed every minute of it.
Did you work on many westerns?
That was the most famous one, I would say, was the B-Bar-B, Bobby Benson.
Bobby Benson
Yes.
and the B-Bar-B Riders. Huh?
You got it. There you are. And we enjoyed that. And we had two Bobby Bensons, and it was very funny. The nephew of the producer had just come from England, and they let him do the Bobby Benson for a while, and he was good. But I didn't think the English accent was quite right.
It didn't sound like he was on the ranch.
Right.
Well, how many sound men would work on a show like that? A lot of action on something like that.
Usually it was two.
Two.
For those shows. But like Nick Carter was a one-man show, and Comic Weekly that I did with Lon Clark was one man because they were on a tight budget.
He'd be reading the funnies, and you would provide some of the
Well,
sound
he would write the
effects?
script for the funnies, and he had a woman who played like a 4-year-old, 5-year-old girl asking, "What does this mean? Why is Prince Valiant so upset? Or why is Dagwood mad at Blondie?" And we did all those shows, and the girl served as the purpose for the girl at home to say, "What does that mean, Daddy?" And the Comic Weekly
taking the place
explain
at the child at home.
Right, exactly.
On the Western shows, you used, I guess, coconuts and the plumber's friend, the payoff
right,
end.
the plumber's helper. Yeah,
Plumber's
right,
helper.
right. And
they had to go in a different base, right?
They well, if you had dirt and so on, you'd get the effect. It was very good.
You had a box of gravel, perhaps.
Right.
Or
Dirt,
Dirt, yeah.
And the coconut shells were sharper, but the rubber plunger wasn't would not interfere with dialogue. So you had to determine what you were looking for. Yeah.
And the horse, you have to create that yourself?
Yeah. Well, we would.
The whinny or the.
Oh, that would be on record, but we sometimes go like that.
Get him up scout. Huh?
Yeah. Right. And it was a lot of fun. I was very lucky.
You had a wonderful career with all of that, and now you're sharing your talents with folks who.
Well, these people are very nice here.
You've been on the nostalgia convention circuit for a while,
About
haven't
6
you?
years.
Done a few things like that,
Yeah.
and been in the audience today for one of the programs. The audience just loves what you do, and to see how you're doing it. It's sound effects always very fascinating to people.
Well, even when I was a teenager, I'd go to the radio programs, and I was always fascinated by it. And yet there was some, like I did Dr. Christian with Gene Hersholt when he came to New York, and the agency there felt that sound was distracting to the people, so they would always put us in backstage. And
distracting to the studio audience.
To studio.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And it really didn't do that really, but they felt it was a detraction from the stars like Gene Hersholt and so on. So
but that actually, it detracted by you moving out of sight. It detracted from your rapport with the actors.
Exactly.
Correct?
Exactly. Yeah. But every director is their own genius.
Well, I guess I know the answer to this already, but if you had to do it all over again, would you?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. As I said, I've had so much fun doing it, and after radio drama departed, I started doing commercials and started doing fashion shows, and then
sound effects for fashion shows.
Oh yeah, they do little vignettes and little.
I see.
Why would you buy that? Because and so on, you know. But the thing that was so funny was I started doing burlettes because my company and I had a difference of opinion, and I was going to be punished because I was doing these things. And what occurred was I made out so well with burlettes that even after I lost my job, when I retired, I should say. I started doing Berlitz freelance. It was fun.
Well, you've provided a lot of fun, and there were thousands of radio actors, and most of them very, very talented.
Oh, absolutely.
But they're in proportion. I bet there wasn't even 100 good sound effects people, were there?
I would say that was just about the right number.
About right. Yeah.
There were probably about 35 at CB at New York City, and maybe the same amount at Hollywood.
Yeah. And then a few here and there, but
exactly.
That would be it. My gosh, that's a singular occupation, then, isn't it? And
well,
how important it was to the great days of radio.
It was a load of fun, and you had to try to figure out what the directors wanted, and work with them.
Yeah.
I'm not out to prove that I'm great or anything. As I've said to several directors, we'll try it. If you don't want to try it my way, let's do it your way. And some of them were very cooperative.
Did you ever have any? One last question for you, Barney. Did you ever have any? Did you feel any envy for the guy who did Fibber McGee's Closet, for example, or Jack Benny's Vault?
Those things I thought were great, but I also point out to you that the people who I worked with, like Bob and Ray and Gene Clavin, and there was a man called Bob Poole, who was the #1 disc jockey in the United States, and he wasn't even heard in New York City. And then finally Mutual brought him up there, and he was a fantastic guy to work with. And he said he was all excited about coming up to New York, and his sound man, and I had been placed on a very strict diet, and I was always hungry at the time, so he saw this idiot taking carrots out of his lapel pocket to eat because I was always hungry at the time. And he said, "This is a weird town," and he really had me laughing. It was just crazy. No, you have to be willing to adjust to the change.
You do what you do, and you do it well. Yeah,
well,
and you did too.
I was very
I thank you so much for providing us with a pleasant interlude now, and also for a great sound career you provided us.
Thank you.
Thanks for everybody out there in Radio Land. Our guest is a person who has been seen in maybe 500 movies and television shows, and hardly was just a little snippet of a thing back when all that started in the late 40s, early 50s, actually. She is Beverly Washburn, and we're glad to have a couple of minutes to chat with you today, Beverly.
Oh, thank you. It's so nice to be here.
You have the distinction of being sung to on the big screen by Danny Kaye in the movie Hans Christian Andersen when he sang Thumbelina.
Thumbelina, right.
You were the little girl he sang that to.
When he was in jail, I was outside, yeah.
I'm glad you were outside and not inside behind the bar.
Me too.
Right? And you worked with Bing Crosby and Jane Wyman in Frank Capra musical, Here Comes the Groom.
Right.
And with almost every other big star in Hollywood, and you were just a little child, basically, a child actress for most of those pictures, right?
Right. I started when I was 6 years old, and the first movie that I did was a movie called The Killer That Stalked New York, and it was with Evelyn Keyes and William Bishop and Dorothy Malone. And Evelyn Keyes played the part of this lady who had smallpox, and everybody that she came in contact with would die, but she didn't know that she was a carrier. So in the scene that I was in, we're in the doctor's office, and I noticed this beautiful pin that she's wearing, and I go up to her and say that it's a pretty pin, and so she says, well, would you like to have it? So she takes it off and she pins it on me, and then in doing so I give her a hug, and then because of hugging her, eye contact, smallpox. So the next scene, I'm in the hospital with the oxygen tent, and I die. So actually I died in my very first movie.
But you lived to make a comeback in many, many other films. Well, one of the main reasons we want to chat with you today is because you worked with Jack Benny on both radio and television.
Right.
And now you were one of the kids who was were known as the Beverly Hills Beavers, right?
Right, and I portrayed Mary Livingston as a little girl.
When the Beavers did their version of the Jack Benny show, right?
Right.
That's classic material.
Yeah, it was so much fun, and I felt so fortunate to have been a part of it. And actually, the first time I worked with Jack Benny, it was on his TV show.
Mm-hmm.
And I come up out of the audience and ask for his autograph, and then we go into this whole thing, or it turns out that my name is Margaret Truman. So now for that part, I auditioned for it, and had to read and everything. And after I got that part, he was kind enough to continue to cast me on his radio shows, and throughout my life I worked with him, all through the 70s. I toured with him, and looking back over my life and my career, I have to say that he was truly probably my most favorite person that I ever worked with. I worked with some really wonderful people, and I had other favorites too, like Loretta Young and Kirk Douglas, and quite a few of them, Lon Chaney Jr., and Lou Costello. In fact, I worked with Lou Costello in an episode of Wagon Train, and he played the only dramatic role that he ever had, and he was wonderful too. But Jack Benny was always kind of my hero and mentor, and he was just the most wonderful man, and I feel so blessed, to have known him.
Did you have any kind of a professional relationship with him, or a non-professional relationship with him outside of the TV shows and the radio shows?
Yes, we became, instant pals, and he always asked me to call him Uncle Jack, which I did, and he used to drop by my house when he would be on his way, to do a program, and every year he'd give me a beautiful gift, a string of real pearls. He gave me a St. Christopher medal that's engraved that says, "To Beverly with love, Jack Benny," that I will treasure forever. And so I was just lucky because he was just, just such an important part of my life, and to think that I was able to, continue a friendship outside of working, it was wonderful.
Well, you actually worked on the stage with him too, then, didn't you?
Yes, we did the Hollywood Palace, which was televised, and that's when Sammy Davis Jr. Was his guest star. And then we took it on the road. We went to Lake Tahoe and Las Vegas, and then we toured all over the East Coast, and that was a comedy skit that was done with Iris Adrian. Most people remember her.
Wisecracking, gum-chewing type
stuff. She was wonderful, and she used to tell the cutest story. Her husband's name was Fido, and that's a true story.
Fido?
And, yeah, and she had a dog, and I can't remember his name, but it was
George.
something like Bob or Fred or something. And so she was telling me that one time she had this party, and the dog would always come up to the door, when she'd greet somebody. So she said she opened the door, and she said this man was there, and she said, "I'd like you to meet my." She says, "I'd like you to meet Fido and Bob." So she said the man reached out his hand to shake her husband's hand, and he said, "Oh, how do you do, Bob?" And she goes, "That's Bob. This is Fido." And and her voice, she was a wonderful lady.
Well, what did you do with her in Benny's act?
Well, it was just one of those silly comedy skits. Back then, the Smothers Brothers were very big. So Peggy Mondo, who was a very large lady, and Iris Adrian and myself played the Smothers Sisters, is what we were called. And it was just a really kind of a silly thing where whatever town we were in, he would pick the silliest name of a real town. Like when we were in Las Vegas, he said that we were from Searchlight, Nevada, because there really is a town there called that. And he would tell the audience that he hadn't seen us, and he understands that we're, a sisters act, and we're singers, and with their permission, he'd like to have us on the show, and if we were good, he'd have us back. So he sets it up as though it's a legitimate thing. And then we come out, and of course the three of us are totally incongruous the way we look, and then we just do this, real silly bit, and he does his take, and that look that only Jack Benny could do. And the audience would be laughing for 10 minutes without even a spoken word, because he would do that, that expression looking at us, and it was all so much fun, and I just treasure those memories.
When you were with Jack on radio, you were how old, roughly?
I guess 8 or 9.
And then, but you were on TV first.
Actually,
so,
I did
yeah,
the TV show first, and right after that, he had me on his radio show. And then there was one radio show where he just introduced me as myself, and he said, Beverly, he said, I wonder how you got the name Beverly. And I said, well, because I was born in Beverly Hills. And then he said, well, it's a good thing you weren't born in Pismo Beach. So, just little silly things like that, he'd have me on the show, and it was just great.
Well, then, were you still, not even a teenager when you went out as the Smothers Sisters?
No, that was later on.
Few
that
years
was
later.
in the 70s.
Oh, I see.
And then when I also did another thing with him where we were supposed to be hillbillies. And he introduces me as his wife, and I was about 11 at the time. That was the gag. And I sang "You Are My Sunshine," and it was just one of those silly things. But he was just such a generous man, and I think the wonderful thing about him is that he was so giving, and he would let the other person have the funny line. Where so many comedians today, they want to have the punchline. And he never did that. He'd always, let the other person have the funny line, and that was kind of his secret, I think, why he was.
It was
so
all done on the Jack Benny show, though.
Absolutely,
see, so everybody was
yeah.
drawn to that. Smart
and
man.
all he had to do was just stand there with that look, and he'd get the laughs,
So where did you get to this point now? What have you been doing up to today now?
Up to today, well. I did a lot of the episodic things, Wagon Train. I did several movies. I did the one with Bing Crosby, Here Comes the Groom. And then, let's see, what else did I do? The Juggler with Kirk Douglas. And then later, I did a movie for Walt Disney called Old Yeller, which was a real tearjerker. And gosh, they celebrated last year. It came out, or I guess it was 2 years now. Time goes by so fast. They celebrated the 40th anniversary.
Oh my gosh!
And I'm only 29, so
it's
I
amazing.
don't know how that works.
It's the miracle of movies.
So I love being a part of Old Yeller because first of all, I'm a real animal lover, but that's been kind of a classic.
Now,
movie.
Describe your role in that movie for people who know the film.
I played Lisbeth. I was the little girl. And I was the next door neighbor. And there were only 7 people in the whole movie. Fess Parker, Dorothy McGuire, Tommy Kirk, Chuck Connors, Kevin Corcoran, and myself. And Old Yeller, of course.
So, and today you're doing?
Right now, I live in Las Vegas, and I've been doing mostly commercials, the local commercials for, the various casinos and mortgage companies and banks and furniture stores and things like that, and that's what's been keeping me busy. And we're in the process right now of doing an audio book about my life, and there'll be some clips from the Jack Benny show along with some other clips of shows that I did, and it'll be the story of my life.
Well, it's only going to be a half of the story because you've got a lot of years ahead of you.
Well, I hope so.
Well, you certainly were a hit at the Friends of Old Time Radio convention in Newark in October because we saw your performance today and it was excellent, and certainly everyone enjoyed that.
This is my first time at this convention, the Friends of Old Time Radio, and I was just so touched by all the people. Everybody was so warm and receptive, and I had the best time. It's just I feel so happy to have been a part of it.
Well, they have you involved in radio recreations too.
Yeah,
so
that was
you've been
really
doing
fun.
It. And in fact, I know this evening there is a reenactment of a Jack Benny program, and
and
you're
I'm
in
going
it,
to be doing the exact role that I did when I was 7, like 20 years ago.
You're going to play You're going to play Mary Livingston again
yes,
tonight?
Mary. It's going to be. Well, they've changed it a little bit. They've kind of put 4 shows all in one, so it's not the complete show that I did, but it's parts of it, and so I'll be playing the same character,
That's going
which
to be
is
fun.
Mary Livingston as a child. Yeah.
Well, we'll remember the name Beverly Washburn and see it up in lights in Las Vegas, maybe, or wherever else. I understand you made a few recordings too.
Actually, just one, and It's out on a double CD called Growing Up Too Fast. The girl group, there's Leslie Gore and Connie Francis, and I don't know how I got on there. I'm not really a singer, but that was kind of fun. It was a recording I did in the 60s, and it's out now. Yeah.
Oh, good. And it's called?
Well, the song that I did is called Everybody Loves Saturday Night, but the name of the double CD is Growing Up Too Fast.
Growing Up Too Fast. Well, look for that too then.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for spending a little time with us today,
you so
talking
much
about
for-
our friend Jack Benny.
Yes, thank you for asking me. I've had a great time.
You're welcome.
And I
Good
enjoyed
luck.
meeting you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a chance to talk with a man who brought wonderful radio imagination to us for 18 years on the Let's Pretend radio shows, and for many years beyond that on the great days of radio. We're speaking with Arthur Anderson, and how lucky we are to have a chance to sit and visit with you today.
Well, it's nice to be here in this this palatial Holiday Inn, and when I tell people Newark, New Jersey, they say, "Oh, well, that's got troubles." Well, Newark is getting better. They've got a new arts center now, but we are not in downtown Newark. We are opposite Newark Airport, and we have a great view of New York City from our window here.
And this is the Friends of Old Time Radio.
Friends of Old Time Radio
Get-together.
Convention, I believe the 21st annual.
23rd.
23rd, okay.
23rd, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I lost 2 years. But and I'm here because I made my living in radio starting as a child of 12, and for the next 20 years, 35, but yeah, 45, 55, and the last Let's Pretend broadcast was 1954, and after that, radio or dramatic radio, that means using actors, had just about ceased to exist. I know that some of the daytime serials, I don't like to call them soap operas. I think that's a demeaning term. Some of them did continue, and Arthur Godfrey continued until around 1960. Those who want to know the exact date can look it up in various reference books. But by then, the networks had used their vast profits from radio to start to build up television. As I'm sure you know, I'm not telling anything you don't know. But my career was not only radio, but that's where it started.
What, did you join Let's Pretend almost at the beginning of the Let's Pretend series?
No, Let's Pretend. I was Let's Pretend started as a program called The Adventures of Helen and Mary on the David Paley's. Do I mean David Paley? No, William S. Paley. Pardon me. William S. Paley's brand new 1-year-old Columbia network. 2 years old. He started in 29, he put this program on. Two little girls imagine adventures, and these adventures are then acted out by a company of adult actors. But most of them were from the Tales of the Arabian Nights, and they were rather violent, and Paley and company thought rather dull, not particularly suited for children. So they said, who can we get to change this program? This program was one of the many what were then called sustaining programs, which means the costs were sustained by the networks in, say, look what fine programs we have, in order to persuade more stations to join the network. And those programs went unsponsored, and Helen and Mary was one of them. Okay, so they got hold of a ex-vaudeville actress. Now that sounds unlikely, but it turned out to be very fortuitous. An ex-vaudeville actress and actress in silent pictures, named Nyla Mack, and she'd also worked on the stage with her husband, Roy Bryant, B-R-I-A-N-T. I'm funny, sometimes if I have an unfamiliar word, I spell it out.
Sure.
And some people are bored by that, and other people may...
No, I'm writing it down
Oh,
here.
I can see you writing furiously
good.
there. All right. They got Nyla Mack, and at the time, Nyla Mack she was then an out-of-work actress. But it was then 1930 was the Depression, and this was a job offered her by CBS, but CBS said they want you to write and direct children's programs. And Nyla Mack said to her friends, I don't have any children, I don't know children, I don't even like children. But it's a job, don't turn it down. So she came to New York and set about to revamp the Adventures of Helen and Mary, and Paley gave her carte blanche. Whatever you want to do, I'm sure it will be an improvement, I'm sure, they said. And what she did was to borrow a book of Grimm's fairy tales from her friend Dorothy Stickney, the actress, who was the wife of Howard Lindsay, the playwright. And they later played, as you know, many years very successfully in Life with Father among them. And Howard Lindsay and Russell Crouse wrote many Broadway plays and other things, and the books for musicals. Anyway, but I digress. I often do digress. I try not to, but
it's all right.
It just pops out. But these things to me are all interesting, and they
Sure
are
they are.
relevant. So Nyla Mack got the Grimm's fairy tales from her friend Dorothy Stickney, and she proceeded to turn them into half-hour radio scripts. The two little girls still were there to introduce them, Helen and Mary, but the second thing, she got rid of the Arabian Nights, or most of them. She kept two of those stories. And then she got hold of Hans Christian Andersen, of course, and I forget the name of the Frenchman who wrote the Beauty and the Beast, but it may come to me later. Then again, it may not. Anyway, Nyla Mack wrote a total of 331 radio scripts from fairy tales and also original stories that she herself dreamed up from various sources, but mostly her own imagination. The second change she made, besides getting rid of the old Arabian Nights, was to say, my cast will be entirely children. Why children? Because children have the imagination and the openness to imagine and not to be ponderous. And these children, just like the children, I don't know if they still do, so I'm far away from that, they still do play games of make-believe. I'll be the daddy and you be the mommy and he'll be the ogre or whatever, and let's make believe, or let's pretend. And that became the title of the program in 1934. And she continued to write new stories, and it was a repertory company, which means the more popular stories would be done at least once a year, usually oftener, and the ones that didn't work out were disappeared. Nyla Mack kept a record book of the date each story was done. And anyway, I joined the program in May of 1936 and stayed with it until its last broadcast of October 1954. Except for I had 3 years in uniform, but I still got a Let's Pretend when I was home on furlough. I'd let Nyla know, and she would assign a part to me. However, the parts had to be the voices of enchantment or inner thoughts of somebody or something, because she couldn't have a soldier in uniform doing a children's program before a theater full of children.
So you'd be off stage.
I was an off-stage voice, voice on filter. And of course, filter means an electronic change in the voice, which they still use for voices on a telephone, for instance. That's filter. Or your inner thoughts, that would be on filter. Anyway.
Well, where did Nyla Mack find the number of youngsters needed with the talent?
Oh, they found her.
Sort of
once the program became popular and started winning awards, it also won the Peabody Award, I'll have you know.
Yes.
And the radio editors awards of newspaper. Nyla Mack would have auditions for children every 6 months, and she would give each. I'm smiling because I can remember the script that she gave each one of us. It was the dog story, and we always used to, we the Let's Pretenders, who became a sort of a family, some of us have kept together, used to remember the dog story. It's about a little boy, or it can be a girl, who's selling newspapers on the street. And he has a dog named, he or she has a dog named Tubby. And it's about probably a one-page script, maybe two. And the dog runs out on the street and is hit by a car. And the little boy says, holds the unconscious dog and says, oh, please, God, don't let my dog die. My dog Tubby is all I got. And very, very poignant. And that was Nyla's test for the child. Could the child do emotion? Would real tears come as a result of this? And it was a tearjerker, as you can tell. And if the child said, oh dear, God, please save my Tubby, he's all I got, Nyla would say, thank you very much, dear. We'll let you know. But a few of them, she found real talent. And I wish I had known you were going to interview me, because I have a whole list of Let's Pretenders, some of whom have become very well known, some of whom have stayed in the business. A few have just, when their voices changed, they lost interest and went into something else. But it's quite a list.
Well, a lot more and wonderful information about Let's Pretend is gathered and captured in the book you wrote.
The book I wrote, Let's Pretend, radio's best-loved children's program, was published by McFarland of Jefferson, North Carolina in 1994. And I regret to say that it's not a book that you'll find at your local chain bookstore, because they are what's called a library publisher. Their books are all hardcover, beautifully bound, but there's no dust cover. Of course, the dust cover is what people see when they go in a bookstore, and the dust cover is very colorful. This is not colorful. It's a red book with black lettering, but it doesn't say, pick me up and buy me. So you have to be interested in that particular thing. And anyone who wants to buy the book could get in touch with McFarland. They could go to their bookstore, and they all have computers now, and I'm sure they could special order it, or direct it, or find the phone number of McFarland, the 800 number from McFarland, McFarland Company, Jefferson, North Carolina.
Well, when we're through, we will tell our listeners where they can and how easy it'll be to get the copy of your book.
Okay, well, I have that information in my room. At least I have the book. I may have to relay that information to you later from my home, because I want it to be correct.
How did you get the job on Let's Pretend? Now,
I did the dog script. I auditioned.
You auditioned.
Oh,
and
sure.
what brought you to that point? Had you done any other acting as a child?
Yes, on radio. In one of my first jobs, my first job in commercial radio, by that means you get paid for it, was on NBC Red Network, sponsored by Post Toasties, on a program called Tony and Gus, an opera singer named Mario Chamle, Chamlee. See, there he goes spelling it again. But people might want to look it up. And the co-author, the author was George Frame Brown. And he dreamed up a story of a Swedish prize fighter and an unemployed singer team up together, and they travel from town to town. And Mario Chamle had 2 songs in each 15-minute program, with a small orchestra with Charles Magnante and his accordion, and Magnante, and all those names are in various radio reference books. And they needed a little boy, and I was a little boy called Tommy, who was an orphan and who cried a lot. And as a result of that 2-week run of that program, I got many other radio jobs. And in those days, you know, you hear about actors making rounds and looking for jobs. In those days, I didn't have to look for work, because a cute child who could read lines was very much in demand. Later on, when my voice started changing, then reality set in, and then it was a different story. But by then, I was so sure that acting was all I would ever want to do that I just went with it. But as a result of being on Tony Gus, I got many other programs. One of them was an NBC sustaining program called Peter Absolute. And it is about a little boy in the days of the Erie Canal. And I was Peter. And that was on from January 36 until September. And the author, David Belasco Howard, was a good friend of Nyla Mack. And he said to Nyla Mack, "You should hear Arthur." And that's how that happened.
Well, that was real nice then.
Yes, it was.
And you're talking about there are a lot, if you were cute and could read lines, there were probably a lot of cute kids, but not so many who had the ability to read the lines.
Exactly. The kids who could try real tears, or could also who could follow direction, don't forget, and who had the self-discipline to stay focused, you know. Not every child can do that. Your child can be charming, but not a good actor.
What about the discipline of the pretenders during the rehearsal period and the broadcast?
That's a good
question. Was
question.
that a problem?
Yes. Some of us were rambunctious. Nyla Mack had to be a strict disciplinarian. That doesn't mean she was nasty, but she did hold the reins. She was our unofficial mother. She was our surrogate mother. Her husband was dead. She had never had any children. Her mother, the research I did from my book, I find that her mother was quite a controlling woman, and I think Nyla inherited that from her mother. And it was a good thing. The children on Let's Pretend loved her or feared her or both. And I think I had some of both. So if somebody started acting up, Nyla would, and we were already on mic, we'd finished our read-through, Nyla would say, "You better stop that or I'll come out there and sock you, and you know I can do it too." But we knew she wouldn't. That was the tough talk. But she was a controlling person. Sometimes she would call us in for private conferences. If there's anything serious about a child's behavior, she would never discipline the child in front of the others. And later on, the girls started growing up. They started coming to her for advice about their romances and their boyfriends and so forth. But yes, we could get rambunctious. And one time, we were broadcasting from Liederkranz Hall. Now, Liederkranz Hall was an old German singing society in an old red brick building on East 58th Street. And it was a big ballroom, which CBS rented because it had great acoustics, and they needed studio space. Anyone who's seen a picture of 485 Madison Avenue, their headquarters, knows it's a very small building, very unsuited for radio studios. So they rented Liederkranz Hall. One of the shows that played there was Let's Pretend. At this time, I know I'm skipping around a lot of subjects, but it's of interest. At this time, there had been some complaints from PTAs and parents associations and educators that there was too much violence on radio for children. And there was shooting and killing and violence and fightings and stabbings. And Bill Paley said, "We're not going to have any of this on CBS." So a lot of the shows that had that, he ruled those shows off the network because he was doing himself out of income, but he thought he was doing the right thing. And instead, Kiddie Hour was and still is, what, 4 p.m. on, from anywhere from 4 to 6.
Yeah.
And he put Let's Pretend on at that time, at this time, twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, from Liederkranz Hall. That experiment lasted less than a year, and then it didn't work, and Let's Pretend went back to broadcasting on Saturdays. But you asked about rambunctiousness and acting up. I remember that the ballroom where we broadcast was on the 3rd floor, this beautiful old building with a big wide staircase with oak banisters. You've seen them. Loved it. Great for sliding down if you're a kid. And I was at the top. But at the bottom of the staircase was a kitchen where the German Singing Society still had their private dining room. And at the bottom of this stairwell, we could see the bald head of a German waiter who had a stack of plates there, and he would use the plates to get the food from the kitchen, you know, and then to bring them in. So I got the drinking fountain with the little Dixie cups, and I filled a Dixie cup, and I went and just poured a little water down onto the plate. And the waiter looked at it and said, wiped it with his napkin and put another plate in. And then a little later, I poured another little bit of water on the plate, and the waiter was very perplexed. Where's this water coming from? And a little while later, the talk back from the control room carried the message that whoever was doing this had better cut it out. So I cut it out. But there was nothing serious. Nyla did not tolerate stage mothers. The mothers would deliver the children to the studio and pick them up after the broadcast. If the children were young enough, they needed a stage mother. And but a stage mother, one of the things that stage mothers were and are famous for doing is interfering in the production and wanting the star role for their child and insisting the child was being treated badly. And Nyla did not go for that. And if the mother interfered, the child just didn't get cold anymore.
You know, to a kid like myself who grew up listening to Let's Pretend on Saturday mornings,
yes,
I have never forgotten the names of some of the pretenders who always got credit either at the beginning or at the end of the show.
Yes.
And certainly, and you would always say your own name.
That's right. At the end of the show, during the show, we played our characters. At the end of the show, they would say, "The Wicked King played by Arthur Anderson," and so forth.
Well, the names...
What are some of the names you remember?
The names that are etched in my memory forever
are
Sybil Trent
yes,
and Gwen Davies.
They sang the theme song, Cream of Wheat is So Good to Eat. Any others?
And Was there a Jack Grimes?
There certainly was.
Yeah.
Jack Grimes was one of the busiest child actors
Yeah,
in radio.
yeah.
Did 10 times the work I did.
And of course Arthur Anderson.
And Arthur Anderson. And Bill Lipton was very often the handsome prince. More often, Albert Alley, A-L-E-Y,
That's right,
was the
Albert
handsome
Alley,
prince.
yeah.
And Albert Alley, among the Let's Pretenders, went on to become a radio writer and producer of Hop Harrigan and Tom Corbett's Space Cadet, which later on went on television, and then went to Hollywood, wrote films for Disney, including, I think, 101 Dalmatians and That Darn Cat and some others, but also became the, and some Westerns, I forget which ones, but also became the producer of The Paper Chase.
What about Uncle Bill Adams?
Bill Adams was a very experienced actor who had been, his resume would fill a page and does fill a page in various reference books. And he started doing, he had a rather slightly deep, sonorous, resonant voice. And the reason you're asking this is because Bill Adams became Uncle Bill on Let's Pretend. You see, when we were sustaining, there was an announcer who said, this Columbia Broadcasting presents Let's Pretend, and here are the Let's Pretenders. Then the girls, we would all have a conversation about, what's the latest letter asking for a story? So-and-so wants this story. Oh, let's do that story. How shall we go to the land of Let's Pretend? Pat Ryan, you say, oh, I vote we go on a fire engine. Okay, good. Everybody aboard the fire engine. That was the protocol. But when we achieved the sponsor, then we had the money, the budget, for there to be an Uncle Bill. And he would, Bill Adams, one of the things he was known for was the March of Time. He would always play Franklin Roosevelt on the March of Time. He did a wonderful Roosevelt. And other parts on the March of Time, which, as you know, was the news events of the day were dramatized using actors every week on radio. But Bill Adams was, once he started doing radio, I think he did less and less stage because he didn't have to travel anymore. All he had to go was go to the radio studios in New York, and I'm sure he made very good money.
While you were working on that show, you were doing other programs then as well.
Oh,
over
yes.
this whole period of time.
Such as Aunt Jenny's Real Life Stories is one of them. And it's funny because that came from the same studio Let's Pretend did. And the reason I say it's funny is because when you would enter Studio 1, which is incidentally where Orson Welles did the famous War of the Worlds broadcast, on the 22nd floor of 485 Madison Avenue, you would enter that, there you would see Nyla Mack with a one hand. She'd bustle in with one hand holding a pack of cool menthol cigarettes and matches, and the right hand holding the scripts and the stopwatch. And she had a pencil stuck in her hair. But Aunt Jenny's Real Life Stories was a soap opera, and a very good one. And Aunt Jenny would tell these stories which lasted about, I think, a week. And then the next week she would tell another story sponsored by Spry, the all-vegetable shortening. Is Spry still made? It is?
I think so,
Yeah. And but same studio, a different world each time, and I was always sort of tickled by that.
So you had many other jobs all along. Were you
Yes.
doing theatrical acting as well at this time?
Well, one of my most valued associations was with Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. I worked with Orson on the radio on this program I told you about, Peter Absolute. I was the lead, and Orson played very small parts. And I never took any particular notice of him. He was very good at what he did. But later, through this same writer from Peter Absolute, David B. Howard, said, I was hired for the Mercury Theater when they did a modern dress version of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. And I was Lucius, the servant of Brutus, one of the conspirators. And Orson, of course, was Brutus. George Coulouris was Mark Antony. Joseph Holland was Caesar, and Elliot Reed, who's here at the convention, was one of the conspirators. Cascus, and I forget the name of the conspirator. He could tell you. He was one of them. That was quite a wonderful adventure, and it was then that was joined in repertory by another play, Thomas Decker's bawdy Elizabethan farce, The Shoemaker's Holiday. And repertory, of course, means you play one show one night, another show the next night. But Julius Caesar became so successful that they said, forget about repertory. They dropped Shoemaker's Holiday. And played.
You worked with Orson on his Mercury Theater on the air, too.
Yes, because that went on the air. Julius Caesar opened November 37, and the Mercury Theater on the air started the following summer. And I was on, well, the biggest part I had in that was Jim Hawkins and Treasure Island. That was later put out on Long Playing Records.
Yes.
And that was a marvelous event. We, by the way, have recreated that here at Friends of Old Time Radio 2 years ago with Dick Beals, the voice of Speedy Alka-Seltzer, playing Jim Hawkins and I directing.
You mentioned Dick Beals was the voice of Speedy Alka-Seltzer. Now you were the voice of on commercials.
Yes.
You've been very busy after the radio days and so many other things.
Yes.
But you were the leprechaun in the Lucky Charms commercial, right?
Lucky the Leprechaun.
Lucky the
That
Leprechaun.
is correct. Let's Pretend went off the air in 54. I was married in 1963, and that's my wife Alice you'll see sitting at the registration desk at this convention. And about a month after I was married, I had auditioned for this leprechaun and auditioned, but the leprechaun had to be the spokesman for the serial, so they auditioned and re-auditioned. And I did my first leprechaun spot a month after.
And you were the leprechaun had you done a leprechaun on Let's Pretend at all?
I never did any Irish parts on Let's Pretend. That's the funny part of it. I could have done it, but there were other actors who were especially good that now always cast as a leprechaun in the story of the leprechaun. And I was the leprechaun, Lucky the Leprechaun, for 29 years.
My goodness.
From October 63 till November 92.
And that's when you stopped
I didn't
eating
stop,
Lucky Charms, right?
But they just chose another leprechaun.
Well, now wait a minute. You were associated with Cream of Wheat for so many years, and now all of a sudden Lucky Charms. See, when that gig ended, changed cereals, right?
All was cereal, different cereals.
Yeah, right.
The first program I mentioned, Tony and Gus, Post Toasties, Let's Pretend, Cream of Wheat, The Leprechaun, General Mills, Lucky Charms cereal, and another radio serial I was on called Hotel for Pets, which starred Frank McHugh for a while, Puss in Boots cat food, which is made by the Quaker Oats Company. So the cereals have been very good to me over the years.
You've been in a lot of roles here at this Friends of Old Time Radio convention throughout the recreations.
For many years, now
reenactments.
since 1980, I think was the first one.
Yeah. And I know there's a lot of events coming up this evening, and we want to move along. But before you go, how about giving us a sample of Lucky the Leprechaun?
I'm often asked that. When the Leprechaun first started broadcasting, the format was the Leprechaun is alone on camera, and he says, "Who always after me Lucky Charms, the new old cereal with sweet surprises, pink hearts, yellow moons, green clovers, and new blue horseshoes. Oh, the kids are coming. I'll turn myself into a bulldozer and get away." And the Leprechaun always worked some magic to escape from the kids, and the kids always, but the magic always went wrong, and the kids caught him, and at the end, Lucky or the kids or all of us sang, "Frosted Lucky Charms, the magically delicious," boom, and the music went ba-bum, 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 boom. That was that was a lot of fun.
That's wonderful.
But doing animated cartoons is also very concentrated work, very tightly disciplined. But
it's a shame that the joy you've had working on radio and in all of these other jobs you've been doing over the years doesn't come forward in your conversation. You're just so laid back about it.
Yes, it's too bad. I'm so melancholy, isn't it? But I guess it has to be said that I am lucky charms or not, in that I am in a profession which I've always enjoyed following, and I've often enough been allowed to follow it, but by that it means somebody phoned me and offered me a job.
Yeah, but you could do the job. And I want to thank you for all of us out there in Radioland for doing such a good job, too.
Thank you. It has been a pleasure, and it's a pleasure recreating some of those times at Friends of Old Time Radio, Chuck.
Thank you very much, Arthur Anderson. Our guest today is a man who worked on a radio show a number of years ago that starred a favorite of mine, Danny Kaye. And as a kid, I watched Danny Kaye in the movies, and I just thought he was absolutely the greatest.
and was so excited about hearing his radio show. And when he got on the air, that radio show gave me, as a kid, the biggest, best joke I ever heard. It was a running gag on the show. One of the writers on that show was our guest, Hal Kanter, and welcome to our program today.
Thank you. It's a delight to be here.
That gag, that running gag was...
Oh, really?
No, O'Reilly. That's right. That's right.
Good for you.
My sister married an Irishman.
That's right.
Now, did you write that gag, or was it a collaborative effort?
No, originally that was it was a very old joke.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Goodman Ace who insisted on using it in the context of the Danny Kaye show. And I had joined the Danny Kaye show when I got out of the Army. It was one of the first jobs I had after the war. That's World War II, that is. That was the big war.
The big one.
It was the one that Eisenhower designed the jackets for. You may remember that. Anyway, Goody Ace was doing the show in New York. And he had several writers, and I became a member of that cast of writers. And I did the Kaye show with Danny and the other writers in New York, and then came out to California with Danny that same winter. And Goody did not come out because his excuse was that California is too close to Mary Livingston.
Didn't care much for Mary Livingston.
She was not his favorite living American at the time. Yeah.
How did he feel about Jack Benny?
He loved Jack.
Yeah.
Jack and Goody were very good friends.
Now, how did the Danny Kaye show happen to get its origin, the radio show, on the East Coast? Was Danny in a show?
I think I'm not sure really.
Because this was 45, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah, and I had just gotten out of the Army after almost 5 years in the service, and it's quite a long story. It's all in my book. So Far, So Funny.
So Far, So Funny. By Hal Kanter, published by McFarlane.
That's right.
Readily available, right?
I hope so.
Sure, sure.
Anyway, I tell the story about how I went to work with Danny, and we became friends for the rest of his life, as I would say. Danny and I became friendly, with time out now and then for a little bursts of unfriendliness.
Star temperament, would you say? Or writer temperament?
You said before that it was one of your favorite shows. Well, you had that in common with Danny. Does that explain what it is?
Yes. Well, about the Danny Kaye show. Now, here is a tremendous personality on the screen, outstanding in person, and he gets to radio, and he has the best writers. I mean, Goodman Ace and Hal Kanter, and who else was in there?
Herb Baker, Jess Goldstein, Arthur Olsberg, and a couple of fellows in New York who stayed in New York who did not come out with us. But it was really a very good, excellent writing staff.
But it just didn't do anything on radio.
It's true that Danny, in order to appreciate Danny, you really have to have seen him work. He was not very effective in radio. That's true. One day, very shortly after I joined the show, I remember the process of writing the show with Goody and the rest of the family being the writers. We used to gather in the den of Goody's apartment. Goody lived in an apartment of the Ritz Howard's Hotel in New York. And we used to sit around. Goody was at the typewriter, and we all sat around, throwing lines. And I remember there was a writer named Arnold Horwitz, a New York writer, and he had a line, and Goody thought it for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, "No, it sounds contrived." And Horwitz said, "Well, of course it does, Goody. I sat right here and contrived it." And Goody would pass muster on any lines that we ran. Finally, we put the show together, and I've forgotten what day we were on the air, but let's say if we were on Wednesday night, Tuesday we would have a rehearsal sit around the table, And all the writers would sit on one side, and the actors would sit on the other side with Danny. And Danny sat facing Goody, and I sat next to Goody. And we finished reading the script, and the cast usually applauded the writing, and Danny did not applaud, and he was just sort of sullenly, like a small pouting boy, said, "I'm the highest paid straight man in radio, or in show business. I'm the highest paid straight man in show business." And Goody, without looking up, said, "Jack Benny makes 3 times the money you do." And that was his way of telling Danny, you don't have to get all the laughs. You know that Danny, the Jack Benny was the #1 comic on radio, and he never got all the laughs. You know, he gave the rest of the cast. Now, in our cast, if you recall the radio show, we had a character named Butterfly McQueen, who played his secretary.
She was from, of course, Gone with the Wind and many other things.
Yes, the same lady who said, "I know nothing about birthing no babies, Miss Harlan." And the other actor was a man named Everett Sloan. And Everett Sloan, of course, was one of the leading actors in Citizen Kane. He's a wonderful, wonderful actor. Everett Sloan was. Do you remember Everett Sloan?
Oh, certainly, yes. Of
Well, then he had his nose fixed. He had a piece of his nose taken off, and tried to be a leading man. Didn't work. But as a radio actor, he was superb because you didn't see him. You could hear it. Conversely, Danny was not successful because you didn't see him.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I've forgotten the point I was trying to make, but...
well, Butterfly McQueen was on the show?
Butterfly, yes. Butterfly was not a Rhodes Scholar. Butterfly went to my agent, and she said, "Would you ask Mr. Kanter if he would write a show for me?" She said, "Because I don't want to play a secretary anymore." She said, "I don't want to be a maid." She said, "But I want to play something else and make a show for me." And my agent said, "Well, what did you have in mind, Miss McQueen?" And I said, "What would you like to play?" She said, "Oh, I'd like to play a lady on a bus." A lady on a bus.
It'd make a nice series.
Yes, it would be. The lady on the bus, yeah. Sounds pretty exciting.
Eve Arden and Lionel Stander, I think, were on that show, too. And they had Harry James in the orchestra.
As guests. We had guests on the show, but I don't think... No, they weren't regulars, no.
The James Band was, I think.
I'm sorry?
Harry James Orchestra was the regular on the...
On the Danny Kaye show?
On the Danny Kaye show.
No, it was Dave Terry was the band leader on the show, as I recall.
Well, it was promoted as Harry James, and you hear that da-da-da-da-dee-da-dum-dum-dee.
On the Danny Kaye radio show?
Yeah.
Boy, something's wrong with my memory.
Well...
No, I
I've got
distinctly
tapes.
remember...
I have tapes.
You have?
Yeah.
But with Harry James, you sure he was a guest on the show?
No. It may have been it may have been in the beginning out of New York before you got on there.
That could be,
yeah,
that's true.
But it was as a kid, I liked the Danny Kaye radio show. I mean, in 1945, I was 10 or 11 years old. And they did a lot of the routines from his movies, that Manic Depressive Pictures routine and Dina and all that stuff.
A lot of the musical numbers, because Sylvia was one of the writers of all of his musical numbers.
Right.
Sylvia Kaye, Sylvia Fine Kaye. But Sylvia also had 2 people working with her to write songs. Herbie Baker was one of them, and a woman named Lee Butler, I believe her name was. But one day Sylvia called Goody and said, this is when we were still in New York, and said, "I just cannot think of anything this week. I'm just totally blank." She said, "We're going to have to repeat some of the old songs." And Goody said, "Well, fine." He said, "If we're going to repeat your old songs, we'll repeat some of our old jokes." She said, "Well, you can't do that." He said, "Well, why not? If you can't come up with anything, why should we come up with something?" You know? So they did not get along too well. But we did repeat some of those songs, but we did have to write new scripts to accommodate them.
Well, we kind of started in the middle a little bit of your illustrious career, but I'd like to go back, if we can, for a few minutes, Hal, to the beginning of your entry into being a writer. Now, I didn't say a comedy writer or a gag writer or a mystery writer or a dramatic writer, because I think you've written a lot of those things. But where was your start as a writer?
Actually, the first money I ever made as a writer, I got a late start. I was 11 years old.
You waited that long?
That long, yes. Much to the disgust of my father. He said, "Why doesn't this kid get out and earn a buck?" No, we were living at the time in Miami, Florida. I'm a native of Savannah, Georgia, originally. That's where I was born. And we moved to Miami, and I went to school, to junior high school. And I was 11 years old, and I was desperate to join the Boy Scouts of America, but you had to be 12 in order to join the Boy Scouts. But there was a Boy Scout troop in our neighborhood, and I went to the meetings and said, "I just want to observe it." And I noticed that in the Miami Herald every Sunday they had a whole page of Boy Scout news, and they never had any reports from the troop in my neighborhood. And I thought that I could cover the troop news and submit the report to the Miami Herald, which I did. And the Miami Herald paid me 50 cents a column. And so for a number of weeks after that, every week I dutifully attended the Boy Scout troop meeting, made notes, typed them up, made a story of it, sent it into the Herald, and got a check for 50 cents. And that went on for a number of months, and finally I turned 12. And when I turned 12, I was able to join the Boy Scouts, and I joined the troop that I had been covering. And the first thing they did was appoint me as troop scribe. And one of the troop scribe's duties was to take notes and report it to the Miami Herald, which I continued to do. But now it was my duty, and I was no longer paid for it. So I figured that by joining the Boy Scouts, it cost me $400 or $500.50.
That sounds like a management ploy, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I wonder who the guy was who dreamed that up. He probably owns a newspaper now. Or his heirs do.
That's right.
That was a long time ago.
From there, then?
Well, from there, I began to not only to continue writing, but also to drawing cartoons, and I found that I wrote on a school paper. I was the editor of the Miami Herald. I mean, the Miami, my school in Miami, Robert E. Lee Junior High School. I was the editor of our school paper called The Traveler. Now, you know why it was called Traveler? Because Traveler was the name of Robert E. Lee's horse.
Oh, didn't know that.
See, we always learn a little something.
That's right.
And I'm delighted to be that didactic that I was able to give you some information.
We've written
that
it
you
down.
Can pass on to your legion of admirers and horse lovers. Anyway, I became a journalist, actually. And when we moved up north, we left from, as I said, from the deep south to the shallow north. And I continued to write my school newspaper, and then I branched out working for local newspapers and began doing cartoons and selling cartoons. Now, in those days, selling little cartoons, little panel cartoons, you would draw a little rough sketch, and then you put the caption on it and submit it to the editors in New York. And once a week I would come into town, into New York, with my roughs, as they call, and make the rounds of the editors. And very often I would be able to sell the jokes, and instead of having me do the finished drawings, They would just buy the jokes and farm the finished drawings out to a more established cartoonist and a better artist than I. Because while I was a good cartoonist, I was not a very good artist. And that led to trying to put together an act with some friends of mine in school, and we went on a radio show in New York City, hosted by a man named Harry Hirschfield. You remember Harry Hirschfield?
Sure.
Who was a cartoonist.
Cartoonist. And from a radio show called
Can You Top
Can You
This?
Top
Yeah.
This?
But he had a little local radio show, and he encouraged new talent. And we went to audition for him, and we did a routine of jokes that we had stolen from College Humor and Judge magazine and various things. Very little original stuff. And Mr. Hirschfield, who was a very kindly man, said, "Boys," he said, you're amusing," he said, "but you're not ready for big-time radio until you get new material." He said, "You must find new material, not do old material." And I thought that was rather ironic, because the gentleman himself was making a fortune doing nothing but old material, with Can You Top This? But anyway, he was very sweet, and he convinced us that we really should start working on our own stuff. And that's when I seriously began to address the idea of writing comedy, and gave up the idea of becoming a performer myself.
And well, where did you start selling those comedy things? For radio? Did you start selling? Did you start selling gags?
Yeah, in radio. Now the first job in radio I had was I was in California. I was now, this is all in the book, you say. I was now a ghostwriter for a ghostwriter of a cartoon strip. I was working for a man who was drawing a comic strip for Ken Kling called Joe and Asbestos. And I suggested a funnier joke than the one he was drawing, and to the artist, a man named Ving Fuller. And Ving said he had to clear it with Ken Kling first. And Kling was delighted with the joke, said, "By all means, go ahead, do it." And then he said, "If you could do any more," he said, "feel free to do the whole show, to write the whole strip." And he gave him an extra $75 a week to write the show. I mean, to write the script, I should say, the show. To write the comic strip in addition to drawing it. And Ving was very nice about that, because I was doing the writing. He gave me $10 a week.
Percentage, right?
His agent would get
would get more.
Anyway, as a result of that, we came to California together. Ving had a brother named Sam Fuller. Sam Fuller later became a very well-known film director. And he thought that we would all get together and form our own company and do our own comic strip. Sammy had no intention of doing a thing like that, and he resented the fact that Ving showed up and brought a couple of kids along with him. And we quickly parted company. And I was living in a rooming house in Hollywood, 3,000 miles away from home, and listening to the radio. There was an Eddie Kanter broadcast. And it was pointed out to me that Eddie Kanter, at that moment, while we were listening, was broadcasting from a studio that was only 5 or 6 blocks from where I was sitting, the old Huntington Hartford Theater. It was at that time, it was the Lux Radio Theater.
That'd be on Vine Street?
On Vine Street in Hollywood, yeah. So I ran over there, and I decided I was going to see Mr. Kanter and offer my services as a comedy writer, because I had a lot of jokes, and I thought by this time I knew a little bit about writing a joke. And when I arrived at the theater, the backstage theater, and sent my name in, I thought, the name Kanter would appeal to him, and maybe out of curiosity, if nothing more, he would want to meet another boy named Kanter. the stage doorman said, "Wait here." And there was an older man waiting there too, very well-dressed young man. And while the stage doorman was away, the young man said, "What do you want to see Kanter about?" And I said, "Well, I'm a writer, write comedy, and I want to show him some of my jokes." And the guy said, "Well, what have you written? Who have you written for?" I said, "Well, the last thing I wrote was my senior high, my senior class play at NYU." He said, "Really?" He said, "I went to NYU too." He said, "Did you go uptown or downtown?" And I was struck because I didn't know that NYU had an uptown and a downtown. And fortunately, he said he went uptown. I said, "Oh, well, I went downtown." And at that point, the stage doorman came back and he said, "Mr. Kanter does not want to see you." He said, "Beat it." He said, "Howard, he's waiting for you upstairs now." So Howard said, "If you can write," he said, he wrote a telephone number on the back of a matchbook. He said, "Call this number tomorrow morning." He said, "This is my partner." He says, "And maybe we have a job for you." He says, "We need somebody to help us with writing a show." And it was gone. So the next morning I called this number. It was Howard, the man who had given me the number, it was Howard Snyder, a very well-known comedy writer. And he was writing with Hugh Wedlock Jr. was his partner. And the number I called was Hugh Wedlock's, and he said, "Come on over." And I went over to his house, met his wife, who made coffee and fried eggs, and very hospitable. They were wonderful, lovely people. And he said, "Welcome to the club, and this is what we're going to do." They were writing the Jack Oakey radio show. And they gave me an assignment to start working on that. And I went home, went back to my little rooming house, and my landlady was overjoyed the fact that I had work, found work. It means that now I could pay my rent.
She's going to get paid, yeah.
And I wrote a bunch of jokes and went back the following day, and they told me that unfortunately they had no need for my services because Mr. Kanter, Eddie Kanter, had discovered that while they were writing his show, they were also writing the Jack Oakey show. And that was a no-no in those days. You didn't do two shows. At least you didn't if one of them was for Eddie Kanter, and he fired them. So they had no more need for my services because they were going to do the Oakey show themselves. However, they did introduce me to a man who needed a young man who could type and spell, and I could type very well. I could type almost 5 mistakes a minute myself, but I was a really good typist, and I could spell. And that's where I met a man named Eddie Davis. And I went to work for Eddie on the Jack Haley Log Cabin Jamboree. And that's how I started.
And that's where you built from that.
I learned a great deal about the craft of writing a joke from Eddie Davis. Again, there's some of that in the book.
Your book called "So Far So Funny: My Life in Show Business" is a treasure of behind-the-scenes information and humor and personalities. It's just a marvelous look at not only at your career but show business as seen through your eyes. It's a long transition from radio into television. You worked in the movies, written for every major performer.
I once made a remark about, I think I was addressing the Screen Actors Guild, and said that I had written for, for every literate performer in the American theater. I said, which includes some of the members of this organization.
You said you were in the service.
Yes.
And you actually had some combat experience in World War II.
Yes, I also had a great deal of got a lot of radio experience during World War II. I was I entered the United States Army despite some very flattering offers from both Germany and Japan at the time. Actually, I was drafted. I was on one of the first drafts in April 1941. I went into the Army, and eventually wound up overseas in the Pacific, and that's where I was with Armed Forces Radio. We built radio stations in Eniwetok, then Guam, and then Saipan, and Iwo Jima.
And these were independent radio stations then?
All a part of Armed Forces Radio, the Armed Forces Radio Network. Elmer Davis called it the Sarong Network. It's just short enough, it's just large enough to cover the essential parts.
It was not, was it actually a network hooked up by wires?
No.
It was all the discs and the original programming.
Each had our own individual portable generators and transmitters, and like 50-watt transmitters or 75. I've forgotten the wattage. I wasn't an engineer, but you learned shortly. A group of 5 men comprised the whole radio unit. And usually 3 announcers, a writer, and 2 engineers. A writer announcer.
Was it generally information and entertainment?
Both.
It was both.
I&E, yes, indeed.
And you were not on 24 hours a day, or were you?
No, we were on various times, but usually we went on the air about 5 in the morning and would sign off around 11 o'clock at night. First of all, there isn't that much information that we had to dispense. We used to have to monitor shortwave radio from Australia and also from Hawaii to get breaking news. The rest of it was local island news. And then, of course, the transcriptions that came from Armed Forces Radio in Los Angeles.
And they came on a very regular basis, too.
Yes, yes, they did. And we did a lot of very favorite shows from stateside. For instance, like Fibber McGee and Molly, we would get their shows, but with the commercials deleted, no commercials. I'm a little nervous about timing here now.
Now, if you don't have to go though.
No.
Well, we want to take a break for just a minute, and then we'll pick up right near the end of World War II and all these great transcription discs.
Okay.
We're talking with writer Hal Kanter. We're talking about a writing career with one of the great writers of radio and television and movies, Mr. Hal Kanter. And Hal, we were talking before about your World War II service and these Armed Forces radio transmitters and stations that you set up. How many of those did you set up?
I personally was responsible for setting up 3, so not individually, but working with groups. The first one we set up was on Eniwetok in the Marshall Islands, and the late Jack Wormser and I ran the station there. He was my commanding officer, and I was the station chief. And we had we had 3 other people working with us. We ran that station for several months, and then we were moved on to Guam as our armies and navies moved across the Pacific. We followed immediately. And after setting up on Guam, then I went to Iwo Jima after that, and while we were on Iwo Jima, they were still fighting, and I was very happy to retreat back to Guam.
I mean, you had landed on Iwo Jima and discovered that still fighting going on.
Yeah,
and pulled back.
They were still fighting. They were still mopping up.
Oh.
And again, in the book, So Far So Funny, I detailed a lot of the things that happened in Iwo Jima, and also in Guam. A lot of very funny things happened, but also a lot of scary things happened too. But it was there that I became a combat correspondent also. I made with the first fire raid over Tokyo, which was a harrowing experience. But I live to talk about it, boast about it sometimes. But sometimes in the middle of the night I wake up in a cold sweat, and there's nothing to boast about then, you know. Anyway,
when you set up a station, and then you moved on, you left that station intact and started again with new material, new facilities, and all of that.
Yeah, in a larger place. Also, when we left one, we would leave some of the personnel there, and they would train new personnel who came in. We moved to, for instance, we moved from Eniwetok in a tiny little Quonset hut we had. We came to Guam. We were broadcasting in the basement of a bombed-out officers' quarters. The whole place had been leveled by naval guns. And the Japanese had taken over the island at one point. And then we came in and drove them out. And in doing so, these marvelous big concrete homes that had been built for the Navy personnel, for the officers, were leveled, and there were just little basements that were left without doors. And we built our own radio station there in the basement and hung burlap bags over the places to deaden the sound and also to put a doorway. We had a larger station there. I think we went from, let's say, it was from 50 watts to 100 watts or 150. I've forgotten the wattage. Sure. Don't hold me to that. You know. But it was a larger station. We covered a larger area. And also we had a great deal more personnel. We had Army and Navy and Marines on Guam. And then when we went from Guam, we went to Iwo Jima, and we had a smaller outfit. Guam was the biggest we had. But while we were on Guam, we quickly outgrew our basement, and the Seabees put up a Quonset hut for us. But instead of the Quonset hut we had on the shores of Eniwetok, this was inland in the island of of Guam, in the capital city of Agana, and we had an enormous Quonset hut, an L-shaped one, so that the one part of it was the studio, and the other part was an auditorium where we could broadcast live entertainment with an audience. And it was a magnificent studio, and I've often wondered if, I understand that there's still AFRS in Guam, and I don't know if they're in that same studio or not. If there's anybody out there who knows, could you call and let me know?
Yeah, let us know, and we'll pass it along, for sure, for sure.
It would be, because it was a wonderful studio.
Would you broadcast then your own original entertainment or visiting entertainers?
We
did both?
We did both. As a matter of fact, we did, there was a troop, a USO troop that came through doing a play that the Efrons had written, Henry and Phoebe Efron, called something about your family. I've forgotten the exact name of it. It'll come to me later. I'll call you tomorrow when I hear it, when I think about it. But anyway, they came and did they were doing it live, you know, in various encampments around the country. And it was starred Charlie Butterworth and Luella Gear were the two stars. And there were a lot of other people in the cast, of course. But Charlie Butterworth gave me his play script, and I did a half-hour adaptation of a 2-hour play. And we staged it in the studio, and we did that there. And there was a story in Variety, the Show Business Weekly, about the fact that this play, the Efrons play, for the first time, it was made into a movie. It was still playing on Broadway, and now on the road in the USO troops. It was the first play that had ever been seen and heard all over the world simultaneously on radio, stage, and theater, thanks to Armed Forces Radio.
Well, that must have been fascinating for you to do, and exciting, the whole thing. Huh?
It was indeed, you know, and that's why I remembered it. Then we also had local talent, local talent shows, and among the people who appeared on our show was a young man named Bobby Troop, who was then a captain. And Bobby played and sang his own compositions and several of others. And he became a very popular entertainer on the radio, on the radio.
On the radio,
as Al Smith said. Then we also did a live boxing. They had boxing, and we did a remote. For the first time, we did a remote on the island of Guam. And I did so round by round. And I knew very little about boxing, but I discovered that very few other people knew anything about it either. So we also had a color man, a guy doing color. He was a soldier named Sam Messer. And Sam was a big, husky, deep-throated, wonderful actor who later went into movies under the name of Robert Middleton.
Ah.
And and he started in Cincinnati, I believe, in radio. And then we had, you know, a lot of entertainers came through. Bob Hope and Jerry Colonna and Barney Dean and that group, they came through. Jack Benny came through, and he appeared on the air with us.
You had got a lot of experience doing all of that sort of thing.
Oh yes.
And now you were released right after the end of the war.
Yeah.
After VJ Day and all.
Yes. After, as a matter of fact, after before VJ Day. No, I guess after VJ Day. By that time, I was back in Honolulu, waiting to come back home. And the Red Cross asked us to do a radio show. So Jack Wormser, he was now Captain Jack Wormser, and I was in a tech sergeant. We did a show with another dear friend who we met overseas, Bob Crosby, and his Marine band, a singer named Bob Bradley, and an actor named Maurice Evans, Major Maurice Evans, and his leading lady was a young lady who had come through on a USO tour, Gertrude Lawrence.
Wow.
Well, that's a pretty distinguished cast, and it was my job to write a variety show, which included a brief dramatic sketch for the Major and for Gertrude Lawrence. And I think this may be in the book, but I remember after the first reading, I had written some jokes for Evans and Bob Crosby and Lawrence, and Jack said to me, take out the stuff with Maurice Evans. He's a very distinguished man. He's a distinguished actor, and he's not going to want to do these jokes. I said, okay. We took them out. Then we had a reading around the table, you know, first rehearsal, and afterwards he said, is everything all right? And Evans said, well, he said, just one thing. He said, I wonder, he said, why can't I have some fun with Gertie and Bob? He said, why are you making me so staid? So I
put them back in, huh?
We can put the jokes back in. And we put some jokes back in. But I think he would be well served not to do jokes.
After the war,
giving some actors a joke is like giving a small child a sharp razor.
That's true. They can't all pull them off, can they? No. You worked for Jack Parr.
Yes, I did.
When he was a summer replacement for Jack Benny.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, how did that come about? I mean, how did you got involved with the Parr show?
Well, again, you can't overlook the value of an agent. And I had a very good agent. George Rosenberg at that time was my agent. And Jack Parr had been on the air this first summer as a replacement for Benny, and he had a wonderful staff of writers, and he didn't get along with them. For some reason, they accused him of being anti-Semitic, which was absolute nonsense, not true. And anyway, they didn't get along. And it was a very good writing staff. The staff was a man named Artie Stander, another one named Larry Marks, a young man named Sid Dorfman, and an even younger man named Larry Gelbart. And the four of them were writing a very good television show. And I wasn't doing anything that summer. I was taking a vacation and enjoying my little family, my wife and my two little daughters at the time. And my agent called and said, listen, there's this new kid, Jack Parr, and he's having a lot of trouble with his writers, and they need new writers. He said, would you like to come in and work for a few weeks? I said, well, I guess so. Why not? So I went in to work with a man I had admired for a long time, Jack Douglas. You know the name Jack Douglas? Sure. He was a wonderful comedy writer. And another writer named Mac Benoff. And the three of us, and then a man named Leo Solomon also joined us. Seaman Jacobs was another writer. And we all went to work on the Parr show. And I found him to be absolute delight to work with. He was a good editor. He was bright. He was inquisitive and acquisitive. And we got along just great. And when at the end of the summer, on the last show, as a matter of fact, Jack was our guest. Jack Benny was our guest on the last show. And as a result of that, I think it was Lucky Strike was his sponsor, and they picked him up for a regular season. And he asked me to come along and with him. But at that time, I was also working for Bing Crosby, and I had to go back to work with Bing. And but I told my agent that I'd be willing to do it under certain conditions, and he spelled out the conditions to Jack Parr, and he wasn't able to meet them. And so he said, never mind, forget it. But my relationship with Jack, I thought was healthy, and I enjoyed it.
The chemistry wasn't there with the first group of writers, perhaps.
No, it wasn't.
It didn't work.
Well,
But, you started...
But all those, eventually I worked with all of those writers and found them all to be wonderful writers. They're just excellent comedy writers.
Well, sometimes it just doesn't click.
That's true.
That's right.
That's why we have divorces in this country, I guess.
Bing Crosby, you mentioned working for Bing. Now, Bing had for many years, Carol wrote a lot of the material for him.
Carol was the one I assume was responsible for Bing's alliteration. You know, he loved alliteration, but I suspected he got it from Carol because that's the way Carol wrote. But I found out later that that's the way Bing talked too.
And Carol picked it up on that. Now,
I'm not quite sure.
Well, you came in at about the point where Bing was. He had left, I think, NBC and Kraft, and went over to ABC and Philco. Well, then later it was Chesterfield, Philco first.
Philco, that's right. Yeah,
and he was now being transcribed, which was what Bing wanted, I think.
Bing wanted it for his own comfort and also for his own pocketbook because he owned a piece of that process. I've forgotten what it was, Ampex or whatever it was.
Yeah.
You know. I remember Jack Mullen was an engineer who brought it over from Germany, I believe, brought the technique over. And the gentleman who was in charge of our production was Murdo McKenzie. He was the engineer who helped perfect that. And that's true. Bing was, again, absolute delight to work for. because you never have to explain anything to Bing. You know, he was intelligent. He was well read. He was, and God knows he was talented. You know, he's a wonderful comedy exponent of comedy. I mean, he had great timing. He and Hope together were unbeatable. Speaking of timing and talent, there's a lady that I will always adore because of her talent and her timing, and that's Judy Garland. People forget what a wonderful radio actress Judy was.
And she did a lot of shows with Bing.
Yes, well, of course she did a whole 2 or 3 seasons with Bob too. At one point, she was the girl singer.
Yes, right.
When she was really a girl singer. But she was just an absolute magnificent talent. There's a nice story about Judy in my book that I think you'll enjoy reading.
We'll save it for the book then.
So.
Hal, were you the sole writer for Bing on that Philco show?
I worked with a man named Bill Morrow. Bill Morrow was also the producer.
Producer, right.
If you remember the credits in those days, writers seldom got credit in radio.
No, your name was not on there.
Right.
Yeah.
And his always produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie.
Did you have any trouble writing in the Crosby style that had been established by Bing and Carol and maybe a couple of others?
Not at all.
Picked right up on
Not at all. It was so distinctive that was easy. It's an interesting thing about writing comedy. If you have a character that's already established and who is that distinctive a voice, it is much easier to write than for people who are not quite in the public, what the public can imagine. For instance, it was easier to write for Jimmy Durante than it was for, let's say, Wild Bill Elliott. Jimmy Durante, you knew how he's going to talk. Jimmy Stewart, you know how to write for Jimmy Stewart. It's easier to write for him because the public immediately understands what he's about. Jack Benny, of course, who had a firmly established character. And then Bing and Bob, obviously, were easy to write for, too.
You had to write
when I say easy, I mean, not everybody could do it. It was easier for me, and it was easier for most of the professionals that I was associated with.
Well, you had a weekly challenge because Bing always had a guest star, and you had to write material. Now, I used to think that if Jack Benny was going to be a guest on some other show or the Crosby Show or whatever, some of Benny's writers would come in and do some of that. But I guess that's not true, is it?
No, not always.
So you would be writing the material for the guest.
That's right. Yes. In the case of Benny, as a matter of fact, when Jack Parr replaced him that year, Jack, who was the dearest, sweetest man in show business, I gather, Jack made it a point of his deal that each week one of his 4 writers would be on the Parr show as an advisor, so they continued to get employment all summer long. So when Jack,
another marvelous story about Jack Benny to hear. I mean, there's never been anything negative said about Jack Benny. Now he keeps his writers working all summer long. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Right. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
When he was a guest on our show, I remember I had worked with it was Milt Josephsberg's turn to be the advisor to the Parr show, and I remember working with him on the sketch for Jack Benny, and I had a number of jokes in there that Jack Parr said no, he didn't like. He said, take them out. Jack's a pretty good editor for himself, Jack Parr. So he took out a number, and Josephsberg kept saying, but typical Benny stuff. Jack would love that stuff, and he took it out. When Jack Benny came in to read the script for the first time, he said, that's okay, boys. It's okay, fine, thank you. He said, it could be a little, maybe we could do a little something here and a little something there. And so Josephsburg said, tell him the lines that you had. I said, no, you tell him. So he repeated some of the jokes that I had written earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And Benny said, well, that's great. That's it. That's great. That's great. He was always he was a slapper. He was and Parr got very upset about that. He said, but those jokes did go back.
They went in.
They went, yeah. And then subsequently, I worked with Jack on a couple of occasions. As a matter of fact, he and I were sat next to each other at a luncheon. We gave a luncheon in Hollywood for some prominent newspaper man. And when Jack got up, he had to follow me, and he said, I've forgotten, I won't go into the whole routine,
Mm-hmm.
but at one point he made a joke about talking about politics, and he said, personally, he said, I'm a Whig. He said, I figure that what's good enough for Martin Van Buren is good enough for me. And he got two very big laughs. And finally we finished, and he came and sat down, and he got a standing ovation. But he sat down next to us, and I patted his leg and said, that's great. I have a topper for that line about Martin Van Buren. He said, well, what is it? I said, you may laugh. He said, but he kept us out of Vietnam. Well, Jack began slapping us. He said, my God. He said, I want to get up and do the whole routine. He said, and then he said, do you mind if I use that? I said, of course not. What am I going to do? He said he was going to MC Ronald Reagan's inauguration as governor of California. That's how far back that was. And anyway, now this is typical of Jack Benny. About a week or so later, I got a call from Benny. He said, I just want to tell you, he said, your line about Martin Van Buren, he said, just broke the place up. He said, that was the biggest laugh I got in Sacramento. And I want to thank you guys. My God, Jack, I was so thrilled that Jack Benny, of all the things he has to do, would remember that one little thing and take the time out to call and thank me for it. No other comedian would ever do a thing like that. They wouldn't thank you for a joke, for God's sake. The minute they told a joke, if it got a laugh, it was theirs. Now, about a week later, there's a knock at my door. There's a messenger, and he hands me a little package. And in that package was this, a solid gold money clip with Jack's, there's two Hal, and there's a character of him on the
for
back.
heaven's sakes.
Now,
The famous, the TV drawing of Jack
yeah.
Benny with his arms clasped to Hal. Isn't that marvelous? What a wonderful souvenir to have. I'll give you $3 for it right now. No questions.
He's an astonishing, always a lovely man.
Marvelous. Yeah.
I remember he's a very thin man. I remember George Burns was telling. He said he went with Jack to his proctologist, and while the doctor was examining Jack, he said, George said, I ran out of cigars, so I stuck my head in and said to the doctor, where's the nearest cigar store around here? And the doctor picked his hand up to say that way, and he threw Jack out the window.
We have to take another break. Listen, I'm going to bring in sandwiches, and we're going to keep going, okay? We're talking about Hal Kanter today, and those were the days. We were laughing with our guest, Hal Kanter, telling a great George Burns and Jack Benny story. And it's wonderful to get such marvelous memories from your experiences. We want to tell us something more about Jack Benny?
Oh, well, no, I was about to say that one of the last times I saw Jack, no, it's not the last time. Anyway, this incident I remember, not particularly funny, but it's interesting. Fred Allen and I had a long correspondence. We were very good friends, and most of our friendship was done through the mails. Fred was a wonderful letter writer, and he loved to get letters. On one year, and again, I've forgotten the year. You can figure it out later. It was a night of the annual Emmy Awards, and I had been nominated for the George Gobel Show for the second time. I had won it the year before, and I was nominated again the following year. And Doris, my wife, and I arrived at the Emmys, and on the way in, we ran into Jack and Mary Livingston, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And I said to Jack, I had just gotten a letter that morning from Fred. I said, a very funny letter. And I said, he asked about you. And he said, oh, he said, I really should call Fred. And I said, why don't you write him a letter? You know how much he says. And Jack said, I said, I don't write letters very well. He said, but I can dial very well. He said, so I'm going to call him tomorrow. Anyway, we parted, and he went to his state, we went to ours. And they announced the winner of the writing award for that year went to the Phil Silvers Show from New York. And I was terribly disappointed. I admire the Phil Silvers Show, but I thought the George Gobel Show still should deserve the win. Anyway, because I was disappointed, I said afterwards that we would not go to a party. We were supposed to go to a party at Chasen's. I said, let's go home instead. I really don't feel too good. So Doris and I went home, and as we came in the door, she turned on the 11 o'clock news almost immediately, and the first thing we saw was the newscaster Jack Latham saying, Fred Allen died tonight on the streets of New York while walking his dog. I thought, oh my God, how painful that was. And I wondered, the first thing that occurred to me is, what is Jack Benny going to feel like tonight when he hears this news? Because he's going to call him tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were very good friends.
Oh, they were.
And they enjoyed the barbs, the repartee, the so-called feud that they had.
Yeah.
They had a big, wonderful time with that. And whenever Fred was west, he'd appear on Jack's program. When Jack was east, Jack would be on Fred's radio show. Yeah, it was excellent.
They were very great friends.
You worked for a while with Amos and Andy, didn't you, on radio?
Yes, I did. I worked, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. I learned a great deal about them. I learned about character comedy. If you know your characters as well as they knew theirs, it would be a snap to write a show. That's why they lasted so long, because they knew their characters. They were so well thought out. And I don't think they could sit down and articulate to you what made them work. It was all instinct and years of doing it. They wrote the shows themselves for many, many years. It was a 15-minute show. And I think they maybe had a little help here and there. But when they got into the half-hour form, then they brought in more and more writers, and they had some very, very good writers working for them.
And they had it added to their cast too, because they had been doing almost all the voices themselves, but then they brought in some of these these other characters. Well, if you
it was interesting to sit there and see Charles Correll, this this loaf of white bread turn into the kingfish. No, he's not the king. Turn into Ames. Turn into Andrew H. Brown, or Henry Van Porter, or Speedy the Lawyer, or any number of other people. It was just amazing to see this sit there, and Freeman, of course, who was the executive really of the two, become the kingfish. There's an interesting story about that, knowing your characters. We were sitting around doing a rewrite, the whole group of us, and we're absolutely stuck. Just couldn't think of this something. And I said, out of my naivete, I said, Freeman, I said, what do you suppose if the kingfish, if there were such a person as a kingfish, and he walked in this room right now, and we explained to him what the situation was, what do you think he would say? And immediately his mind shifted into blackface, and he said, well, boys, I said, so. And whatever it was he said, we all fell down. And he said, and he looked startled himself. He said, my God, that's it.
They knew the character so well that there was no other possible way for them to respond to something like that.
Exactly. That's it was just amazing.
How long did you work on the Amos and Andy show with other writers?
Oh, just several months. I've forgotten.
Oh. We were talking about Bing Crosby and his show, and all of the different performers you would write for on that show.
Yes.
Bing utilized his sons a lot on his programming, especially in Philco and the Chesterfield show that followed.
Yeah.
And we've read a lot about the fact that the kids, some did, some didn't resent being on the show and all of that sort of thing, because they've in later years perhaps felt used by their father or something like that. How were they when they came on the show?
Well, as I remember them, they were delightful. You know, they looked forward to it. It meant, first of all, they got to cut school for that day, and they really enjoyed it. And as a result, actually, later on, Gary and I became very good friends. And Gary was kind of bitter about the way he thought his father had treated him. His father was a harsh father. He didn't want them to become spoiled. He insisted that they keep up their studies and work, and they worked hard. I can't argue with Gary's point of view. You know, he wrote a book that was not very favorable. Lenny, on the other hand, was just an adorable kid. Lenny, I think, was Bing's favorite. And when I guess he committed suicide. So obviously he's much more troubled than we know. I never knew Phil and Dennis too well, but I never saw any of that people talk about. I do know that Bing was not the most warm person in show business. He was kind of aloof, a little bit cold, but he could also be very warm and very funny. He could be very helpful. There are a couple of stories in So Far So Funny you will read that indicate more than I'm willing to say right now.
Okay. Among the greatest guest stars that Bing had on his show, we've talked a tad about Judy Garland and Bob Hope, but he had Al Jolson as a guest. When Jolson was gigantic again after the Columbia picture, the Jolson story.
Correct.
And he was on Crosby's show many times.
About 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
Then he got his own show. Again, returned. He got his own show. Yes, as a matter of fact, Al was to be the guest on the Crosby show when they went to San Francisco, and I had written that script. I wrote it in Encino. I'd spent some time with Jolie at the house, talking about his trip to Vietnam. He had just returned from Vietnam a few weeks earlier, and
Korea.
Korea. Rather. Korea. Yeah, right. And we did. I spent an evening in his house. It was hysterical for me. Anyway, I did the script, and he went up to San Francisco the following day to do it. And I was supposed to go up the next day because I was still working at Paramount at the time.
And that's where Bing was recording his shows.
Bing was recording in San Francisco. That's right. And Bill was already up there. And Murdo, they were all. And I got a call from Pat Dane, who was then living with Bill Morrow here in Hollywood. And she said, Bill just called and said, don't go up to there's no need to go up to San Francisco tomorrow because Jolson died last night. Jolson died tonight, and they're gonna cancel the show tomorrow. I said, that sounds like a pretty smart move to do that. And I said, what do you mean he died tonight? She says, he died. I said, you mean he she said, yeah, he came back from dinner, lay down on his bed and said he wasn't feeling well, and 10 minutes later he was dead. Oh my God. I said, I didn't think that Jolson would allow that to happen to him.
Everyone thought, including Jolson, that he was indestructible.
Absolutely.
Now, Al Jolson billed himself
as the world's greatest entertainer. I don't know if he billed himself that
well,
way.
he didn't deny that.
He certainly didn't. He didn't.
And most people in show business would agree with that.
Absolutely.
But they didn't agree that he was the world's greatest person. He's a tough guy to work with and for, right?
Al had, as I said somewhere, that Al's ego was so monumental that if you could find a bottle big enough to contain it, you'd need a redwood tree for a cork. There was no ego like Jolson's, I think, ever, including 3 Rudy Valleys.
Now that's ego.
Yeah.
But now you worked with Jolson though to write these bits. Would you interview him a little bit, or would you talk with him about what he was going to say on the show beforehand?
Yeah.
And then write and once you wrote the sketch, did he approve it or disapprove it, or
he approved it? He had very seldom did he disapprove. I think again in the book I talk about when I went to see him, he promised Ed Wynn that he would be a guest on our show. And Ed said, go over and see him and talk about what he's going to do. So I made a date to come to the house, and Earl let me come in, and Jolie was out in the back on the side, lying in the sun. He was a big sun worshiper. He was absolutely naked as a jaybird, lying in this hot sun, and he was brown as a beetle nut. Anyway, he said, have some races. He said, get undressed and have. He said, no, thank you. I'll loosen my tie. But anyway, I said, he said, what is this? What do you want? What do you want to come to? I said, it was about the show, about Ed's shows.
You're talking about Ed Wynn's television show, right?
He said, Ed who? I said, Ed Wynn. He said, oh, yeah. He said, what about him? I said, didn't you tell him last night that you'd like to do his show? He said, oh, yeah, oh, well. He said, I know, I'm not going to do the old man's show. He said, I told the old man that. He said, just to humor him. I said, the old man. Now, Jolson was, I think, 4 or 5 years older than Ed. And I said, you mean you're not going to do this? She said, no. He said, when Jolie goes on the radio or on the television, remember, this is the first television show that came from California that went east. He said, when Jolie's going to be on the show, he said, it's going to be just Jolie, nobody else. He said, General Eisenhower, or somebody like that, is going to come on and say, General Motors presents Al Jolson, and here he is. He says, and I'll come out singing. He says, and I'll sing 2 or 3 songs. He says, and I'll tell a couple of jokes. He says, then I'll sing some more songs. Then I'll tell another joke. Then I'll sit on the footlights and I'll talk to the audience, and we'll just talk back and forth. He said, then I'll tell him a story. He said, then I'll do another song. He said, then I'll finish up with another song. He said, and then at the end, he said, Eisenhower will come on and say, that was Al Jolson, brought to you by General Motors. He said, that's all. He said, that'd be the show. I said, gee, that sounds great. I said, if that's going to be the show, I said, what do you want me for? He said, well, who's going to write those little jokes for me? And I said, that's what you're going to be doing. And I said, well, call me if that ever happens. Of course, it never happened.
No, he never did anything on television.
But Jolson was also a liar. You know?
A liar?
Yeah. He could tell. He would tell you one thing and do just the opposite. But he never did do the show. He never did do Ed's show. There was no doubt the fact that he was one of the greatest entertainers that ever came along. I know the first time I met him, Eddie Davis introduced me to him. I was then 17 years old. He said, I want you to meet a young man. He said, a fine young writer named Hal Kanter. And Jolson said, he looks more like Jessel, and turned away and left him. I didn't see him again for years later. But when I saw him on the stage in New York City, he was doing a show called Hold On to Your Hats, which Eddie Davis had written.
Huh?
The man was 7 feet tall on stage. When he walked out, the whole place lit up. He had a smile. He had an energy. He had a force, a life force that just could not be denied. There was nobody like him. There was years and years later, when he was late in his decline, no longer a star. They had a big benefit for something in California, and they asked Jolson to come on, and they put him on last. They figured, by then half the audience would be gone, but the audience stayed to see him. He didn't get on until 1 o'clock in the morning, and he kept that audience until 2 o'clock. They wouldn't let him off the stage, and he hadn't been on the stage maybe in 3 years. But he was astonishing. The closest thing that we have to him today is nobody.
That's right. You have had a fantastic career, and we haven't even talked about television, which is all in your book. But we won't. But you wrote for Chico and the Man. You wrote for Bob Hope, George Goebel, Edwin. You created the Julia, groundbreaking TV series, and of course wrote for so many movies, many stars on the films, big films, little films, all kinds of films. You've had a great life, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
I think you've enjoyed it all. I can tell today, after 60-some years of being in the business of writing, and you probably made a little bit more than 50 cents and
damn near.
A little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Hell, Kanter, I can't thank you enough.
I wasn't able to keep it, though.
You have to give some back.
The 50 cents I could keep.
Keep that one. That's right. That was tax-free, wasn't it? Thanks so much for sharing this time with us.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
Delight to be with you, and I hope you'll ask me to come back again sometime.
We're at the Midwest Pioneer Broadcasters meeting in Chicago, in the Chicago's Loop, and we're delighted to be here today to talk with a number of folks who have a good background in broadcasting, both radio and television, and in many other facets of entertainment as well. Our guests are Parker Gronwald, Mercedes DeMonk, and Herb Graham. And you're going to get to know a little bit about them and some of the work they've done in the past and some of the work they're doing today. As a matter of fact, all three are members of the AFRS-SAG Senior Radio Players. AFTRA is the American Federation of Television and Radio Actors. SAG is the Screen Actors Guild. These are all professionals who have discovered a love of a medium known as old-time radio. And many of them were involved in it at one time or another, or on the edges of it, and they have embraced these members of the Senior Radio Players of the AFTRA-SAG and continue to entertain audiences today. In fact, I believe it's, Herb, it's 4 times a year you perform at the Chicago Cultural Center?
Presently, Chuck. When the Radio Museum hopefully opens in a short time,
Mhm.
it'll be 6 times a year.
6 times a year.
Yeah. But presently it's 4 times.
Mhm. At the cultural center.
At the Cultural Center.
And you're playing to sell-out audiences, right?
Well, in a sense, because we don't charge anything.
No charge, no admission, right?
But we do fill the place.
Well, it's a 300-seat auditorium, the Claudia Cassidy Theater.
I've heard estimates of 200 to 500, but we'll
No,
take whatever.
Actually, it's 298.
Okay.
It's 298.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful. You used to perform in the radio studio at the museum when the museum was at the
That's
Cultural
right.
Center, which had a comfortable capacity of about 70. And whenever the After SAG players were there, it was an uncomfortable capacity of about 110 in the room. And sundry others out in the hallway listening on a PA system looking through the glass wall.
That's true. Whether they stayed for the entire show, I don't know.
Most of them
Yeah.
did. Most
Yeah.
of them did stay. And it was always a fun event because it was nice to see the pros doing these things. We have a lot of the non-professionals those were the days players, but with the After SAG players, it's great to see the pros. And the wonderful thing about it, as a member of an audience who would see the After SAG players, it was such a delight to see the expressions on the faces of the actors, because we could tell that you were doing what you love to do. You enjoyed doing all of that sort of thing. Parker Gronwald has been a member of the entertainment business for years. Parker?
Yes,
Years.
indeed. About 35 years.
Now you have directed some of actually, Herb, you've directed some of the After SAG
I
players
have
as
indeed,
well, right?
yeah.
But Parker, you directed one recently. The last
yes.
one you did was just in September, wasn't it?
We did, we just did one last night.
Mhm.
Not last,
Yeah.
in September, yeah.
Right.
We did, Death Takes a Holiday,
Mhm.
and
Suspense
with, thought I'd never forget that name. A Good and Faithful Servant.
Yeah. It was a suspense program that starred Jack Benny, actually, when
Correct,
in
yes.
the good old days of radio.
Yeah.
But you have you draw on a lot of people from the After SAG. Now, what is the senior committee of After SAG?
Well, the senior committee is a group of actors that we gather once a month. Or, well, not once a month, maybe every 6 weeks or so, discuss issues that are of interest to seniors. And more than just a get-together, we hold auditions for our shows, just like they do everywhere.
You forgot one thing, Parker, if I may intrude.
Sure, go ahead.
We consider the age of seniorship to begin at 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Mercida DeMunk is here, and you're a member of the senior committee, and it's very...
And I'm 51.
51. Well, I was going to say you snuck in under the line.
Right,
No
I
doubt.
did. Yeah, thank you.
I think it's really amazing to find a bunch of actors willing to admit that they're into the senior category.
None of us do.
None of us.
None
You
of
don't.
us do.
We-
No,
None of us
exactly.
admit it. That's right. That's right. Mercida, what role do you usually take in the After SAG players?
I'm head of the steering committee, and the steering committee came up as an idea from Herb, who should have been head of it, but of course he came up with the idea and threw it to me. I think that's the way that happened.
Good
And,
delegator.
I'm head of the steering committee, so I try to keep all these people in line, and we read plays, and then we try to decide who is going to be director or who's willing to direct the show, and set up dates for auditions and our next meetings, things like that. Actually, I thought I was an actress, but I do get to act once in a while. And I enjoy directing, too, so once in a while I direct.
I think I should intrude slightly to tell you that our philosophy in doing these plays is more in the process of setting them up than in accomplishing them as well as we do. And we have been improving as we go along. The point being that we want our members to experience the full impact of being involved in this thing. And that means auditioning. That means taking part as a director, as a producer. It means doing grunt work. It means reading one line, if that's how you're cast, as compared to reading a lead. So the process is very important to us. And then when we meet with our wonderful sound effects crew, and sometimes live musicians as well, we put the whole thing together in a way that was very, very close to what it used to be like, even though I never participated then. Yeah.
Most of you folks have made a living over the years being voiceovers on television commercials, or even in person on the screen on a TV commercial, or doing radio commercials. Right. And we're talking about little things that run 30 seconds or 60 seconds. And all of the whole process that you just described is the same thing that would go on in a 30-second commercial. You might be hired to do one line, or you might take the whole thing. You might be, you have to read through, you have to sit around and read the script, you have to learn what the director wants, you have to work with sound effects people, you have to have the music, or at least be aware that music is going to be laid into it someplace along the line. But when you're doing a radio show, a 15-minute or a 30-minute or even an hour-long radio performance, and you're planning to do it live in front of what we call today a studio audience, although it really would be a theater audience, you have to sustain this performance. Now, is it difficult? Is it more difficult to sustain a characterization in the 30s or 60-second commercial than it is, or is it harder in a 30-minute show?
I think it's infinitely more difficult. But if you're an actor, you do it. I mean, you can do it. You can expand the time span to encompass the characterization. Don't you agree, guys?
Oh yeah.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
I go. Whatever you say.
Parker, you feel you're more in control of the characterization when you're doing a radio script than you are if you're doing a 30-second spot?
Oh yes. You get into that character, and you mold it and rehearse it and nurse it, and it's fantastic.
See,
and
I don't really feel that way because I've done a lot of spots that are very short spots where I was supposed to do. I did a number of impersonations through the years, and I was supposed to be this character, maybe somebody sounding like Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca or something. To me, I would be into it enough to be able to do that in 30 seconds or 15 seconds or whatever. And I noticed that it's the way I stand at the microphone, I think, that does it more than anything else, and the hand gestures. You know, for instance, like Mae West is not going to be slouched over. I mean, she's going to be up there doing
Which
the
is
thing.
surprising, to tell you the truth. Never mind, go ahead.
Well, that was an example. But anyway, we can go on from there. But I always found that it was the way I stood at the microphone that got me into whatever character I was playing. And so to me it was, I don't know, it doesn't seem any different to me to do it in a complete show.
Let me add this, though. I think that when you're working for advertising agency people, I don't want to generalize, but when I worked for advertising agency people, very frequently what should have been a 20-minute session turned into an hour and a half. And that was because they had a whole bunch of responsibility in their heads about what happens when I get back to the shop and people, the creative group begins listening to this, and they say, why didn't you have them do it this way? So it was not unusual to have a 15 to, at its most extreme, 60 take session for one spot. Just a different kind of discipline, that's all.
You see,
and you had excuse me, Chuck, I just want to add, and you really had to concentrate, because after about the first 8 or 9 takes,
what is there?
It's yesterday's news.
Nothing else to do. Right. Yeah. But you see, that's the advertising agency is very much concerned with the client and the spot. Now, in the radio days, in the bulk of the radio days, the shows were produced by advertising agencies on behalf of clients, and then they were just they bought time on a network. Well, the network could decline or accept the program, but still in all, that was the process. An agency would produce Fibber McGee and Molly for Johnson's Wax, and then it would go on NBC. Now, the agency people were there, and the agency people didn't care much at all about Fibber McGee and Molly, but they were very much concerned with Johnson's Wax.
Oh, yeah.
And that's always the way it was. So sometimes, in fact, many times, all the effort and energy on the part of the agency people And the director was an agency man. The director of the show, even it was a creative show, the director was an agency man. He let the actors carry the show, but he was real concerned about the commercial and how it sounded. And that's what, now you have a 60-second or a 30-second spot that's all commercial. So the agency wants to hear it, and he's thinking now, is the sponsor is he gonna like the way I say, Mrs. Butterworth? Oh, that reminds me.
Oh, that reminds me.
Mercida, you've been the voice of Mrs. Butterworth for a long time.
Well,
haven't you?
it was actually too short a time. Could have been longer, and I'm hoping it will be. Hope they'll call again. They haven't done any spots for maybe 2 years now.
No, this is the syrup jar that comes to life.
Yes, it's
on TV.
The brown bottle lady. Yes, and I've had people come up to me and say, "Oh, I heard you had a wonderful job. You're playing Aunt Jemima," and I'd say, No, I'm doing the voice of the bottle, Mrs. Butterworth. Yeah, Aunt Jemima. No, the voice of the bottle. But I was at a little group gathering the other day, and it was kind of humorous. Somebody whispered to somebody else that I didn't know, a fellow I didn't know, that I had done Mrs. Butterworth. So all afternoon, this fellow was after me. Come on, give me a little. And I'm thinking, is he putting me on? Is
Come
he
on,
kidding me?
let's hear a little.
Yeah, let's hear a
Come on,
little.
Mercedes.
Well, at the end of the day, he was ready to say goodbye, and he went like this. So I gave him his pleasure, and I said, "You better believe it." He was happy. I mean, I couldn't believe it. But I'm happy when I'm doing Mrs. Butterworth.
Now, do you do that? How does that develop? How does that work?
First, you go in with about 15 other people in audition and pray that you're the one who gets the job. But they give you an idea from the agency what they want. They wanted a light sound. They wanted a little bit of an accent, but not too much. A little bit like a good fairy person would be, that kind of thing. So,
and then each of the actors auditioning for the role would interpret what the agency person gave them as a direction.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
And then the one who most closely resembled the sound he had in his mind in the first place is probably the one who gets it. Is that
Well,
right?
I think it was the sound that the whole group, as Herb referred to, they took the audition back, and everybody who was part of the group for Mrs. Butterworth listened to it, and they all made a...
So when you audition for a spot like that, or for any role in one of these commercials, you really don't know when you leave that audition whether or not you have it.
No.
Do you? I assume you always hear from them if they say, "Well, you're not going to use you."
Heck
Never.
no.
No.
Never.
Never. So the only one who hears is the one who gets the job, then, right?
I had one wonderful experience. I auditioned for a spot, didn't get it, and I thought, God darn, I did a good job on that. But you always think that. So about 3 weeks later, they called and said, "Come on in and do the spot," and I went in and they had already recorded somebody else, and it didn't work out. The fella from the ad agency sat back and was reading the newspaper, and he said, "Nail it, Mercida." It was the most wonderful thing to hear. He had all this confidence in me. It was great.
I've had a similar experience. They used me for the test spot. And in this case,
The
lots of
test
times-
spot?
Yeah, an ad agency will want to know in advance, before the client spends millions and millions of dollars to run a national spot, is this going to work? Will an audience really listen, and will they respond? So they run it in a test market, small market. And if they get the kind of results that they're hoping for, then they go ahead and produce a spot. And I was on this. It was for some Quaker product, can't quite recall. And it tested well, and instead of calling me back into the studio and using the same on-camera actors that were involved, they went to New York, and they recast it, put a new voice on there, brought it back, put it on the air, and it tested terribly. So they had to come back to me. Good. And my agent said, "By what multiplication table should we name the fee?" By what multiple, I think would be the correct way of putting it.
Well, that gives you some satisfaction after a little bit of frustration.
No, I
doesn't it?
never feel indignant about things like that. No, I just.
Well,
no.
that's got to be a real part of something like this. I mean, we can talk about people auditioning for a Broadway show or even in the golden radio days, they would audition all the time, and they get used to not getting the part. But how do you learn to live with that, I guess, rejection?
Thick skin.
Is that right, Parker? Thick skin?
That's hard.
You just got to take it as part of the business.
It's not personal. Is that
it's
what
not
they
personal.
say?
No, they have an idea what something should be, and if you fulfill that, you might get that part.
You know, I was complaining.
I got from time to time, and it may be an unkind one, is that some of these agency guys just like the trip to New York. And after they fooled around here for a while, they take off for New York and cut it there.
Well, you know, that's what they used to say.
Excuse me, that's Kim Conway's voice lending a sage bit of advice.
It is he whom you now listen to.
They said that a lot, but you know, I auditioned in Chicago with loads of people. I think there were 36 to begin with, and then they finally got down to 12 and finally 2. This was an on-camera thing for Oscar Mayer. And they flew me out to California. Why they didn't do it in Chicago, that it might be that they wanted to be out in the warm climate or something, because it was winter. But they flew me as talent out there. So I don't think California talent was too happy that they brought Chicago talent out. So, you know.
But in that case, it worked to our advantage. I knew some of the guys at Oscar Mayer reasonably well, and some of them were very, to use an unkind word, parochial. They like to use Middle Western people.
Well, I like them too.
Did you find, is there a lot of competition between, let's say, the East Coast, the West Coast, and the Midwest for some of these roles? Are there clients or agencies who prefer an East Coast actor?
Gee, I don't know. I know Chicago actors do pretty well in California as far as films are concerned, because what I hear is that, you know, they like the work ethic of Chicago actors, and they're very solid, and they think they bring good talent out there. The commercial field, I really don't know about. What would you say, Herb?
I'd say absolutely not. I mean, these days, if your name is not one of the star-studded ones from films, it's hard to get a commercial voiceover. I mean, and when you ask the agency people, when you pose this question, what difference does it make as long as the voice is understood to be truthful and knows how to read and so on? Because nobody recognizes most of the stars' voices anyway.
They're not that distinctive.
No,
right.
They're not. They say, well, they don't give me a direct answer, but I think the answer might be, it's obviously a thing a client loves. Gee, Gene Hackman on my spots.
Right.
Gene Hackman.
You could probably get 10 actors could sound just like him.
Well, you know, we notice once in a while on a voiceover on a television commercial, and there's no identification, but you recognize this is Gene Hackman or somebody like that.
Yeah.
And you say, why would they select Gene Hackman? I mean, his voice, he's just he's pitching. It's a good job, but he's pitching it. Why not Parker Gronwald?
Yeah,
why not Herb Graham? No, but seriously, why not? Because with all respect to your talent, you're going to come cheaper than Gene Hackman.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so...
consumers paying for it.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's something else.
But why do they... Why? Because 9 out of 10 people may not recognize that as Gene Hackman's voice.
That's right. You would recognize it. These people would recognize it.
Yeah, but there's something else, folks.
Most people do.
Stars did not accept commercials 20 or 25 years ago. Oh, it was beneath them. Of course not. Their agents would say, what? Have the star of a guy who won an Academy Award do a commercial? Heck, no. And consequently, we gained by that. Those of us who were anonymous but knew what we were doing in terms of reading and understanding copy.
Then the agents found out that their client could go in and do a commercial fast, didn't have to do makeup, didn't have to do anything else, and hey, you know, another 10%.
That was the wonderful thing about radio in the glory days. First of all, you could be basically a big star on radio and be anonymous as you stepped out onto the street and went into a restaurant. And perhaps the guy sitting in the booth behind you
at the Round Derby would recognize your voice and say, "Oh, that's Sam Spade. I know that's Sam Spade. Who's Sam Spade?" Well, Howard Duff. But they wouldn't recognize him necessarily. And also, he got a script, and basically he could read that script around the table, record it, or read it once on the microphone, and then do a live show, and it would all be done in the space of a day, maybe for a half an hour network program, and he's gone. No costumes, no makeup, no looking for a mark. Now, they always dressed for a show that was done before an audience. In fact, they always dressed for a show that was done without an audience, because it gave them a sense of well-being, a sense of pride in their work.
Specialness.
Men would wear a suit. Ladies would wear a dress. Or if there was a big show, a little bigger show, and it was done before a live audience at night, men would wear a tuxedo or a dress suit, and the ladies would wear a formal gown or something like that.
The first nighter, if you remember that.
That's right, the first nighter.
Sure.
Chuck, this is Bernie Allen. Very
Bernie.
happy to be part of the audience and enjoying this entire show. But I wanted to mention to the panel the reason that Orson Welles had such success in films with his Mercury Theater players was because they were all radio people. All those folks that worked on his radio programs for years and years and years, all they had to do was put movement to their sensational voice acting, vocal acting. They were perfect. And that's why Joe Cotton and all those people,
Agnes Moorehead,
and
Everett
everything else,
Sloan.
and they were very prominent radio people all across the country, Hollywood or New York in those days. And he just took that talent and transferred it to the screen, and it worked beautifully. That's why he won all those awards.
Well, many of those people had been part of Wells' Mercury Theater, the theatrical company, and so they had the know-how and the talent to perform in front of an audience or in front of a camera. But they also had what we always say, the great radio voices. Now, everybody in this room has a great radio voice. I want to ask something now. If I give you three hypothetical, and I'm a producer of a spot, and the director's saying, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a grandfather or a grandmother, and he's talking, or she is talking to their son, his grandson, or her grandson, and wants to talk about the dangers of going to a carnival with a Ferris wheel or these other rides or the Barkers and all of that sort of thing. In just a couple of seconds, what kind of a voice would you come up with? Now, you're a grandfather type or a grandmother type. Herb, you want to start? Would you like to start?
Most of the time, if you begin doing an old voice like that, you're going in a wrong direction. I mean, if they want the spot to be somewhat truthful, if they want the character to be believed, it's crazy to do a cliched voice. So I probably do my own voice.
You would do your own voice?
Probably do my own
Which
voice.
is a grandfather voice anyway.
I don't know. I think it's a virile voice, but what the heck do I know?
You know, actually, well, you listen to people's voices, not people in the business particularly, but you listen to people's voices, and I heard some woman on television the other night, and I glanced over, and I thought she was much younger than she was when I saw her face. I was really stunned because her voice was so young, and she was probably my age. So I do think people's voices vary, but when you're going to do a spot, I mean, and they say, we want a grandmother, you say, well, how old do you want the grandmother? You want her 50? You want her 70? Or what do you want? You know, my voice has gotten deeper through the years. But if they want somebody who's a little bit older, then you maybe put a little tremulo in your voice or something. Is that what they call it? Tremulo? I don't know. You never do that.
I call it faking.
Well, that too.
Parker?
But,
what Mercedes said, you have to say what age do you want him to be? And the first thing they want a grandmother, there is a cliche that comes in your mind, how they want it. I want a grandfather. Well, okay, you want a grandfather. You're going to get a grandfather. Yeah, sure, maybe even a Walter Brennan. I don't know.
He's got a whole repertoire.
Oh, yeah.
But see, what you're telling me, and this is excellent,
you're saying that you can't come up with a grandfather voice without asking some questions about it. You have to learn something about the character that you want. And you know, I mean, I thought I was giving you a little more information. He's got a grandson there, and he's going to go to a carnival. But I didn't give you the point of the spot.
Well, you didn't give us the script either.
No,
so.
no script. No, that's true. Well, and that would be an effect upon you, wouldn't it? The script would you'd look at that and you would say,
exactly.
These words say that this has to be this way. Now, if you're looking for a comic character, you could all come up with the old stereotype of the grandfather. But if you really think about it, we all know grandparents, we all know grandfathers, and very few of them have any kind of an affected voice.
That's right. Yeah, very.
So
few.
if it's and it would be different, I suppose, if it were radio or TV, because if you're looking at somebody and you see the face,
Absolutely.
now that establishes the grandparent
Absolutely.
character as much as anything.
Yeah.
So it could be one way or another. Someone has a question?
Hold the microphone down a little bit from person to person, shall we? Get a little-
Well, if someone has something to say, we'll be glad to listen to it. Anyone?
I just
comment?
I just want to give you a real incident along the lines of the question you asked.
Mhm.
I was involved, this goes back a number of years, but I was involved in an audition, citywide audition, it seemed to me. Every talent agency in town called male voices in to read a couple of lines for some kind of I think a hot breakfast cereal. And then they pared it down to 20 people and then down to 5, and I was fortunately to be among the last 5. And we read the spot for the agency folks one more time and the client, and I was selected. They told the other 4 guys to go away, and I began reading spots. And they said, well, you know, we've heard you in the general audition, we've heard you in the sub-audition, and now in the latest audition, and now you've done it for us right on time, go home. I said, great. And I walked in the control room and began signing contracts, and the guy said, you know, I just have one more idea.
Oh, yeah.
And before it was over, and this is the right down the line truth, before it was over, I did 41 more takes.
Oh, my gosh.
and the guy had begun, I think, having a little fun at my expense, because at about take 28 or 29, he came in and he said, can you do one like Randolph Scott?
Yeah.
I said, no, I can't. And he said, how about, and he named another cowboy, cowboy actor. I said, no, because I felt being abused at that point, although they were paying me.
Yeah, but 41 takes.
Yeah, 41 takes. And he said, I'll help you with that characterization. Oh yeah, he had me do it. He had me try it in Italian dialect, German dialect, and he said, "Can you do Swedish?" I said, "Well, yes, I can." But anyway, he came and he said, "I'll help you with the Western." And he whipped off his Western belt and he put it around my waist. He said, "Tuck your thumbs in there."
Oh no!
Yep.
And bend your legs. Bend your legs. Now, do Randolph Scott for me.
And you did.
I said, no. I said tomorrow. And I left. Yeah, it was over.
Great.
It was over. You know what? That spot never ran. The client just never.
They never knew what they really wanted.
No, I don't think it had anything to do with that, Chuck. I think what they really wanted was the unaffected voice that I gave them at the beginning. And then when he went through all these shenanigans, I began to feel abused. Well, I can tell you other near horror. That isn't a horror story because I was only in the studio for an hour.
It's this button that keeps bashing.
Hitting the table, that's okay.
Well, let's identify it for the audience. I'll do it one last time.
It's a denim
There it is.
jacket with, yeah.
Okay, that's it. No more.
I swear they use those takes for Christmas parties or something when they have
Outtakes and outtake reel. Yeah.
By
Hey,
the
this
way,
would be funny.
Have you, anybody in the room, been asked by a client to do something with obscene language in it? You finish the regular section. Now they say, let's do one for the client. And let's put in this word and that word, adjectives, instead of that word and that word. Don't ever do it. I mean, that was my rule. Don't ever do it. Because, Chuck, that's multiplied by the thousands, and it goes everywhere. Yeah. It's crazy.
It come back to haunt you, too.
Oh,
yeah.
it can.
Right. Yeah. Do you have a, when you're doing this, when you're auditioning for something,
are you? At what point do you start getting paid? When you get the job, and then they say now you're coming in for a session. Is that how the
Yes, that's right. The audition's not paid.
The audition's not paid. I understand. But now you got the session. Now
if
you
they
said,
do a test spot, though, that's paid for.
And so you said they kept you there longer and longer and longer. There is a
limit.
time frame.
I think it's an
there?
hour and a half per spot, but they don't exceed it.
They rarely exceed it.
Certainly, this fellow didn't.
Yeah. Oh, but he was trying to get everything he could out of you.
I don't know what it was.
A sense of power. I think that's probably it.
There's all kinds of ways of addressing a character, whether you're in a drama or a comedy or in a commercial. And Parker, I know that you have you are able to deliver a voice with a smile in it. Now, what is the technique for that? What do you do? Someone says, "Give me a voice with a smile."
Well, you have a smile on your face when you talk. Yes, sir, everything's great.
That's
Let me
right,
tell
Parker.
you.
I agree.
There was one voice I really liked was Del Sharbutt. Remember? Yeah. Oh, he's fantastic. But you have a smile, and it comes across. It's just a technique to.
Mercedes, do you have a smile in your voice? Can you give us a?
And when they ask for it, I have a smile.
Could we
in
get
my
a
voice.
smile in your voice?
You don't do it as Randolph Scott.
No, I don't. I did a commercial last night, an old commercial about Halo shampoo, where I had to talk about the fact that Halo leaves no dulling soap film on your hair. Other soaps, other shampoos have a dulling soap film. I must have said that about 9 times about the dulling soap film, but it leaves your hair sparkling bright, as though you're looking through the outside of a window or something. I don't know. It was pretty dramatic, but you had to be smiling through this whole thing in order to sell this product.
Now, how about an authoritative voice? Not a voice with a smile, but something very authoritative, very...
This is it. This is it from the heart of the nation, the everyday story of man on the go.
Thank you, Alex Dreyer. Right?
That's right.
Herb, you have a voice, I think, that a number of years ago I used to listen to in the middle of the evening.
The hour.
The hour in the middle of the evening. It was on
FM 100, they called it.
FM 100, right? And this was a very wonderful, warm voice that you would use. You'd have some things to say between
Obviously
the music.
fake.
Oh, no, not at all.
No.
Can you give us a sentence or so with that voice? Which is really a Herb Graham voice, I know. But you were relating to the material that was surrounding
This is
it.
the hour in the middle of the evening, and tonight we're going to settle back, and I'll make up some facts to tell you, and we'll have some music.
And some heavy breathing.
No.
You'll make up some facts?
No. That show was on the air for 26 years, Chuck.
Wow.
And
really?
Well, but that's nothing to a guy like Chuck. He's been on the air for
35
years. But was on 7 nights a week. None of it ever live. It was all recorded. And I'll bet you can guess which weekend of that 26-year run it was not on the air. Only one time did we absent ourselves.
Which was?
A weekend.
November 22nd?
No, the
61?
terrible weekend when we were mourning Jack Kennedy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, was that
that's
it?
right, November.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Now, would you would that became a regular spot for you? Would you record the whole week's programming at one time in one session?
That's right.
So there was a regular weekly responsibility you had then, right?
That's right. 7 nights a week.
It was seven nights a week, but one day during the week you would go into the FM 100 studio.
Yeah.
And record that.
I was there for about an hour and a half. That's all.
Now, did you prepare the material?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Can you see juggling seven programs?
No, I mean as opposed to someone else writing this. Someone else didn't write this. You wrote it. Gathered the material.
For
right?
8 years of that run, my daughter wrote it.
Really?
Yeah, I wrote it. Other than that, and she had moved to France by then, so she sent me blocks of scripts, weeks of scripts, and I then rewrote them to tailor to my style. That's how we did it.
What was your first professional job in the business, as they say?
Professional means getting paid for it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Boy, that's an awfully good question. I'm blanking on it right
Well, you
now.
you did some things so you didn't get paid.
In radio, yeah,
Uh-huh.
radio staff, yeah. Yeah, I
Radio
worked, oh,
staff.
sure, oh, yeah, it's coming back now. I worked for a place called WNMP.
Oh, yes.
In Evanston.
I know the place, right.
Yeah. I was going to school, getting a master's degree in speech therapy and psychology, and having 2 nights a week I was dealing with stutterers, and 5 2-hour shifts a week I was at WNMP. That was my first job.
That was out of Evanston.
Yeah.
And what was the job? Announcing? Was it
Yes,
announcer?
oh, yeah.
Playing
I had a 2-hour
classical?
block.
It was
2-hour
classical time, wasn't it? Classical music
They
at that point?
they had a very interesting mixture. So I did some jazz and some classical. Yeah.
And you have been in broadcasting or voice talent work ever since.
Yeah, well, actually, before that, because, Mercida, weren't you in the radio council of the Chicago Board of Education?
Yes, along with Bernie,
Have you
Allen,
heard of that,
and
Chuck?
Yes,
Jerry Coffer, and
Yeah.
a number of others.
It was a wonderful place for people to get started, wasn't
Terrific,
it?
terrific.
Was that your first professional work, Mercida?
No, actually, I'm going to sound like Judy Garland now. I was born in a trunk, you know. I was 3 years old, and I sang and danced with the Robert Trendler's orchestra, the WGN orchestra, down at the Auditorium Hotel. And my number was In My Sweet Little Alice Blue Gown. Now, you couldn't hear the dancing, but you could hear the voice. And that was my first job. Actually, I think I worked for some Masons clubs or some Masonic clubs or something like that, and made a little bit of money, actually, when I was just a very little kiddo.
And you were working in theatrical productions then after that?
No, in school, a teacher discovered that none of the boys could do a decent George Washington in some kind of a thing she was putting on, so she slapped a wig and the trousers on me. And after that, she said, "Oh, I just think you're so terrific. What would you like to do?" And I said, "You know those radio programs we hear?" Because naturally there was no television. We'd see some bad movies once in a while in school then, but the radio was a very big thing, WBEZ, Chicago Board of Education. She said, "They have a workshop. Would you like to go down?" And she wrote a nice glowing letter for me, and I went down and auditioned, and that's when I learned everything about radio.
That would last for a certain period of time, right? And then you had to either audition again or get accepted
No, this
again?
was, if you got accepted into the workshop, I was too young when I went first. They had me in the workshop, and then they found out I wasn't in high school. You had to be in high school. And then during that period of high school, the 4 years, you could be in the workshop. We met every Monday night. And we learned how to deliver news and what else, Bern? Sound effects, and yeah, great experience.
Bernie Allen was in that same experience, is that right, Bernie?
He was an employee.
Yes, I was. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite stories, in just one sentence, is that I had to take a day off from work at WBEC to graduate from high school.
Oh, my gosh.
I was actually on staff at that time because if you showed some sort of promise at all, while there wasn't all that much of a turnover, if you did pretty well in the workshop in the years that you were in that, then they put you on staff if you so desired. I mean, they would hire you and pay you, because we didn't, of course, get paid, or we didn't have to pay anybody when we were in the workshop learning.
Yeah.
But after that, I did go on staff. So I don't think it can be done anymore, but, you know, the teaching system or the Board of Education is like civil service, and I was not yet 18, and I was on a civil service payroll. I don't think that's possible, or they won't let you do that. But the boss of the place, George Jennings, God bless him, wangled it in some way or other.
Bernie, forgive me, Chuck, I don't mean
Go
to
ahead.
take over
Go
as
ahead.
the interview. Wasn't Dick Thorne a contemporary of yours?
Yes, absolutely. He was sort of my boss. The big boss was the tier of or the chain of command was Mr. Jennings, who was the head of the entire operation of WBEZ. Then there was Bob Miller, Robert R. Miller, who was the assistant to Mr. Jennings and really ran the place. Dick Thorne was his assistant, and then I was the other member of the
Oh, and the voices. I mean, Bob Miller's voice, Gigante's voice.
Ken
and,
Nordine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
Bob
a
Barron.
wonderful thing, a wonderful thing for youngsters to
Absolutely,
be able
it
to have
was
this Board of
absolutely marvelous.
Education
We learned-
radio station.
Those of us who are survivors learned absolutely everything, even before we were able to vote.
Yeah.
And many people then got work in commercial broadcasting.
Yes, exactly. That's right.
Sure.
You know. Parker, what was your initiation into this business?
Well, I got out of the Army and I saw an ad. It said, "Make big bucks, become a radio disc jockey." Go to famous announcing school. So I did. I went to academy, and after that, a small job in KXEO, Mexico, Missouri. It was a station where you did everything. You know, the midnight shift, and you're on there, you're fresh out of school, and you'd have a shift from like 6 o'clock to midnight to sign off, perhaps, and that was yours. You turned the transmitter off at the end, of course, but you picked a bunch of records, and there it was. And there was a book of all your commercials in front of you, and a microphone, two turntables, a tape recorder, and away you went. And also at that time, it was just the tail end. That was about 1957.
Mhm.
There was still some radio drama on the air. The Third Man, it was a mutual station, which a lot of small stations were. And that's where I learned everything. You learned how to do it, to write, direct, do everything. After that, a little television and some freelance afterwards.
Did you ever produce any radio dramas in those early days?
No. I think everything we did was kind of producing things. In some of the stations I've been at, with libraries and things like that, where you interview people.
That's where you get started with all of this stuff.
Exactly.
It's a very difficult place for young people today who say, "I'd like to do something in broadcasting or in voice work or whatever it is. How do I get started?" What is the entry level? There's no little stations anymore.
No.
There's no place for someone to get a job. I guess maybe the closest thing would be a local cable channel where you might do a little bit of things like that. But basically, there's no place to get started.
Everything is pre-recorded and perfect. Everything, you don't make those mistakes, or you do, but they're not heard.
Mercito, what do you answer to someone, a young person who comes to you and knows of your talent and the work you've done, and they say, how can I get into the business? How do I get started?
Well, a number of them have, people are wiser about voiceover now than they were maybe 15 years ago. A lot of people didn't know what a voiceover was, and they think a radio spot is a voiceover, and you try to explain to them, there is a little bit of a difference, but so many people say, "Oh, I want to do that because it sounds, I think I could do it, and it sounds pretty easy." I try to discourage them immediately because it isn't easy, and the market has changed so much, as Herb pointed out, with the stars doing so much of the work we used to do. And I, along with these fellows, did a lot of industrial work and a lot of narrations, medical narrations, educational narrations. Bernie did those too, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, we did some things together, the tax things together. But those aren't even available anymore. It seems like they're using in-house people. I mean, maybe it's not done as well, but they're not using professional talent for these industrial things that we know of anymore.
So how do they get
anyway,
started?
Yeah, how to get started. Well, I usually tell people, if you think you've got any talent, do whatever you can in high school as far as auditioning for shows and stuff. And then after that, look at an arts college like DePaul or Columbia or something or other. But just realize that the competition is great and the work is very limited. I mean, I do tell them that. But most people get discouraged pretty soon. I mean, pretty early on, they say, "Oh, well, I didn't realize it was going to be like this."
I think the best way to get started would be to buy an automobile agency and do your own commercials.
Got it, Parker.
Herb, do you share that response? When someone asks
difficulty
about
of getting going?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's much different now. And I still have those pat answers, but I don't know whether they apply anymore, Chuck. I mean, I would tell people, get a tape made. They say, "What do you mean, get a tape made?" I said, "Well, you need samples of commercials on there, or samples of narration." And then I say, here's the tough part. You have to go. I used to say this, Chuck. I don't think it applies anymore.
No.
I used to say, then you have to go around and get yourself known as a human being. The tape won't do it. Don't send somebody a tape. They'll probably pitch it into the wastebasket first thing. But if they get to know you as a flesh and blood and say, good old Jim Conway, you know, he called. In fact, Chuck, if I can intrude slightly, when I, in terms of the answer, I mean, when I try to get going on my freelance career, I was able to get into agency after agency and see person after person. It was it wasn't at that time you pick up the phone and you get somebody's recorded voice, because that's almost never pays off. You have to talk to somebody, and you have to give them a reason for seeing you. And finally, I got in to see a few people. And it took years, but I finally got my first network spot. 7 words. And now another message from Johnson's Wax. And it played in Canada because they had a rule at that time, I think, that separated 30-second spots. You couldn't just double spot. You had to have something in between. My voice in between Johnson Wax spots ran for 2 years. Network fee. Yeah. So I said, this is a good field. This is good. But I don't think that kind of thing happens. That kind of magic happens anymore.
It's very difficult, I think, to get an entree today. It seems to me that the opportunities for experience, and this is what WBEZ was giving people then. And where do you get it? You know, where do I get the experience if nobody will hire me? Well, you get the experience in college, you get the experience in junior college, you get the experience in high school. And even some elementary schools or junior highs have got little television stations in there. They're doing the they're giving the kids the opportunity. Yeah. So that goes on the resume. But I know what you're saying. The resume has to be handed to them in person to have any kind of meaning behind it. And then I guess it's also part of who do you know, or who do I know who will say someone. You know, someone says Jim Conway suggested I drop this off to you. Well, then, because that person knows Jim Conway, then that may have a little bit of extra help to getting you noticed or in the door. But once you get noticed, once you're in there, once you're doing something, then the reputation follows you, doesn't it?
Oh, and it used to be so wonderful. People would call and say, Merceda, I need you for 3 spots on 10 o'clock, whatever. Or call my agent if I had an agent. Sometimes I was freelance, but myself, just booking myself. But it was so great. I mean, they just knew you could do it. You'd go down, you did the spot, no questions were asked. You had very little trouble most of the time. But now, even now, you go in and everybody's auditioning up at my agent's. She's putting all of us on tape, and she's not the only agent. And it's not just the other Chicago agents. Agents from around the country are all submitting all these auditions. So the competition is fantastic.
And so someone has to listen to all of this stuff?
Yeah.
To decide?
Yeah.
What do they really do? They put their blindfold over their eyes and pull out something out of a hat and say, "Well, this is the winner now."
Somebody they know.
Well, it's hard to say. Client may be involved in the final selection. I remember the late Ted Liss. For our listeners who don't remember who Ted was, he was a multi-talented guy who ran an acting class and launched many careers through his teaching, and also did a lot of freelance stuff. Ted, what was the question? No, seriously, I was often I began describing Ted too much.
We're talking about what it takes to get ahead.
Well, oh yeah, Ted was, and I know why I missed it, because Ted was not involved at the time that this anecdote comes to mind. He was working for an ad agency, and it was his job to help select talent. And so I said to him, because I knew him as a teacher, what the heck do you do when the talent goes away? I mean, what is the discussion that develops after that? And he said, because the talent we hear, for the most part, is so good in their own different ways, it's very hard for us to know what to do. So sometimes we just say, any one of these guys. 5 people? We'll take, B today. Yeah.
In the movie Radio Days, the Woody Allen picture about the early days, there is a girl
singer singing about a laxative, and she's auditioning for the sponsor. Sponsor is in the booth with
Can
the
you say that
director.
on the air, Chuck?
Yes.
Okay.
Sponsor's in the booth with his wife and with the director. And the girl is singing, I think it's Mia Farrow, get regular with relax. And going and then try it again. Try it. Get regular. She's going back and forth, and some guy's doing a whistle song and whistling something, and he said, "Well, try it one more time." And she does it one more time, and he says, "I think that's it." He turns to the sponsor. He says, "What do you think of that?" Sponsor says, "I think that's great." He says, "That's just what we want." And the sponsor then turns to his wife and says, "What do you think?" And she says, "I don't like it." The sponsor says, "I don't like her. Get rid of her." So there are factors in this that have nothing whatsoever to do with the talent.
I have a story I must tell because we're sitting here in the Jerry Coffer Center. Jerry was a good buddy of many of us. Jerry told me he didn't do a lot of on-camera stuff, but once in a while he would go to an audition. So he told me that he went into an audition one day for an industrial on-camera thing, and there were 5 or 6 people sitting around the table. And the head guy looked at him, and Jerry said, I could tell from the way he looked at me. He was thinking, this fella looks just like my brother-in-law, and I can't stand him. I think that was his last on-camera audition.
Well, that's just it. Herb, you said there's 5. They're all good. They're all perfect. Let's just pick one. Yeah. So then why did they pick number 3 instead of number 4? I mean, somebody has... He doesn't like the way this guy's hair is parted, or he says, "I like this. This reminds me of my old girlfriend."
I think I can answer that seriously with an anecdote that I heard was true. The story is that an announcer is called down to do a tag. It's a 2.5-second tag at the end of a television spot, and the guy nails it with the very first take in the studio, and the director says. I don't see why we should do any more. And the talent says, no, let's do some safety takes, which means backups in case somebody at the agency doesn't
Big
like
mistake.
it. Yeah. And the director says, don't need to. You did it in 2.5 seconds. Perfect, just the way I envisioned it. Go home. Guy does. Later in the day, after the spot is sent to the client, the director gets a call. Well, I like the spot a whole lot, but that tag was a little weak. Could you send me all the outtakes? For our audience, outtakes means all the number of takes that are not used on the spot. And the director didn't skip a beat. He said, of course I can. He calls the studio and he says, you know that take we did this morning? Print it up 12 times. But be sure you label each take, take 1, take 2, take 3. And they send it over to the client. The client calls back a little later on and says, I thought take 7 was very good. What did you think? And I don't say that to belittle the client. It's so subjective a business. That's why, Ted said 5 people, any one of the 5 people could have done the spot. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing, the process. But you folks have survived the process and continue to thrive with it. For working, I hope, as much as you wish to work on these things. Parker, did you ever have any really disastrous experience in any phase of your career where it didn't turn out to be anything like you expected it to be?
Well, couple instances, I suppose. I remember television, live commercials. I was doing a car commercial, and I was in the booth announcer at that time, and the guy was doing his own car commercial, and he said, "You ever do this before?" Oh, nothing to it, nothing to it at all. So they had these cars come in one door and down the other, and I could see them from the top because they had old numbers from police cars, which they were selling as new used cars. But anyway, this guy gets up there dressed to the hilts, and a 2.5 minute spot, telling them about these wonderful cars. And he gets up there, and they put the camera on him, and mutters an expletive. Fade to black, and I had 2.5 minutes to fill,
Well, what do you do? How do you fill? What do you fill with?
Well, you start reading what's upcoming show and what's next week and what they're going to see. That's when they had, staff announcers there. That's what your job was
That's right.
to do.
You had to perform right on the spot.
And you always had some kind of thing you could talk about. At least you did some. And in television, you just sat there sometimes for an hour until you said WTVO, Rockford, Illinois, or whatever it is.
Chuck,
but that was a disaster, sort of.
Excuse me, Merceda, did you have can you recall an experience like that, of something of that nature?
Oh, I just remember doing a commercial, kind of on the order of what Herb was talking about, where they kept having me do take after take after take. It was for a feminine hygiene product, and I had the artist who had done the drawings for the commercial, and then the writer was there, and that was a horrible combination. And the writer was telling me how to read it, and he couldn't read a sentence by himself, in the first place. I mean, to make it clear or plain or anything in the first place, so that was horrible. But they said, now, finally they got down to, imagine you're sitting across the table from your friend and you're explaining to her about this product. Well, I imagined that for about 10 takes. Then they said, imagine you're lying in bed on a soft pillow. And at that point, I think I had just about had it. And I have a lot of patience. And I said, is my friend in bed with me? I couldn't resist. I mean, I just couldn't. And the artist and the writer went, well, I think we have enough now. But that's probably about the worst.
Well, sometimes you have to let them know that they've gone too far with all this stuff. Herb?
Chuck, I remember I did 2 summers of vacation relief at NBC up in the Merchandise Mart. And I had begun my freelance career some years earlier, and I was just starting to hit my stride, and some days I would go into that NBC shift, which began at about 5 o'clock in the evening, feeling pretty pooed out, and so I remember one night when I actually slept through 2 station breaks. We had a remote studio, remote from the engineer, and they would use a signal of lights, ready light, and then you're on the air light, and I made no sound, therefore I slept peacefully through those lights. So the next time...
And no one called, though, to complain about it.
Well, I don't think they were very happy with it. I imagine they weren't happy with it. On the other hand, I guess all I left out that night was Channel 5 Chicago, But on another occasion, I said, that will never happen to me again. And I remember from an earlier lesson that sugar keeps you awake, I thought. And I had 9 candy bars out of the machine to stay awake. Didn't get sick and stayed awake.
Well, then, whatever it takes, right?
That's right.
Is there any? Jim?
Mike,
Jim.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what this is for.
Jim Conway.
Were you doing a lot of other work at that time?
Yeah. Yeah. My career in freelance had begun.
Because I used to see some of these, and I include you, younger people coming in, and they had worked the whole day, and then took over a shift.
That's exactly what my experience was.
Well, it was terrible to do that.
It was.
You should have joined a union.
I should have, and did.
So many people have told me over the years where I've interviewed folks about their broadcast careers, and they all said that they started working for nothing because they wanted to be in the business. Mm-hmm. They would do anything. Mm-hmm. They would sweep the floors. They would do anything at all to be in it, and eventually it would pay off for them. You have to be at the place. Yeah. And I worked for 10 years at WBBM doing some old-time radio there, and the place to be there was to be an intern. Yeah. You're going to school someplace, and you get an internship at WBBM, and then you are in the newsroom. This was all news, and you were in the newsroom, and you had the chance. And someday, somewhere, somehow, something would happen, and they'd say,
get this story on the air.
You're a star.
Write it up. No, they wouldn't. Not you're a star, but they'd say write it up and deliver it. So and so didn't come in. The call was disconnected. We couldn't do it. Let's take it. Let's do it. And then they got to know you. Yeah. And that's how it was with all the other stuff. It's the way it was with summer stock. And Rosita, you did summer stock, didn't you?
I did.
Summer
Yes,
stock?
I did. Yeah, I did 12 weeks, a different show every week. And I had Monday night off. Only Monday night was dress rehearsal, so I really didn't have Monday night off. And I was newly married, so it was quite a strain on the old marriage there, I'll tell you.
But that kind of an experience is the greatest experience and the greatest training ground of all.
Oh, it is,
isn't
yeah. However, I was a member of Equity and was getting paid. I think the union thing is very interesting to me because I say thank God for unions. I talk to people now every once in a while who are doing community theater who are decent actors. They would love to be in the business full time, and it isn't going to happen. They can be any age, my age, younger, 40, 30, whatever. But once in a while they get a chance to do an industrial. And they will do an industrial, and they maybe get $25 or $50. And they say to the person who's directing or who's producing, that was so much fun. I mean, I almost don't even want you to pay me. Which is
And they don't.
Very jarring. And they don't, yeah. Which is very jarring to those of us who have made a living and who have worked very hard in the business. And I'm not saying that these people shouldn't have a chance to do something, but by saying, gosh, that was so darn much fun, call me anytime. It
the
really
thing about
kills
that
us.
really is, I think when someone says, I would do this for nothing or I don't want to pay, they're not saying that they really would do it for nothing or they didn't want you to pay you. They're telling you how much they enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think so,
I
yeah.
can't,
Yeah, I guess so.
I look around and say, I hope nobody realizes how much of a good time I'm having doing this.
What an easy job it is.
Because it's great. It's great. I would love to be able to do it for nothing. You
Yeah.
can't do it for nothing.
Right, yeah.
But the expression is there. It says, this is what I love to do, and if people love what you're doing, that's even better. We've been fortunate to be here surrounded by all kinds of pros in the business, and we've talked about things that we don't usually talk about on our Those Were the Days program. We're always talking about the old-time radio network shows and the syndicated programs and the music programs and all of that. And today we're talking about the behind the scenes of really the commercial world of broadcasting and telecasting and all of that. And at this meeting of the Midwest Pioneer Broadcasters in the Coffer Center here at the AFRS headquarters, our audience, if you will, around a big table here in the center is populated with all kinds of professionals who have done so much. And we have about 5 more minutes. If there's anyone here who would like to make an additional comment about anything, or
Do you think,
have
Chuck,
a comment? Yes.
just before we get the comment, we could have our spokeslady here, Rosita, tell you about our next production?
Well, yes.
That would be in February. 22nd.
Well, why don't you go ahead.
I didn't mean to take it from you.
The After-SAG players
November,
will be
darling.
performing in February.
In February.
At the
February.
With Easy Aces and Ellery Queen and the Jade Dragon Caper. That's not Ellery Queen. That's
I know.
Sam
Sam
Spade.
Spade. Yes.
The
I was
Jade
wrong one other
Dragon Caper. And that'll be February 22nd, 7 p.m. at the Claudia Cassidy Theater, the Cultural Center. We hope to see you. And coming up in May, Lux Presents Hollywood. And we have the old one from the Duke, My Darling Clementine. What, wasn't that? Yeah. Okay. So
no, that wasn't John Wayne.
That wasn't John Wayne.
Henry
Fonda. Yes, originally. But that's a Lux Presents Hollywood. And that's what's coming up, and we hope to see the people there.
And these programs are absolutely free.
Absolutely free.
And reservations are not required.
No.
But you should get there in a decent time because you're full house all the time.
Right.
It's
Pretty
a wonderful,
darn close.
comfortable auditorium, and you're up on a stage, and you see all the folks, and you see the sound effects people
They have
doing
a
their
chance,
thing and all of that.
chance to see all these great actors.
You see a lot of people who love what they're doing.
Love that
just
what you're
as
doing.
they did in the great radio days.
That's right.
And I want to thank you, the After-SAG players, for doing this. It helps keep alive a golden age that was far too short. And
Amen.
it brings it to a lot of people. You know, you look around in the audiences who come to these things and you say, yeah, there are people here who remember those shows. They can tell that by looking at them.
Oh, yeah.
But then you see a lot of young people who never had the
Exactly.
experience of hearing those shows, except through reruns. And then you also find a great many of those people in the audience who never had the opportunity to watch a show being done live.
That's right.
And that's just an exciting thing to see. The actors moving up and forward to the microphones and away from the mic, scripts in hands, the sound effects being taken care of, the cues, the director throwing the cues. Wonderful experience for them and for you folks too.
And
right?
for us too.
That's right.
Well, you've done so much for us that we are very thankful for by
Oh, you got
presenting
us
old-time
started,
radio
yeah.
dramas. You got us started.
Well, you guys were right there. You were ripe for the picking.
You got us started, and you found these wonderful sound people. Connie Shaughnessy and her group.
And the group,
yeah.
right? They help out all of. They're busier than most everybody else. Any comments from anybody? Bernie?
Well, I would just like to put in one strong plug for how lucky you are to have a compatriot in Ken Alexander.
Oh, thank you.
Because he is one of the most talented voice and impression people I have ever heard in my life.
Yes.
There isn't any person who's in the show business world that he cannot replicate with that wonderful talent of his, and he has done it so often on your show. He's just great.
Thank you. He will be delighted to hear that. Thank you. So thanks very much, all of you, for being with us today.
More
you.
than
Thank
welcome.
you.
It's
And
our pleasure.
best of luck. Keep it up. Keep it all going up. And
You have time for one more? I think Randy was frustrated earlier, no? Oh, he just passes the microphone.
Randy Larson passing. Actually, just take a minute. Randy, you're a relative newcomer to this voiceover world.
So I can't do the grandfather voice.
So how did you get? Yeah. So how do you find it getting started into this?
Oh, I absolutely love it, and I'm in such awe of the. I won't call them my peers, but they're certainly my co-members on the committee. I'm a frustrated actor for many years who made the break and entered the business just on a full-time or on a professional basis about 3 years ago. And I just find it fascinating to go to meetings even, just to listen to the business of the business, and then to get to audition and sometimes get a part and do some acting with these talented people. I came up through the sound effects ranks, and of course I always acted amateur productions, but then came up through sound effects and said, boy, I'd like to be doing that someday. And someday I did. So
you are a card-carrying member of AFTRA?
Of AFTRA, yes. Yes, I am.
And join in the frustrations of not getting a job, but occasional the joys of getting a job, right?
Absolutely.
Well,
You
good
don't
luck
think
to
about
you.
the auditions you don't get called back on. You think about the ones you do get, and that's what keeps you
I
going.
guess what you have to keep positive.
Right.
Thank you all so much, very much.
Thank you,
Don't
Jack.
touch that.
You know, when I was a kid listening to the radio on the floor of our living room, in front of that Zenith console radio, the one with the flickering green eye, every Saturday morning, I found myself listening to a great lineup of programs designed specifically for kids. There was a great bunch of shows on there. We had Let's Pretend, and we had The Adventures of Frank Merriwell. We had Smilin' Ed McConnell and the Buster Brown Gang. And perhaps my most favorite of all was The Adventures of Archie Andrews. And when they came on the air, the kids in the studio audience just generated so much excitement. And I was excited as well. And while we all sang together in the studio audience, and I was at home singing Tender Beef, Juicy Pork, known from the West Coast to New York, Swiss Premium Franks, Swiss Premium Franks. And then Archie Andrews would be calling down from the window in his room to Jughead, and he'd say, Jughead, I got a big problem. I can't imagine what's going to happen. And what would Jughead say but, relax, Archie, relax. And that's the voice of Harlan Stone, who played Jughead Jones on the Archie Andrews radio show. Hal, how many years did you play Jughead?
Well, that was my natural voice.
Bring it down a few octaves.
Yeah, close to 10 years, I think.
10
it
years,
was, yeah.
huh? That was one of the. Was that a good experience for you playing Jug?
Oh, sure, sure. A lot of fun things. I had started as an actor at age 8 in the theater, and started to do some early radio as well, but out of New York, NBC and CBS. but did a lot of traveling in road shows of major Broadway hits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my early radio career was, spasmodic until about age 12, because I was out of town most of the time. And at that point, then I started to work hot and heavy in radio in New York. And at age 13, I got the part of Jughead, and that carried me through age 23.
You mean you were a teenager for all those years?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Did you chop those years off now at this end of the line?
No, I'm going to be 75 this coming June.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Well, you were just a kid then doing all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Very, very young. And you had experience not only doing the Archie show, but you did a lot of other radio shows.
Yes. Not so much running parts.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be called to audition for somebody needed a kid, a teenager, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of competition. So you'd go up against some of the heavyweights, and it was luck of the draw. You got the part or you didn't get the part, but there was always another one around the corner. So I did lots of radio.
Did you audition? I would assume you auditioned for the role of Jughead.
Yeah, well, sure.
And
yeah,
was there much competition?
I think every teenage actor in New York was called up for the role. And I went in and read. And Tony Leader was doing the casting, Anton Leader.
Mm-hmm.
And I had worked for him on other things. And you walk into the studio, and everybody's in the control room. And Tony and I guess other representatives from NBC, and possibly, and more than likely, Goldwater and Silverclide, who were the publishers of Archie. I didn't know at the time. And so Tony gets on the talk back, and he says, hi, Harlan. Harlan was my stage name, my professional name. He says, hi, Harlan, how are you? I said, fine, Mr. Leader. How are you? He said, look, there's a lot of people outside, so let's make this quick. Have you read the Archie comics book? And I said, oh, yeah, sure. And he said, well, you know the character of Jughead? Uh-huh. He said, well, I'd like you to give us your interpretation of what you think Jughead would sound like. He said, there's one thing. I don't want him to sound like Homer on Henry Aldrich. And so I did my thing.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they liked it enough. And they called me back about 2 weeks later with a couple of other people for the final read-through, and I got the part. Now, Charlie Mullen tells an interesting story that I was not aware of. Charlie was the original Archie on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie says originally they had told him he was going to play Jughead.
Oh.
But then after they heard my interpretation of the character, they bumped him over to Archie and made me Jughead.
Ah.
That's from Charlie. So he wrote a book, and that was included in his book.
But you weren't auditioning for Archie.
No. They had pretty much locked him in for Jughead, he says, and then they decided in the final analysis that they wanted me to play it.
But why did they ask you to interpret Jughead for them if they had already figured?
Oh,
he
no,
was play?
I'm sure this was in the early audition stages.
Oh, I see.
Where, they had pretty much
people.
indicated, that they thought he was, number one choice for Jughead, but they kept auditioning people.
Now, Saturday mornings then were not for a long time.
Oh, for many years.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, did you have to rehearse before Saturday for this show?
Initially, yes. Initially, I think it was like a Wednesday. We would go in, read the script and get the rough timing, and then come back early Saturday and rush it up, dust it off, make cuts, go on mic, integrate the music and the sound effects. But then after a while, it didn't make sense to break it up like that. We just fell into the roles, and there wasn't much that had to be changed. So initially, we would come in at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, having rehearsed or first read-through the prior Saturday. So after a show on Saturday, we'd sign autographs. The cast would hang around, wait for the studio audience to clear out. Then we would read next Saturday's script, maybe spend an hour at it.
Mm-hmm.
Then come in early at 8 o'clock the following Saturday. So it just became one day a week.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
That was good. Now, when you started, then this was when the program started.
No.
The
program was originally on WOR.
Local.
Yeah, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had a mini network of sorts, so I don't know just what markets they went into. And the original Archie was Jack Grimes, and the original Jughead on OR was Cameron Andrews, and it was a 15-minute daily show.
Oh, after school?
I never heard it. I don't know. All I know is that this is what I was told. And I didn't discover this until maybe I was 40 or 50. It probably was a deal where the publisher felt he got more bang for the buck being on network. And their contract probably with OR ran out.
Oh, I see.
And NBC, dangled the dollar sign, and they made the jump to a half-hour weekly. I'm not sure, and I really don't know, and I have nothing to research it with, whether Jack Grimes and Cameron had a shot at it, being moved over from OR. I really don't know.
Well, would it have been, was Swift on there at the time when you came in?
No, we were sustaining originally.
So there wouldn't have been an agency producer involved at the time you were doing this stuff.
And even when we did Swift, I don't recall too many extra people in the control room. But we did Swift for about a year. I think we were probably on the air for 2 years before we picked up Swift.
Oh, really?
And then we were on for Swift for a little over a year, sustaining again for a while. And then at one point, we became summer replacement. I think it was for Gildersleeve.
Oh, really?
On Wednesday nights for Kraft. So we did...
so it was not always a Saturday morning program?
No.
I see.
Just for that summer hiatus.
Well, I guess you got lots of stories to tell.
A few of them.
And we're going to hear...
Some of them I remember.
We're talking with Harlan Stone, Hal Stone, who was Jughead on the Archie Andrews radio broadcast and who was involved in so many of the various programs that were on the air during the good old golden days of radio. And as long as you were part of them, Hal, I know they were golden.
Oh.
We're going to talk more about all that as we continue this afternoon. But we do have some radio shows to play this afternoon, so we're going to get to our Miss Brooks in just a moment. I'm Chuck Schaden. Our guest is Hal Stone. This is Those Were the Days, old-time radio on public radio, every Saturday from 1 to 5 Central Time on WDCB. Old-time radio on public radio from College of DuPage, 90.9 FM, WDCB Glen Ellen, and worldwide on the World Wide Web at WDCB.org, where Patty Stulton listens to us in Scottsdale, Arizona. And Patty happens to be in the studio with us this afternoon. So welcome on the Internet when we're not here and out here in person, Patty. We're glad to have you with us.
She's a good-looking lady.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they're all good-looking out here in Scottsdale, Arizona, I'll tell you that. This is a great program with Eve. You never played on Our Miss Brooks, did you?
No.
Or did you?
No. And I think he stole my voice.
Walter Denton?
Yeah.
We're going to talk a little bit about those voices in just a moment. Well, as we continue. Going to be around all afternoon, right?
Yeah, well, as long as I can stand up.
Okay, well, we got a good chair for you, too. From September the 10th of 1950, Eve Arden stars as Our Miss Brooks. Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you very much. And, we're talking about all the books that are available on our website. There is a great book about the good old days of radio that's not available on our website, but is available from our guest this afternoon, Hal Stone. Harlan Stone wrote a great book called Relax, Archie, Relax. Now, I'm wondering, very often in Chicago, I'll hold up the book to the microphone so our listeners can see, but I'm out here in Scottsdale now.
No webcast, huh?
No, well, it might happen. It might happen. Let's see. Ken, if I hold this up, can you see this book out in Glen Ellen, DuPage County?
Yeah. It's has a picture of a young Harlan Stone. It says "All Relax, Archie Relax" by Hal Harlan Stone. He's an NBC microphone, an RCA 44 microphone in front of him. He's wearing a beanie, one of those beanie hats.
That's right, a Jughead beanie.
A Jughead Jones beanie. It says, "When radio was king, I was once a prince, but ended up a jughead on the cover of the book. Yeah, I can see it very well here.
Very good. See, it works. It works all the way from Arizona. It's amazing how that all works. Hal, this is a great book. I got a real early copy from you at one of the radio conventions a number of years ago, and I guess these are getting as scarce as some of those pep pins they used to pin onto the jughead beanie, right?
About 25 copies remaining.
That's all you have left, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if someone wants a copy of, I know you brought a couple of books.
I started with 30.
So they've been selling like cold cakes, right?
No. It actually, the book was not written for to become a bestseller. It was designed specifically for a niche market, which was old-time radio. And as you well know, we've met at a number of conventions.
Sure.
There's a great array or army of fans out there of old-time radio, and they've kept it alive. And one of the big vehicles is not only your show, but the digest, the OTR digest that's on the web. And it somehow or other, I became friends with Charlie Summers, who you know. And I was in the midst of writing a book about my television career as a director in television. And Charlie says, you got to include your radio days. And I said, Charlie, it's two different books. I said, I feel reverential about my period in radio. And the TV book is going to be an expose about all the idiot advertising agency people I had to work with, as a director. So what happened was I shelved the television book and concentrated on one just about radio, knowing that it would appeal to radio fans specifically. And it's not just about the Archie show, although the title is, I'll relax, Archie, relax. That was the catchphrase. But it's about my years in the theater and in radio. A lot of it spent in Chicago, incidentally. And the people that I met along the way and the fun I had. Radio broadcasting was a special period in my life.
I know a couple of years ago we printed an excerpt from this book in our Nostalgia Digest magazine.
Thank you.
Well, now let's see. The book sells for $26. And if someone listening wants to order a copy, where did they send? Where were they sent?
320 pages. It's got tons of photographs.
Lots of photos,
and where I couldn't find a photograph, I did I have an art background. So I did a lot of sketches and such to illustrate the points. I'm a visual guy, in television, so I wanted the book to be visual as well. To get a copy, the 20 that are remaining, let's see. We can.
You forgot your address.
Yeah. Well, I never call myself or write myself. You can go to the website is one way to do it.
Okay.
And that's www.buy-gone-days.com. Or, and if you go there, you can either get the book through PayPal or you get an order form.
Okay.
Or you can send check or money order directly to Bygone Days Press, Post Office Box 4418, Sedona, Arizona, 86340.
Okay, we're going to repeat that a little later. I'll repeat it now, but we're going to repeat that again through the program, so anyone who wants a copy of this book. And I know you brought a few up here to the studio in the House of Broadcasting today, right?
Yes, one as a gift to the museum, and there's a copy that anybody who's got the money, I'll sell them.
Okay. Well, if I sell some of mine, maybe I'll buy. No, I won't. All right, to get a copy of Hal's book, I'll Relax, Archie, Relax, it's on the website www.buy-gone-days.com. buy-gone-days.com. Or you can just send to Bygone Days, Box 4418, Sedona. That's Sedona, Sedona, Arizona. That's just about 2 hours up the road a piece, right, from Scottsdale?
True. Yes, yeah.
And beautiful place, indeed. That's where all the Arizona color is, right? All the beautiful colors in the mountains and in
in the landscape?
It's actually one of the most beautiful spots I've ever seen in this country. Incidentally, speaking about the book cover, it's subtitled "When Radio Was King, I Was Once a Prince, but Ended Up a Jughead." That has reference to Let's Pretend. That was one of the first radio shows I did.
You did Let's Pretend.
And I was a prince, played a prince on Let's Pretend and ended up a jughead. A different kind of crown.
Was all your youthful radio career out of New York?
No, I began in Chicago.
You began in Chicago?
Yeah, my first radio show was as a guest on, and I forget who, when, where, because I was only 8 years old. But when I was playing in Life with Father in Chicago with Lillian Gish.
On the stage?
Yeah, at the Blackstone Theater.
Oh, yeah.
Is that still there?
No.
Oh, no. And the Croydon Hotel is gone, I'm sure.
Yeah. Even Chicago is missing sometimes.
Well, Chicago is never all there. No, I love Chicago. It was a fun period. I spent 16 months there in Life with Father.
And a little redheaded kid, I suppose.
Yeah, until I got to be a little too big for be a redheaded kid. So when I came back, incidentally, I don't want to digress, but an actor, venerable man named, help me, we talked about him earlier.
Phil Lord.
Phil and Betty Lord. They were, the Croydon Hotel was like a show business hotel. And a lot of show business people lived there, a residence hotel, and those traveling. And that somehow or other they got to meet my mom. And they went to see the play. And they were telling my mom that I'd be a natural for radio, that I could handle a radio career as well. But that wasn't how come I got my first radio job there. It was strictly as a guest on a radio show. And then when I came back to Chicago again, when I was 12 in Tomorrow the World, I was a guest on the Quiz Kids show.
Oh.
I didn't know any of the answers.
You were you became one of the Quiz Kid panelists,
for the day.
right?
For the day.
Yeah.
It was a promotional thing.
Oh, sure.
But Phil Lord, through his influence with my mom and suggestions, when I got back to New York at age 8, I was starting to do radio. One of the first shows I did was Vic's Family of Five. I played the youngest son. Ultimately, it was started out as the Vic's Family, and then I think Vic's became a sponsor. But I had to leave the show because I got in another play. I think it was probably Gertrude Lawrence and Lady in the Dark or something. So I really couldn't stick with any, ongoing role because I was in and out of town so much. It was an interesting period. I enjoyed the traveling. On one of the trips, again, Chicago was involved. I think we were leaving Chicago to go to L.A. And by then I was an old hand at train traveling. And my mom would figure I'd be pretty safe. I could roam up and down between the cars or go to the dining car by myself. And one day I went to the dining car, and they had head waiters, and they'd seat you.
Yes.
And there was this young girl wearing a babushka seated at a table, and the guy brought me up, sat me at the table with her. We said hi, chatted across, and she started a conversation. She said, are you traveling alone? And I said, oh, no, my mom's back, in the Pullman. And she says, where are you going? I said, to L.A. She said, oh, yeah, well, that's my destination, too. You seeing friends or family? I said, no, I'm an actor. Oh, I'm an actress. Oh, really?
Wow.
So we had a lot in common, right? And so at some point she says, do you play cards? At that point, I had learned gin rummy. So I said, yeah, I play gin rummy. Oh, good. Come on back to my compartment. We'll play some gin rummy. So I spent the afternoon playing gin rummy. It was fun. I got back to my car. My mother says, where the heck you been? Blah, blah, blah. She was looking for me. I said, I met this girl, and we were playing cards, and she's an actress. She said, oh, what's her name? I said, Judy Garland.
Oh, wow.
I told you that story because I understand you're going to do a show.
Next Saturday, we'll be doing Judy Garland on radio. All afternoon, we'll have Judy Garland material. Yeah, well, that's great. That's a wonderful story.
There's another Judy Garland story. It didn't happen to me. George Schlatter, the producer, the TV producer, Laughing.
Right.
Early in George's career, he was signed on to be a producer on the Judy Garland show. Well, she had already gone through 6 or 7 producers.
Mhm.
At that stage in her career, Judy was on meds and difficult to work with, really.
Mhm.
So he realized his neck was on the line. He had to work. He had to get it so that they would have a working relationship, and he could get her to do what had to be done as far as rehearsals, showing up on time, etc. So everything is proceeding fairly well until they're scheduled to work with the orchestra and do a number, and something happened. Somebody hit a wrong key, whatever, but she stormed off the set. So he goes running after her, knows time is money, he's got to get her back. And he's, Judy, come back here. Go away, leave me alone. Judy, I have to talk to you. Go away, leave me alone. Go away. And she gets to her dressing room ahead of him, and he tries to get in with her, slams the door in his face. And he's banging on the door. Judy, bang, 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 let me in, bang, bang, bang. And she opens the door. She says, how dare you talk to me like that? And with that, he storms past her, takes a chair, stands on the chair, takes out a cigarette lighter, and holds it up, lights it, holds it up to a sprinkler. He says, you're going to listen to me or I'm going to drown you. She fell over laughing. They became great friends, and he became the producer from that point on.
Well, she needed someone to shake her up a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah.
What a wonderful, formidable talent. That
Incredible. Now, you talked. You mentioned before that, and we want to talk a little bit about this now. You have a career as a television producer.
Mostly directing, yeah.
Directing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had my own production company in New York, so it was producer/director kind of thing. Yeah.
Now, what did you do?
Mostly commercials. That's where the big bucks were.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to get into the Hollywood rat race. I had seen it, I'd been out there enough times that it wasn't a question of where I had to do a feature film it was strictly a business opportunity that I took advantage of. So I had my own studio, my own equipment, my own crews. Nobody else in New York did.
Mm.
And I was able to compete with the biggies and work for every major advertising agency.
So some of the commercials that you produced and directed, I should say?
A lot of Goodyear.
Goodyear.
A lot of General Foods. A lot of car commercials. A lot of cigarette commercials before they went off the air. And that was funny.
Did you have to direct the cigarettes to dance in the early days of television?
Thank God. One of the funny things is...
You would have been the Busby Berkeley of Liggett and Myers or something, I suppose.
Towards the end of that period, after the ban that was to go into effect, the agencies had tons of money that had yet to be spent. And so they were frantically going around making all these commercials so they could bill their clients. And they ran out of talent. In other words, if you smoked one brand, you couldn't do a commercial for somebody else. And not everybody was a smoker. So we had to go to California and mine new talent out there. Some amazing stories over that period in my life.
That's going to be in your next book.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So did you have the opportunity to direct a lot of big names in some of the commercials that you did?
Yeah. I guess one of the biggest you could say would be Bob Hope. You know what? I have worked with many, 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 many people. And a few of them stand out as being really, really wonderful. And a few of them stand out as being really, really difficult. And I'll name names in my book.
Okay. Well, we want to get a copy of that for sure.
It'll be in a plain wrapper.
And it'll also be at Box 4418, Sedona 86340, right?
No. I think this time, I hope I don't sound presumptuous, but I think this time it could be more national interest because people are interested in show business. Okay. The book I wrote was specifically for the OTR fan, the Archie book.
But in the old-time radio world, your book is a bestseller.
Yeah.
It really is a bestseller. Everybody that I know of and who's been involved in all the radio stuff, the fans and the fanatics as well, all go for.
Well, we've got a couple of satisfied customers sitting in the audience.
A few people here, right here. That's for sure. We've got a lot of folks with us today in our Arizona studio here in Scottsdale.
I'm an entertainer, and I tried to make the book entertaining. And it wasn't, as I say, about the Archie show. To me, the Archie show is a kid's show. It doesn't compete with I Love a Mystery and Inner Sanctum. And those were my favorite shows as a kid growing up.
But as a kid's show,
as a kid's show,
you had to come in with a first-class performance, just as anybody who did on one of the nighttime network shows, right?
Absolutely.
And how tough were they? How tough were the producers and directors on you and the other kids in the cast?
No, because, again, once we got into the character and once they felt secure that we knew what the heck we were doing, we were left alone. We were never given readings.
Well, now, you mostly played opposite Bob Hastings as Archie. And then you had the two girls.
Rosemary
Betty
Rice.
and Veronica, right?
Rosemary Rice, who is still very active in a lot of these conventions and the OTR world. Gloria Mann died early, tragically. She was the first Veronica. And then another Arizona resident. Help. There it goes, another senior moment. Oh, if she's listening, she'll hate me. Oh, here we go, here. Jane Webb. Now, you knew Jenny from Chicago, right?
She was a Chicago girl, right?
Yeah, Janie took over in the role of Veronica.
You know, as a kid listening in the audience, Archie was always smitten with one or the other. Is that if he's...
generally, it was Veronica.
You liked Veronica?
Betty liked him. He liked Veronica, and there was a little jealousy between the two girls.
But she could always wind him around her little finger, couldn't she?
Yeah, there was a stock bit that we did on the show, when she had a phony Southern accent. Now, the reason for that, I think the producers decided to be able to tell the two girls apart, they had to have distinctive voices, so she had...
Well, one was brunette and the other was blonde. The listeners knew the difference.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Right. The blonde spoke dumb.
Oh.
Anyway, no.
The views expressed by our guests on this program are not necessarily those of the host and this radio station nor this museum.
Oh, there are some wonderful blonde jokes, you have to admit. Anyway, so they utilized a Southern accent for Veronica. Veronica was the wealthy girl. Her father had beaucoup money. He couldn't see Archie, at all, way beneath his daughter. So she would use and wrap Archie around her finger. She'd say, "Hi, Archie," and he'd do this, and it would be a routine. Well, it got so popular with the kids in the audience that would happen every show. Also, the everybody talking in unison. There was always some crisis going on. Everybody screaming, and Father be yelling, "Quiet, quiet." And the kids in the audience would think it's the funniest thing since, their grandmother, whatever. The point being, there was a problem, in my opinion, when you had a studio audience, the writer would play to get laughs from the studio audience. And a lot of times it would go over the heads of the people listening at home. Fred Allen made a comment once, and I totally agree with him, that live studio audiences ruined radio because you were playing to them. And I got to tell you, we mugged, we did all sorts of physical things on stage, to fit the action, all to get a rise out of the kids.
Well, we're going to be playing in a little while one of the Archie Andrews broadcasts with you as Jug and Bob Hastings as Archie. But right now, next up on our agenda this afternoon, I think I could have washed out all of these programs and you and I sit here and talk all afternoon, but we have some folks who are listening in for The Fat Man, and that's one of the great radio shows from the good old days, and we have an episode of The Fat Man coming up now. So if you'll hang in there for a little bit, we'll get back to this great conversation about all of these great days and have some more fun with our studio audience that you have been playing to as well.
I just have to go over and block the door so my wife doesn't go shopping.
That's right. This is the place. This is the place for shopping. That's right. Our guest is Harlan Stone. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Those Were the Days, Saturdays from 1 to 5, old-time radio on public radio from College of DuPage, 90.9 FM.
WDCB Glen Ellen, and on the World Wide Web at WDCB.org. From July the 8th of 1946, over the American Broadcasting Company, it's Dashiell Hammett's fast-moving criminologist who tips the scales at, who knows, 237 pounds. J. Scott Smart as the Fat Man. In just a moment or so, we're going to be listening in to an Archie Andrews broadcast from 1948 with our guest, Harlan Stone. Hal Stone was portraying Head during a large segment of those Archie broadcasts over the years. But now a few years have gone by, Hal, and you are in on a different mode, and you're still connecting with audiences of radio programs, aren't you?
Yeah, it's amazing. I discovered there's a whole other world out there with the OTR fans. They have clubs all throughout the country. Conventions are held annually in some of the major cities.
We've seen you at the Friends of Old Time Radio Convention in Newark, New Jersey, and at the Spurdvac Convention in Los Angeles. And you got a couple of conventions coming up in the next number of weeks, right?
Before I get into that, I just wanted to make an observation. With all the commercials that you do there, I didn't realize this was a commercial program. My fee just went up.
Well, we'll double. I'm doubling what we agreed upon.
Okay, double or nothing.
Double or nothing.
Yeah, I got you. No, there are a couple of things. As I say, I had happily retired from producing and directing and was living in Florida. Bob Hastings told somebody how to reach me. I guess it was Friends of Old Time Radio in New York. And so that was my first experience to this whole OTR fan club out there. And since then, I've been invited to almost every major convention every year now. And we've got two coming up. One will be in Cincinnati. It may be the final one. I mean, there's some talk. So anybody in the Midwest, if you get a chance, you should come over. Bob Hastings will be there. Rosemary, Fred Foy from the Lone Ranger. I'll be there. Will Hutchins from Sugarfoot Days and Estaghetti's. And then what we do is we round out the cast with a lot of the local people there who are, hams, wannabes, fans. And some of them are quite talented. So we put together quite a few recreations. If you need information about it, you can got your pen and paper handy. You can contact Bob Burchett on HARADIO, HARradio, at hotmail.com.
That's Bob Burchett.
Right.
BRUCHETT. Okay.
And then the other biggie will be in Seattle. Oh, incidentally, I got to give you dates. That will be April 21st, 22nd at the Ramada Plaza. And then there's another big one that I go to every year, and that's out in Seattle. It's called REPS, Radio Enthusiasts of Puget Sound. And we've got a big cast coming there. We've got Alan Young, Dick Van Patten, an old acting buddy of mine, Dick Beals, Donald Buca, who is a really formidable actor from New York radio days, Tommy Cook, Herb Ellis, Rosemary will be there, Gil Stratton. I mentioned Dick Van Patten, Alan Young. I mean, it's going to be a lot of people there, and it's a great convention. They run it real well.
And that's going to be when?
The dates on that one, can't keep them all straight. That will be June 23rd, 24th. And if people need some information about it, they can contact, in capital letters now, HRRMIKES at AOL.com. And then there's one other plug I want to put in.
Okay.
And that's for the digest. You subscribe to the digest, right?
Yep.
This is...
You're talking about an internet digest,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we know about your digest. Very successful. And I really thank you again for that nice plug you put in your digest for the book. Anyway, Charlie Summers runs... I don't know. It's formidable, the amount of people that are members of the digest. And it's a daily thing. Basically, people write in, ask questions, or have a comment, and other digesters respond. And It comes out every day, and there's no cost.
It's all done on the internet.
All done on the internet. And you can get information for that by going to Charlie, CHARLIE, at LOFCOM.com. Charlie,
LOFCOM.
LOF.com. He's listening. He told me that if I didn't do it, he was going to break my leg.
Well, let's repeat this again now. That's Charlie at LOFCOM.com. Okay.
And it's really a neat thing. People discuss all sorts of things on it. A lot of them are what we call lurkers. You know, they don't post or anything like that. They just enjoy reading it. And I only get on if somebody asks me a question. You know, I other than that, it's interesting reading about all sorts of topics about old-time radio.
Lots of people enjoy asking a question, and then they'll say, well, Hal Stone ought to know the answer to this. And then you'll pop up and say, I do, or maybe I don't, but maybe we get information on it.
We've got friends here from the Digest that subscribe, and, you know, I've got to know them quite well.
Yeah, it's no charge. It's just, there you are, right? Yeah. Very good, very good. And by the way, thanks for, you posted something to the Digest in advance of your appearance on our program today.
That's true, yes.
Appreciate that. It was very nice.
By the way, the show that you just played, Ed Begley, super nice guy. I worked with Ed for many years in New York.
Well, he was a big radio actor.
Yeah,
a lot of
very
radio
big.
Yeah,
right. And his brother was also in radio, but didn't have the success that Ed did. But he was always cornering me in the halls of NBC, wanting me to donate my services to one of the religious programs. He was one of the Catholic shows, and you know they didn't have money.
Yeah.
So I would get to do some material when they needed a young kid on Ave Maria Hour, I think it was.
And we talked about your career in New York with the radio shows. And just take a minute before we go to Archie Andrews. When you did Archie Andrews, you were from one of the big studios at NBC. Was it at Rockefeller Center?
Well, we used either Studio 6A or 6B, which became television studios eventually, and Jack Parr came out of it, and Steve Allen.
How big a studio was it? What kind of an audience did you have for that?
I'm guessing we would have maybe a couple of 200-300 people. But the ticket requests, we were the top-rated Saturday morning show, and the ticket requests, particularly in the summertime when the kids were out of school, were so heavy that we had to use Studio 8H, which was the largest radio studio in existence, and I guess maybe 1,000 people could fit in that one.
On the stage, would you describe, we're going to listen to a broadcast now of Archie Andrews. Would you describe the stage setup for the broadcast? You're in front of the audience.
Right.
And as the audience looked at the stage.
Right. It was a raised stage, obviously. And off to one side was the control room. And in 6A, since it was 2 floors and the studio seating area was a bank, so it went up to the floor above. On the floor above would be the client's booth. That's on one wall. The other wall was blank. In the back, they stored a lot of equipment, a lot of organs and xylophones and timpanis and such. So there was a drape across that because the stage would be used for musical productions as well. So you really couldn't see all this clutter in the back of the stage. And maybe the stage was 40 feet deep, and then the curtain, and then there was another 10 or 15 feet beyond that. There were 2 microphones, generally, because you could work 4 people, sometimes 6. I mean, you do a little dance around the microphone. So if there was a crowd scene or so, you could fit everybody in with the 2 microphones, and they weren't necessarily close together. And Bobby and I would generally play on one, or the kids, Rosemary, Betty, Veronica, Jughead, and Archie. And then the other cast, Mom, Dad, would generally use the other microphone, or whoever else we'd have in the show. There's a gentleman here in your audience, Ted Meeland, who did that beautiful scale model
There is an exhibit here at the House of Broadcasting that looks just like one of the major radio studios. Yeah, Ted did a wonderful job with that.
Yeah, Ted was looking for a little bowling pin that he could put on the sound effects table. I told him I'd make him one, and he's yet to get it. One of these days, I promise, Ted.
It's now etched in stone.
And then the
stone.
And then the diorama will be complete. Other than that, you know.
Now, where was the sound effects equipment then for Archie Andrews?
That would, if you're facing the stage, generally that would be to your left.
To the left.
And it would take up quite a bit of room. You know, turntables and generally a door on a big frame on casters and windows. And if we had a thunderstorm, there would be this big frame with this big piece of sheet metal that they'd rattle for thunder. And a table with microphones so he could do his footsteps on the floor. I mean, it was a large enough area. And one of the problems with a live studio audience, the sound effects men thought they were in show business. They would milk these effects like crazy. You know, it was like Fibber McGee's closet all over again every time there was some dramatic thing happening.
Well, it wasn't too dramatic, I'm sure, on Archie Andrews.
Oh, sure. I mean, we fell off ladders, you know. We'd be chugging along in a jalopy, and then the sound effects man would be making the ooga-woogas sound, you know, with the horn, and the E.T. would be playing, and Bobby and I would be standing there at the mic, jumping up and down, so we would get the feeling of
how far we have to go, Archie?
kind of thing.
Did you have did you when you had these crowd scenes going on where I know Mr. Andrews' office said, now wait a minute, this has gone entirely too far or something like that.
Everybody be talking at the same
screaming
time.
and yelling like that. Was this I suppose you'd done it so many times that you really knew how to work this through all the time, but it was kind of chaotic, wasn't it?
Well, it was just naturally. It wasn't scripted. I mean, we just knew what we had to ad-lib.
Yeah.
You know, we'd be talking like this, but Archie and Chuck would be, and Archie would be talking, and the girls would be talking, and Mother would be talking, and they would say, quiet, and we'd be going, and finally he'd yell at us.
Now, you're using gestures as you're describing all
and
this.
we did on mic.
And you did right on mic. And even if there were no studio audience there, you would be doing those gestures, wouldn't you?
It helps you.
Because it helps you get into it.
It helps you get into the character, and not only that, the vocal inflection. If you're out of breath, you know, you'd be running, you know, and you get that out of breath feeling.
Now, you had you had music on the program in your theme, but it was an organ. It was not an orchestra.
Originally,
right?
It was an orchestra.
It was.
Originally,
really?
we had the NBC band.
Wow.
Yeah. But then, since we were sustaining for so long, meaning to those out there who aren't familiar with the terms, we didn't have a sponsor, so they weren't making money.
The network sustained the program without a sponsor, right?
Until they could find one. And I guess, I don't know whether it was for the economy or what, but we eventually dropped the band, and it was fun. It was great to have I think it was like a 10, 12-piece orchestra.
Wow.
Milt Cadence was the director, and Milt became went to some college as a musical director for a symphony, I think it was. Leo Kempinski composed the theme for the show, and Leo was a big name. And also we shared the stage at Studio 8H with the famous conductor, help me here.
Toscanini?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, you'd pass him in the hall. You know, you'd ride up the elevator with Frank Sinatra. I mean, it was one of those things where... But
oh, jeez.
we did have an organ, and we had one organist for most of the show, and that was George Wright, fabulous musician. And George also played at the Paramount. He did the big organ that rose, you know, from the pit, and people would sing along and all that good stuff.
Now, these little musical bridges, sometimes there would be just a bridge from one scene to the next, and let's just say, hypothetically, you and Archie were going to be. Archie would say, "Jug, follow me, and we'll go and see what's going on over here." And then all of a sudden, you'd hear a little line, "Me and my shadow" or something like that, right? Did he just pull that stuff out of the air?
Absolutely. In other words, there was no specific piece of music that was written in. It was just musical bridge, and George was a genius at finding the right song that accentuated what was happening or going to happen.
Now, when you're doing this show in front of all these hundreds and hundreds of kids who are really excited about all of this stuff, and then you're, in a way, playing to the kids in the studio as much as you were at the listeners at home, how did you ever manage to get off on time? Because there had to be a lot of time used up by the audience reaction. How much did they account for on that?
Generally, you'd get familiar with what worked and what didn't work. We knew what the routines generally got laughs, and the director would have provisional cuts in case there was heavy-duty laughter and unexpected laughter, or you would have stretch. He'd do a stretch signaling, and he'd be timing at the bottom of each page. He'd be looking to making sure that the show. So
you might be getting a direction as the show is progressing near the end of it.
Only
saying,
towards the end, speed up or on the nose.
Yeah.
Or,
but if they had to cut a scene.
Well,
they're going to let
it
you
wasn't
know
so. It didn't happen so much on Archie. It did happen on a lot of other radio shows where you would have provisional cuts that the director would, in the dress rehearsal or following the dress, would indicate what sections had to be cut.
I'm getting a notice from the people in the studio saying we're running short on time and we're not going to be able to play an Archie Andrews program today.
That does bother me. I've heard him enough. I know what it sounds like.
They're going to give me the hook if I took Archie Andrews off the air here. No. We have an Archie Andrews program. We're going to listen to it right after this word from our announcer in the studio, Mr. Ken Alexander. There it is, The Adventures of Archie Andrews from September the 18th of 1948. Our guest, Harlan Stone, has been with us throughout the afternoon. He played Jughead on the show. Does that bring you back, hearing that show again?
Yeah, I'll say.
Have you heard many of the shows over the years? I mean, after the show went off the air and you were no longer involved in it, I suppose you didn't hear too many of these programs until you got involved with these radio groups again.
Interestingly enough, Chuck, recently, maybe last year, an old disc surfaced. In the early days, you'd have to do repeat broadcasts.
Right.
You'd hang around the studio for another hour or so, and then you come back in and do the show again until they started transcribing it. And it became a lot easier when they used tape. But in this case, they found an old NBC transcription with 10 shows that had never been distributed as far as in the OTR world among the hobbyists. And they cleaned them up. Radio Archives got involved and cleaned up the masters. And we released it at Reps last year in Seattle, and they did a nice job. They put them on CDs, and they had nice covers. And then Bob, Rosemary, and I autographed 50 copies of them, and they sold like cold cakes.
I bet.
No, but it was a fundraiser for the club.
Sure. You contributed a lot to the radio days. Best known, I guess, for your role in the Archie Andrews program, but you had been involved in so many other shows over the years. As you think back upon those days, were they really good days for you?
Oh, absolutely wonderful, yeah. Well, as a kid growing up, I was fortunate because, there's an awkward age in show business, and that's the teenage years. And to get this part when I was 13, and carried me through till I was 23. But there were a lot of other shows. I didn't work very hard to be an actor. I mean, I guess maybe
it became natural for you.
Yeah, I guess I goofed off, collecting a paycheck every week doing Archie. But I'd get calls to do other shows, Ethel Merman, Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum. The directors would know you, and if they thought if you were right, and again, towards the end of my radio career, I was playing young men. I played an NBC page on Ethel Merman. But then again, I was still doing character actors as well. I remember we did Dead End for Theater Guild of the Air, and I played one of the Dead End characters, a character named Spit. And there were a lot of radio actors, young kids my age that were doing the show. No, they're very fond memories, and everybody in the business, like we talked about Ed Begley earlier, and there were a number of famous people that ultimately became famous that I had the pleasure of working with because they'd appear on the show every once in a while.
As a youngster,
Art Carney, for one.
Oh, he did a lot of work out of New York.
Art played my Uncle Herman on a number of shows. But Art would be used, he was so talented, he'd be used as an Irish cop on one episode or something else. Another one that went on to fame and fortune. See, a lot of them went on to fame and fortune in television. They were able to make the transition. Another one was the guy who played on Wild Wild West.
Conrad?
No. Yeah. Senior moment again. Ross Martin.
Ross.
Super neat guy. Ross lived out on Long Island where I live, so anytime Ross did the show, we'd get a chance to ride home together on the Long Island Railroad. And
you mean
Ross,
you didn't have a chauffeured limousine to drive you back and forth?
Of course not. Man, when I was able to drive, when I got to be 18, I had a 1941 beat-up Pontiac convertible, and I was driving into the city. You could park in NBC. They had a garage right underneath it. And I was driving in one day, and my muffler went out. Just fell right out of this old rust bucket. And fortunately, I was able to hitch a ride into the city to be able to make the broadcast. Many times, though, I'd take the subway from Flushing into New York and then transfer, and then you get onto an independent train, which lets you out right in the bottom of the building at 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
Were you going to public school as a youngster?
No, I went to parochial school. My mother had contacts with the nuns, so I was able to get out. During my modeling career, I started modeling when I was 3. But if I had a show to do, I was able to get out and make up the work and stuff.
How did your stature in show business affect your relationships to your peers? You know, the other kids in school or girlfriends?
I had buddies. I tried to be normal. I tried to lead a normal life, although I didn't necessarily grow up normal. But no, it was kind of fun. In the early days of the Archie show, when I was 14, 15, 16, the age range for the kids coming to the show were like 6 to 12 or 15 in some cases. So, you know, it gave me a little stature with the girls, shall we say. So, but I always suspected whether my buddies were using me and my notoriety, in a manner of speaking, as Jughead to meet the girls that would hang around, you know, kind of thing. No, I had a normal life, and I thought I looked at show business as a job. That was all. It wasn't something that I aspired to. I woke up one morning and, gee, I'm an actor.
But yet a lot of kids your age didn't have a job. I mean, they were not working yet. Maybe after 16 or 17.
Well, let's put it this way. I worked Saturdays, maybe total 4 hours. My father would not let me sit on my butt the rest of the week. I had to work with him.
Oh.
You know, he was a general contractor. So, and that stood me in great stead because I learned carpentry and plumbing and electric and all that kind of stuff. So right now I'm in a 3-year project of rehabbing my house. And I'm sorry now that he taught me all those things.
But yet he kept your feet on the ground with all this stuff, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I can't tell you how much it's been a joy and a pleasure to have you with us today. I appreciate you coming into Scottsdale from Sedona.
It's been fun, Chuck. And if you get up our way, please stop by.
Thanks so much. Try to
invite all the rest of you people. Come on up.
Come on. We'll set a date and we'll have an open house.
Hey,
you're going to give everybody a hammer and a saw and work on that remodeling project.
No, I'm going to charge admission after the thing is finished.
Thanks very much.
Hey, Chuck. Great seeing you, and I appreciate the fans that came by today. Nice seeing you all. Thank
Harlan
you.
Stone, Hal Stone, star of Archie Andrews. Thank you very much for being with us. Chuck Schaden here on Those Were the Days, Saturdays from 1 to 5. Old-time radio on public radio from College of DuPage, 90.9 FM, WDCB Glen Ellen, and on the World Wide Web at WDCB.org.
Well, today we have another special event going on. We have Chuck Schaden is going to interview this lovely lady, Gloria McMillan. And also, this is the first time they've met each other. How about that? So,
very exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not a panelist this time. I'm all over here. I don't know. Walden has everybody working to the nth degree. But it's always a pleasure working with these great radio shows, isn't it?
It's great fun. I'm having a really good time. And this is my first time, and I'm just amazed that there are all these people. The first experience I had was anyone involved with old-time radio, they invited me to a SPURDVAC meeting in Los Angeles. And I did that in Pasadena. And that was the first time that I'd ever even realized that such a situation existed, I guess. I don't know. And then when they invited me to come up here, I was just thrilled. And my husband came with me, and we're just enjoying it immensely. Just immensely.
See, you thought you were all through with all this radio business.
I did. No, you're never through.
That's exactly right. And this opens up a whole new field for you. And there's all kinds of folks out there today who never had the opportunity to hear the shows when they were first broadcast, and certainly never had the opportunity to meet the people who put on those shows that we love so much. So this is a chance for a little bit of romance between you and the audience then and now.
Well, it's definitely on my part, because without the audience, the radio shows were useless, you know. And I think it's wonderful that you have this interest, because I think it's really kind of too bad that my grandchildren, and we have 8 of them, we have 5 children and 8 grandchildren, and it's kind of a sadness to me that they never experienced radio. It's all right there, you know, and I sometimes think everything is so in their face, if you'll use that expression, the video games and all the electronics, and their listening abilities and the creating in their minds what we, the actors, wanted to create. To me, that was magic, and that was the magic of radio. That wonderful connection with people you didn't even see or know, and yet there was this creativity, a joint activity. And I think it was a most wonderful thing, and I am saddened that our children today don't have that.
Have any of your grandchildren ever met Harriet Conklin?
Oh, I think so, because I have to tell you, it's kind of funny that you asked me that question. My 11-year-old, our 11-year-old grandson, who has the acting bug, and I'm afraid it was passed down somehow. But he's doing his very first show this summer in where we live, in a live musical theater venue, and he's going to be doing Alice in Wonderland, and he's doing the role of the Dormouse, and he's singing and dancing. And he said, oh, he calls me Mermo, and he said, oh, Mermo, this is so much fun, and he's just having a wonderful time. But we went to Barnes & Noble. We love to go there. That's a bookstore, and you have it here. Sure. It's everywhere. So whenever you ask them, where do you want to go? Barnes & Noble. So we were going to Barnes & Noble one time, and I was looking in the radio and television section in the, I guess it's I don't want to call it an encyclopedia, but it's a very thick book about radio. So I thought, gee, this is kind of cool, and I'm thumbing through, and in the index there's my name, you know. And I thought, oh my goodness. And so I had to show that to my grandson, and so now they've told all their friends that their Mermo is in an encyclopedia somewhere. And we visited with our grandson, and also went to the museum. Well, no, he wasn't with us, but we went to the radio museum. There's a wonderful museum in New York of radio and film. And there I am again in the museum. And so we had to tell him that too. So but I joke about it, but I'm very honored. I'm very honored to have been part of that wonderful time.
When did you start with that wonderful time? When did you begin?
I started when I was 4 years old on KGW, which is in Portland, Oregon. I believe it's the CBS affiliate. Is that correct? NBC. NBC. I started when I was 4, and I sang and I danced. I tap danced at 4, and they would put me up on a box to sing into the mic on a show called Stars of Tomorrow. Jane Powell started on that show, a lot of people. And they would take me then down off the box, and they would bring in a plank of wood, and I would tap dance on the wooden plank for the radio. Now, if you can visualize that. So that was my beginning, and it's everything in life comes full circle. My husband and I own a performing arts studio. We have about 600 students, and we've been in that business for 32 years. And I teach acting, of course, and tap. I teach about 8 classes of tap a week. So, see, everything just keeps going around and coming around.
Well, this is being recorded for broadcast, and in fact, it is being broadcast, and we could clear this off the top here, and you could tap dance again on radio today.
I think I'll just, telling you is good. But my husband is a wonderful tap dancer, wonderful actor, singer. His background is musical theater, so we make a good team, and we just love our students. We have about 9 teachers and all these wonderful kids from ages 3, and Ron's oldest tap student, he has lots of adults, is, how old? 80. Tap dancing. Wow. So we just have a ball every day of the week. We just love what we do. I loved acting myself, but I never thought I would love teaching as much as I do. I just love sharing all that with all these kids. It's great.
Now, when you joined the cast of Our Miss Brooks, you were a teenager at that time?
I was.
And
I was a teenager, and I'd done lots of radio and.
You had done the Lux Radio Theater many times over the years, didn't you? Lux?
Yes. Oh, my goodness, yes.
I want to talk to you about Lux, but I first want to talk with you about Our Miss Brooks. Now, you were cast as the daughter of Osgood Conklin, the principal of that series, Harriet Conklin.
Yes.
And did you have to audition with a lot of other young ladies for that role?
You know, they did have an audition, and I'm trying to remember how that all came down, but there was an audition, and I got a call from Larry Burns, who was the producer, and he said, "You're going to do Harriet." And I thought, oh my goodness, that was such a, and it was a regular role, which meant I would be under contract to CBS, which I was for 10 years, and up to that point, I was a freelance actress, and I did just lots of radio shows, hundreds of radio shows. I did Mayor of the Town with Lionel Barrymore and Agnes Moorehead, and just on and on. But then when I was lucky enough to be cast in Brooks, that was a career, because we did the radio show, and then when the television show came along, we were doing the television and the radio show at the same time for a while. And then we did a motion picture at Warner Brothers of Our Miss Brooks. So it was a full-time. And I was very lucky, very, very lucky to be a part of that.
When you started, of course, you had no idea that it would go on for many years.
No.
Can you recall, were you hired on a 13-week or a 39-week basis at the beginning, or for the season,
It was just
for example?
kind of loose, as I remember. I think they were kind of checking it out to see if it was going to go or whatever, but I did not sign a contract, no, so they could have let me go at any time. I did sign a contract with CBS when the television show happened, and I was so lucky because they just said, when the television show when the television show starts, we're all going to go together. And I think that was Eve's doing, because I think we had become a family really by then, and I think she was the one who said, I want all my family to go with me.
But one of the family members didn't make it to TV.
No. The man who played Mr. Boynton on the radio was Jeff Chandler, who was also known as Ira Grossell, and he passed away before we did the TV show. And so Robert Rockwell was the new Mr. Boynton, and until the very last, and he passed away gosh.
Well, I think the
3 or 4 years
the
ago.
chronology is a little bit off, if I may.
Oh, please, 'cause I'm probably wrong.
Jeff Chandler was so busy and so big with the movies that he wasn't going to be able to have time for the TV show. And then later, then
quickly
he
after
passed
that,
away.
yeah.
But he was the only one who didn't move. And I thought that Robert Rockwell, who did Mr. Boynton on the TV, was pretty good.
He was
He was a good replacement.
He was a wonderful, wonderful man.
Yeah. Now tell us a little bit about the routine when you got into the studio and saw this week's script for the first time. What was it? What did you do? You sit around the table, read?
We did a round table, and then we just had a wonderful writer. Al Lewis was the writer, and he was just brilliant. And as I remember growing up as a kid, the round table reading to me was just the most fascinating part of the process. I was a child, and I'll never forget, I did a show one time with Joan Crawford, and at the round table, I probably was 10 or so, 11 maybe, she leaned over to the director and she said, "Does that child ever talk?" Because, and the director kind of laughed and he said, "Oh, she's just a well-trained actress." And Joan Crawford said, "Oh." But I had been trained, as Johnny McGovern and Tommy Cook and all these other kids know that have kids, now that we're grown. We were lucky to be there, and we better know our skill and our craft and what we were doing, or there were other kids waiting in line behind us that would have been very happy to do what we were doing. So my mom always reminded me I was really a lucky kid. And she said, "Now you just listen. That's what you want to do, Gloria. You want to listen." So I did. But she was funny because she didn't think I even could talk because I was so quiet. But it was wonderful, the round table, and on comedy shows like Bob Hope and Red Skelton, which I was lucky enough to do, the writers and their comments and interaction about what is funny and what is not was, to me, just fascinating. They would spend so much time reading a line and then reading it another way and then taking out a word. Can you imagine? Because the punchline would come quicker and it would be funnier. And I can remember that. It was like surgery or something. And I thought, isn't that fascinating? They're worried about, one word makes the timing different, and the laugh would play in a different way. And so I really had a wonderful education in comedy and the art of comedy, and it's really fascinating. I was a very lucky child.
How did the presence of a live studio audience for each of those shows affect your performance?
Oh, I loved it. It was fun. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I loved it. Lux Radio, of course, was done in that wonderful theater, which is in L.A., and it was a thrill because everybody was so well dressed, and the cast filed on, and we sat in seats, and it was just kind of, get goosebumps. It was a very elegant affair, and you felt very privileged. And I know a lot of my friends here who have done that show know the feeling because you were privileged to do a Lux because Cecil B. DeMille was such a wonderful person. And
did you have most of the cast of the Lux Radio Theater from week to week? The principal actors would be from the movies.
Yes.
Few of them would have had a lot of radio experience.
Yes.
But they were surrounded always by the professionals from Radio Row, so to speak. And you were one of those professionals.
Yes, I was lucky enough.
Now, did you ever have an opportunity to spend any time with any of the visiting stars from Lux?
Actually, again, I just remember it was a very serious process, and it was very, we worked hard. We rehearsed, I think somebody was reminding me that we rehearsed 3 days for Lux, and most radio shows didn't do that. No, I just think it was serious business, at least for me, and I was thrilled to be there. I was always in awe of Mr. DeMille because he was an incredible man. Can I tell you a story about him?
Of course.
I was a stand-in. I was called to stand in for Margaret O'Brien. She was starring in one of the shows, and she memorized all her lines because she didn't read well. And that was a long, long show. And the director brought me into rehearsal, and I was there, and I didn't rehearse really. I watched her, and I was to do everything. In the event that she didn't remember, I was to take over, which is, a scary thought. And I remember the director saying, now, Gloria, you're going to, when the audience comes in, you're going to go off stage and wait. And if we need you, we'll let you know, and you can run, quickly get on stage and take over. And I thought, okay, I was just thrilled to death to be there. And of course, I just thought Margaret O'Brien was wonderful anyway. And I later worked with her in dinner theater in Los Angeles as we were adults, which was kind of fun. And Mr. DeMille, before the show, said to the director, why is Gloria over there off stage? And he said, well, because she's standing in for Margaret. Oh, no. He said, I'm not going to have that. I want her on stage in a chair. I want her, she's part of the cast. I want her on stage. So as a kid, my heart was just pounding, and I thought, oh, what a kind, wonderful man. He was a wonderful gentleman. I had wonderful experience with him. He was very kind.
But Margaret was there
Margaret
for every
did
line, right?
She was so cute, and she just came through. She was great. And I wasn't, standing back there going, or waiting for her to
she'd
make
break
a
a leg
mistake.
or
No,
something.
because I'd been there in those shoes. I didn't want that to happen. No.
Did she, Margaret O'Brien or any of the others, when you were working with a youngster,
yes,
you were a contemporary, although maybe they were a movie personality.
She was a big movie star, and I was a radio actress. So
but
there
did
was a
you,
big difference.
because you were kids on that show, did you have anything
Not
to
really,
talk about?
not
Nothing.
much.
It was
no,
a little
it was all
star
business.
system.
Oh,
huh?
yes, but she was very nice.
But the Lux Radio Theater was one of the greatest radio shows of all time, and there was a lot of work to it, and you can see that it was tough business. It was hard business, and they always had the uncertainty of working with people not used to doing radio.
Oh,
Didn't
gosh,
they
yes.
have a kind of a
place to hold on?
Yeah, something for the stars to hang on to around the main microphone.
Because there was, you can imagine in film, you can cut and retake. If you mess up, you can just cut. We roll it, do it again, and however many times till you get it right. There is no second chance in radio. There wasn't. You did it the first time right.
You had to sustain the performance for the whole
thing. They
thing.
didn't go back and give you another chance.
Did you have many chances on Our Miss Brooks to do some things other than either reacting to Gale Gordon as the pompous Mr. Kanter?
No, not much.
But you were also loved the romance interest with Walter Denton.
I have to tell you a very funny story. I really did have a terrible crush on him. Really bad. It was bad.
Richard Crenna.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was bad. And I was very quiet, as I have mentioned before. And I just thought he was wonderful. And he went to SC, and I was in high school. I don't know what I was thinking. But he was at SC, and I was in high school. And, anyway. We had a photo shoot to go on, and my mother was very particular, and I wasn't allowed to drive with boys, for heaven's sakes. And Dick said, well, I'll pick you up. And I thought, this is heaven. I get to ride in the car with him, and it's not, reading a script or whatever. Anyway, my mother, after she talked with him, I got to ride in the car to do this photo shoot that we did. And so, of course, being a teenager and madly in love with him, I thought, well, gee, that's pretty good. He offered to take me, That must mean something, right? Well, very shortly, and then time went on. Obviously, there was nothing going on. Time went on, and we got a wedding invitation because he was going to be married, and I was just devastated. I did not go to that wedding. Now, can you believe that? I did not go to that wedding. I was devastated. I stayed home. I did. I was terribly embarrassed, and I made some silly excuse to him on the set when I saw him after that I don't know, I was sick or I was something. I made an awful excuse, but I couldn't go. I was brokenhearted.
And he was oblivious to all of
Oh
this?
my goodness, yes. He teased me mercilessly, unmercifully. He just was fun. Oh, he was so fun on the set. the nicest set in the world, because the crew can sometimes on television get a little, and film, a little off color. And I'll never forget Eve one day went over to one of the light men who was using a big expletive about the light that didn't work. And she walked over to him, and in a very gentle manner, as he came down off the ladder, she said, "We have a young teenager on the set, and I won't allow that language. So I appreciate it if you wouldn't use that word again." She ran. Oh no, they respected her immensely. She was a wonderful woman.
She loved the show.
Oh,
she loved doing the show.
It was
both
just
on
a family.
radio and TV.
It was a family. We had the best time in the world.
Did you do things socially?
Not much. We went to her house several times and had parties and things. I got to socialize with her when she invited me to do dinner theater with her as a young woman. I was married and had children, and she kept asking me to do. They did a play called Under Papa's Picture. Eve and her husband Brooks toured in that, and she asked me a couple of times, and I just couldn't with my family. And she called me once again, and she said, "No, I'm not going to take no this time. You're going to do it, and it's close at home. It's up in Seattle, and I want you to go, and I want you to do it with me, and I'm not going to listen to any no's." And I did it. I worked it out so that my children would be okay with my mother-in-law, and I did do Under Papa's Picture here at the Cirque. It's no longer here, I know, but just 3 months of the most wonderful time. And at that point, I was a young woman and a mother, and we had a lot in common. And it was a wonderful, wonderful time. I'll never forget it.
She was the queen pin, if you will, of that program.
Oh gosh.
And did she have much input into the scripts?
She would. She and Al would hassle out some things, not in a negative way at all, but they would talk about, does this play, is this funny? What if we did it this way? Why don't we switch the sentence around? And what do you think? And then she'd try it, and she was very involved. Had absolutely no star problems. She was just a wonderful co-actress, is what she was.
You had an opportunity over the years to come in at the beginning of a series and carry it all the way through to its end on both radio and television. I would imagine it was a lot easier and maybe less rehearsal as it went along, because everyone knew their roles. They knew their characters, right?
Yes.
And
we would have to wake up Gale Gordon, because he'd be on the set, in his office, in the school with his feet up on the desk, sound asleep. And Dick Crenna and I decided that the man could go to sleep if you just snapped your fingers. He'd be snoring away. But we all did. We were so comfortable with it, and we knew each other so well that it just played itself. It really did.
One of the characters on that show, one of the actors on that show, whom we never hear much about, was the woman who played the landlady, Mrs. Davis, and that was Jane Morgan.
Janie Morgan, and she was just consummate actress, just a wonderful, wonderful woman. And I'll never forget one day Eve asked her, she said, "Janie, I don't understand how you are so healthy. You're never sick. You're never sick." And Janie said, "Well, that's because I only eat 4 days a week. I don't eat the other 3. And Eve and I looked at each other. That would not work for me. That would not work. And I think that's true. I think she was a very light eater. Isn't that funny? She just, she was slender, but she smoked like crazy. She smoked a lot. But I guess maybe that balanced out with the lack of food or
Made
something.
her lose her
I
appetite,
don't know.
maybe.
She was wonderful, and she was the funniest. We all did a lot of laughing on that set.
You had a great opportunity to work with one of the great radio actresses, Agnes Moorehead, when you were on Mayor of the Town. And then, of course, Lionel Barrymore.
Conrad Binion, I know he's one of the...
he participates in events like
yes,
this
and
many
he
times,
was he was at the Spurred VAC meeting that I attended, that I was invited to attend, and we had not seen one another since mayor of the town. How many years? I don't even want to think. And he wasn't there, when we started, and I thought, I was hoping he'd be here, And I was talking away and all of a sudden there he came through the door. It was wonderful. It was just great. And It was wonderful. I was a regular on that show. That means that I was in and out in that role, the mayor of the town.
He was
so fun.
Conrad played Butch on the show,
and I
you
played
were his his love
Charlie
interest.
Bronson, yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Barrymore would give us little hints about good acting, you know. And of course, being a Barrymore and Agnes Moorehead would always give us little hints about things, and not in a mean or any way other than just kind and helpful and loving. And Mr. Barrymore he was in his wheelchair, and he would sit at a table, and we would work together on a mic. And, he was very, very kind, very, very kind to us.
He was not threatening at all.
Oh, no, not at all. Just helpful.
Not the Mr. Potter that we know from the Wonderful Life.
No. He was so gentle and so kind, and always the teacher, you know. Maybe if you paused on that, why don't you try that, Gloria, you know? And I would, and he'd say, yeah, I like that. That's good. Keep that. We'll do that. Just helpful.
You've spoken of many tips that you've received from your fellow performers on these shows. Before getting into radio, did you have any schooling on radio acting or dramatics?
I did, yes. I when I came to Hollywood, when I was 6.5 probably, my mom decided I was going to be a star. And my dad worked in the railroad for Union Pacific, and my mom put my sister, and the three of us came to LA to be a star, and she wrote every personality in film and radio at that time. Everybody, Rudy Valley, Edward G. Robinson, Lionel Bear, everybody. She had, you know, about this daughter that was so brilliant and wonderful. And I had done a lot of theater, live theater in the meantime, but when I turned 8.5, I had done radio, and I went to Ben Bard Studios in LA and studied, but I also did a lot of live theater as a child. And a letter came in the mail, and it was from Edward G. Robinson. And he was inviting me. He had got her letter. He had gotten the letter from my mom, and he invited me to audition, and I got a role, and that was the very first radio show, Big Town. Mm-hmm. And it was a Christmas show. And I just thought that was it. And he gave me the most beautiful gold bracelet as a Christmas present after the show was over, and I just thought, oh, you know, it was wonderful. It was just wonderful.
Did you really enjoy those days, or did you think of it as work?
Oh, no, never. My mom was just very unique. She later became a very important motion picture agent for children in Hollywood. When I was put under contract to CBS, she said, what am I going to do now, you know, because she went to the studio with me, but she was not a Hollywood mother. She was just a real mother.
Was she a
wonderful
stage mother?
Oh, no.
No?
Oh, no. Directors loved her. And my favorite story about her is she had, Jay North was her client. He did Dennis the Menace and Father Knows Best, the kids on that. And Kathy Garver was her client. She had some wonderful clients. And she had a group of her kids at Disney one day, and she was going past Mr. Disney's office, and this voice came from his office. Hazel, is that you? Her name was Hazel McMillan. He came out, and he said, now, why are you going past my office? When you're here with your kids, I want you in this office, and you got to come in and say hello. What are you doing today? What film are you know? That says it all. She was well loved in the industry, and she was a wonderful, wonderful theater mother. She wasn't your regular theater mother.
Now, you appeared in 1975 in a movie called Smile.
I did.
And you were a judge of the beauty contest.
I did. I did. I went to Santa Rosa on location with that film, and that was lots of fun. Melanie Griffith was just a young teenager when we did that film, and
Annette O'Toole was in it?
It was great. That was lots of fun. And later I had the privilege of working with Johnny McGovern, whose name is John Wilder now. He was a radio kid with all of us, and he produced Centennial, which was a mini-series on television. There were 8 episodes, I think. And I had the privilege, he hired me to be in that film, and I was on location for about 3 months up in Greeley, Colorado. It was great, lots of fun.
It's so nice to be able to chat with you and talk about your career. And see, she could have been not a judge in a beauty contest, but she could have been a contestant in a beauty contest.
Oh, you're very, very
But we're delighted to have this opportunity to talk with you.
You turned on the faucet when you asked me questions, because I had nothing but, you know, I had a happy experience, and it was a joyful trip for me and a journey. And I have children in the studio now whose mothers want them in the business, you know. And I always say, they have to want it. They have to love it. They have to really want to be an actress or an actor, and you have to be very careful. And you play a big part. Parents play a big part in what happens to that child.
The love you had for the work you did is reflected in the love of the people who really love the radio shows. And so when your phone rings or you get a note in the mail again one day from this organization or one of the other radio organizations inviting you to come on out and participate and be on a panel or be in one of the reenactments, we hope you'll say yes, because we all look forward to seeing you again.
Oh, I love it. It's been wonderful, and they were so kind and gracious and allowed my husband, Ron Cocking over there, to come with me, and he's a wonderful performer in his own right. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria McMillan.
Well, today we have another special event going on. We have Chuck Schaden is going to interview this lovely lady, Gloria McMillan. And also, this is the first time they've met each other. How about that? So,
very exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not a panelist this time. I'm all over here. I don't know. Walden has everybody working to the nth degree. But it's always a pleasure working with these great radio shows, isn't it?
It's great fun. I'm having a really good time. And this is my first time, and I'm just amazed that there are all these people. The first experience I had was anyone involved with old time radio, they invited me to a SPURDVAC meeting in Los Angeles. And I did that in Pasadena. And that was the first time that I'd ever even realized that such a situation existed, I guess. I don't know. And then when they invited me to come up here, I was just thrilled. And my husband came with me, and we're just enjoying it immensely. Just immensely.
See, you thought you were all through with all this radio business.
I did. No, you're never through.
That's exactly right. And this opens up a whole new field for you. And there's all kinds of folks out there today who never had the opportunity to hear the shows when they were first broadcast, and certainly never had the opportunity to meet the people who put on those shows that we love so much. So this is a chance for a little bit of romance between you and the audience then and now.
Well, it's definitely on my part, because without the audience, the radio shows were useless, you know. And I think it's wonderful that you have this interest, because I think it's really kind of too bad that my grandchildren, and we have 8 of them, we have 5 children and 8 grandchildren, and it's kind of a sadness to me that they never experienced radio. It's all right there, you know, and I sometimes think everything is so in their face, if you'll use that expression, the video games and all the electronics, and their listening abilities and the creating in their minds what we, the actors, wanted to create. To me, that was magic, and that was the magic of radio. That wonderful connection with people you didn't even see or know, and yet there was this creativity, a joint activity. And I think it was a most wonderful thing, and I am saddened that our children today don't have that.
Have any of your grandchildren ever met Harriet Conklin?
Oh, I think so, because I have to tell you, it's kind of funny that you asked me that question. My 11-year-old, our 11-year-old grandson, who has the acting bug, and I'm afraid it was passed down somehow, but he's doing his very first show this summer where we live in a live musical theater venue, and he's going to be doing Alice in Wonderland, and he's doing the role of the Dormouse, and he's singing and dancing. And he said, oh, he calls me Mermo, and he said, "Oh, Mermo, this is so much fun," and he's just having a wonderful time. But we went to Barnes and Noble. We love to go there. That's a bookstore, and you have it here. It's everywhere. So whenever you ask them, where do you want to go? Barnes and Noble. So we were going to Barnes and Noble one time, and I was looking in the radio and television section in the, I guess it's I don't want to call it an encyclopedia, but it's a very thick book about radio. So I thought, gee, this is kind of cool, and I'm thumbing through, and in the index there's my name, and I thought, oh my goodness, and so I had to show that to my grandson, and so now they've told all their friends that their Mermo is in an encyclopedia somewhere. And we visited with our grandson and also went to the museum. Well, no, he wasn't with us, but we went to the radio museum. There's a wonderful museum in New York of radio and film. And there I am again in the museum. And so we had to tell him that too. So but I joke about it, but I'm very honored. I'm very honored to have been part of that wonderful time.
When did you start with that wonderful time? When did you begin?
I started when I was 4 years old on KGW, which is in Portland, Oregon. I believe it's the CBS affiliate. Is that correct? NBC. Oh, NBC. I started when I was 4, and I sang and I danced. I tap danced at 4, and they would put me up on a box to sing into the mic on a show called Stars of Tomorrow. Jane Powell started on that show, a lot of people. And they would take me then down off the box, and they would bring in a plank of wood, and I would tap dance on the wooden plank for the radio. Now, if you can visualize that. So that was my beginning, and it's everything in life comes full circle. My husband and I own a performing arts studio. We have about 600 students, and we've been in that business for 32 years. And I teach acting, of course, and tap. I teach about 8 classes of tap a week. So, see, everything just keeps going around and coming around.
Well, this is being recorded for broadcast, and in fact, it is being broadcast, and we could clear this off the top here, and you could tap dance again on radio today.
I think I'll just, telling you is good. But my husband is a wonderful tap dancer, wonderful actor, singer. His background is musical theater, so we make a good team, and we just love our students. We have about 9 teachers, and all these wonderful kids from ages 3, and Ron's oldest tap student, he has lots of adults, is how old? 80. Tap dancing. Wow. So we just have a ball every day of the week. We just love what we do. I loved acting myself, but I never thought I would love teaching as much as I do. I just love sharing all that with all these kids. It's great.
Now, when you joined the cast of Our Miss Brooks, you were a teenager at that time?
I was.
And
I was a teenager, and I'd done lots of radio. And
you had done the Lux Radio Theater many times over the years, didn't you? Lux?
Yes. Oh, my goodness, yes.
I want to talk to you about Lux, but I first want to talk with you about Our Miss Brooks. Now, you were cast as the daughter of Osgood Conklin, the principal of that series, Harriet Conklin.
Yes.
And did you have to audition with a lot of other young ladies for that role?
They did have an audition, and I'm trying to remember how that all came down. But there was an audition, and I got a call from Larry Burns, who was the producer, and he said, "You're going to do Harriet." And I thought, oh my goodness, that was and it was a regular role, which meant I would be under contract to CBS, which I was for 10 years. And up to that point, I was a freelance actress, and I did just lots of radio shows, hundreds of radio shows. I did Mayor of the Town with Lionel Barrymore and Agnes Moorehead, and just on and on. But then when I was lucky enough to be cast in Brooks, that was a career, because we did the radio show, and then when the television show came along, we were doing the television and the radio show at the same time for a while. And then we did a motion picture at Warner Brothers of Armis Brooks. So it was a full-time, and I was very lucky, very, very lucky to be a part of that.
When you started, of course, you had no idea that it would go on for so many years.
No.
Can you recall, were you hired on a 13-week or a 39-week basis at the beginning, or for the season,
It was just
for
kind
example?
of loose, as I remember. I think they were kind of checking it out to see if it was going to go or whatever, but I did not sign a contract, no, so they could have let me go at any time. I did sign a contract with CBS when the television show happened, and I was so lucky because they just said, when the television show when the television show starts, we're all going to go together. And I think that was Eve's doing, because I think we had become a family really by then, and I think she was the one who said, I want all my family to go with
But
me.
one of the family members didn't make it to TV.
No. The man who played Mr. Boynton on the radio was Jeff Chandler, who was also known as Ira Grossell, and he passed away and before we did the TV show. And so Robert Rockwell was the new Mr. Boynton, and until the very last, and he passed away.
Well, I think the
3 or 4 years
the
ago.
chronology is a little bit off, if I may.
Oh, please, 'cause I'm probably wrong.
Jeff Chandler was so busy and so big with the movies that he wasn't going to be able to have time for the TV show. And then later, then
quickly
he
after
passed
that,
away.
yeah.
But he was the only one who didn't move. And I thought that Robert Rockwell, who did Mr. Boynton on the TV, was pretty good.
He was
He was a good replacement.
He was a wonderful, wonderful man.
Yeah. Now tell us a little bit about the routine when you got into the studio and saw this week's script for the first time. What was it? What did you do? You sit around the table, read?
We did a round table, and then we just had a wonderful writer. Al Lewis was the writer, and he was just brilliant. And as I remember growing up as a kid, the round table reading to me was just the most fascinating part of the process. I was a child, and I'll never forget, I did a show one time with Joan Crawford, and at the round table, I probably was 10 or so, 11 maybe, she leaned over to the director and she said, "Does that child ever talk?" Because, and the director kind of laughed and he said, "Oh, she's just a well-trained actress." And Joan Crawford said, "Oh." But I had been trained, as Johnny McGovern and Tommy Cook and all these other kids know that have kids, now that we're grown. We were lucky to be there, and we better know our skill and our craft and what we were doing, or there were other kids waiting in line behind us that would have been very happy to do what we were doing. So my mom always reminded me I was really a lucky kid. And she said, "Now you just listen. That's what you want to do, Gloria. You want to listen." So I did. But she was funny because she didn't think I even could talk because I was so quiet. But it was wonderful, the round table, and on comedy shows like Bob Hope and Red Skelton, which I was lucky enough to do, the writers and their comments and interaction about what is funny and what is not was, to me, just fascinating. They would spend so much time reading a line and then reading it another way and then taking out a word. Can you imagine? Because the punchline would come quicker and it would be funnier. And I can remember that. It was like surgery or something. And I thought, isn't that fascinating? They're worried about, one word makes the timing different, and the laugh would play in a different way. And so I really had a wonderful education in comedy and the art of comedy, and it's really fascinating. I was a very lucky child.
How did the presence of a live studio audience for each of those shows affect your performance?
Oh, I loved it. It was fun. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I loved it. Lux Radio, of course, was done in that wonderful theater, which is in L.A. And it was a thrill because everybody was so well dressed, and the cast filed on, and we sat in seats, and it was just kind of, get goosebumps. It was a very elegant affair, and you felt very privileged. And I know a lot of my friends here who have done that show know the feeling, because you were privileged to do a Lux, because Cecil B. DeMille was such a wonderful person. And
did you have most of the cast of the Lux Radio Theater from week to week? The principal actors would be from the movies.
Yes.
Few of them would have had a lot of radio experience, but they were surrounded always by the professionals from Radio Row, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And you were one of those professionals.
Yes, I was lucky enough.
Now, did you ever have an opportunity to spend any time with any of the visiting stars from Lux?
Actually, again, I just remember it was a very serious process, and it was very, we worked hard. We rehearsed, I think somebody was reminding me that we rehearsed 3 days for Lux, and most radio shows didn't do that. No, I just think it was serious business, at least for me, and I was thrilled to be there. I was always in awe of Mr. DeMille because he was an incredible man. Can I tell you a story about him?
Of course.
I was a stand-in. I was called to stand in for Margaret O'Brien. She was starring in one of the shows, and she memorized all her lines because she didn't read well. And that was a long, long show. And the director brought me into rehearsal, and I was there, and I didn't rehearse really. I watched her, and I was to do everything. In the event that she didn't remember, I was to take over, which is, a scary thought. And I remember the director saying, "Now, Gloria, you're going to, when the audience comes in, you're going to go off stage and wait. And if we need you, we'll let you know, and you can run, quickly get on stage and take over." And I thought, okay. I was just thrilled to death to be there. And of course, I just thought Margaret O'Brien was wonderful anyway. And I later worked with her in dinner theater in Los Angeles as we were adults, which was kind of fun. And Mr. DeMille, before the show, said to the director, why is Gloria over there off stage? And he said, well, because she's standing in for Margaret. Oh, no. He said, I'm not going to have that. I want her on stage in a chair. I want her, she's part of the cast. I want her on stage. So as a kid, my heart was just pounding, and I thought, oh, what a kind, wonderful man. He was a wonderful gentleman. I had wonderful experience with him. He was very kind.
But Margaret was there
Margaret
for every
did
line,
it.
right?
She was so cute, and she just came through. She was great. And I wasn't, standing back there going, or waiting for her to
she'd
make
break
a
a leg or
mistake.
something.
No, because I'd been there in those shoes. I didn't want that to happen. No.
Did she, Margaret O'Brien or any of the others, when you were working with a youngster,
yes,
you were a contemporary, although maybe they were a movie personality.
She was a big movie star, and I was a radio actress. So
but did you, because you were kids on that show, did you have anything
not
to
really,
talk about?
not
Nothing.
much.
It was
no,
a little
it was all
star
business.
system.
Oh, yes, but she was very nice.
But the Lux Radio Theater was one of the greatest radio shows of all time, and there was a lot of work to it, and you can see that it was tough business. It was hard business, and they always had the uncertainty of working with people not used to doing radio.
Oh,
Didn't
gosh,
they
yes.
have a kind of a
place to hold on?
Yeah, something for the stars to hang on to around the main microphone.
Because there was, you can imagine in film, you can cut and retake. If you mess up, you can just cut, we roll it, do it again, and however many times till you get it right. There is no second chance in radio. There wasn't. You did it the first time right.
You had to sustain the performance for the whole thing.
They didn't go back and give you another chance.
Did you have many chances on Our Miss Brooks to do some things other than either reacting to Gale Gordon as the pompous Mr. Kanter?
No, not much.
But you were also loved the romance interest with Walter Denton.
I have to tell you a very funny story. I really did have a terrible crush on him. Really bad. It was bad.
Richard Crenna.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
It was bad. And I was very quiet, as I have mentioned before. And I just thought he was wonderful. And he went to SC, and I was in high school. I don't know what I was thinking. But he was at SC, and I was in high school. And, anyway, we had a photo shoot to go on. And my mother was very particular, and I wasn't allowed to drive with boys, for heaven's sakes. And Dick said, well, I'll pick you up. And I thought, this is heaven. I get to ride in the car with him, and it's not, reading a script or whatever. Anyway, my mother, after she talked with him, I got to ride in the car to do this photo shoot that we did. And so, of course, being a teenager and madly in love with him, I thought, well, gee, that's pretty good. He offered to take me, That must mean something, right? Well, very shortly, and then time went on. Obviously, there was nothing going on. Time went on, and we got a wedding invitation because he was going to be married, and I was just devastated. I did not go to that wedding. Now, can you believe that? I did not go to that wedding. I was devastated. I stayed home. I did. I was terribly embarrassed, and I made some silly excuse to him on the set when I saw him after that I don't know, I was sick or I was something. I made an awful excuse, but I couldn't go. I was brokenhearted.
And he was oblivious to all
Oh,
this?
my goodness, yes. He teased me mercilessly, unmercifully. He just was fun. Oh, he was so fun on the set. It was the nicest set in the world because the crew can sometimes on television get and film a little off color. And I'll never forget Eve one day went over to one of the lightmen who was using a big expletive about the light that didn't work. And she walked over to him and in a very gentle manner as he came down off the ladder, she said, we have a young teenager on the set and I won't allow that language. So I appreciate it if you wouldn't use that word again. She ran. Oh no, they respected her immensely. She was a wonderful woman.
She loved the show.
Oh,
she loved doing the show.
It was
both
just
on
a family.
Radio and TV.
It was a family. We had the best time in the world.
Did you do things socially?
Not much. We went to her house several times and had parties and things. I got to socialize with her when she invited me to do dinner theater with her as a young woman. I was married and had children, and she kept asking me to do. They did a play called Under Papa's Picture. Eve and her husband Brooks toured in that, and she asked me a couple of times, and I just couldn't with my family. And she called me once again, and she said, "No, I'm not going to take no this time. You're going to do it, and it's close at home. It's up in Seattle, and I want you to go, and I want you to do it with me, and I'm not going to listen to any no's." And I did it. I worked it out so that my children would be okay with my mother-in-law, and I did do Under Papa's Picture here at the Cirque. It's no longer here, I know, but just 3 months of the most wonderful time. And at that point, I was a young woman and a mother, and we had a lot in common. And it was a wonderful, wonderful time. I'll never forget it.
She was the queen pin, if you will, of that program.
Oh gosh.
And did she have much input into the scripts?
She would. She and Al would hassle out some things, not in a negative way at all, but they would talk about, does this play, is this funny? What if we did it this way? Why don't we switch the sentence around? And what do you think? And then she'd try it, and she was very involved. Had absolutely no star problems. She was just a wonderful co-actress, is what she was.
You had an opportunity over the years to come in at the beginning of a series and carry it all the way through to its end on both radio and television. I would imagine it was a lot easier or maybe less rehearsal as it went along because everyone knew their roles. They knew their characters, right?
Yes.
And
we would have to wake up Gale Gordon because he'd be on the set, in his office, in the school with his feet up on the desk, sound asleep. And Dick Crenna and I decided that the man could go to sleep if you just snapped your fingers. He'd be snoring away. But we all did. We were so comfortable with it, and we knew each other so well that it just played itself. It really did.
One of the characters on that show, one of the actors on that show, whom we never hear much about, was the woman who played the landlady, Mrs. Davis, and that was Jane Morgan.
Janie Morgan, and she was just consummate actress, just a wonderful, wonderful woman. And I'll never forget one day Eve asked her, she said, Janie, I don't understand how you are so healthy. You're never sick. You're never sick. And Janie said, well, that's because I only eat 4 days a week. I don't eat the other 3. And Eve and I looked at each other. That would not work for me. That would not work. And I think that's true. I think she was a very light eater. Isn't that funny? She just, she was slender, you know, but she smoked like crazy. She smoked a lot. But I guess maybe that balanced out with the lack of food or
Made
something.
her lose her
I
appetite,
don't know. Oh, she was wonderful, and she was the funniest. We all did a lot of laughing on that set.
You had a great opportunity to work with one of the great radio actresses, Agnes Moorehead, when you were on Mayor of the Town, and then, of course, Lionel Barrymore.
Conrad Binion, I know he's one of the...
he participates in events like
yes,
this
and
many times,
he was at the Spurred VAC meeting that I attended, that I was invited to attend, and we had not seen one another since Mayor of the Town. How many years? I don't even want to think. And he wasn't there, you know, when we started. And I thought, I was hoping he'd be here, you know. And I was talking away and all of a sudden there he came through the door. It was wonderful. It was just great. And it was wonderful. I was a regular on that show. That means that I was in and out in that role, the mayor of the town.
He was
so fun.
Conrad played Butch on the show,
and I
you
played
were his his love
Charlie
interest.
Bronson, yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Barrymore would give us little hints about good acting, you know. And of course, being a Barrymore and Agnes Moorehead would always give us little hints about things, and not in a mean or any way other than just kind and helpful and loving. And Mr. Barrymore he was in his wheelchair, and he would sit at a table, and we would work together on a mic. And, he was very, very kind, very, very kind to us.
He was not threatening at all.
Oh, no, not at all. Just helpful.
Not the Mr. Potter that we know from
the
Wonderful Life.
No. He was so gentle and so kind, and always the teacher, you know. Maybe if you paused on that, why don't you try that, Gloria? You know, and I would, and he'd say, yeah, I like that. That's good. Keep that. We'll do that. Just helpful.
You've spoken of many tips that you've received from your fellow performers on these shows. Before getting into radio, did you have any schooling on radio acting or dramatics?
I did, yes. I when I came to Hollywood, when I was 6 and a half probably, my mom decided I was going to be a star. And my dad worked in the railroad for Union Pacific, and my mom put my sister, and the 3 of us came to LA to be a star, and she wrote every personality in film and radio at that time. Everybody, Rudy Valley, Edward G. Robinson, Lionel Bear, everybody. She had, you know, about this daughter that was so brilliant and wonderful. And I had done a lot of theater, live theater in the meantime, but when I turned 8 and a half, I had done radio, and I went to Ben Bard Studios in LA and studied, but I also did a lot of live theater as a child. And a letter came in the mail, and it was from Edward G. Robinson. And he was inviting me. She had got her letter. He had gotten the letter from my mom, and he invited me to audition, and I got a role, and that was the very first radio show, Big Town. Mm-hmm. And it was a Christmas show. And I just thought that was it. And he gave me the most beautiful gold bracelet as a Christmas present after the show was over, and I just thought, you know, it was wonderful. It was just wonderful.
Did you really enjoy those days, or did you think of it as work?
Oh, no, never. My mom was just very unique. She later became a very important motion picture agent for children in Hollywood. When I was put under contract to CBS, she said, "What am I going to do now?" You know, because she went to the studio with me, but she was not a Hollywood mother. She was just a real mother.
Was she a
wonderful
stage mother?
Oh, no.
No?
Oh, no. Directors loved her. And my favorite story about her is she had, Jay North was her client. He did Dennis the Menace and Father Knows Best, the kids on that. And Kathy Garver was her client. She had some wonderful clients. And she had a group of her kids at Disney one day, and she was going past Mr. Disney's office, and this voice came from his office. "Hazel, is that you?" Her name was Hazel McMillan. He came out, and he said, "Now, why are you going past my office? When you're here with your kids, I want you in this office, and you got to come in and say hello. What are you doing today? What film are they, you know?" That says it all. She was well loved in the industry, and she was a wonderful, wonderful theater mother. She wasn't your regular theater mother.
Now, you appeared in 1975 in a movie called Smile.
I did.
And you were a judge of the beauty contest.
I did. I did. I went to Santa Rosa on location with that film, and that was lots of fun. Melanie Griffith was just a young teenager when we did that film, and
Annette O'Toole was in
it was great. That was lots of fun. And later I had the privilege of working with Johnny McGovern, whose name is John Wilder now. He was a radio kid with all of us, and he produced Centennial, which was a mini-series on television. There were 8 episodes, I think. And I had the privilege, he hired me to be in that film, and I was on location for about 3 months up in Greeley, Colorado. It was great, lots of fun.
It's so nice to be able to chat with you and talk about your career. And see, she could have been not a judge in a beauty contest, but she could have been a contestant in a beauty contest.
Oh, you're very, very
But we're delighted to have this opportunity to talk with you.
You turned on the faucet when you asked me questions, because I had nothing but, you know, I had a happy experience, and it was a joyful trip for me and a journey. And I have children in the studio now whose mothers want them in the business, you know. And I always say, they have to want it. They have to love it. They have to really want to be an actress or an actor, and you have to be very careful. And you play a big part. Parents play a big part in what happens to that child.
The love you had for the work you did is reflected in the love of the people who really love the radio shows. And so when your phone rings or you get a note in the mail again one day from this organization or one of the other radio organizations inviting you to come on out and participate and be on a panel or be in one of the reenactments, we hope you'll say yes, because we all look forward to seeing you again.
Oh, I love it. It's been wonderful, and they were so kind and gracious and allowed my husband, Ron Cocking over there, to come with me, and he's a wonderful performer in his own right. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria McMillan.
We've traveled to beautiful downtown Burbank in California to talk to a fellow who made a very important impact on Chicago not too many years ago. Greg Garrison, you had a pretty good time working with some early Chicago television things, didn't you?
Oh my goodness, that's early is like in my case, 1947, 48, 49. That's when I was in Chicago working in television at a station that I think they changed the call letters. When I was there, it was called WENR, and it was the ABC affiliate in Chicago, and it was at the Opera House.
And you were directing Mary Hartline and Claude Kirshner and some of the others in the Super Circus scene? Or producing it?
As a matter of, no, I was a director in those days. As a matter of fact, when I was working in Chicago, we were, if you weren't directing at least 12 to 14 shows a week, you really weren't earning the $120 a week you were getting, you know. And that's what I did. I had like 3 or 4 strip shows, Uncle Mistletoe, some of the young, older Chicagoans remember that, and Super Circus, and a series we started that opened up the cable from Chicago to New York called Stand By for Crime with Mike Wallace. It was the first job that Mike ever had as in television.
In TV.
And Mike and I go back a long way. As a matter of fact, he's one of my big heroes. And when I while I was going to Northwestern, I got a job as a copy boy for a radio station that went on the air just before the war called
WNMP.
No, that's not what it was. No, is that your station?
No, that was a station that we were
this was
involved
called. This was at the station at the top of the Chicago Daily News building, and the head announcer was. It was a news station, and it was news 24 hours a day, every hour on the half hour, and I forgot the call letters. But Clifton Utley, the father of Garrick Utley, was the news analyst, and Mike Wallace was one of the announcers on the staff. And there were some others there that later went on and became executive and editorial people with life and time and fortune. But Mike was my hero. And anything he said, once he said, gee, you ought to get your hair cut. And I went, yes, sir. And I went downstairs in an elevator. And as you know, is it still on West Madison, 400 West Madison, the Chicago Daily News?
No, they've got a brand new building.
Okay, well, in those days, it was 400 West Madison Street, and it was a pretty rough neighborhood. This is 30 years, I guess, or so ago. And the nearest barbershop was a barber school. And I walked in and I said, give me a haircut quick. And they just went zzz. And I came back upstairs and he said, my God, what happened to you? And I said, you told me to get a haircut. And he said, you got a haircut because I told you? And I said, sure. And he said, just because I told you? And I said, yes. He said, oh. And he realized that he was stuck with somebody that was a hero worshiper.
He was Myron Wallace then, too, wasn't he?
We called him Mike, yeah. We always called him Mike. Myron, yeah. As a matter of fact, he referred to himself in those days as Myron Wallace. Yeah,
well, he was a staff man at NBC for a long time.
Yeah, I guess he was. And then later he freelanced all over town, and then we wrote a little bit during the war to one another. And then I was shot down in a airplane during the war and ended up in a prison camp, and someplace along the way everybody was told that I was gone, it was over, and I took a cab. And after the war I came back to Chicago, and I started in television in Philadelphia before I got to Chicago.
Well, how did you get from Philadelphia to Chicago in TV? Now this is
after the war.
Mid to late 40s.
Yeah, after the war, I went back to school, and I went to a school called Lafayette College in eastern Pennsylvania. Then I went to the University of Pennsylvania, and I graduated, and I got a job as a second assistant stage manager at a Broadway show in New York called Harvey. And a second assistant stage manager is not too far removed from, hey boy, get me a sandwich, or open up the door, and I'd say, yes, sir. And the stage manager was a brilliant, now he's a professor and he runs the University of Southern California Drama School, and a great director by the name of Alex Siegel. He was the stage manager, and he said to me one day, he said, we're going to Philadelphia. And I said, what are we going to do? And he said, we're working in television. And I said, what the hell is that? This was 47, early 47, and he said, don't worry about it. We're going to teach you something, and we're getting out of Broadway, and we're going to start in Philadelphia in television. And I said, terrific. And I said, what are they going to pay me? And he said, I don't know, but they're paying me $60 a week. I said, well, if they're paying you 60, what am I going to get? And he said, I don't know. How about 35? And I said, oh, God, well, okay. So we got to Philadelphia, and I started answering the telephones at the switchboard and cleaning out wastepaper baskets. That was the first day. The second day, I was pushing a dolly. The third day, the cameraman became a director, so I was the cameraman. The fourth day, the audio man became a producer, so I became the audio man. And by the end of 8 days, I was directing, and that's how fast things happened in those days. I stayed there about a year and then moved on to Chicago. I'd stayed in Chicago 2 years, and two men used to come out from New York on weekends, and they would watch what they like to refer to as the early periods of Chicago School of Television. And they would come around to studios, and they would sit, and one was Fred Allen. And he would occasionally take us to lunch. He would come out on a Friday night and stay Saturday and Sunday. And the other one was a man by the name of Max Liebman. And I didn't really know who Max Liebman really was. But he was really a nice man. And Fred Allen, of course, when we all just felt that Fred Allen was king,
He was coming out just to watch the TV
look
scene
at
there?
The TV scene in Chicago. So that was he'd come and he'd sit and he'd watch and he'd stay, he'd ask a couple of questions. You couldn't find a nicer, warmer, kinder, sweeter, more really gentle human being, than Fred Allen. He was. As a matter of fact, the last time I remember crying was when I read in the newspaper many years ago that he died on the streets of New York. He was a superhuman being. And he would come out, and Max Liebman would come out, and they would talk to us and everything else, and we felt, so flattered. These two important, Max hadn't really achieved much in television, nothing, as a matter of fact, but we all knew about Fred Allen. And anyway, one day I got a call from somebody who had said, "Hey, I'm the president of NBC in New York, and we want you to come to New York, and we have a show that we think you would be very good on." And I said, "Oh, terrific." And he said, "When can you be here?" And I said, "I don't know. When do you want me?" He said, "How about tomorrow afternoon?" And we have lunch. And I went to lunch. You mean I got to wear a tie and a jacket and all? Because a lunch to us was a hamburger. You grab a hamburger and you go and you direct 7 more shows that afternoon. We never had time for lunch. So I went to New York, and I met him, and his name was Pat Weaver. He was the president of NBC. He was a dynamo. He was a terrific fellow and responsible for so much in this industry as a major executive. And he said, you ever heard of a fellow called Sid Caesar? And I said, no. And he said, well, there's a man called Sid Caesar, and a producer who's done a lot of shows up in the, in the Borscht Belt and throughout the country by the name of Max Liebman, and there's a comedian who's terrific by the name of Imogene Coca. And then we found a couple of young dance teams. One called, the girl's name was Marge, and the guy's name is, I'm not sure he said but the last name is Champion. He said, oh, that's it, Marge and Gower Champion, and Max Liebman, and Sid Caesar, and Imogene Coco, and we've got some new young writers. Turned out that one of those new young writers was Mel Brooks, and the other new young writer, one of the other new young writers, was Doc Simon, who did pretty well later on. And so I said, okay, fine, where do I go? And then they sent me over to this big office building, and I walked in, and I saw this man walking around who looked vaguely familiar, who I'd seen out in Chicago. And I thought he was, at the time, I thought he was Fred Allen's driver or, companion, or took care of his bags or something. And I walked around, and he said hi, and he smiled, and he started showing me around. And I said, gee, it's like an old sketch. I said, tell me about this Max Liebman fellow, So he said, oh, you'll like him, and don't worry, he'll like you, and you'll get along fine. And, of course, you know the end of the story. He was, of course, Max Liebman. So they brought me to New York, and I started to direct a show that became quite popular in those days, and I guess a lot of people still remember it, called The Show of Shows. And I stayed with Max for about 2.5 years.
And you were in on the very beginning of The Show of Shows, huh?
As a matter of fact, we're working on an NBC 50th anniversary show right now that's going to air November the 21st, and it's marvelous because I will suddenly walk into one of the screening rooms with some of the youngsters that we have here that are screening material, and I will go, hold it, just a second, wait, just stop it for a second, and they would look and they'd say, why? And I say, I think I did this show 26 years ago. I'm not, I did this. And they would say, like, okay, so what? I said, well, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, go do it. But it's been great fun for me to sit back and look at some of the shows that we did. Anyway, the rest is just a series of events and a lot of lucky breaks and moving around in an industry that I've been in all my life. And I went from there, and I worked with Burl and with Kate Smith, and then I came.
Oh, okay. Now we're going to back up a minute.
Okay.
Now, you can't just write off 25 or more years of television and your contribution to it in a couple of sentences. Now we want to start with The Show of Shows, and we'll walk through this a little bit if you've got a couple of minutes. You did The Show of Shows, a 90-minute, really a special, but
right.
It was a series,
90 minutes, right,
live,
right.
every week.
Well, let me tell you how it really worked. I came to New York to do The Show of Shows, and they brought me there in August. And there was a powerful, dynamic producer in New York by the name of Ted Collins, who was Kate Smith's producer-manager. And he heard, you know how stories start, and he heard about some 14-year-old boy or whatever I was at the time that they brought from Chicago to do this big hour-and-a-half extravaganza. And he really never even met me. He didn't know anything about me, but he decided he wanted that kid to direct a Kate Smith show. And he was a pretty powerful fella. He was a dynamic, powerful fellow with a background of having Kate Smith on the radio for God knows how many years and being tremendously successful, and had just sold NBC on the idea of doing a 5-day-a-week, hour-a-day Kate Smith show, which had never ever been done on television before. 5 days a week, an hour a day. And he decided that he wanted this hotshot that they brought in, even though he never met him. And of course, he got to the point where it became a thing. He really had to have this fellow. And I was very lucky because I was that fellow. So what happened was, I directed the Kate Smith show 5 days a week. At 8 o'clock in the morning, we would come in, and the show would go on the air at 4 every afternoon and be over at 5. At 5 o'clock, I would jump in a cab. I was at the Hudson Theater on West 44th Street in New York. I would jump in a cab, and I would go to 56th Street, and they would arrange the rehearsals from 5:30 to 9 every night on the show of shows. And I would rehearse the show of shows from 5:30 to 9. Then I would go downstairs and get on a bicycle, and I would take a bicycle back up to 86th Street where I had an apartment with my wife and kids. And then the following day I would drive my bicycle downtown, leave it at 56th Street, take a cab to the Hudson Theater. It was terrific driving a bicycle around New York in those days. And weekends I would do the show of shows, and it was live on Saturday from 9 to 10:30. And that's the way we did it.
That was quite a schedule for you.
I didn't know any better, and it didn't bother me, and I wasn't nervous, and I didn't think I needed more time or more rehearsal or more anything. We just knew that there was no such thing as videotape, and we hardly knew about things called kinescopes. So those are just pieces of film that they did someplace in some funny little room up at NBC that they sent to California because they hadn't put a cable in or something. And the truth of the matter is, I don't ever remember seeing a kinescope for maybe 5 or 7, 8 years after they were going, because we were just too busy doing the shows.
Didn't
to
have
know
time,
about, Didn't know about kinescopes, you know.
What kind of problems did you run into with doing this live television? You know, today everything is on tape and they can cut out anything they want or piece it together or do it later, but you had to do it almost in one, so to speak.
We did.
What kind of problems did you have with that?
We really didn't have any problems. We just didn't know any other way to do it, so we just went and did it. You know, we just did it. I mean, I must tell you, today, if I would have to go into a studio and to do a live show, I think it might terrify me for a while. Say, God, what the cameras are going to break, the script, the actor will read it. What are we going to do? You know. But then you just did it. It just the adrenaline worked for all of us: the cameramen, the crew, the stagehands, the actors, the directors, all of us, the conductor. I mean, I remember moments through the years when we were the sketch would run a little longer, and we'd have to pick up maybe 15, 18, 20, 30, 40 seconds in musical numbers. It's true, I swear to you. There's a conductor. We have a group of girls now called the Gold Diggers. The conductor of the original show of shows was a man by the name of Charlie Sanford. He still works for us. He conducts the Gold Diggers, the act now, see. And Charlie had a clock, you know, implanted, a stopwatch implanted in some place in his brain. And if you said to Charlie in the middle of a 3-minute number, could you give us 20 seconds? Could you give us 30 seconds? Charlie and that little clock would go to work, and he would pick up 20 or 30 seconds in a 3-minute number. Now, that may not sound like a lot of time to those of you who are listening who are not musically inclined, but tempo-wise, and you can really throw an artist for a loop. But I must say that none of the artists were ever aware of anything that Charlie ever did. It was just something that went on between an on-the-air control room and an AD who was my assistant director, and my assistant director in those days was a girl by the name of Pat Kennedy.
Pat Kennedy?
That's right. She was my assistant for about 4 years. She later married Peter Lawford,
and so the story goes.
That's it. Yeah.
How did you move from Kate Smith then to Milton Berle, or was that at
well,
the
I'll
same
tell you,
time?
that was kind of interesting because getting back to Ted Collins, how do we get to? We got to Milton Berle by way of third base and Ted Collins. Milton wanted Kate to make a guest appearance on his show. Milton was the king of Tuesday night and really the king of television in those days. And he went to Ted and he said, okay, fine. He said, but on one condition, he said, my director directs the segment. And Milton said, well, he said, you want her? That's it, yes or no? And Milton said, oh, sure, of course, no problem. Just go ahead and do it. So Ted said to me, he said, just go, and he said, direct the segment with Kate. So I only knew one thing. I had blinkers on. Ted said, go and do it this way, and I went, fine, that's the way I have to go and do it. So I went to the Milton Berle rehearsal, and Milton had his whistle on and his towel wrapped around his neck and was terrifying everyone, and I was really just too dumb to be afraid of Milton in those days. And came time for Kate's number, and he said, so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, and Kate went, excuse me, Mr. She always called him. She said, excuse me, Mr. Berle. You see, she would say, and of course she knew him well, but she would say, excuse me, Mr. Berle, but my director is going to direct this sequence. And there was just a moment there, and Milton looked at Kate and went, oh, sure, Kate, sure, Catherine, anything you want, sure, anything, okay, fine. And he went mumbling off, and I went, okay, we're going to do this, and this. And I said, Milton, and I snapped my fingers at him, and nobody ever snapped their fingers at Milton because Milton was the king of finger snappers. And I used to come to work. I used to ride my bicycle with a baseball hat. And it got to, after a while, I used to wear the baseball hat. See, the baseball hat said Chicago Cubs, you see. And he would say, get the kid with the baseball hat. You know, what is he trying to do? And he went through a whole thing, and I wasn't afraid of Milton because, as I said, I didn't know any better. And we went ahead and we did the show, and that's the end of the story. And about a month later, Milton came on and did a reciprocal trade-off with Kate. And we didn't have anybody, you know, that ran the show the way Milton ran the show. The director ran the show, and Milton didn't, you know, wasn't aware that directors could really function on their own. He just felt that everybody had to be completely and 100% dependent upon Milton's whims. And I just ran it the way we normally ran the show. And Milton kept saying, my God, I didn't know that, you know, look at this, and the kid. And he kept referring me as the fresh kid with the baseball hat. And the following year, he called me and he said, I'd like you to direct my show. And I said, terrific. So Milton's show was on Tuesday. And I left the show of shows and went to work for Berle. And I worked for Kate 4 days a week. And Milton I worked for on Tuesday. And this gave me my weekends off, you see. So it was big time.
Was this with the Texaco Theater? Or
this was the last year of the Texaco Star Theater and the first year of what they called the Buick Berle Show. I worked for Milton for 2 years. It was the start of what we called the Goody Ace period of Milton's life. We hired Goodman Ace and a staff of writers to write a book show for Milton. And it was pretty successful, I must say. It was very successful. I stayed with Milton for 2 years, and then I left and came to California. And nobody ever left Milton. You only got fired. And when I came to California, I said goodbye to Milton, and he walked out of the room, and somebody said, "How's Greg?" And he had his hat on. He took off his hat, put it on his heart, and he said, "He's not with me anymore." And the guy said, "My God, what happened?" And he said he went to California.
And then a whole new phase in Greg Garrison's life began out here.
Well, out here, I really started, and I decided I wanted to do some specials, and take it a little easier, getting away from the the weekly series. So I started working on a series of specials, some at NBC, most of those at CBS, on something years ago called The Shower of Stars, and then I did a whole series for NBC the following year, probably, I think they called it the Ford Star Time. And I did some with Gene Kelly, and then I did an Astaire special, and we won all sorts of awards for some of those things. And eventually I ended up meeting the kid, and I refer to Dean as the kid.
Dean Martin.
Right, and that was about 14, 15 years ago, and we have been together ever since. I started off as a director on his show, and there was another producer, and he was not terribly happy after the first 4 or 5 shows, and I eventually, after about 4 or 5 shows, I eventually ended up producing and directing the show, and after, I don't know, a year or 2, I started becoming a partial owner, and until eventually I became his partner. We have been together 15 years. We have never had a piece of paper. There has never been a contract. And Dean has just relied completely on, me and or my judgment to, put the shows on and get them done.
And you've done all the regular Dean Martin variety shows and the roasts and specials or whatever it was.
With Dean.
Now you're totally wrapped up in a fantastic special that's coming up on NBC on the 21st of November. You mentioned earlier. It's a history, really, of the National Broadcasting Company, isn't it?
It's a history of our times as seen through the eyes of the National Broadcasting. It's really a company. It's an event of our times. It's really the first 50 years of broadcasting as we all know it, both in radio and television. We're starting with the partially of a recreation of and some transcriptions of the original broadcast of 26. Now, please keep in mind, that we are not going to be listening to little clips of radio for at least 2 of the 4 hours. Radio will be well represented, but we are using some clips, some old news footage to tie together with some voices of radio. So you're not going to be looking at still pictures of performers that were around in those days. On the other hand, we have been tremendously fortunate because of a lot of the publicity that we have been getting on the show, that private collectors throughout the world, and it's incredible. I mean, we have pieces of film and tape and kinescopes from collectors from an American collector that's working at the American Embassy in Moscow, somebody from China, somebody from, it's incredible. Taiwan, we've found stuff in Rio de Janeiro, we found stuff in Mexico City, a collector doesn't have to live in Chicago or New York.
Right,
he can travel and go any place he likes, and he can stay there.
Well, you found these collectors in an ingenious way, didn't you?
Well, we put some ads in the trade papers, and we said, hey, help, we need some help, and I must say it really worked, and we got a tremendous amount of the material there, and there were a couple of tapes, for example, that I really desperately needed. One that was a Gene Kelly show. We couldn't find the tape. There was no way. We put ads in the paper. We called people. I went through Gene's collection. I went through his house. I went to the attic. I talked to all the secretaries that worked for Gene Kelly through the year. Couldn't find it, and I was livid, absolutely livid, because there were about 3 things in this particular show that we really wanted to be part of this. And I raise Andalusian horses. That's my real thing in the world today. I really enjoyed it. I'm probably the biggest breeder of pure Andalusian horses in the United States. And I was out at the ranch one day, and we were moving some stuff out of a barn and getting rid of some old hay and putting in some alfalfa hay. And there in the corner, in an old little ex-Army Jeep that I had, was sitting a can. And in this can was the videotape that is 17 years old that I had in my house, in my garage, that I have been looking all over the world for, and I sheepishly brought it in the following morning, and I said, would you believe that I found this in my garage, and I almost had to turn my head away from everybody. And that's how you find things. You know, I mean, the really classic pieces that we find, people are really not aware that they had them. For example, this morning, a man called, and he said, "I am the only male heir to the Olson and Johnson estate." Now, I must tell you, I'd like $1 for every one of those phone calls that I got that turned out to be, you know, a little somebody that was just trying to have some fun at our expense. Turned out that this man was indeed exactly who he said. And he brought in 6 kinescopes from his mother, who lives in Las Vegas, right, of 1948 and 49 Olson and Johnson specials that we could not find anyplace else.
That's sensational. That's great.
Now, are we going to use them? Well, hopefully we'll find a moment or two in there that, you know, to use. His mother, for those of you with long memories, was June Johnson, who was married to the straight man in the Olson and Johnson.
Marty May.
Marty May. So it's June Johnson May, and the son is Billy May. And I don't know how.
Not
no,
Billy May.
Another Billy.
Another Billy.
Yeah. Right. Of course, his name would have to be May. Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's who it was.
It's wonderful to find these things, and people who have some of that material, they don't even know that anybody's interested in it until, for one reason or other, they hear of something like this.
Well, that's true. That's true. On the other hand, there are a few performers who are really overly protective about what they considered to be performances that they were not overly thrilled with, or features that may have changed through the years that they are not overly excited about seeing. But by and large, there are just a handful of those. You know, there's I have no secrets. There's a piece of there's a show called Petrified Forest. Now, originally it was done on Broadway, Maxwell Anderson. It was later made into a picture with Humphrey Bogart. Bogart did it on Broadway originally, by the way, with Humphrey Bogart and Leslie Howard, and I believe Betty Davis. And a few years after that, it was then remade into a television special in 1949 or 50, once again starring Humphrey Bogart, but this time with Lauren Bacall and Henry Fonda. It is, to the best of our knowledge, the only professional appearance by Humphrey Bogart on television. And we are trying desperately to get, and the only copy available is with Lauren Bacall. And we are trying desperately to get permission to use a moment from that clip. And hopefully by the time the show goes on the air, we will have it. And if we don't have it, it's because the lady decided, for whatever her personal or professional reasons are, that she didn't want to give it to us. I don't want to sound like we're putting her in a spot, but that's pretty much what we're doing, really.
It would be sensational to see it, though.
It would be. It would be. It would be. We haven't even, had a chance to screen it. We haven't had a chance to screen it. A lot of the old material that we remember, for example, we talked about the shows a few minutes ago. I remember sketches that I say, wait a minute, this is a terrific idea. Let's get that sketch, the This Is Your Life sketch. Let's go get it. That was a great sketch. And we went ahead and we got the sketch and we looked at it, and the sketch ran 17 minutes. Well, let's be practical about a 4-hour show. A 4-hour show, less the cost of the amount of time that the network has to sell off to advertisers, less the amount of time that we are donating and... Did I say donating? It sounds like that, doesn't it? Okay. Less the amount of time that we are giving to the news and sports department to get in the great events of the last 50 years. Gives us about 2 hours and 12, 15 minutes or so, 18 minutes at the most, of what we call material for the entertainment section of the show, be it drama, music, comedy, whatever. And to use 17 minutes of one sketch, well, I mean, it's an impossible situation. This has got to be, on the Monday morning after the show airs, the greatest second-guessing game in the history of the entertainment business. For example, I'll tell you an interesting story. A couple of 3-4 months ago, I took my wife to see a movie called That's Entertainment Part 2, and it was really a fun movie. And We saw the first one and we liked that, and we watched the second one, and we walked out of the second one, and she turned to me and she said, "No, it's put on by MGM, as you probably know. It's all MGM." And she walked out. And my wife is not in this business. She just happens to be a sweet, nice Chicago girl who went to Senn High School and Northwestern and has been married to me for umpteen years, and I've known her since we're 14 years old. Okay? And actually, I was 14, and as she says, a few years younger. So she's not in this business. And we walked out of the theater, and she said, "Greg, I want to tell you," she said, I really like that picture, but I really feel that they certainly could have had something of Rita Hayworth." And I said, "Well, Ray Allen, dear, you don't understand that this is an MGM movie, and Rita Hayworth was with Columbia, right, was with Columbia." She said, "Well, I don't care. They still could have done it, you know." And I said, "Yes, dear." She said, she said, I wanted to see Ginger Rogers. Now, why wasn't Ginger Rogers in this picture?" And I said, "Well, dear, Ginger Rogers was under contract to RKO in those days, and, she could..." "Well, I see no reason why we couldn't see Ginger Rogers. I mean, certainly MGM could have gotten..." I said, "But, dear, this is a history of the movies of MGM." And she looked at me and she said, "Oh, my God," she said, "do you realize what's going to happen after your show goes on the air?" She said, "Everyone's going to say, 'Where's Arthur Godfrey? Where's Lucy? Where are all the people that were big hits that are on ABC and CBS through all the years?' And you're going to have to, make personal telephone calls to about 35 million people and saying, 'We're terribly sorry, but they were with another network.'" No, this is 50 years of NBC. Now, I must tell you, there are, for those of us, and I'm one, who are Lucy fans, there will be some moments of Lucy, but by and large, it's not going to be a big chunk of Lucy. There will be moments of Lucy working with Kate Smith, for example, Lucy working with Dean, Lucy working with a special that she did with Danny Kaye. But just moments. I mean, when I talk in terms of moments, maybe 12, 15 seconds, 18 seconds. In one case, this particular sketch maybe runs a minute and a half. But there will not be a sizable contribution of Lucy, because Lucy is essentially, 98% of her professional career was done on CBS.
Well, they've got an anniversary coming up in
Yeah,
a year
I
or
think
two.
this is the year of the
Then they might call Greg Garrison.
Right,
and,
whatever. This is the year of the anniversary. As a matter of fact, it's interesting. The sketch that we're using, the front part of the sketch that we're using, her husband, who's I think producing the show, Gary Morton, called a couple of weeks ago, and he asked for permission to use the rest of that sketch on her own show. And it's interesting because I happen to direct that particular special that we're talking about, you see. So we're using the first 30, 45 seconds of it, and he's using that plus the rest of the sketch on the Lucy special. At least that's what his plan was.
Sounds like a fantastic production coming up.
I think it
boggles
can be,
the mind.
Right, that's it. That's really it. I think it's going to boggle. I think it's really going to boggle the mind. I think that we're attempting to get as much material and get as much of a representative account of everyone as that we possibly can. Needless to say, every single solitary star and/or performer that has appeared on the network, naturally, because of the space of time, cannot be included. We hope to talk about some. We hope to see brief glimpses of them. But when you talk in terms of brief glimpses, we can include everyone. But it will look like one of the Nickelodeons that you saw when you pulled, you turn the little lever and everything started to flick. And every flick would be another shot of somebody, and you can take just so much of that. I mean, I think you can take that for maybe a minute at a time every 25 minutes or so. But you have to give people a chance to sit back and appreciate something that runs more than 10 seconds or 5 seconds or 30 seconds. There have to be some moments where you sit back. I mean, I think possibly the most difficult thing that we're doing is trying to narrow down the drama to a point where we can make some of the great moments really work. I mean, we have sat and looked at 3 or 4 different clips from Chayefsky's Marty, for example. Which is the one that really sets off the piece? which is the one that really makes Rod Steiger look best, which is the one that really gives us a flavor of the room, of the time, not the room, but of the time. And we have to take that all into consideration. We may not be picking the piece that Rod Steiger feels most comfortable with, or that Chayefsky feels most comfortable with. We are picking a piece that we feel sets up and sets off Marty in the time that we have allotted for Marty. Now, I must tell you, we're devoting about 2.5 minutes to a Marty sequence. Now, to maybe your listening audience right now, somebody would say, my God, man, are you kidding? 2.5 minutes to a classic? Well, all you have to do is just figure out the names of all the classics or all the great moments that you have seen and or listened to on the radio through the years, and you'd say, well, gee whiz. Well, play the game for a moment. Let your listening audience play the game. Just try 3 different approaches to it right now. List, if you would, the 10 greatest news stories of the last 50 years. What are the 10 great news stories of the last 50 years? Now think about it just for a second. Oh, sure, you may come up with 3 or 4 that you really feel are. Maybe Nixon. Maybe those of you who remember the dirigible fire of the Hindenburg. Maybe Lindbergh. What are the others? There are others. What are they? Think about it. If you're with someone, play the game. Put it down on a piece of paper. There's no way in the world that you're going to come out the same way. Do the same thing with the great sporting events of our time. What were they? What were the great sporting events in football, in basketball, hockey, tennis? Who was it? Was it Jimmy Connor? Was it Arthur Ashe? Was it those of us who may remember Bill Tilden? Who was it? Who were the fighters? Oh, sure, it's easy. The fighters are easy. Who? Joe Louis? Sure, Joe Louis. Who are the others? Jack Dempsey? Most of us don't even remember who Jack Dempsey was. But at his time, he was a great fighter. Was it Muhammad Ali? See, unfortunately, in the case of Muhammad Ali, those fights of Muhammad's, most of those fights were on closed-circuit television, where they fed them to the theater and they charged $10, $15. So the great classics were not broadcast because they couldn't afford to sell the rights for broadcasting. I mean, they put 15,000, 18,000 people in a Madison Square Garden or wherever, the Chicago Stadium. But, the $5, $7, $10, $12 million or whatever those gates were, they came from theaters and, closed-circuit television. But there are a couple of fights of Muhammad Ali's that were seen on television. Television, let's talk about that just for an instant. Who are your favorite stars? Was it Jack Benny? Freddie Prinze? Dean? Who were they? Did you like George Gobel? Did you like Eddie Fisher? Go through it. Go through the list. Play the game. Just play the game and go through the first 10. Go through the first 12. Of all the sketches, of all the comedy shows, of all the great comedians, who were they? Certainly Sid deserves to be mentioned. Certainly Hope does. Hope, more so than any man that ever lived on any network at any time, spent 40 years of his life, professional life, being a superstar on radio and television. Superstar. Radio. Hope, along with, and to a certain degree, Dean, I must tell you, are one of the very few performers that made it in most of the mediums. And yet, as a nightclub performer, he never performed on a nightclub stage. Did you know that? Hope never, ever performed professionally on a nightclub stage, or Vegas, or any place else like that. On the other hand, Dean and Jerry, when they started, believe it or not, the tremendous success that started it all in nightclubs, they had a very successful radio show. And I remember once, many years ago, when I was working in Chicago, they came and they did their part of their radio show. I think they were working at the Chez Paris in Chicago in those days. And they did their radio show right from the Civic Opera House in Chicago. I think Sheldon Leonard was one of the straight men that they had. I remember seeing the show there. They were very successful in radio. And Dean is, one of the few performers, along with Sinatra, who had tremendous success in every medium of the entertainment: the records, television, radio to a degree, I must say, and of course the records through the radio, television, nightclubs, and of course was a big, big picture star for a long time.
You've really whet our appetites with all the names and the possibilities, and I think we must circle Sunday, November 21st on our calendar to have that dial set at NBC. It's part of a series of Sunday night events on the National Broadcasting Company television network now. I guess they call it the big event. And every Sunday night something special. This has got to be the special event of the season.
Hopefully this is going to be I keep referring to it as an event of our time, because it's the first time in history that any network has ever devoted 4 hours to one program in prime time, ever. An entertainment program. Oh, sure, there have been telethons, but they have gone around the clock, and some of them have not been carried on a network basis, and certainly over the last few years they have not been. They've been in regional areas. Gone with the Wind is a 2-night program. It's the first night, I think, in November the 7th on a Sunday night. It's 3 hours. The second night, they finish up with 2 hours. And by the way, if you're going to watch...
This is all going to be in November. We're going to get to Gone with the Wind in the first 50 years.
And listen, I'm an old promoter from way back, and I can't resist. And when you're talking about Gone with the Wind, the second night of Gone with the Wind, when it's over, you got to stay tuned, because Dean is doing his first variety special of the season. Gone with the Wind is over at 10, and we start at 10, and it's going to be called, it's kind of a fun thing, we're just putting it together now. It's called Dean Martin's Red Hot Scandals of 1926. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to shoot it on location all around the Los Angeles area. We're really sort of looking for old hotels that have, that vintage kind of look. We could go to the Great Northern in Chicago. Didn't they have
No,
that?
you could not
Has that been
anymore.
torn down?
Yeah, it's gone but not forgotten.
Oh, is that really gone?
Yeah.
Didn't they put a school or something down there? Is Roosevelt College down in that area now?
Well, Roosevelt is still there at the Congress Expressway, or the Eisenhower Expressway.
The Congress Hotel, I think that's what I was thinking of, the Congress Hotel, and some of those others that are in Chicago. Listen, I really, thank you for the opportunity to, to get to talk to your audience.
Well, it's been a pleasure for us to come out and talk to you, and to not only to reminisce a little bit about the important contribution that you, Greg Garrison, have played or have made in the area of television in the good old days, but what you're doing today, and especially what you're doing on this 50th anniversary of NBC. Appreciate that too very much.
Well, thank you. I hope everybody gets a chance to see it.